Wilderness with animals. They are divided by a strict hierarchy. The only rule here is that the fittest survives. The little deer whirled his head and seemed to have already noticed the lion lurking in the tall grass. The predator looked at him with a concentrated gaze, already anticipating the taste of blood in his mouth. It always happens. There is the hunter and there is the prey. The poor animal noticed the impending danger too late. The lion's rush was swift. The little animal gave a frightened cry, but it was already surrounded by predators. The ring was shrinking, leaving less and less room for maneuver. The predators approached with slow and silent steps. They sensed that their prey was not going anywhere, and that a feast would soon await them. The deer whirled its head and looked fearfully at its killers. The beasts did not hesitate. The rush was swift. No amount of quick feet would have helped the poor creatures escape from such a trap. The world they live in is no different from the human world. And if there is a difference, it is only in the fact that beasts hunt to survive. His nose was bleeding. His head was ringing. He was lying on the cold floor, his whole body aching from the many blows. His eyes were already bloodshot. His heart was beating hard. He wanted to live, but now, he was like a fawn surrounded by predators. He was nothing but a punching bag. The boy was lying there, writhing in pain in the classroom. He was surrounded by stronger, older students, kicking him every now and then. One of them shouted at him. He called the guy a wimp and ordered him to get up. A thunderous laughter broke out. Someone in the group laughed. "Check out this fucking son of a bitch, he's trying to invoke self-pity." There was no pity on the faces of the people. There was only the anticipation of being killed. They felt their superiority like wild beasts, and were not going to retreat in front of their cornered prey. The poor man's name was Junho. One of his tormentors addressed him with feigned affection. He told him to get up or he would know what a real beating was. The predatory smiles on the faces of the others reappeared. The guy with long hair couldn't help himself, and took a mouthful of saliva and spat it right on the main character. This man had no pity or compassion. He probably terrorized a lot of people like that. A clot of saliva fell a few centimeters from the boy, and he looked at it with frightened eyes. Blood continued to ooze from his nose. Right now, all the kid had in his heart was fear for his life. He was ready to do anything to get these freaks off his back. He realized that he could not stand alone. He would be killed. The torturer grinned and told the boy to drain immediately. His face stretched again in a satisfied smile. Now he would enjoy the torment of his victim. It wasn't the first time he had abused people in this way. It gave him physical pleasure. Junho looked down with a hunted look. He nodded his head timidly. He had to agree to all the demands. Otherwise, he risked going to the hospital with severe injuries. These people knew no pity. The best option to save his life was to do what they said. A heavy lump rolled up his throat. Tears welled up in his eyes. Now he was just a source of abuse for these imbeciles. They were constantly bullying him, and he, because of his weakness and timidity, could do nothing against them. No one could stand up for him, no one needed him. At that moment, he just wanted to die. The boy continued to stare at the floor with a hunted look. He had nothing in his heart right now. Every trip to school was a tragedy for him every time those freaks bullied him, and he just endured helplessly. His whole life had been to endure mockery and bullying. Perhaps the boy would have stood there in his thoughts if it hadn't been for the heavy blow to his head. The blow was so strong that the poor guy's head hit the floor and splinters flew in different directions. Something seemed to crunch, and his nose was broken. The head bastard stepped a foot on his head and forcefully pinned it to the floor. In the same mocking tone, he asked, "Did he tell Junko to lick his spit?" The boy shrank back even more and tried to defend himself, but it was no use. This asshole's name was Jay Galwa. This guy was the top of the local food chain. He held the whole school in fear, and anyone who didn't want to be beaten up joined his gang. So his influence and authority here was unshakable. He put his foot on the guy's head even harder. He just pressed himself into the floor and started whimpering. But already let him just do it, okay? The freak continued to abuse. He felt his superiority and just wanted to play with his helpless victim. Junho got up and whimpered. He had no strength left. His mouth continued to bleed. A few teeth were lying on the floor. The guy just lowered his gaze and braced himself for her inevitable. He only wanted one thing, to get these scumbags off of him. Z looked down at him and smiled achidically again. Well, already, let him be a good boy. He's going to have to do it one way or another, so don't let him play out the drama. The boy's shoulders shook with crying. He was ready to fall through the ground. Either way, it would be the best option. He quietly muttered words of apology under his breath. Z looked at him in surprise and raised his eyebrows. He laughed and said he didn't know dogs could talk. He sounded like he wanted to break the guy mentally and physically. For him, there were no limits, no humanity. Smiling, he asked the protagonist with a playful good-naturedness, "Shouldn't he be barking?" Junho looked at his tormentor with a frightened look. After a second, the pressurized boy began to bark. There was no other way out, or he would be smashed on the wall. The henchmen of the chief tormentor laughed loudly. They stood there, and you stabbed your finger at the poor guy. For them, it was a simple amusement. They felt their superiority. The boy continued to sit on his feet like a dog, raising his arms and sticking out his tongue. He continued to whine and bark like a dog. Z was obviously not happy. He was getting annoyed and ordered the boy to be more varied. A satisfied smile stretched across his face again. Great. Now the boy must lick up his spit. As agreed. He realized that his victim had no choice. Now he once again enjoyed the spectacle. The poor boy had no other choice. He leaned over, still undecided about what to do. His last hope was slipping away from him. There was also the option of running away, but they would just grab him and then it would be much worse. The boy slowly brought his head to the floor. He scraped his fingernails across the tiled floor, crunching and bleeding. He scraped his nails along with his skin, but he couldn't feel it anymore. It didn't matter to him now. The boy leaned close enough to the floor and, sticking out his tongue, reached out to where the disgusting clot of saliva was. Soon, he touched it with his tongue. If it was disgusting, he wanted to vomit, but he had no right, or he would surely die. Once again, there was a thunderous laughter. That freak is really licking. How pathetic he is, after all. The boy began to cry, helpless and angry, but he had no right to obey his tormentors. He's a fucking loser. The screams grew louder and louder and echoed in his mind like blows to the head. The boy opened his eyes even wider and couldn't believe how low he'd fallen. He was but four-legged prey. He suddenly took out a small bag of milk and squeezed it in the air. There was an unpleasant gurgling sound. The guy smirked and said, "Since he was such a good boy, he has a small gift." But to hope that the abuse would stop would be ridiculous. He crouched down in front of the poor man, who was still on his hands and knees, and slowly began to pour the milk over his head. It was just a disgusting feeling. The milk seemed to be sour. The smell was incredibly vile. Soon the freak rose to his feet and looked at him with a contemptuous look. Laughing, he said that he had stored this milk for 2 whole months especially for him. How did he like it? It smells fucking amazing, right? His minions continued to laugh loudly. Junho had no choice but to start licking the sour milk. Otherwise, he would be beaten even more. The taste was disgusting, but the guy, overcoming the gag reflex, continued to absorb the disgusting substance. The classroom was as Tsaril-esque as ever. The students sat behind their boyfriends and glanced fearfully at each other. The poor protagonist continued to bark like a dog. Around him, his tormentors continued to crowd around him. No one in the class even thought of getting up and coming over to help the poor guy. They were all afraid of the main school bullies. He could literally feel their piercing gazes on his body, the way they look at him. The boy could feel their relief at not those people being prey. He could feel them thinking how pathetic he was. But there was nothing he could do but accept the role of victim. There was only one question on my mind. Why? Why was he being bullied? What had he done to deserve such treatment? What had he done wrong? He had tears streaming down his face and a disgusting taste in his mouth, but he continued to swallow the sour milk. The feelings that were overwhelming him had reached a climax. He had made up his mind at that moment, decided he wanted to die. The guy took a small construction knife out of his pocket, the blade gleaming, casting light from the dim lamps. Holding this knife in his hands, the guy had already accepted that it was time to end his suffering. He rolled up his sleeve and his battered arm came into view. Veins bulging. He tightened the tourniquet just above his elbow, not to be able to stop the blood at this point. He didn't care. Had to, at least stop somehow. His life was of no value even to himself anyway. He quickly ran the sharp blade across his skin. A slight pain pierced his arm. Hot tears ran down his cheeks again. At that moment, he didn't care. He didn't care who killed him, even if it was the devil himself. He stood in the empty office, crouched on his knees and begged for someone, anyone to take him out of this hellhole. The boy still did not dare to kill himself. He threw the knife aside, and it fell a few meters away from him with a ringing sound. He cried again. At that moment, a small black figure was standing on the roof of one of the tall houses, looking out of interest at the window behind which the lynching was about to take place. The creature looked like a small elf with long ears, two bright eyes like large saucers watching carefully, not missing a single detail. Perhaps the boy would have continued to sit like that, feeling sorry for himself, but suddenly a familiar voice came from behind. A strong hand appeared from somewhere and prepared to grab the poor boy. He was wearing a bandage. He had heard it during another bullying session. It was one of those freaks who was being bullied. He grabbed the guy's neck as if trying to hug him, but his arm was stiff. He rather pulled him to him, almost breaking him. The guy gritted his teeth in pain, his body still sore from the last time. This guy's name was Kyung-jun. He wore big square glasses and he had a hairstyle like a hedgehog on his head. He can hang out with Galhwa, but he suffers from an inferiority complex. He constantly wants to be number one, but he seems destined to be number two. The guy turns to the protagonist and says he needs to go to an internet cafe, but he's broke and his pocket is empty. Junho, trying to take a breath and break free from the hiss that he had nothing. He had given all the money to Galva after all. At that moment, he realized that he was about to be beaten again. The boy looked pitifully at his tormentor. Gyeong-jun looked at him with a frantic gaze, red veins pulsing in his eyes. Even though he was on the same team as this major freak, he secretly envied him and wished he could be in his shoes. Because of his inferiority complex, he just hated to feel that he wasn't getting the attention he deserved. He threw the protagonist into the wall, and he crashed into it with a thud. There were trash cans nearby, and the poor guy flew right into them, scattering trash all over the place. His back ached again. His body had not yet recovered from the last beating. Like this again, he was about to be beaten. Kyung-jun looked down at him, a fake good-natured smile on his face. He sighed heavily and said he was going to treat him gently. He must have looked kindly if the protagonist had decided to refuse him. Junho waved his hands. His heart began to beat faster. He realized that this man was dangerous, and now he would inevitably be beaten again. With frightened eyes, he looked up at him and begged him to leave him alone. He would bring him the money for sure. Before he could say anything, he was hit in the face, blood spurting out of his mouth and a few teeth coming out. Kyung-jun kicked him with great force. The poor kid's head went black. He must have gotten a concussion at that moment. The guy was hit so hard he fell to the floor with a thud. Tears sprang from his eyes again as he expected to be beaten again, but he didn't care, just as long as it was over. Kyung-jun grabbed him by the hair and lifted the guy's exhausted head up. Blood spurted from his nose again. He squeezed the hair with such force that the boy got a headache. Who the hell does he think he is? The boy's voice sounded angry. He was a nobody, so let him act like one. He grabbed the boy by the head, lifting him a little off the ground. His grip was strong. This guy could wring the protagonist's neck if he wanted to. At the last moment, the protagonist realized what was about to happen. But it was too late. The guy swung around and slammed his head right into the wall. Blood spatters flew in different directions, mixed with knocked-out teeth. It was strange that after all this beating, poor boy was still alive. His head snapped back, blood pouring from his nose and mouth. His breathing hitched, and his heart began beating again at a redoubled rate. At this point, the boy indicated that he would pass out from such a violent blow, but as luck would have it, it didn't happen. Kyung-jun took a cigarette from his pocket and lit it thoughtfully, looking out the window. He felt his superiority, but still he felt resentment and anger that he couldn't reach Galva in secret. He hated his smoke points. He asked the protagonist, "Does he think he can get up now?" The boy was again kneeling before his teacher and folding his hands in a gesture of prayer, begging him to let him go. He had made a mistake. and now he was sorry. Gyeongjun stood before him, exhaling puffs of acrid smoke. The room was filled with an unpleasant odor, and it was hard to breathe, but the guy was okay with it. Without finishing his cigarette, Gyeongjun threw it on the floor. The boy looked at him with horror, and seemed to realize that he was about to be humiliated once again. A grin stretched across the face of the freak, and he ordered the boy to put out his cigarette. The boy took the cigarette butt with trembling hands and began to slowly bring it to his hand. He realized that he would not be able to put out the cigarette. He had to think of something original. Gyeongjun screwed up his head. This didn't satisfy him. He stuck his tongue out of his mouth and pointed his finger at him. That's it. Let him put out his cigarette and his tongue. His eyes were burning with madness. It seemed this guy was even more violent than their gang leader. Junho looked at him with horror. This was getting beyond all limits. His face was bruised. He couldn't believe his ears. Was he supposed to put out his tongue on her? He was already literally imagining the horrible taste and all the pain he would have to feel. Apparently noticing his victim's procrastination, the bastard asked in a disgruntled voice, what was the problem? He thinks the boy hasn't learned his lesson yet. In a frightened voice, the protagonist said that he would do it. Just let him finally be left alone for at least a day. Meanwhile, a strange little demon-like animal stood on a nearby closet, watching with interest. The boy continued to hold the cigarette butt, which was still smoldering, with trembling hands. He had already accepted his fate. All that was left was to put it to his mouth. What's wrong with him? The only question that had been running through his mind all this time. Once again, a heavy lump came to his throat. Tears came to his eyes again, and he was ready to cry. What the hell is wrong with him? He's a goddamn loser. Why does he have to live like this? Everything he does turns against him. He's always being bullied. Kyungjun looked down at the guy in anticipation, blocking out the sunlight. Why wouldn't he just leave him alone? What had he done to him? Fucking bastard. The protagonist raised his eyes and looked at Gyeongjun. At that moment, an incredible hatred awoke in him. Not only for himself, but for all living things. He had no choice, however. The boy swallowed his saliva and curled his mouth, realizing that he was going to be killed. The distinct smell of smoke lingered in the air, and he could taste the ash on his tongue. Reluctantly, the guy opened his mouth and started sticking his tongue out. Do they even know how much it hurt? There were a lot of questions running through his head, and he wanted justice, just a little bit of justice, to finally get him off his back. Tears streaming down his cheeks, the boy finally stuck out his tongue and prepared himself for the hellish pain he was about to feel. So bad it makes you want to puke. Do they have any idea what he's feeling at this point? Probably not. Those bastards didn't care about human life. Slowly as he could, he continued to bring the burning butt to his tongue, the smoke already cutting his eyes and penetrating his nose. Only a few centimeters to go and it would be over. Why is this happening to him? They should be the ones suffering, not him. His tongue was only a few centimeters away. The smoke was almost filling the room. The guy was incredibly scared. He was so sick and tired of everything, of these freaks, of himself, of his powerlessness, his whole damn life. Eyes wide open, he stared at the smoldering cigarette butt, which was coming millimeter by millimeter closer to his tongue. One more second and it would happen. He would be the victim of bullying again. Suddenly there was a loud scream. It was Gyeongjun. He suddenly grabbed his mouth and leaned backwards as if he was the one who had swallowed a cigarette butt just now. The guy screamed in pain, covering his face with his hands. The protagonist didn't understand what was wrong. He started swearing and looking at the protagonist from under his forehead. The guy was just holding a smoldering cigarette butt and staring ahead with an incomprehensible look. What just happened? His eyes widened with surprise and shock. He didn't understand anything, what was going on. The boy had an incomprehensible fear in his soul, not of being bullied, but of not understanding what was happening. Kyungjakgung looked at him with eyes full of rage. What did he just do to him? The guy was torn with rage. He was holding his mouth and was now ready to kill the protagonist. Waiting for his tormentor to get up, the protagonist attempted to escape. He had to save his life. Time to get out of here. The sounds of quick footsteps parted. Kyungjun turned around and shouted after him to stop immediately. Soon the boy managed to escape. He locked himself in one of the offices and propped the door with his back. The boy began to feel his tongue. Strangely, he felt no pain. What's going on? His heart was pounding and his mind was a cloud of thoughts. He put out the cigarette on his tongue but felt no pain. His whole body was shaking with fear. He didn't know what to do. He realized that something out of the ordinary had happened. And now he couldn't miss the new abuse. Maybe it would be even worse now. He sighed heavily and sank to the ground, still leaning on the door. He had put out the cigarette. Why had Kyung-jun screamed? The guy was breathing hard and trying to comprehend everything that was happening. Suddenly, a few centimeters away from him, an obscure red silhouette began to emerge from the tiled floor. The creature was grumbling to itself. Why the hell was his foot stuck? Does he want to know why? He might not answer that, though. The boy squeezed himself into the door and watched in horror. The unknown creature's voice was shrill like a cartoon character. Instead of eyes, it had 2 black holes, and its mouth was just as black. Strangely, it had no clothes on, though a neat tie hung around its neck. The strange creature held out its hand and greeted him, looking strange and frightening but behaving in a friendly manner. Junho looked around for a few seconds, trying to figure out what was going on. The boy was scared to death, and all he could do was stare forward, his eyes wide and uncomprehending. Finally, he realized that something strange was happening. He screamed in fear and started waving his arms. Who the hell is he? The guy was terrified. What is this creature? Was he going crazy? The demon sighed heavily and smiled in a good-natured voice, telling the boy to calm down. He had come here to help him. From afar, the demon looked like a little elf from fairy tales. He had long ears, and one of them had several earrings. The poor protagonist stood staring ahead, unable to say a word. He couldn't even move for fear. His whole body felt like concrete. Need a hand? What the hell is this? The demon continued to speak as if nothing had happened. Yes, he's the one who gave him those powers. He's the one who's going to get him out of this hellhole. His name is Mephistopheles, and he's the archdevil. The demon said the last word with a special intonation, and a satisfied smile stretched across his face. The boy continued to sit half-sitting and stare at the strange creature that I had suddenly appeared literally out of nowhere. The demon, as if nothing had happened, took a few small steps and held out his hand to the boy. So, does he want to play with him? The guy calmed down a bit and turned to face the demon. Mephistopheles, what's he doing here? The demon said in a surprised voice that it was he who had summoned him. They sat there looking at each other as if they were 2 conversationalists. In a trembling voice, the boy asked, "Did he do that?" The boy pointed a finger at himself and couldn't believe what he was hearing. How did he do that? Young-jun took another drag on his cigarette, the acrid smoke filling his lungs and then leaving his body at the same rate. The cigarette continued to smolder and inexorably shrink. The guy stood on the balcony and pondered. What the hell happened then? He could not give an answer to this question, but just stood silently smoking a cigarette and looking into the distance. He convinced himself that some bullshit had happened. I mean, he's sure he told that idiot to cauterize his tongue. But then why did he get burned? He was completely unharmed. It was just impossible. There were more questions than answers. The boy took another deep drag and exhaled a cloud of acrid smoke. He didn't understand what had happened then, but it was definitely some bullshit. Throwing out his cigarette, the guy made a vicious grimace. But he would kill that bastard, whatever it became, a delightful sign he would avenge that humiliation. Juno, at this moment, he was sitting somewhere in the back of the school, looking at the strange visitor in surprise. Wait a second. He gave him these powers? What powers? The boy didn't understand anything, and struggled to make sense of the situation. Mephistopheles spread his arms and shouted joyfully, "Yes, if he hurts himself by thinking of someone he hates, that person will experience pain. This is a marvelous power after all." The demon was simply delighted. The boy sighed heavily. But then what would happen to him? He still couldn't believe it. The demon smirked and tilted his head to the side, saying that he felt no pain now. He continued to smile as if it was something taken for granted. The boy couldn't believe what it all meant. He moved closer to Mephistopheles and stared at him. The demon continued to narrate as if nothing had happened. He said he couldn't let him die in the process. Besides, everything has a price. It looked like they were making some kind of contract, but maybe they were. A price? The boy continued to stare at the demon in surprise. Mephistopheles continued talking, a triumphant smile on his face the whole time. Every time the boy uses his power, he will lose something very valuable. He would be losing part of his own life. The boy looked at him with a frightened look. At that moment, it was as if something had fallen deep inside him. Those words hit him like a hammer on the head. He grabbed the demon by the neck and started rubbing it in different directions. It's just not fair. He doesn't want to die. Demon tried not to suffocate and screamed for the kid to let him go immediately. Inside, the protagonist had a lot of emotions raging inside. He looked at the little demon that literally fit in the palm of his hand. Mephistopheles continued to smirk. He said he understood perfectly well and knew that the boy wanted it. He had said so himself. His smile spread even wider and he looked at the kid carefully with his deep black eyes. All this because he knows what a loser like this kid will continue on without it. Or he'll continue to be prey. The demon was right about something, or rather everything. Guys like this guy aren't used to fighting back. The demon continued to speak and his voice sounded as caustic as possible. Or maybe for once the boy will get the chance to be a hunter. The choice was up to him. Junho didn't fully understand the absurdity that was happening to him and continued to stare intently at the little devil. The boy thought and squinted his eyes. He strained his memory to remember all the bullying he had to endure. At that moment, two personalities were struggling in him, one of them saying yes and the other protesting. He remembered every detail. The way he had been bullied, stomped on, forced to do things so humiliating he could never imagine. He was literally treated like an animal, even worse. He remembered the words his abusers had said to him. He was a nobody. In an instant, the boy realized all his pity, all his little cowardly nature. His teeth clenched as his throat came up again. But now there was only anger at himself and at the whole world around him. He clenched his fist tightly and probably at this moment already made a fateful decision. He would never forgive his abusers. Finally, he had one small phantom chance for revenge. He couldn't let it go. The boy continued to kneel in front of the demon, looking at him intently. He said he didn't care what would happen to him if he died. It would be better after all. All he wanted now was revenge. He still has an unbearable rage inside him. He just wants revenge. Revenge on those assholes who made his life a living hell. The boy was unlike himself at this moment. Yes, he was a coward and a weakling. But now, everything will change. He had nothing to lose anyway. The demon smiled again. His smile was even wider. He laughed and said that he liked this behavior much better. Mephistopheles snapped his fingers sharply, and at that moment something changed. The air and the entire surrounding space became different. The guy suddenly felt some strange power spreading over his arm. He rolled up his sleeve and looked there. His arm was covered with strange patterns that looked like flames. A strange warmth spread through his body. He scrutinized his hand, studying the bizarre patterns. The drawing was like the mouth of some animal that was consuming the rest of his hand. In an instant, the strange feeling disappeared. Everything normalized, but the drawing remained. The guy looked at it in surprise and asked, "What is it?" Smiling, Mephistopheles said that this was proof of their deal. Every time he would use his power, this mark would try to consume his body. It was simple. The demon put his hand up and said he had exactly 30 days until their deal was in effect. The guy looked at the demon in surprise. 30 days. At that moment, he was scared for his life. But the demon didn't say his powers would only last 30 days, right? Something wasn't right here. Mephistopheles smirked again. That's exactly what he wanted to tell him. So let the guy spend those 30 days doing whatever he wants. Now he had nothing to lose anyway. The creature's feet began to sink into the floor. His whole body slowly began to go down somewhere. Finally, the demon told the boy to try to amuse himself in the process. For now, he had incredible power in his hands. 30 days. So long. The boy fell silent and just watched with a surprised look as the demon slowly disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared. What the hell was going to happen to him? The boy wondered. It all seemed to him like a ridiculous dream. The boy asked what would happen to him if his life ended. The demon smiled and was silent for a moment. He looked at the boy with the black hollows of his eyes and seemed pleased. After a little silence, he replied that the guy in that case would no longer exist in this world. These words again struck the protagonist to the depths of his soul. An incredible fear settled in his soul. What had he done? Now his life is in danger. His days are numbered. The demon's smile grew even wider, and he replied that in that case the boy's soul would belong to him forever. His voice changed and became much rougher. After saying those last words, the demon finally disappeared. The tiled floor was streaked, as if a stone had been thrown into the water, and the boy was left alone, sitting in the cold room and thinking. He was unable to say anything, but just stared stupidly at the place where a couple of seconds ago sat strange demon. Everything inside him clenched, his eyes bulged. He didn't know what to think, use his power. In the end, who cares? In 30 days, he'd be dead anyway. He took hold of his hand, which had a strange pattern on it. The skin was strange, rough, as if it had been tattooed on his arm. He ran his fingers over it and felt a pleasant coldness, and tried to calm down now. He had an incredible opportunity to finally carry out his revenge. A smile appeared on his face. His eyes lit up with joy. Now he would be able to fulfill his wildest fantasies. Finally, he would get his revenge on those damn bastards. In that case, it's okay, so be it. He's going to pay them back in full. The next day at school, Gyeongjun approached him. He came up stealthily from behind and took the boy by the head. He had fun yesterday, didn't he? Didn't let that lousy bastard run away yesterday? Well, now they'll meet on the roof at lunchtime. His abuser was still just as arrogant and mean. Lastly, he told the protagonist that he better be there, or he was definitely finished. He gave the boy one last loud slap in the face. There was a loud bang on the door. The boy was alone in the empty classroom. He slowly started to get up from his desk. I had to put my plan into action. The right opportunity had finally come up. Walking out of the classroom, he headed towards the stairs that led to the top floor, and then to the roof. In his head, he has many thoughts. How would he best deal with this freak after all? Inside, he had an incredible joy. For the first time in so many years, he wasn't afraid. The boy climbed higher and higher. He was in no hurry, and it was as if he were stretching the pleasure. Here was the front door that led to the roof. A few more minutes, and everything would come true. The door creaked open, and the protagonist appeared on the roof. Gyeongjun was waiting for him there. As usual, he had come a little in advance and was waiting for his prey. When he saw the protagonist, he exclaimed with joy, "Junho has finally arrived." He thought he would be too scared to come here. His face was as haughty and evil as ever, and it turned out that he was not a man but the devil himself. The guy spat to the side and looked at his victim with a vicious and predatory stare. The boy approached his enemy almost closely. Gyeongjun was on top of him, looking down on him. He said he didn't understand what the hell he had done to him yesterday. Junho smiled and said in his usual manner that the freak had just gotten what he deserved. His voice sounded different, calmer, and there was an uncharacteristic courage inside. Gyeongjun was stunned by those words. He didn't expect that this brat would dare to say anything to him. His eyes widened, and he looked at the protagonist as if he were a piece of shit. Not a second too soon, he kicked the kid right in the side. What did he just say? Fucking son of a bitch. The boy was just furious. His authority, which up to that point had been unshakable, began to falter. The main character flew far to the side and began to slide on the hard surface of the roof. But unfortunately for his assailant, he felt no pain. It turned out to be just a tickle. Gyeongjun crunched his fingers on his hands and prepared for another beating. He was going to teach this asshole some manners. He looked at the protagonist with eyes full of hatred. Gyeongjun shouted that he was going to finish this little brat off immediately and rushed straight at him, swinging his fists at him. The guy was firmly convinced that now, as always, he would just and beat him to a pulp. At that moment, it's as if the protagonist's insides are shrinking. He wasn't going to take any more abuse. At that moment, he decided that he was going to make them pay for everything they had done to him. A spark of hatred appeared in his eyes, and anger ignited in his chest. Gyeongjun ran at him, preparing a weighty fist to strike him from behind. The boy continued to sit on his knees and didn't even look in his direction. He prepared to carry out his devious plan. The only one who would die would be Gyeongjun. He drew a sharp knife from somewhere and swung it to stab himself in the leg. Gyeongjun stopped suddenly. a terrible pain spreading through his leg. He heard the crunch of his own bones. His eyes widened in pain, and it took him a moment to realize what had happened. His leg kept crunching somewhere around his knee. The guy screamed in pain and spared a move. His legs were no longer holding him up, and he fell to the ground with great speed. The guy fell to the ground and grabbed his injured leg. What the fuck just happened? What did he do? His whole body was pierced by just an incredible pain, as if a knife had been stabbed into his leg. The protagonist at this moment was standing a few meters away from him, and was holding onto the handle of the knife he had stuck in his leg. Gyeong-jun looked up at him, not understanding anything. What had happened to him? His eyes were, pain spreading through his body, and his mouth twisted in a grimace. Something strange had happened, and the guy couldn't understand anything. At that moment, holding a long, sharp knife, the protagonist rose and walked over to him. There was a deep cut on his thigh, but he felt no more. The boy came closer, and the echidna asked his assailant if he had tripped over a stone or what. There was a crazy grin on his face. His eyes widened with pleasure. What did it feel like to feel this? Did it just hurt? Or maybe it's the pain that's also making you crazy. The guy continued to smile like a madman. Gyeong-jun was lying on the floor with clenched teeth. This isn't imaginary pain, it's real. This could end badly after all. He squinted his eyes, anger glittering in his eyes. How is it possible that this little brat could hurt him? What the hell is going on here? Anger began to fill the entire space of his body, spreading through his body like a combustible mixture. The guy abruptly got up from his seat and grabbed onto the main character, dragging him forward. The guy didn't even resist. Gyeong-jun shouted at him not to dare underestimate him. He was so furious that he was ready to smash this brat now. They both fell to the floor, and the protagonist was pinned down with immense force. The guy clenched his fist, preparing to deliver another blow. The boy lay there, moaning softly. His whole body was numb. He was pinned to the floor, and all he could do was endure, as he always did. Gyeong-jun grabbed the main character's neck with his massive hands and began to choke him. There was a crunching sound, and his caddy slowly began to go straight down his throat. Did he tell me to tell him? He's a nobody, let him act like one. His neck continued to crunch, but there was no pain. He was slowly starting to get short of breath, and he stared with his eyes bulging straight ahead, right into the face of his assailant. He wasn't afraid. All he had to do was wait. A triumphant smile appeared on his face. Good. Then this freak will be killed by no one now. Gyeong-jun looked at him with eyes full of rage. He was breathing heavily and squeezed the kid's throat harder and harder. Suddenly, out of the blue, the boy stuck out his tongue and bit down hard. There was a crunch, and blood splattered in different directions. There was no more as usual. The boy just looked at his offender with a mad look and waited for the result. It didn't take long for the result to come. The bastard bounced off and fell to the ground, clutching his mouth. An incredible pain shot through his body. It felt as if he had bitten off his own tongue. The guy was breathing hard and trying to get up. Blood was coming out of his mouth, and the pain was like hell. At that time, the main character quietly got up from the ground and shook himself off. He reached out and grasped the hilt of the knife he'd brought here before. Now he would finish what he'd started. Junho took up his knife and began to speak slowly. Everyone knows there is a saying, the man hates sin, not the sinner. The boy held his knife and had already drawn it over his head. He used to think so too. His voice no longer trembling, it was calm and even. He spoke as if he were about to be executed. The man who had insulted the protagonist his whole life, causing him unbearable pain and suffering, was now squirming in front of him and trying to crawl frantically away. The guy was screaming for the protagonist to stay away from him. At that moment, he saw genuine fear in his eyes. He crawled farther and farther away, muttering something to himself. There was only one phrase. They did it all. He was only doing it because they were doing it. It sounded like the guy was trying to justify himself, but the protagonist didn't listen to him. He tilted his head to the side and just walked slowly forward with his knife in his hands. His voice trembled with fear. The first time in his life he had been so badly frightened. He was wrong. He didn't mean to bully him. But the protagonist didn't hear it anymore. His eyes were completely insane, a small trickle of blood flowing from his mouth. So he was wrong. The boy tilted his head to the side and smiled. It was a completely crazy smile. People don't smile like that. There were tears in his eyes. At that moment, the boy completely lost his mind. He swung the knife around and slashed himself across his stomach without aiming. Blood spurted in different directions, but he didn't feel it anymore and kept cutting. Kyungjun suddenly felt a pain shoot through his body. It felt as if a knife had been stabbed into his stomach. The guy was breathing heavily. His eyes were almost popping out of his orbits. His heart was racing. He felt like he was about to die. The protagonist just looked at him with a crazy look and held a knife in his hand. How can he call it a mistake? He did it deliberately. The boy remembered it well. He stuck the knife into himself again and began to slowly twist it in different directions. Is he messing with him? Is this some kind of joke? All this time he had put up with all this monstrous abuse, and now this creep wants to justify himself? Now he's going to die. The boy drew his knife and plunged it into himself with unimaginable force. In fear, his assailant wet himself, but within seconds his suffering ceased. His body collapsed to the ground, the last of his strength leaving the bastard's body. And now he won't hurt anyone. It was all over. Kyungjun was dead. He was lying in a puddle of his own urine, and the protagonist was standing over him looking surprised. That's how the first death of the protagonist's abusers happened. The boy was still holding on to the handle of the knife that had been stuck in his side, and he looked forward in surprise, unable to believe his own eyes. It was hard for him to comprehend what had happened. A most unusual feeling, a feeling of joy and relief, was bubbling up inside him. He hadn't felt so good in a long time. The boy laughed. Well, they got what they deserved. Is there really justice now for once? The boy continued to look down at his classmate's dead body. He quietly said that he didn't need to apologize to him. He had already paid in full. The boy was incredibly happy. He kicked the dead body lightly with his foot. Suddenly, a startled shout came from outside, and the boy turned back. It looked like someone had noticed him after all. The protagonist turned back around. A small, full-figured man with glasses and a school uniform was standing in the doorway. It looked like it was one of his classmates. The man looked forward fearfully to his eyes. The fat man was horrified. He had just witnessed a murder. His voice rose and cold sweat trickled down his face. The boy couldn't believe what he was seeing. His whole body trembled, and he looked frightened at everything that was happening. The protagonist looked at him. What a bastard. He had been spotted after all. There would be a lot of explaining to do. He couldn't just kill him on the spot. The clumsy fat man's name was Lee Dong-hu, but people call him Todd. He must have done something really bad in his past life to end up with such a hideous appearance and low stature. Not only that, he's also terribly withdrawn and weak. God must have given up on him at some point. He, like the protagonist, was also the object of ridicule and mockery. At one point, his classmates took a bucket full of frogs and poured them on his head. He didn't know if he should live like that, but he was constantly bullied for 18 years of his life. So today, he intends to put an end to his suffering. The boy stood on the edge of a tall building, still hesitant to take the last step in his life. A blessed smile shone on his face now. He will finally end his suffering. He means he can't live like this forever. The boy turned as if to heaven itself and asked that in the next life he might be someone beautiful and wonderful, not so miserable. As he took his last step, he prayed just that. His foot gradually approaching the edge of the roof, the granite already beginning to crumble from beneath it. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice. It was the school bully. Hearing this, the boy stiffened and his legs shook. He almost fell before time. Todd sighed heavily. He almost fell over. The boy fixed his big round glasses and stood back up. He decided to go and see what all the noise was about. And when he came out from behind the wall, he saw the main character leaning over one of the school bullies, and he was shaking with fear and trying to crawl away. The boy's eyes widened. Just then he saw something terrible. He had seen one of the students kill another. Goosebumps ran down his spine. It was just a horrible sight, but the boy couldn't look away. The main character I turned around to where the boy was standing. And now what should he do? He had been seen, and now he was going to be in a lot of trouble. Todd pointed a trembling finger at him and stuttered with fear. Fucking asshole. How much did he see? Now this guy is definitely going to tell everyone. The protagonist didn't know what to do. He had just committed a murder, albeit indirectly, but now he was standing with a knife in his hands, and next to him was a dead body. For a few seconds, the boy pondered. What was he going to tell him? Should he tell the truth? No, this guy would definitely turn him into the police. He could have killed him. The protagonist had even already grabbed a tighter knife to deal with the witness. We just had to get close to him and get it over with. He's already a killer, so he's got nothing to lose. But then something completely unforeseen happened. As soon as the protagonist approached him at a sufficient distance, the fat man squeezed his hand and looked straight into his eyes with a grateful look. "This is his savior." The fatty shouted those words at full volume. "This is the savior of all the oppressed." The fat man started jumping for joy and waving his arms in different directions. The protagonist, holding a knife, looked at him and didn't understand a thing. Well, thank God it's all over. Todd kept galloping and shouting for joy. Dear God, he had answered his prayers at last. May he forgive him for cursing him earlier. The boy could not find himself from happiness, while the protagonist looked at him with eyes bulging with surprise. The savior, him? What is this nonsense? The boy wondered if the kid was crazy. In any case, it's a good thing everything went off without a hitch. There was a creature that ran down the street. Its eyes were red and its face was stretched out like an animal's. There were many sharp teeth in its mouth. The beast was like the demons of the underworld. The man held out his hand, and immediately a strange magical light began to form in his palm. A few seconds later, the monster was grabbed by a huge energy arm. The creature let out a groan and opened its huge toothy mouth. It was trapped, and there was no way out of its grip now. The deed was done. The boy looked forward with a serious and calm gaze. His palm was painted on the palm of his hand, and his whole body seemed to be enveloped in yellow energy. A second later, a pillar of fire formed on the spot where the monster was. The hand that was holding the creature began to vaporize, along with the monster. The ground shook underfoot, and stone shards flew in different directions. The guy removed his hand, from which a light smoke emanated. In parting, the hell spawn shouted that she would curse him forever and await the outcome of his fate. The guy lowered himself to the ground, leaning on the nearest wall and breathing heavily. The hunt had been difficult, but luckily he had managed to catch the monster. A small flame continued to blaze beside him. He looked at his hand, which continued to smoke lightly. The pain was getting worse by the day, his hands shaking from overexertion. Suddenly he was called out by someone's voice. The guy's name was Shin-hyun. Someone was approaching him with a light gait. It was another boy about his age. Holding a banana in his hands, he started talking with his mouth full. The boy asked what happened. Was he using his power again? He'd been told to be careful with it. His voice sounded reproachful. The guy in the white shirt was named Lee Shing-hong. He was 18 years old, and he had worked as an exorcist all his life. His job was to catch these monsters and send them to the other world so they couldn't harm the rest of the people. He was silent and looked seriously at the boy who was approaching him. He asked in surprise, why was he looking at him? And why is he looking at him like that? Is something wrong? And why the fuck is he wearing a school uniform if he doesn't even go to school? The boy turned away, so he wouldn't have to listen to this lecture. Soon he and his fellow traveled away from the place. The guy asked how long he had to do the job. All the way, the guy in the yellow jacket wouldn't stop. Bach also stuck. Doesn't he think it's time to end this matter? Lai calmly replied that it was just his punishment, his voice sounding even, as if it was something taken for granted, as if he hadn't just sent an incomprehensible creature to the other world. The guy in the yellow sweatshirt put his hands behind his head. All he wants to say is that Shin-hyun doesn't need to risk his life. It's just unnecessary. Bach is such a pain in the ass. Suddenly they stopped. Lee asked his friend, what about school? The guy smilingly replied that classes start tomorrow. He had heard that in the neighborhood. Lee said, let him stay away from bananas when he is in school, acting like a monkey. Hearing this, the guy freaked out, and who was he calling a monkey? At school, life went on as usual. Students were running around the corridor, and no one even thought of returning to lessons. There was noise everywhere, and the familiar surroundings made me hopeful. The protagonist sat at his desk and with his eyes downcast looked at the desk and pondered. What should he do now? One of his abusers was finished, but there were still a few more to go. He remembered the way that Fatty looked at him as if he were some kind of deity. Is he the leader of the oppressed now? What would be his duties? That Fatty got it all wrong. The main character isn't the savior. That wasn't his plan at all. Well, at least they left it at that, thank you. At that time, the fat man was being bullied again. One of the older students pushed him under his butt and he started jumping like a frog. Everyone turned around, but no one even thought to come to help the poor guy. The high school student threw his slipper into the distance and ordered the fat man to fetch it immediately. The poor man obediently jumped, making a sound similar to that made by frogs. The high school student spat and looked at the fat guy with disgust. He was just a loser. The protagonist looked in his direction, and immediately a plan was born in his head. Deep down, he really wanted to help this boy. He felt sorry for him. He was helpless too, what with them being in the same boat as him. But there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, a girl approached the protagonist from the side and addressed him by name. The boy did not expect this and was very frightened and jumped back a little. The girl smiled welcomingly and apologized if she had startled him. She just wanted to clarify until tomorrow if he was going on a school trip, okay? The girl was very pretty. She had a neat face and beautiful brown eyes. Not expecting to be treated like this, the guy was embarrassed and a blush appeared on his cheeks. The girl continued, "Everyone except the protagonist has already signed up." The boy didn't know what to say and only stammered and nodded his head. Suddenly, someone called out to the girl, probably one of her friends. The boy kept blushing and embarrassed, looking at the girl with a steady gaze. She waved at him and said they would see each other later. The guy looked at the girl running away. Her name was Lee Yun-hoo. She immediately ran up to her friends and they started talking about something, laughing at the whole class. The boy dreamily looked after the girl. It was the only person who cared about him. She is beautiful, gets good grades, and is a great person, kind and helpful. She's also one of the most popular girls in school. Absolutely every guy probably had a crush on her. The main character often noticed the way the other guys looked at her. He dreamed for a second, but immediately dismissed such silly thoughts. It was impossible for such a beautiful girl to be interested in him. That's why the guy was an outcast. No one wanted to mess with him, not to be like him. The boy cast his eyes downward, his throat tightening again, and he could hardly keep from crying. Soon the school day came to an end. The students ran out of their classes and headed home. Among them was the protagonist who, as usual, put his backpack on his shame and walked briskly to the exit of the school. Bad thoughts were running through his head again. He asked himself the question, how long should he live like this? Would he ever be able to live a normal life, begging sign the last hope was fading right before his eyes? Suddenly he felt a strange sensation in the area of his arm, on the very spot where the tattoo was. The guy sighed heavily. He had only used his powers once, but he could already feel it taking over his body. Does this mean that this is the limit of his power? A familiar voice came from outside. He was called out and asked what he was doing with his bloody hands. It was Galawa, holding a cigarette in his mouth as usual, which was smoking and emitting a foul odor. The boy looked at him fearfully, anticipating that he would be bullied again. The freak was sitting a little ways away with his henchman by his side. Damn, he had completely forgotten about him. The guy called out to the protagonist in his gruff manner. His breath hitched and his heart began to beat faster. What? What should he do? Run away? There were many thoughts in his head. The sticky fear began to envelop his entire body once again. No, he had to face him one way or another. There was nowhere to retreat. Galawa got up from his seat and started slowly approaching the protagonist and continuing to smoke a cigarette. No, this time it will be different. The boy was determined that this time he would show him. He would get revenge for all that this freak had done to him. Fear was gone from his soul, and he looked at his abuser with a confident and firm gaze. They stood across from each other and stared straight ahead. Neither of them made any attempt at action. The boy just stood there and looked straight ahead. Now, he would show everyone that he was not a weakling. Next to the school's main bully stood his henchman. The kid grinned. Look at that. This brat is so cocky today. The protagonist began to approach him with a quick step. Galwa looked at him with a scornful look and asked, did he really show up here voluntarily? Had he finally realized he was a loser? Or... The man paused for a moment. It doesn't matter. The important thing is that he's here. Kyungjun said he'd take care of him during lunch, but since then, the guy hasn't seen him. He never disappears without telling him. Why isn't there a scratch on him? The bully looked at the protagonist like an animal. The protagonist suddenly had something click inside him. He can do it. He can do it. Your chance couldn't have come at a better time. It's time for this creep to pay for everything, just like his dastardly henchman. At this distance, he can take out a knife from his bag. Just naturally raise his hand. Suddenly, the bully spoke to him again. Was he ignoring him? He had asked a question. The guy stood in his usual manner and looked down at the protagonist. No one said not a word, only looked at his assailant with a silent stare. There was a trickle under his wrist across his face. It was necessary to act decisively. There might not be another chance. Galwa continued to smoke his cigar and look at the protagonist with the same contemptuous look. The smoke gradually filling the space of the room, filling it with Gary's foul odor. The boy began to breathe heavily. His breathing suddenly hitched, his legs shaking. He was standing right in front of the biggest fear of his life. Would he really miss this chance? Galva's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He couldn't let this brat ignore him. What was this freak doing? Now he would teach him a lesson in politeness. The man grinned, so he decided not to answer. Well, good for him, it left him no choice. The man lifted his leg up, and immediately the protagonist felt a powerful blow to his stomach. The blow was precise. It hit the target. The boy coughed up blood. All his insides were stuck to his back. With this blow, it appeared that even his soul would come out through his mouth. He couldn't even take a normal breath. His body wasn't listening. It felt like his stomach was about to explode. Right now, he couldn't do anything. What was going on? The boy stopped and barely stayed on his feet. The bully raised his leg again. He thinks that one blow is not enough. He has to give him another one. The main character didn't realize what was happening to him. Is he trembling now? What's wrong with him? Is it because he's afraid? And his breathing was heavy. He was struggling to bring himself to his senses, saliva flowing from his mouth. Galwa gradually approached him closer and closer. He looked at him with a fierce gaze. Just let them answer his question. The boy looked around frightened, trying to regain his senses. He had to try to get the knife again. It was in his bag. He had to act fast. The boy looked at his backpack, but he didn't have time to do what he had in mind, because the bully attacked him, and had already prepared his weighty fist to hit him once more with all his might. The boy already felt the imminent danger approaching him, but unfortunately, he couldn't do anything. He looked fearfully at Galva, genuine horror in his eyes. Oh no. Now he would be the end of him. He wouldn't be able to dodge. It happened a few seconds later. The protagonist felt a powerful blow to his stomach. Everything inside of him turned upside down. It seemed that he had broken several ribs. His breathing was ragged. His lungs were on fire. The boy suddenly realized he couldn't breathe. He was suffocating from the impact. His eyes rolled back and he thought he was going to pass out. He fell to the floor and began to choke on his saliva. Everything inside was literally burning with pain. The boy lay on the floor and tried his best not to lose consciousness. What the hell is wrong with him? Why can't he do anything? His only chance is slipping right out from under his nose. Galwa grasped his hair and yanked on it, lifting his head up. The boy recovered a little. He looked at the protagonist with a disdainful gaze. His hand was almost completely around the boy's head. He asks again where Gyeongjun is. His voice changed from angry to concerned. Why can't he do anything? The protagonist just stood in front of him like a wimp. The poor man just couldn't say anything because his breath was gone. His mouth was drooling, and now he looked like some invalid who couldn't even move his tongue. The man was looking at him with the look that one usually looks at cattle about to be slaughtered. Anger began to grow inside him. This guy was starting to annoy him. He wanted to know where his comrade was, and this wimp was just standing there doing nothing. He raised his fist to deliver another powerful blow. The boy was just hanging limply in his hands like a rag toy. A few seconds later, there was the sound of a blow. A fist hit the boy's jaw. Pain spread throughout his body. It turned out that after such a blow, the boy would not be able to speak at all. The poor man was lying on the floor, and his tormentor stepped on him with his foot right on his throat. He squeezed harder and harder. His jaw was already starting to crunch. The man was losing patience. Just let this idiot answer the question. The protagonist realized that he should definitely use his power, but it was as if his body wasn't listening to him. He needed to avenge himself now. The boy grasped the handle of the knife with trembling hands, and with his last strength pulled it from his pocket. His mouth was drooling. There was little air left in his lungs. He only had a few seconds to finally break free of this grip, or the freak's leg would break his neck. What was wrong with him? Galwa looked at him with a killer look and asked, "Does he want him to break his neck?" He could do that, right? Why doesn't the guy say anything? The guy's eyes bulged so big they're gonna fall out of his orbits. Oh no, is he gonna die now? Would that bastard just kill him? He must avenge himself immediately. The boy swung the knife blade to strike his hand. He must have his revenge. Must have his revenge. Galwa saw the knife and looked at the boy in surprise. There was the sound of tearing clothes, and the protagonist stabbed himself in the arm with all his might, blood spurting in different directions. The bully took his foot off his throat and looked down at him in surprise. Blood poured from the wound on the protagonist's arm. It pulsed and jerked out of the deep cut. Suddenly, the boy felt pain all over his arm. This hurt. He squeezed his eyes shut and tried to bring himself to his senses. Blood began to gush from the deep cut, and the boy clutched at his arm, trying to stop the bleeding. Tears spurted from his eyes. What the hell was that? Is he in pain? Galwa understood nothing. He looked at the boy in surprise. What was he doing? Why did he cut himself with this? If the boy wanted to hit him, then let him do it normally. The man grasped the boy's scruff and yanked him towards him with all his might. Why is he unharmed? The protagonist didn't understand anything. He did everything right. What went wrong? The boy was frightened. Not only did he fail to wound his assailant, but he also cut his hand deeply. What happened to his power? It couldn't have. The boy started stuttering. The bully leaned him against the wall. The boy couldn't do anything. The grip was very strong. Another bullying was about to happen. Galwa brought the cigarette butt to the protagonist's face, and without hesitation, he smothered the cigarette on his cheek. There was a hiss, and the skin on the protagonist's face blistered. The pain pierced his whole face. The boy's eyes bulged, and he screamed shrilly. He pulled himself out of his assailant's grasp and fell to the floor, holding his wounded cheek, which was beginning to swell. The man looked at him and asked him if that was all he could ask for, or if he really was mentally retarded. The protagonist lay there, holding his burned cheek. What's wrong? The pain was spreading all over his body, and his assailant was already coming up behind him to strike again. The man grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and turned him around. He said to let the boy look straight into his eyes, for he had only just begun. The man was anticipating a long pleasure. He really liked to abuse people, no matter who it was. The protagonist started crying again. He was begging him with his last strength not to do it. There was genuine fear in his eyes. Tears were flowing down his cheeks, but the boy realized that he could not escape the beating. But it was too late. The freak brought his massive fist up and prepared to punch the boy directly in the face. There were hard and fast blows. One of the high school students stood a little to the side and watched the whole thing. As he watched, he became a little scared himself. In his heart, he was very glad that he was not Galva's enemy. Otherwise, he would definitely be in trouble. This guy was very strong. No one in the school could match his strength. The beating would have gone on indefinitely when suddenly someone's ringing voice sounded. He ordered the freak to stop. The man shifted his frantic gaze to the side. Who dared to interrupt him while he was having fun? He looked in the direction the sound had come from, and there were two guys standing there. The same guys who had recently exorcised the demon. Xing Hong looked forward with a calm gaze. The guy was as serene as ever, his face expressing calmness and peacefulness. It seemed like nothing could make him mad. Galwa turned to him in surprise and asked what brought him here. He had been at mid all last year. The guy looked at him with a perfectly calm look. He had a good-natured face and kind, clear blue eyes. He wanted to say something but was cut short. Z turned to him and with a grimace ordered him to close his mouth. If he said his name again, he'd kill him on the spot. The guy was literally insane. The boy in the yellow sweater asked Leah if he knew the guy. He looked away and said he knew him a little. As the sun was about to set, several people stood across from each other and glared at each other, including the bully. It looked like he was bullying someone weaker than himself. They were called out and told to find someone of their own level. The guy in black was named Jang Somu, and he was a judo major. Gritting his teeth, he looked at them and perplexedly asked, who did he think he was? Damn monkey. The guy in the yellow sweatshirt asked, what did he call him? Monkey? That just pissed him off. Xing Hong pulled him back with his hand and ordered Gino to stay away from him. The guy couldn't calm down. That fatty had just called him a monkey. He couldn't let him be treated like that. Young looked at him with a disdainful look and asked, "Does he have a problem with that? Make him shut up and hide behind his buddy soon. Fucking monkey." Something clicked inside Gino after he said that. He hated being called that. It was humiliating and he couldn't forgive it. He lowered his eyes and gritted his teeth, telling the fat guy to stop whispering something with his lips and finally get down to business. The guy had a Band-Aid on his face. Apparently he'd already had a fight with someone. Fatty sighed. What was he mumbling about? Had that tiny monkey gone crazy? Why does he have to stop? He can say whatever he wants. The guy was visibly used to being unpunished and getting away with whatever antics he was up to. But then he said the one thing that made Gino's head explode. He said that he was sure his mother was a monkey. After he said that, he laughed out loud. After saying that, the guy's face changed. His eyes were bloodshot, and now he was furious. No one, not a single living soul on this planet has the right to insult his family. In a few big jumps, he approached the fat man and swung his fist as hard as he could. The man didn't even have time to react before the kid was already a few steps away from him. And his fist swung with great speed right into his jaw. He didn't have time to react, and his fist hit the target. The man's eyes went black after that blow, and his jaw crunched, as if it had been broken. The blow was so hard that the fat man's head snapped back. Blood splattered in different directions, mixed with knocked-out teeth. The blow was really powerful. The man didn't expect this brat to be so strong. For a second, I think he even lost consciousness. His eyes rolled back, and he seemed like he was going to fall to the ground. 316. As it happened from the strong blow, Fatty was unable to keep his feet and fell to the ground. A second later, he hit the hard surface with a resounding thud. He tried to come to his senses, for no one had dared to hit him until now. Gino stood a few meters away from him and sighed heavily. The fat man struggled to get his thoughts in order. His head was ringing and his body suddenly became weak. The boy looked down at him. "What is it? What has happened to you?" he asked. "Just one stroke and he's already down." The boy literally mocked him. He was 18 years old and had been kickboxing his whole life. Seems like every self-respecting kid in this school who didn't want to get beaten up practiced martial arts. The fat man began to rise slowly, trying to set his jaw. His whole face hurt. What the fuck? Why was that monkey so hard? He didn't even have time to notice anything. Wait a minute, no, it's not like that. He just caught him by surprise. There's no way he can hit him. Gino's already in a fighting stance. What's he waiting for? Let him come and get another one. Did he get scared? At this time, he was standing on the sidelines watching the whole thing. This guy is just a little lowlife. The fat man shouted like a bear. The answer is he looks really scared. It's funny. Zhang, he was furious, ashamed of himself. Did some monkey dare to hit him? He's going to ask for it now. The boy kept teasing him as he told me, "Let him come over and get another one." Shin Hyun stood there and did nothing. Now was the time to let his friend avenge himself with a point. The man was furious. He, one of the toughest guys in the school, being defeated by some upstart. This is unthinkable. His eyes were bloodshot and his soul was filled with rage. He crunched the knuckles of his fists and said he was about to smash him into the wall but suddenly he was stopped. Galva's voice came from behind him, ordering him to stop. The man was confused. He turned around and saw his friend coming closer and closer to him. He repeated, "Stop? Or is he deaf?" The man didn't understand. The fat man didn't understand. This asshole just insulted them. Does he want Young to stop? He didn't want to leave it at that. He had to get revenge and defend his honor. Z suddenly mourned such a game mask that gave the fatty goosebumps all over his body. He repeated his order. "Yes, asshole, stop it." The man seemed to be beyond angry. He wasn't used to someone disobeying him. Zhang nodded his head fearfully. Yes, he understood. A chill ran down his spine. Why was his friend getting so crazy? At this time, the guy in yellow clothes was jumping behind him and was ready to kick Fatty Bot's ass. He's just getting excited. Z walked past Shin Yun, shoving him with his shoulder. The guy didn't react. The bully ordered his henchman to follow him, and he agreed in a trembling voice. Xing Hong looked at them with a disdainful look. The guy hadn't said a word all this time. Gino asked in surprise, "Where are they going? Are they giving up already?" That's it. A fight like this was ruined. Young glanced after them and glared fiercely. He felt terribly bad about the fact that he couldn't avenge himself. Jay said that they had better shut their mouths. He was letting them go this time. The man walked forward without even turning around to follow. But next time they wouldn't get away so easily. An unimaginable anger raged inside him. He had just been humiliated in front of his own subordinate. He couldn't bear such an offense. Next time he would definitely get even with them. Gino was already celebrating his victory. He jumped on the spot and gave the freaks 2 middle fingers. That's right, cowards. Get them out of here. Jae was furious and couldn't understand what this guy was forgetting here. Lee Shin-hyun just continued to stare at him in silence. He had been incredibly calm the entire time, even though he was face to face with the storm of the entire school. The protagonist continued to lie on the hard pavement. He seemed to be passed out. There were 2 guys tending to him. They managed to restore the bleeding. Is he going to be okay? He'll be fine. The boy's eyes opened and there were cheers of joy. Look, he's awake. As soon as the boy opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Gino's face smiling and waving at him. His friends stood a little apart and only looked at the boy in silence. Gino greeted him good-naturedly. How are you doing? He asked. Wake up and swim. Is he all right? As soon as he saw the strangers, he immediately began to cover himself with his hands, as he realized that he was probably about to be beaten. He screamed with fear, and Gino stepped up. He was a little scared himself. That's all you get for saving his life. You could hear the annoyance. The protagonist timidly thanked them. Xing Hong looked at the protagonist with interest. Something about him seemed strange and wrong to him. He called out to him and the boy looked fearfully in his direction. His legs were shaking. He was still a little shaken from his last encounter with the bully. Xing Hong continued to scrutinize the guy from head to toe. For some reason, he had this strange feeling. But why? He hovered over the protagonist and began to scrutinize his eyes. The boy noticed this and began to shake his whole body. He could literally feel the imminent threat physically. The years of abuse had sharpened his senses, and he had a constant sense of when it was best to get out of here. Without waiting for an answer, the boy pushed his rescuers out of the way and ran forward, shouting in farewell that he had to go. Gino looked at him in surprise and asked where he was going. The protagonist didn't listen to them anymore. He ran back to his home. He had to save his life. He'd had enough. Gino continued to stare in surprise and annoyance. What the hell? And this after all they had done for him? Did he just run away? Strange guy. At this time, our old acquaintance Mephistopheles appeared. He was lying on the nearest pole and looking down on the 2 boys with great interest. Well, look who's here. It's been a long time since they've seen each other. Next to him was a bag of chips from which he was taking food and shoveling it into his mouth. He took another chip out of the packet and prepared to pop it in his mouth. This game, which had started out as an innocent little prank, was getting more and more interesting. The same satisfied smile appeared on his face. He was enjoying the rapidity with which the event was unfolding. Now it would be much more interesting. Soon the protagonist returned to his home. He needed to come to his senses after all the events that had happened. As soon as he got to his room, he immediately started calling out for Mephistopheles. He shouted that he knew he was here. Tell him to show himself immediately. A small demon appeared from the ceiling, unnoticed as usual. He irritably asked the boy what he wanted this time. The boy gave him a frightened look and began to ask why his power wasn't working. The demon looked at him with interest and thoughtfulness. The boy kept screaming he had done the right thing. He had cut his wrist, hadn't he? But his abuser wasn't hurt. What happened? What's wrong? The demon stood in the middle of the room and laughed. I wonder why. You could hear the sarcasm in his voice. The boy yelled for the demon to stop these jokes. He said that the demon had just cracked him up. Mephistopheles looked at him in amazement. The guy's face transformed, his gaze becoming just as crazy. It's funny to see that the great devil is really just a pompous rooster. If all demons are like that, then he has nothing to fear. The guy had already completely lost his fear. The demon suddenly got tired of putting up with all this. He put his big hand forward, which suddenly lengthened very much. He grabbed the guy by the neck in an instant and lifted him several meters up. The demon began to squeeze his neck harder and harder, and there was a slight crunch. The guy was struggling to get free, but the creature's grip was just dead. His voice had also changed and was just very rough. They need to get something straight. The guy's just a toy to him, nothing more or less. The demon was staring at him with its hollows instead of eyes. There was no longer a smile on his face, but instead a predatory grin. Soon he did let go of the guy, and he crashed to the ground with a loud thud. The protagonist immediately started holding his throat and trying to cough. The demon began to explain the conditions to him again. He said that his powers would only work on one condition, and those terms were hate. The demon smiled again, that was the point. The protagonist didn't realize anything. Hate? You mean he needs to hate his enemy? The demon confirmed. Yes, hate, that's exactly right. Finally, the demon softened, he asked the protagonist. And when he stood face to face with his enemy, what emotion did he experience? Yes, the emotion the guy felt was not only hatred. The protagonist looked at the demon with incomprehension, but it seemed he was beginning to understand. Everything failed because he felt not only hatred but also fear, and fear was predominant. The protagonist remembered what was wrong. He remembered how his legs were shaking. He squeezed his hand and cringed even more, biting his lip. He'd finally realized how weak he was. So weak that he couldn't even use the power the demons had given him. He'd even screwed up here. At this time, Mephistopheles reached into the bag of chips as if nothing had happened, and pulled out another one. He looked at the boy and asked him if he knew how pathetic he was. The devil's voice became mocking again. He has been given so much power, but he still trembles with fear. The mark laughed and started crunching his chips. The boy yelled at him to watch his mouth. Did he ever think about what he was going through? The protagonist's voice started to break into a scream. The boy huddled in a corner and shrank back. Almost crying, he began to say that he understood everything. He can't do anything about it. He's terrified. He realizes how pathetic and helpless he is in front of these people. The boy shrank even more, and now he looked like a frightened kitten. At that moment, he was ready to cry, as he usually did in critical situations. The demon sighed heavily, and now he had to try on the babysitter's role again. He didn't want to have to deal with this boy because he'd already done everything he could, given him unlimited power, and now he had to wipe his nose. The demon disappeared and appeared from the ceiling as well. He leaned over to the boy and asked, "But why did he keep shaking with fear?" The demon felt he was disappointing him. After all, the demon felt a hatred in him that no one else had ever felt, and that's why he chose him. The demon hung upside down over him. He told this kid to listen carefully. There's only one winner, the one who survives at the end. The demon smiled and continued to speak wryly. Will he be the only one left standing, or a dead loser? How does he want to live his life? From what the demon sees, it seems to be the second option. Mephistopheles laughed again. After saying these words, the demon literally vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a small cloud of red smoke. The protagonist was left all alone, still shivering, sitting in the corner. He shrank back and dropped his head to his knee. The boy was ready to cry now, at his own powerlessness and helplessness. At this moment, he felt just an incredible coldness inside him. He's such a coward. He feels like garbage at this moment. He's not good at anything. He can't even hate properly. At this time, the sounds of blows were heard somewhere. It was Jay and Jiang fighting with each other. Jay kicked his comrade on the thigh and he swayed, barely keeping his balance. With a dodge, Glavnar grabbed his ward by the neck and crushed him so hard that he began to run out of air. He pinned him against the wall, so much so that the guy's eyes went black. The hands in his ringleader's hands were incredibly strong. Even though Fatty was much bigger, Z was stronger. They were facing each other, and the leader was looking him straight in the eye. I guess I'd have to teach him another lesson. The man looked at him with a predator's stare as if he were about to devour him on the spot. Somu's starting to forget his place. The man squeezed his throat harder and harder. The guy was starting to cough. Does he want Jay to break his bones like he did last time? There was no way Somu could break out of the bout. His arms were just iron, and where did this guy get so much strength from? He must have been made of steel. Z finally let go of him, and the guy fell to the ground trying to cough. The man looked down at his ward and said he was warning him for the last time. This was his last chance. Somu said he understood perfectly well. Saliva was flowing from his mouth, trying to get his breathing back to normal. That damn monkey had just pissed him off. He couldn't get that kid out of his head who had managed to hit him so deftly. Out of spite, next time he's sure to bury him alive. Naturally in his teeth, avenging his honor. Suddenly the fat man's cell phone rang in his pocket. Who would be calling at this hour? Who needs him? Somu picked up the phone and started talking. He swore and told the person on the other end of the line to write to him next time instead of calling him. But then something changed in his expression. It became interested. Apparently, the conversation was serious. Z had taken a cigarette in his mouth and was now playing with the lighter, but suddenly his expression changed to concerned. His eyes bulged. Somu was just out of his mind with rage and shock. He was talking in raised tones. It seemed like he had just heard something horrible. The expression on his face confirmed it. 392Z watched him with interest, eager to find out what had happened. The guy was smoking nervously. Somu was furious. He wanted to know how it happened. How did it happen? Soon a few more guys approached them. One of them replied in a trembling voice that he didn't know anything. They just found him like this. Gritting his teeth, the man cocked his head in different directions, trying to concentrate. Probably what he heard was really shocking. Soon they found themselves on the roof of the school. There lay the same corpse of their comrade, saliva flowing from his mouth. Who the hell dared to do that? And what should they do? A frightened voice asked one of the boys. The man couldn't recover from his rage. What do you mean, what do they do? We have to take him out. The guy stammered in agreement. Indeed, that was the best option. It was as if Z didn't pay any attention to any of this. He just smoked, exhaling air filled with smoke. His eyes filled with rage. In his heart, he realized who had done it after all. He remembered Junho. It was definitely him. He was somehow definitely involved in this, in the death of their comrade. But the guy had no compassion for his fallen comrade, only muttering to himself that it was just a loser. Jay to the side. The next day, the teacher was informed that he had fallen into a coma for an unknown reason. Naturally, the next day, rumors started flying around. Everyone was discussing only one thing: the death of the bully. Rumors gave birth to more and more rumors that spread like wildfire. They say it was done by a group rivaling Galva's group for power in their school. The other guys were crowded in the restroom discussing recent events. Holy shit. It turns out this freak's henchmen aren't as tough as they seem. Then this is their chance to become masters of the situation. Most of the students didn't care about this man's death, but they were only interested in the power in the school. These people were like a pack of hungry hyenas who smelled prey. None of them fed off each other's feelings. All they cared about was power at school. But unfortunately for them, the school's biggest storm always heard everything. He overheard them talking about me being outside the door, and in a second burst in, scattering the guys to the corners. The whole room was covered in blood. Now there was a guy just furious. His authority in this school was slowly beginning to fade. There was no way that anyone could be allowed to doubt his authority. Right now, he needed to prove that he was the strongest student in this school. Otherwise, he would simply be disrespected. The students began to talk over themselves. What's wrong with this man? Is he in pain? Rumors were spreading at lightning speed. The internet was already full of pictures of the murdered hooligan. Who cares? Did he get what he deserved? He was a real asshole. The main character sat in the back of the classroom, silent as always. In his heart, he knew he'd gotten what he deserved. The teacher walked into the classroom and ordered all the students to be quiet. The bell has already rung. Why aren't they in their seats yet? Don't let him make them work for them again. Sacks ran through the back rows. What a pervert. The teacher clearly didn't have any authority among them. Finally, when everyone was quiet, the teacher began to speak. Today, a new student is joining them. Please let everyone else give him a warm welcome. Okay? The students reluctantly agreed. The girl sitting in the front of the class asked, "Is this student good-looking?" The teacher looked at them with a puzzled look. His gaze slid over the girls. He began to scrutinize them. The teacher's pattern stopped at the thighs of one of the students. They don't call him a pervert for nothing after all. This teacher was not shy about peeping at female students in his spare time. The teacher coughed and invited the student to finally enter. Everyone else fell silent and began to stare at the front doors. Suddenly the door slid open and a new student walked in. What the protagonist saw took his breath away. This can't be happening. What is he doing here? Really, there was nothing to be surprised about. A guy named Gino came into the classroom and greeted everyone with 2 thumbs up. He said he liked bananas, but he didn't like it when I compared him to a monkey. Well, he was very happy to meet them. His gaze slid over the desks and he saw the main character. As soon as he noticed him, he waved his hand in a hello sign. The boy even twitched. He tried to get up from his desk, but his body felt as if it was restrained. He looked at him happily and waved his hand. Wow, he's in this class too. How's it going? No, don't let him talk to him. Everyone's looking this way. There was a whisper in the classroom, and everyone started talking to each other. Do they know each other? He won't last a month in here. Oh, looks like the pledge is totally screwed. The girls sitting in the front rows started talking to each other. One of them leaned forward and said she didn't know guys like that were her type. The girl in the front said it was awful. Why of all people does he know this loser? It looked like the protagonist now had a new friend. It couldn't be said that he was very happy about it. The boy tilted his head and began to listen to the whispers coming from everywhere. He was unpleasantly aware that he was now under such scrutiny. Gino wondered, so this guy's name is Junho, interesting. The guy scratched his cheek. A few minutes later, the bell rang, indicating that class was over. All right, that's it. The teacher ordered everyone to get ready for the next class. The students nodded their heads in agreement. Junho tried his best not to draw attention to himself, but still, it was in vain. A newcomer ran up to him and grabbed his chair. Such a thing made the protagonist very frightened. It seemed that the newcomer was a very sociable person. Smiling, he ran up to the guy and shouted that he was that beat-up kid from the back alley, right? He's glad to see him again. Why did he run away yesterday? Junho started pushing his new acquaintance away, trying to get away from him somehow. But the boy kept up. The whispers started up again. Look, it looks like they're pretty close. This guy's not gonna last much longer. The protagonist yelled for the guy not to pretend to know him. None other than Soma was walking down the school corridor. He was cursing to himself, paying no attention to any of the bystanders. Suddenly he heard the noise and chatter coming from the classroom. The boy turned a surprised look in that direction. What was going on in there? The protagonist tried his best to get rid of the annoying newcomer. He said that he was an outcast in this class. Please let him be quiet. But the newcomer didn't understand why he should ignore him. Soma stretched out in a smile. It worked out even better than he thought it would. It was the monkey that showed up in class, so he had a chance at getting even with that freak for the harm done. The protagonist tried his best not to draw unnecessary attention to himself, but all his attempts were shattered by the newcomer's intrusiveness. He repeated that he was an outcast in this class. He better not talk to him. The boy was surprised. So what? Suddenly, strange sounds came to his ear. He literally felt something, and then pushed the protagonist right to the side. Soma crept up completely unnoticed and swung his foot with all his might and kicked the newcomer right in the stomach. He flew off to the side with great speed. How did that fatso know what was going on here? Gino flew right into the port, tossing her aside. The guy was in unbearable pain, but he didn't give a hoot. It didn't seem to be the first time this had happened to him. The protagonist looked in his direction in surprise. He didn't realize what had just happened. Was this guy just trying to protect him? He felt a strange feeling inside him. Soma to class and wiggling his hips walked up to the newcomer. He said in satisfaction that he didn't think he went to the same school as that monkey. Great. Or he was having such a lousy day because of all the rumors. Gino faced and looked up at his abuser from below. The guy had met him before, so he knew what he had to do. This fatty was unbearable and pissed him off, so now he would show him how to fight. The man looked at him, fondled in his teeth, and asked what he was staring at him like that for. Did he forget his place? Gino didn't waste a second and got up from the ground, rushing straight at his assailant with great speed. He put his fists forward, ready to strike, but he was ready. He got into a fighting stance. Another fight was about to happen. A smile stretched across his face. This brat thinks he's going to let him pull this stunt one more time, ask even I don't know. The man blocked his exit with his big body. This filthy monkey is about to die. They rushed towards each other. The newcomer's movements were incredibly swift. The amble stood in front of him with his hands trying to grab him. But to the fat man's surprise, the newcomer was too fast. He quickly ducked under his arm so that the bulky man didn't even have time to realize anything. He only swung his arms and caught the air. The newcomer was already behind him and was preparing to strike. Fatso couldn't stay on his feet and almost fell to the floor. Oh shit. He missed again. The guy was already behind him, taunting him. Gino snorted and said, "That's really slow. I thought Fatty said you wouldn't let him win this time." The guy put his fist forward, ready to punch. A student ran into one of the classrooms and shouted that there was going to be a fight in the next classroom. Everyone else jumped out of their seats and ran right over there. "There's a freshman. Hurry up. The protagonist stood among a crowd of rushing students from neighboring classes and watched then commas as a fight would take place before his eyes. There was a whisper among the students. Everyone was discussing how fast the freshman was. He dodged in an instant, and the fatty didn't even have time to grab him. Who was he anyway? Soma gritted his teeth and looked at his rival M. He couldn't bear it again. This time he would definitely show this monkey his place. Swinging his huge sledgehammer, he prepared to strike. The newcomer surprisingly easily dodged. He seemed to not even notice this blow. Gino was dodging so easily that Fatty didn't even have time to react. He just couldn't catch the kid. What was his speed? The crowd continued to whisper. Laughter was heard somewhere. Somu just can't do anything. And the rookie didn't get hit once, huh? Looks like that fatty lost. Soma roared like a wounded bear, anger flaring up inside him, some petty newcomer who had just come to his school daring to bully him like that. He was going to wipe him out. Swinging his huge fist again, he tried to aim at the guy, but the guy was too fast. His movements just couldn't be seen. The boy looked away, and his eyes suddenly lit up with a yellow light. He could literally see all of his opponent's blows ahead of him, so much so that he couldn't even touch him. Gino dodged with ease. He hopped like a bird. His movements were light and smooth. He seemed to be a lifelong martial artist. Once again, the newcomer dodged a heavy blow and swung a swift, powerful kick at the fat man right in the jaws. There was a crunch, and the man fell to the floor. From the surprise, he lost his balance and was about to fall. The man spat a heavy spit, and several teeth seemed to fly out of his mouth. His legs gradually began to shake, and soon he slumped to the ground. That was the end of his credibility. Soma continued to taunt him. He had already kneeled in front of them twice, noticed? The man yelled for the guy to finally shut up. He was just furious, more from the fact that he couldn't just hit Po this guy. Rising from the ground, he shouted that he would wipe the smirk off that monkey's face. He was just lucky, wasn't he? He didn't even feel anything. The man tried to get up, but the sudden movement made his head spin. It felt like he had just been hit on the head with a hammer. Was something wrong? Did one blow make him dizzy? The fat man couldn't stay on his feet and fell back to the ground. There was even more whispering around them. It was the first time in their lives they had ever seen the big man unsteady on his feet. He gritted his teeth in rage. Now he was ready to tear the little man to pieces. The man's body felt numb. He didn't know what was happening to him. Had he lost all his strength in one blow? Gino turned around and looked at him with a cheerful look. He replied with a simple smack on the jaw. He ain't gonna get up. Just let the man give up, that's all. But the fat man was not going to give up. His honor was affected now. He was needed in this revenge. He tried to get up. Sweat poured from him. He tried. But he could not get to his feet. A distinct and loud laughter was now heard among the students. That fatty is too slow, the kid was right. And he was the one they were afraid of. It was hard to believe. He's just a useless fatty. Being an errand boy suits him. He can't do anything on his own. The fat man was lying on the floor trying to get up, but he couldn't. He looked like a pig floundering in a puddle. Looks like the rumors are true. They've been fooled all along. Somu clenched his teeth and fought back a fit of anger. He didn't realize what was happening to him. Had he just been put down with one punch? He had been practicing martial arts his whole life. After all, getting up so everyone else would shut up. Don't they have the strength to say it to my face? The man yelled that if anyone had a beef with him, let them come out and fight him face to face. The students fell silent. No one wanted to fight this health. Everyone realized he could take anyone down with one punch. Soma screamed again. He swung his huge fist and lunged at the newcomer with a scream. He screamed that he would take him with him to the other world. Rookie just looked at him with a surprised look. He had heard his experience, but he already realized that this health was not going to hold up. He already had you weak and had lost coordination. The kid easily dodged the punch and ducked under his arm. Now it's his turn to hit. Smiling, he asked, "Now has he had his turn?" Because now it was his turn. The guy was fast, so fast that his movements were barely noticeable. At this point, Fatty realized he couldn't dodge. He couldn't stop because he was too heavy, and he swung too hard to stop now. Gino swung his leg and prepared to punch the fat man right in the jaw. Soma was still flying forward, unable to stay on his feet. A few seconds later, the sole of the newcomer's sneaker came close to the fat man's jaw. He couldn't believe that such a lowlife would get him. Until this moment, he had been firmly convinced of his strength and invincibility, turning around 180 degrees the newcomer, and for all his strength, kicked the fat man right in the jaw. There was a ringing sound of impact. That's the kind of force that made the fat man's eyes go black. There was a crunch. His jaw seemed to be broken and blood flew from his mouth mixed with broken teeth. His eyes rolled back, his consciousness seeming to have finally left his head. Soma fell sideways and with a loud thud, fell straight to the floor. The guy was similarly unconscious. The blow was incredibly strong. Not everyone could withstand it. Holy shit. The students were simply shocked. The crowd cheered. It was the first time they had ever seen that this big guy could be defeated at all. That was awesome. The crowd erupted in cheers. He beat the big guy. He really did it. The newcomer stood in the middle of the raging crowd and looked at them with a surprised look. He sincerely didn't understand why everyone was so happy. At this time, the main character was looking at the newcomer with incomprehension, but at the same time with admiration. He just couldn't believe it. This guy was no bigger than himself, so how could he do it? He took that big guy down so easily without even blinking an eye. He only needed a few punches. Soma was lying on the floor, not moving. It looked like the guy was unconscious. No wonder he must have had a concussion after that blow. Suddenly, the rookie called out to him. Smiling, the boy said that size didn't mean anything anymore. He put his 2 fists forward and once again stood in a fighting stance. The one who is stronger is the winner. That's the main rule. The sound of heavy blows like someone hitting an anvil with a hammer echoed through the school. The students looked at each other fearfully, not sure what was going on. 2 guys dressed in black suits looked forward in surprise and fear. One of them got a chill down his spine. Somu stood and pounded his fists into the wall with all his might. Damn it, curse, damnation, how dare he? Noticing the 2 guys, he turned to them and shouted, "What are they looking at? Get the hell out of here." The boy couldn't believe his own powerlessness. What a shame it was. Now he would never be able to wash away the shame of it in his life. The boy leaned against the wall, staring dumbfoundedly downward. What the hell was that all about? Why is this guy's speed so high? That's right, it's that loser, Juno. Nothing would have happened if it weren't for that freak. The guy stared into the wall with an angry look. Anyway, he won't let it go. The man must take revenge on him. His eyes became bloodshot and a burning desire for revenge appeared in his soul. The 2 boys stood behind him and looked at each other fearfully. Suddenly, Fatty laughed a mad laugh. He turned to them and looked at the 2 guys with a crazy look. Laughing, he said that he was going to have an awesome time. They could go with him too. He turned to one of the guys and said he thought he said Junho went to art class in the evenings. Didn't he? Well, yes he did, so what? The main character was about to go home, when suddenly he was called out by that new guy. The guy turned to him and asked why he was following him. Gino puts his hands behind his head and walks towards him in a loping gait. But it's because he's the only one the new guy knows. Junho shouted that he'd told him it was a bad idea to be friends with him. The newcomer wondered if he was going to go on about being an outcast and other nonsense. The protagonist looked fearfully at the newcomer and didn't know how to get away from him. It's true. Let this guy just get off his back. The boy continued to speak in a trembling voice. Wasn't it enough what happened today? The new kid had to fight that fatty because of him. The arm in his shirt lifted up and the very same tattoo came into view. Gino stared there in surprise. It was as if he saw something familiar. He opened his eyes wide and looked closer. He grabbed the protagonist's arm and pulled him to him to get a better look at the tattoo. The boy took a closer look. The tattoo had gotten much larger and was already consuming most of the protagonist's arm. It was very familiar to him, and the tattoo didn't mean anything good. Junho wrenched his hand out of the newcomer's grasp and looked at him fearfully. He had to get rid of him as soon as possible, or there would be trouble. He looked fearfully straight at the annoying newcomer. What was he supposed to do? What does this type want with him? Why is it so hard to leave him alone? Gino hesitated and began to speak. The guy clenched his hands into a fist. It was obvious that it was difficult for him to find the words. He immediately turned around and ran in the opposite direction. The boy shouted after him to wait. He just needed to ask him something. The kid wondered it seemed like this strange guy was the same as Shi-yun. Or was he imagining it? There were more questions than answers. The action moved to the art academy, where the main character went in the evenings for extra classes. At the desks sat a lot of students who were enthusiastic about drawing. Everywhere there was animation. It was everywhere heard voices. The classroom was full of drawing supplies. with students bent over their drawings engrossed in the paintbrush department. The protagonist stared at his easel, unable to concentrate. He tried to draw something, but alas, nothing came to mind. He sat in front of the blank canvas, unable to concentrate. He couldn't get the incident that had happened at school today out of his head. Inside him was fear, and the realization that Fatty wouldn't just let it go. The teacher, a man of medium height with glasses and a small mustache under his nose, watched the whole class with an attentive gaze. The man noticed that the protagonist was sitting down and still couldn't start drawing. He noticed that the boy turned around and looked at him with a frightened look. Not a few seconds later, the man was already near the boy, sitting and looking at the canvas. He asked the protagonist if something was wrong. The boy perked up and replied that everything was fine. But there was clearly a lie in his voice. The man said that he could lie to him all he wanted, but his drawings told a different story. The man fixed his large glasses and came close to the boy. He literally felt the pressure physically. The man continued, "The protagonist knows he can trust him. He's all ears." The boy didn't want to talk about it, but he had to, because the annoying man wouldn't let up. Anyway, he told every last detail. So it turns out the boy met the devil and made a contract with him. And now, he's taking revenge on those who abused him. Something like that. The teacher folded his arms across his chest and looked at the boy intently. He lowered his gaze and realized that everything he was saying was nonsense. The man's reaction was predictable. He pretended to cry, "Oh my God, I think this guy is overreacting." He even started hallucinating. The protagonist screamed that it was serious. That's why he didn't want to tell him. The boy rolled up the sleeves of his shirt and said that if the teacher didn't believe him, let's say, "Look at this." The teacher looked at his hand in surprise, but didn't seem to see anything there. The boy shouted that it was the mark that gave him power. The man looked at his hand in surprise and said there was nothing there. The guy pointed to his empty hand in surprise. He faltered, "There's nothing there." Perhaps the others couldn't see her, but then how could G know? The teacher made a fist on his cheek and stared at the boy more closely. Okay. Hallucinations aside. When he was in school, he was bullied too, and it was unbearable. Sounds like the teacher's getting a little preachy. And when he felt he couldn't take it anymore, he began to have thoughts in the spirit of, why him? Why is this happening only to him? The protagonist looked towards the teacher with an understanding look. He understood him like no one else. It was exactly his story. The teacher paused dramatically and turned to the protagonist. The boy asked in a trembling voice, "And then what did he do?" The man hesitated and put his finger forward and lifted his head up. It was obvious that he was not very happy to remember the past events. A sad smile appeared on his face. After a little thought, the man replied that he had simply forgiven them. It took him a long time to accept it, though. He said it as calmly as if it were a matter of course. A man approached the boy and put his hand on his shoulder. The boy looked at him with a surprised look, but didn't say anything. The man asked him what place he was talking about. Let the boy think about it carefully. His words sounded very warm, even a little fatherly. He had the same friendly smile on his face. He lowered his head and didn't know what to say. He had a strange feeling in his soul. On the one hand, he wanted to take revenge on his abusers. But on the other hand, he realized that the master was right about something. Anyway, the teacher said that the boy's drawings were getting better and better every day. Soon he would even surpass his teacher. The man laughed. The boy was embarrassed and said that the teacher was embarrassing him. The lesson was over, the boy took the tube and, throwing it on his shoulder, walked quickly out of the classroom. He had to go home, too much to do today. He couldn't get the teacher's words out of his head. Forgive them. What was that? He still couldn't fully comprehend it. The boy walked home with mixed feelings. Could he really be wrong about the place? At that moment, an opinion settled in his heart. An opinion. Maybe he's wrong. The boy walked around the generators, which were making a nasty humming noise. There stood some strange man dressed in a service uniform. The boy walked past him as if not paying any attention to him. Suddenly he sensed with his sixth sense that the man was beginning to slowly stalk him. The boy's footsteps echoed in the emptiness of the room. With each passing second, it seemed more and more to him that this man was just stalking him. It was strange. His imagination. The boy tried his best to calm himself down. To get away from this man, he quickened his step. The guy was looping back and forth, but the man was not a step behind him. The boy was already on the main street and he was heading towards his home. But the man still kept up with him. and the pursuit began to seem strange to him. The guy was already really scared. It was already quite late, and this man kept following him. Who was he anyway? Why was this man following him? The man didn't lag behind him a step. For a second, the boy stopped and took a breath. He gathered his thoughts and wondered what he should do next. He had to get away from this man as soon as possible, but he didn't get acquainted with him, so he started to run. But he didn't get acquainted with him, so he started running. The boy was running as fast as he could, and he turned the corner to get away. The man was about to catch up with him and reached out to grab the kid's backpack, but he was much faster, and the man caught only air. The protagonist ran from all his feet, his breath hitched, his heart pounding in his chest. Him, why always him? Why him? The boy finally stopped and slumped down, breathing heavily. He seemed to have managed to get away from the strange stranger after all. He stood in the middle of the empty street, which looked rather eerie at night. The man kept chasing the boy. He ran after him, not lagging a step behind. Their loud footsteps echoed in the silence of the night street. After running a few more meters, the man also stopped and started breathing heavily. Looking around, the man looked into that corridor the boy had run. He hadn't lost sight of him and quietly began to approach forward. Junho stood around the corner, breathing heavily. He'd managed to get away, and at least he'd stopped for a moment to catch his breath. His heart was pounding like crazy, and his mind was full of thoughts. Was it this man, too? The boy leaned against the corner, but on the other side, the very stranger was already waiting for him. Suddenly, the man grabbed the guy by the neck and held a rag with an incomprehensible liquid to his face. The guy didn't have time to say anything. He just groaned. With all his might, the poor man tried to break free and jerked his legs in different directions. But the man's grip was very strong. He could not break free, no matter how hard he tried. The napkin was soaked in some strange liquid. As soon as the boy breathed it in a few times, his eyes began to blur. His consciousness clouded. I think it was chloroform. A few seconds later, the guy's exhausted and unconscious body was dragged to some rod where there were no people, and only one dim flashlight was burning. The first thing he heard was a painfully familiar voice. Someone had woken him up. Time to get up. Somebody's laughing out loud. That asshole thinks he's home in bed. Someone laughed out loud again. The boy woke up in a place completely unfamiliar to him. He felt that his hands and feet were tied, and someone was holding the rope tightly. A familiar figure was sitting in front of him. Somu glanced at him with a predatory gaze, smirking evilly. Something was taking him a long time to sleep. Finally, he woke up. The boy lifted his frightened gaze and looked forward. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was the same fat man standing in front of him. Somu was looking at him, and he was holding a tube of drawing materials. He waved it in the air and asked the protagonist if it was his. As soon as the boy saw this, he cried out in fear, but immediately someone stabbed him in the back. The same man who was chasing him held him tightly bound. He leaned the boy to the ground and ordered him to be silent. Somu laughed. Judging by the kid's reaction, there's something fucking important here. The man laughed. He was very happy that he was able to find the little freak after all. He opened the tube and threw parts of it back. Uncovering the drawing, he looked at it in amazement. This kid is really drawing. Who is that chick? His mother? The main character looked up from below with a frightened look. No one really cares. Now he's going to fix something. The man laughed. The protagonist shouted at him not to touch him. There was anger in his voice, which Fatty immediately heard. He looked at poor boy with an angry look. What did that freak just say? Did he dare to tell him what to do? He ordered his M to teach this little brat a good manner. The protagonist was already being approached by several people who were crunching their knuckles. One of them had a bat. The guy spat in his hand and prepared for a beating. The poor boy didn't even have time to do anything when a huge metal bat came down on his face. There was a crunch, and the boy started spitting blood mixed with knocked-out teeth. The others were laughing. They were enjoying it immensely. They punched him in the face, more spread out over the protagonist's body like a river. They kicked him several times on his legs. There was a crunch. I think they broke his leg. The guy screamed in pain, but they immediately gagged him. One of the boys tightened the rope on his arms, and they began to beat him with sticks and feet. They tore the clothes, the vest cracked and immediately tore as if it were made of paper. The boy sat there exhaustedly, unable to do anything but endure. Now his clothes were completely torn. He was sitting on his knees, whimpering softly. Blood was coming out of his mouth, but he couldn't even wipe it away because his hands were tied. Out of helplessness, he began to cry. Through his tears, he began to beg his tormentor to stop. The guys were looking down at him, and in their eyes you could clearly see the incredible disgust. The main character kept crying. He begged them to give him the painting back. He was so sorry it was all his fault. Please just let them return his painting. Somu looked at him with a malevolent look. A look that resembled a beastly look. Basically like any of the bullies in this school. Okay, he'll do as the kid asks. He took the canvas in his hands and began to tear it centimeter by centimeter. There was a crunching sound as the paper tore. The protagonist could do nothing but watch in horror as all the fruits of his endeavors were about to be destroyed. His eyes filled with blood and horror. After a few seconds, Fatty quickly tore his picture to shreds. Pieces of paper flew in different directions, and the guy sat there, unable to say anything from the incredible offense. There, now the boy could take them. The fat man looked down at him and tossed the scraps of paper right in front of him. Soma smiled. He looked down at his victim and continued to sprinkle scraps of paper right on his face. The boy couldn't take it anymore, and threw himself right at his tormentor, screaming. His hands were tied, but he hoped to get at least some way to the bastard. But it wasn't to be. A powerful blow landed in his side. The boy bent in half and his bones cracked again. There didn't seem to be a single bone left in his body after all this time. Oh, the devil, that freak scared him. Soma said he'll have to be taught a lesson now. He hasn't learned his lesson enough. Jesus, let him relax. It's just a fucking piece of paper. What's it worth? Junho lay on the hard and wet ground with his teeth clenched. He listened to all the insults. The fat man didn't stop. He said that the main character's mom was a worthless bitch. And then he laughed. At this moment, something broke inside the guy. He remembered the teacher's words and tried his best not to forget them. But it was very difficult. He saw all those faces that looked at him and laughed. You dig your fingers in. They were always mocking him. Mentally, the protagonist asked his teacher for forgiveness. He won't be able to keep his promise. It's like something woke up inside him. Something very scary. Something that had been slumbering in him all these years, but now it had broken free. Somu turned the other way and lit a cigarette. He enjoyed the sound of the blows. It was the best music for him. Suddenly there was an incomprehensible splash from behind as if something had exploded. The guy continued to smoke his cigarette and ignore what was happening, while in the back the others recoiled to the side. But soon, an incomprehensible sound came to his consciousness. The boy opened his eyes and started to listen with surprise. There was some strange shit going on behind him. A huge red sphere formed literally out of nowhere. The ropes on the main character's arms broke by themselves. He was now free, but something was definitely wrong. Now the boy stood firmly on his feet. Something had changed in him. He felt an incredible surge of strength throughout his body. His clothes were torn and he was staring at the white, swollen eyes in front of him. Soma scared looked over there. Yeah, what the hell is going on? What's wrong with that little bastard? The man felt fear for his life for the first time in his life. The protagonist put his hand forward, and literally out of nowhere there began to appear some strange sphere of red color. After a second, a red dagger appeared in his hands. It was similar to the ritual knives of ancient peoples. Such knives were usually used to make sacrifices. But now this small dagger was glowing with a red light. Soma startled but didn't show it. He shouted. Did he think he could scare him with that knife? So what would he do? Stab him? The protagonist slowly approached his assailant, slowly picking up speed. Something unforeseen happened. The guy swung the knife sharply, the red blade glinting in space. As expected, the guy ran the knife down his body, obliquely along his entire chest. He didn't feel any more. As expected. Blood splattered in all directions. Suddenly, Fatty felt a sharp surge of pain that spread through his body like lightning. The man screamed, grabbing his chest. The pain was infernal, as if hundreds of blades were piercing his body at the same time. Soma bent in half. He was squirming from the unbearable pain, and the protagonist was standing a few meters away from him. The wound on his body had almost healed. He just watched the freak squirm. At this time, Fatty didn't understand anything. He just watched the world bulging with fear with his eyes in front of him. What was even going on? It hurts like hell. Why does he feel pain after he stabbed himself? Soma lifted his frightened gaze and began to look the protagonist straight in the eye. He begged the man not to come any closer. His voice trembled with fear. The boy apologized to his teacher again. He was very uncomfortable admitting that he would have to do such a terrible thing. Again, At that time, the teacher was sitting in his office, drinking a mug of hot tea. He was looking out of the window and did not suspect anything. In his hands, he held a cup with the cheerful inscription, "Freedom." A dagger glinted in the boy's hand. This is impossible. He would never be able to forgive those freaks. He pointed the blade straight at his main offender. There was madness in his eyes. His entire face was scarred, and he had a huge cut across his chest. But the boy felt no pain. Now he felt only a burning, uncontrollable desire for revenge. The computer club was full of people, each of them sitting in a small room behind a monitor, staring passionately at the screen. Some were playing games. Some were just surfing social media. There were shouts of delight everywhere, and the game was going on. Lee Jae-yun took a picture of himself and signed the picture with the words that he was very bored today. What should he do? He immediately posted the picture on Facebook. In a few seconds, there were already several hundred likes. A lot of comments from girls who begged him to go for a walk with her gathered under the photo. The kid didn't seem to be paying any attention. He had his feet up on the table and was serenely smoking a cigarette. His latest photo had gotten good feedback. Suddenly, he got a picture of someone in his private messages. It was a girl. One of his classmates, I think. She wrote that she was going out with her girlfriends again. Would the guy like to join them tonight? She sent a picture from a nightclub and asked if he liked what he saw. The guy was incredibly interested, and he stared at the screen more closely. She was incredibly beautiful. Nice. That's enough for today. Lee Jae-yun was a real Facebook celebrity in his 20s. Suddenly, the acrid smell of smoke reached him. Someone was definitely smoking near him. The boy looked away with a surprised look. Who would have thought it was Galva himself? He was sprawled out nearby and smoking a cigarette right in the room. Lee shouted that you can't smoke in here. His boss would kill him if he found out. The man replied that he didn't care and continued smoking his cigarette. Lee sighed heavily and told her to forget it. He was just an asshole. He didn't like the fact that the bully was hanging around his office and smoking here. Still, there was nothing he could do about it. At the very least, the man would just kill him. Galwa Taiko said that he had encountered Lee Xinghong a few days ago. As soon as the guy heard this, his eyes rounded with surprise. The guy came closer to him and asked him if he was sure. Was this the same freak who disappeared after he fucked them over? The man was just furious. Did he finally show up? Z raised his head and looked at him with a look like he wanted to smear him on the wall right now. Snippets of the not-so-distant past came to mind. He was lying on the ground, the rain pouring down all over his body, feeling as if he had been run over by a car. The guy couldn't get up because of the unbearable pain. Jay was lying on the asphalt in a puddle of water. His mouth was slightly open, breathing heavily, and it was obvious that there had been some kind of serious fight as he lay so helpless. Suddenly, someone approached him. He heard someone's caustic laugh. The voice was very familiar, and the boy looked up to see who it was. Surprisingly, it was the same Lee Xinghong, but this time he didn't look so kindly. His skin was as pale as a dead man's, and instead of eyes, there were 2 black holes with 2 red dots glowing in them. This guy looked more like a reanimated dead person than a normal person. His entire shirt was stained with blood. Z squeezed his eyes shut, trying to figure out what had just happened to him. A stifled groan escaped his mouth, but no one seemed to hear it. His eyes closed, plunging him into darkness. Now he sat smoking and reflecting on the past, but that's what made them what they are today. Lee laughed, but he ordered him to shut up. It wasn't the fondest of memories, but he had to go back to it. After all these years, the boy still didn't understand what he had done then. And what had he seen that night? It definitely wasn't a person. He took a drag and once again exhaled the thick, acrid smoke from the cigarette. Like it wasn't a person at all. The guy was thinking about the past. He held the smoldering cigarette with 2 fingers, and I tried to figure out who or what he had seen then. He was snapped out of his musings by someone's shout. Come on, is he stupid? What kind of a lame move is that, huh? Seems like someone was playing some very interesting game there. The shouts of the players came to his ears. Very good. Somebody couldn't calm himself down because he was very enthusiastic about the game. The boy was screaming. Did he have a broken finger? And he calls himself a man? God, let him just cut off his dick. Lee sighed heavily. There was that asshole again, always coming to them and ruining their good mood. Galwa walked closer to him and looked forward with interest. "Who is this guy?" he asked. The boy scratched the back of his head and said that he comes here every day and yells at the other players like a little underdeveloped kid. Isn't that the uniform of his school? Let the kid look at this loser. He even brings a mouse pad with him. A small, fat hand was holding a computer mouse and was frantically typing it from side to side. The table was a big mess. There was a large bowl of noodles and a few drinks. There was also an old phone lying there, under her arm on someone's ass. The boy kept shouting in his enthusiasm for the game. He was swearing and pointing out to the other players how badly they were playing. He had a chubby face and big, thick lenses in his glasses. The guy kept yelling and throwing mud at all the other players. As soon as he heard there was a girl in the voice chat, he first apologized, but then yelled at her. Why doesn't she go home and make a meal? He's willing to bet she's ugly. He knows that for a fact. She should be ashamed of herself. She hasn't killed anyone yet. Just let her jump off a bridge. Does she want to meet? Z approached him from the back and began to watch him play. It was as if the fat man didn't notice anyone, but kept shouting curses into his earpiece. Stupid idiots. The guy was pressing the mouse button very fast. The game was really intense. Suddenly he felt someone's weighty hand on his head. The boy had no time to finish one of his sentences, but suddenly he felt a squeeze on his head. Before he could say anything else or react, Z swung his head around and slammed it into the keyboard with all his might. There was a crunching sound, and the keys flew in different directions. Everything on the table was scattered in different directions, making it even more of a mess. Li Shur saw it and shouted that it was a very expensive keyboard. Z recognized the fat man. It was the same frog from school. He shrieked in delight. Wow! I didn't know their little frog had such a disgusting dislike. Well, now they'll listen to what he has to say. The fat man raised his eyes and looked forward in horror. He recognized that voice. Now he was dead. He will never get out of here. Galwa picked him up by the scruff of his neck. The guy was already covered in food and blood. The bully screamed, "Want to play with him here? He'll love it." The boy stammered and asked, "Play with what?" A grin appeared on the bully's face. He was definitely up to something. Now poor Fatty would have to endure his bullying again, and now no one would help him. This was not a school, but a computer club. The protagonist approached his abuser. The man crawled away as hard as he could and shouted to stay away from him. His body was in fear. His legs were trembling, and his voice was shouting. Why does his chest hurt? The man groped himself once more. Was it really that brat? Where the hell did he get that knife plant sign? His voice continued to shake, and the man begged him to stop. The main character didn't even seem to be listening to him. He held the burning knife in his hands and said in a quiet, calm voice that these guys never stopped hurting him. No matter how many times, he begged them to stop. The boy approached slowly, as if stretching out the pleasure. Somu, all trembling with fear, he bulged his eyes and didn't know what to say. Why does he keep bullying the protagonist? Is he silent? Just let him answer. But the fat man was silent. He didn't know what to say, and the boy came closer and closer to him with slow but steady steps. The gravel crunched under his sneakers, and the sound echoed in the fat man's head like thunder. Junho came closer and closer, setting the knife aside. He would make him feel all his pain, all the pain he had caused him. Now the little boy who had been small and shy until now had turned into a real maniac. Soma continued to repeat only one phrase while stammering. Stay back. Make that guy shut up. There was genuine fear in his eyes that he might be saying goodbye to his life right now. He crawled backwards in slow steps. The guy kept coming closer and closer. Fuck it. It's not their fault he was bullied. The man tried his best to justify himself. The main character was bullied because he's an idiot. Don't let him blame others for his problems. As soon as the boy heard those words, his face changed. His eyes became even crazier. At this moment, Fatty had made a huge mistake now. He would definitely say goodbye to his life. The boy swung the knife and it burst into a bright red flame. The boy smiled and said that if he did, it wasn't his fault for making him a moron. The boy swung and plunged his knife into his thigh again. Soma grabbed his leg and screamed in pain. His leg was pierced with such an incredible pain, as if a red-hot blade had been stabbed into it. The guy didn't know where to put himself from the pain. He screamed, and it seemed he was going to pass out. What the fuck? It felt like he'd stabbed his muscles and bones. The man was breathing hard and trying to regain consciousness, but the pain was hellish. It was just crazy. The man realized that something was definitely wrong here and he had to get out of here. He staggered to his feet and tried to get away. He couldn't believe he was running away from this brat. The protagonist stood still and made no attempt to act. He just watched as the man sluggishly ran away from him, dragging his wounded leg. But no, the boy wasn't going to let go. The protagonist looked at him with crazy eyes, and immediately another plan was born in his head. He pulled the knife out of his wound from which no blood was coming out. The knife glistened red, though there were no rays of sunshine around. Soma, continuing to squirm in pain. With slow steps, he ran off in the opposite direction and continued dragging his injured leg. Painful moans came from him, the man breathing heavily. The protagonist crouched down on his knees and, twirling the knife in his hand, began to bring it to his leg again. He has something terrible in mind. The boy wants to cut the tendon that connects the foot to the rest of the leg. If he does, Fatty will not be able to walk for at least a month, and if he does not see a doctor, he will not be able to walk for the rest of his life. The man seemed oblivious to this, breathing heavily as he ran onward and upward. All he wanted to do was keep his life because he didn't know what he'd just run into. It wasn't the brat he'd been beating up all this time, but he could not escape. The man stumbled and screamed in pain. The boy still cut his tendon. The man fell to the ground. A hellish pain ran down his leg. It spread through his body like an electric shock. The guy just stood there and watched as his tormentor fell to the ground and continued to moan helplessly. Soma held onto his leg and screamed in pain. He couldn't do anything. His leg barely moved, and all he could do was put pressure on the wound so he wouldn't bleed out. The protagonist walked closer to him. There was a wound on his leg, too, but it was burning with a red firelight, and the boy naturally felt no pain. The fat man was swearing. The boy. What does he think will be all right after what he did? The guy walked past him and turned around and said he didn't know anything. But right now, the fat man should be worrying about himself, not him. And it looks like he's still got the strength to talk, even though he cut his thigh and Achilles tendon. Soma stared at him with a look of fear in his eyes. So where would he stab this fat man to finish him off with a single blow? The man shook his body when he heard those words. Soma yelled for the boy to stop. Stop it now. He was just kidding. He just wanted to mess up his drawing a little. It was a joke. Just a joke. The man screamed as hard as he could and tried to justify himself. The protagonist looked at him and asked, "Didn't he say? Why does he have to stop?" The fat man looked at him with incomprehensible eyes, while the protagonist continued to talk. These guys never stopped. So it looks like he's not going to stop either. The wound on his leg had practically healed. The guy who gave him these abilities said that his abilities keep evolving, so he can't leave scars on his enemies' bodies. He can only make them feel pain when he cuts himself, or inflicts pain on himself. But I wonder what will happen. If he stabs his own heart? The guy looked at his victim with bloodshot eyes. He held his knife very tightly in his hands and was already aiming for the stab. Soma finally realized the danger he was in. He began to beg for mercy and beg for forgiveness. He would never hurt him again. Never. May just please don't kill him. At that moment, Fatty realized how much he wanted to live. The boy stopped and looked at the fat man crawling on the floor. Soma said he wouldn't even tell Galva Woe all this. The man looked at him like he was ready to do anything right now. In fact, he was. The protagonist hesitated a bit. He held the knife, but in front of his eyes were the silhouettes of the people he had killed, and at the same time the very teacher who had told him about his problems today. The boy did not know what to do. Suddenly, doubt again settled in his breast, but he immediately drove it away, and naturally in his teeth continued what he had begun. No, that fat freak must die. The boy swung around, about to stab his heart with that flaming sword in a few seconds. Soma stretched out his hand, already resigned to the fact that he was about to die. The man's eyes reflected genuine horror, but the protagonist didn't think of stopping. He clutched the dagger tightly in his hands and drove it straight into his heart. The blade burned with a kind of fire, the kind of fire that was in hell. Suddenly everything stopped. Something hit the boy's hands, something very strong that managed to knock the dagger out of his hands. The boy didn't understand. What the hell was that? Who dared to interrupt him? His eyes widened in surprise. He certainly hadn't expected someone to be watching them right now. The kid tried to break free, but someone's nimble hands quickly pounced on him. and a bag over his head indeed. A cutoff was heard. The last thing the kid said was a question. Do they want to die too? It was one of Soma's henchmen. He put a sack over the protagonist's head and started pulling on him. The boy started wiggling his arms to get away, but the grip was very strong. They both flopped down on the floor and began to sway there like two beasts fighting over prey. Soma covered his face with his hands, already visualizing the way he was dying, but suddenly nothing happened. His life was saved. The man still couldn't believe it. The guys started kicking the protagonist asshole. How can he do that to them? They kicked him as hard as they could and seemed ready to kill him on the spot. The fat man couldn't believe his eyes. He was alive, but what was it? There was still terror in his eyes, and drops of cold sweat trickled down his face. What the hell just happened? Does he have powers? If what that kid said was true, they need to take good care of him. Otherwise, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. He thought he should tell his main man first. No. He must take care of this himself. The man made a final decision. He would not complain and run errands as usual. Besides, Galwa would kill him himself after he found out what that brat had done to him. Suddenly, a painfully familiar voice came from outside. Another male silhouette was approaching them. Xinyan walked closer to them, his face still serene and calm and a slight smile on his lips. The guy looked at them with interest. Soma shouted in surprise. It was that monkey's friend. Thank God it wasn't Galwa, or he'd be dead for sure. Who knows, it might be for the worst, but how did he know they were here? The fat man shouted at him. The boy was coming closer and closer. He only had a few meters to go. Soma shouted at him. He shouted he was talking to him. How did he know they'd be here? Fucking bastard. His friends came up to him and in frightened voices asked him what should they do. Should they take care of him? Their leader didn't answer anything, but only clenched his teeth harder. I see. So he will continue to ignore him, huh? He and their monkey annoyed him, but today he would tear them to pieces. Somu gave the order. He ordered his henchmen to go and deal with this asshole. Two guys, one of whom was holding the same iron bat, ran straight ahead towards the stranger. Xinghong put his hand forward. The guy was as calm and poised as ever. He just looked at the two guys running straight at him. The boy's hand lit up and his lips whispered an incantation. Izadzir, shield of the god. A second later, strange divine arms began to form around the boy, wrapping around him like some sort of shield. The guys stopped and watched in horror. What the hell is this? They turned on their leader. Adolstiak just lay there, unable to get up, and shouted for those don't dare back down and give him heat. One of the guys swung around and with all his might hit his bat right on those incomprehensible hands, but it immediately bent like it was some kind of stick. Xinhyun put out his hand and began to cast a new spell. The cross on his wrist glowed yellow and a pleasant warmth spread across my arm. A second later, the arms disappeared and two wings formed behind the back about the boy. That was a big storm. Now these freaks were definitely finished. They were thrown in different directions with incredible force. It was as if they were standing a few meters away from the epicenter of the explosion. Somu watched in horror as the bodies of his minions flew near him, and with incredible speed out of the rumble crashing into the wall. The man turned to them and shouted that they were just useless freaks. What the hell just happened? He turned around on them and breathing heavily looked at them with a crazed look. He still had fear in his heart. Xinghong approached the fat man, who trembled fearfully and began to crawl backwards. Behind him was another of his henchmen who seemed to be unconscious. Somu tried to be formidable, but his voice shook. He could barely stand on his feet. The tendon he'd cut was making itself known. The boy came even closer to him and looked at him with an attentive gaze. The fat man shouted that this would not frighten him, but still you could hear the trembling and fear in his voice. Xinghong looked at him completely calmly. The guy didn't express exactly no emotion. It was as if he was waiting for something. Somu grinned again and looked at the boy with his predatory gaze. Anger was boiling up inside him. Some pesky moth was bothering him again. Still, the man couldn't stand it any longer and swung his huge fist at the boy's forehead. But then something strange happened. His fist stopped before it reached the target. Fatty stared in surprise in front of him. He didn't expect that he couldn't even hit this brat. The man felt his hand being grasped with great force. The fist stopped a few centimeters from the boy's face. What just happened? How did you do that? Is this guy really that fast? Xinyu continued to look at him with his good-natured gaze, squinting slightly into his eyes. The fatty shouted for him to let go of him immediately. The boy started to squeeze his hand harder and harder. In an instant, he squeezed his hand so hard that he heard his bones crunch. His fingers dug into the skin and his arm bent backward. Somu screamed in pain. He crouched down on his knees and looked up. Pain shot through his entire body. He began to frantically apologize and say it was his fault. Just let him please let go. Shin-hyun let go of him after all, and the fatty fell to the floor holding onto his nearly broken arm with a loud sound. The boy looked down at him as if a huge pile of shit was lying in front of him. Somu stared at the ground with a frightened look. What the hell? What the hell is going on here? Why are they so strong? Finally, the boy began to speak. He said he'd give them just one piece of advice. Let them leave this guy alone if they value their lives. Somu looked at him with an uncomprehending look. Who was this guy he was talking about now? Fatty looked down at him and asked why he was defending this weakling. It's just trash. He just couldn't believe it. This guy's so strong, yet somehow he fit in for this lowlife. Shinhong looked at him in disgust but didn't say a word. Somu continued to hum something under his breath. His voice trembled. He turned to the kid. They were the ones who started it. The monkey pissed him off. That's it, all right? If it wasn't for them, he wouldn't have done it. So tell the kid to stop preaching. The big man rose to his feet, holding on to his wounded leg. He asked the boy, barely on his feet, if he knew where Gulva was from. Suddenly he thought his boss was not the kind of person who makes friends just for fun. The fat man laughed. He seemed to understand everything. A crazy smile appeared on his face. He finally realized this guy was just his little bitch. Even though he was in obvious danger, the fat man wouldn't stop bullying. No wonder this guy is protecting Junho. Shin-hyun looked at him still with the same calm gaze and quickly asked, "Is he done?" At the end, he called him a fatty. The man frowned, his face contorted in a grimace of anger. He hated it when someone called him that. Now he was going to teach this guy a lesson. Soma jumped up and swung his huge fist, let him go to hell. He told him not to call him a fatty, or else he'd kiss his life goodbye. Shinhong put his hand forward, and it immediately glowed with a bright yellow light. The cross drawn on his palm began to glow, and a circle with incomprehensible symbols appeared on top. The boy quickly moved his lips, casting a spell. A figure appeared in front of him, sitting on its knees with its hands folded in a gesture of prayer. The figure fell right on top of the fat guy, pinning him to the floor. Somu lying almost unconscious, he was pressed into the ground with such force that cracks appeared around him. Well, I guess that'll do him good. Shin-hyun walked up to the main character, who was lying seemingly unconscious with the same sack over his head. And what should he do about it now? The boy scrutinized the body lying before him. What had happened? How could a man have such powers? The guy lifted the bag off the boy's head, I think he guessed. It was the power of pain transference. Only where did such a mediocre kid get that skill? The protagonist was lying with his eyes closed. He seemed to be passed out. Shin-hyun felt that the power coming from him was getting stronger. He had a bad feeling. There was something he needed to check. The boy rolled up the sleeve of his shirt and immediately saw the very familiar tattoo. How had he gotten that mark of black magic? Now he could understand why he was able to use this power. The kid was definitely in danger, and the boy made a fateful decision. He had to clear him. He grabbed the boy's head and concentrated all his strength. In his mind, he felt someone looking at him. The tattoo on the protagonist's arm lit up, and many red eyes began to appear there. Suddenly, someone's shrill voice was heard. He said that if he were the boy, he wouldn't do this. After a second, an incomprehensible magical force began to emanate from the protagonist's body. Shin-hyun staggered backwards and put his hands forward to protect himself, but he could barely stand on his feet. Literally out of nowhere, a huge clawed paw appeared in front of him, engulfed in purple flames. The boy squinted to get a better look at it. Damn it! He didn't think it would go this far. The boy put his hand forward, the cross on his palm glowing again. A huge beam of energy burst from his hand and repelled the coming darkness. The guy was relatively safe, but the force he was facing was several times greater than he was. The familiar voice of Mephistopheles rang out. He yelled for the boy to get his filthy hands away from his toy. The demon was annoyed. Someone had dared to interrupt him. A small demon emerged out of the darkness, enveloping the entire space. Not that he could do anything about it, it had been a long time. The demon laughed again. It seemed these two had known each other for a very long time. But the boy wondered, Who was this creature, and why did he know him? The boy did not understand anything and looked at the strange creature carefully. The devil smiled. Had he never seen him in this form before? Wasn't it unusual? But he was a little disappointed that the boy didn't recognize him. A sadness was heard in the voice. It was a bit rude. The demon's body began to change, squelching as it transformed into a monstrous substance with many eyes. Perhaps now the boy knew him after all. He stood in front of the monster and let his eyes widen in surprise. The guy started to remember something, and a huge monster formed in front of him, literally made of many different limbs. Xinghong finally guessed. What he saw made his eyes widen. Something inside him began to tremble. At the sight of such a monster, even a kid with such willpower trembled in fear. His eyes are bloodshot. Mephistopheles. At last he recognized an old acquaintance. Now in front of him stood a not insignificant demon, and a man who looked quite human, except that he had two big horns on his head. The guy was dressed in normal human clothes, a black suit and a white shirt. Did the guy recognize him now? He came closer and closer to the guy and waved his hand. Oh no, wait, it's not like that. He has to call the guy by his old name to refresh his memory. Mephistopheles smiled broadly, a smile that was way wider than a normal person's. He had many sharp teeth in his mouth, and his sides were literally fastened together with large staples. Is that wrong? The demon drew closer, his mouth stretching wider and wider in a demonic smile. Didn't he really remember him? Mark. The demon continued to approach him with a waltzing gait. A long time passed. The demon laughed again. How long? About 300 years? The guy stood in front of him and didn't say a word. Mark was furious. He screamed the demon's name. His eyes lit up bright yellow. Gathering all his strength into a fist, the boy used his strongest spell. Several magical sigils formed beneath him, glowing with a bright yellow light. Mark thrust his hand forward and cast a Genesis spell. His body vibrated and small pops sounded everywhere. A second later, a dazzling beam of magical energy burst out from his hand and flew forward with a loud sound. The beam was approaching right where the demon was standing. It was cutting through space with incredible speed. It seemed that everything around, including even the air, was about to be incinerated. But Mephistopheles just stood his ground and smiled his demonic smile. He didn't even think of stepping aside. Beam was already almost close to the demon, his smile even wider and his eyes lit up with joy. Finally, he's going to have some fun. There was an explosion. The demon was unharmed. He chopped that magical beam in half with a single sweep of his hand. There was a deafening explosion and the magical light split in half. The demon stood in the middle of it with his hand up in the air. The demon called out to the boy and told him he was getting too carried away. It's time to stop playing games. The guy put his head down and started whispering to himself, if it wasn't for that thing, Faust, Gretchen, they'd all still be alive. The demon laughed and stretched into an even bigger grin. Shooting him at once. Little Mark must be very angry. The guy clenched his hand into a fist. And this was never going to happen. Guy was so angry that he was ready to vaporize the vile demon here and now. But it wasn't that simple. The demon spread his hands apart. He looked at the guy in surprise. He didn't know anything about it. He was just doing what Faust wanted him to do. Come on, doesn't he deserve a little gratitude? He feels he's being unfairly censured here. The demon smiled and his voice got a little quieter. Does the boy know that he's not exactly a saint? The only one responsible for Faust's death is himself. The devil jabbed his clawed finger at him and looked at him with black eyes. He laughed and felt his superiority. He realized that the boy was angry now, and not thinking straight. Mark couldn't take it anymore and shouted for the thing to shut up. The guy panted and concentrated all his magical energy to finish the freak off. Magical hands appeared from somewhere, holding a huge light bow. It was the most powerful spell. Now it's the arrow once and for all. There was a loud whistle and the arrow flew a few dozen meters and stopped right next to the demon's eye. But surprisingly, it never reached its target. The devil reacted in time and caught the arrow, stopping it just centimeters from his face. It's getting a little dangerous. Guys need to chill out and just have a normal conversation. Isn't that the way to do it? Smiling, the demon said to let the guy cool down a bit. We just need to have a normal conversation. Let him not overdo it, okay? He already knows as well as the demon that he can't beat him with that kind of strength. Indeed, Mark was almost completely exhausted by now. He got down on one knee and breathed heavily. The demon laughed again at the premonition of his imminent victory. A man who made a deal with angels and demons. Funny, the demon was approaching him in small steps. Because of this, good and evil constantly collide within him. Every time he uses his power, he literally has two worlds living inside him. The demon clapped his hands. It's been 300 years, but Mark is still tormented by gods and devils. Poor thing. The devil grinned fake grin and tilted his head to the side. The boy was on one knee, breathing heavily. The demon continued to taunt him. How pathetic he was, after all. The boy tried to get to his feet again, but his strength had all but left him. He screamed at the demon to finally shut up. Anger flared inside him, but he also realized that he was too weak right now. Mephisto walked closer to him and put his hand on his shoulder. Still smiling, he invited him to play a little game, just like old times. The boy looked away. What was he talking about now? The demon was beside the protagonist in one leap. He leaned over to him and said that the man had made a pact with him. Mark must have guessed that by now, right? The boy was out of breath and didn't even realize what terrible things were happening around him. The demon kept talking. This boy's life was ruined by bullies, and now all that's left of him is revenge and hate. He has no friends to rely on, and no one willing to come to his aid. His life is on the line, and now he's giving him a chance. Hadn't he done the same thing for Mark before? The demon bent over the body of the protagonist. Marcus screamed, what was he getting at? The demon turned and smiled even wider. Wouldn't the boy like to know who this boy's hatred was directed at? Mark looked at him in surprise. The demon went on. The bastard who had corrupted this poor boy's heart. It's none other than his old friend. Mark suddenly began to wonder if that's who he was thinking of. It's not good. Jay Galwa. He stood there, unable to believe what he was hearing. The demon had said that this freak had turned this child Vlad's life. His soul is corrupted. Mark furrowed his eyebrows. So what kind of game did the devil want to play? He had no choice but to accept the freak's terms if things were this bad. The demon laughed. It was very simple. This is a simple boy. This boy can use his powers for exactly 1 month. All Mark has to do is keep him from getting revenge during that time. Mephistopheles smiled if he couldn't, and boy would he succeed. The smile grew wider and wider around his neck, showing his incredibly sharp teeth. The devil paused for a moment and, clapping his hands, said that in that case, Mark's soul would belong to him. The demon spread his hands and said he still treasured when he remembered how Raziel hadn't let him possess the boy's soul. That was hurtful. Mark was furious. He was sick of listening to these rants. Don't let him fuck with him. He won't fall for his cunning plan again. The demon spread his hands. So, is he saying he's going to let his friend get killed by that boy again? Hearing this, Mark was surprised. To be killed again? What does he mean by that? Mephistopheles smiled. And this guy's pretty dumb, isn't he? Let him listen carefully, his old friend Galwa. Demon again paused rhetorically for a moment. What Mark heard shocked him. The demon said this guy was the reincarnation of Faust 300 years later. Does he understand now? The guy was just terrified. He didn't know what to say, his old friend. Is this the reincarnation of Faust? It was very hard to believe. The demon continued to laugh hysterically. He said, now the guy has to protect his friend, doesn't he? Mark clenched his hands into a fist again and tried to fight the anger that was building up. What would happen if he won? Mephistopheles replied with a smile that it was very simple. Beelzebub's power still flowing in Marca's body, and he is still alive because of that power. Marca screamed that it was all because of that damned demon. Nothing would have happened if it wasn't for him. The demon, as if not paying attention to him, continued talking. He wondered, how about him lifting his curse if he won the wager? Mark even swallowed his tongue. Is he going to break the curse? Demon walked closer to him and leaned against the wall, chuckled. What's he gonna say? He'd get rid of the curse and protect his old friend. He'd call that a win-win, wouldn't he? Mephistopheles approached him almost closely. Mark barely audibly whispered, good. The demon's smile spread even wider. Now his face was transformed, taking on even more demonic overtones. His eyes began to glow with fire. All right, it's a deal. A horrible demonic creature appeared from somewhere, which with its entire appearance represented suffering, torment, and endless cruelty. The ghostly creature's face was burning with the flames of hell. Mark stood and his body slowly began to be braided with demonic energy. It wasn't the first time he'd encountered it. Here he was, once again making a wager with the devil. A large glowing pentagram formed beneath them. It appeared that even the air itself had been compressed to the limit. Mephistopheles stood, taking out a small ghostly sheet with a contract. In their day, mere words are not enough. Everything must be written down. Demona laughed again. He commanded the boy to reach forward to make the contract. The demon slid the phantom leaf toward him, which began to move toward the boy with itself. They both reached out for the ghostly sheet, and there were only a few seconds left before the contract would be made. Mark stood there, staring intently in front of him. He had nothing to lose. In a few seconds, the deadly game would begin, and his life would depend on the outcome. Mephistopheles was smiling in his wide grin. He was incredibly pleased that he was about to have fun again. Let the game begin. The main character was lying in his bed. He was completely exhausted. He needed rest. His whole body ached as if a train had run over him. Bright rays of light reflected on his face, waking the boy. He opened one classroom or the other in turn. The boy didn't understand where he was. The boy rose from the bed and took hold of his head, which rang like a copper basin. Where is he? He'd already fought that fatso. But what happened? Suddenly a vaguely familiar voice called out to him. The boy shifted his gaze in that direction. Who was he anyway? The protagonist immediately noticed the boy. Mark sat leaning against the wall, reading a book. He said in a calm and indifferent voice that they had met before. Then the main character started to realize that it was the same guy. Mark continues reading the book. He didn't even look at the main character. He just calmly continued talking. He said his name, but not his real name. He said his name was Li Xinghong. The boy sighed heavily and looked up at him. Fear was reflected in his eyes. The boy continued to not understand anything. What had happened to him after all? Mark continued to speak. In a calm tone, he said that he had erased the memories of all those who had seen the protagonist use his power. He wanted to avoid possible problems in the future. At this time, Fatty was lying in the hospital. The doctor persistently trying to question him about what had happened. They need to tell him exactly how you got hurt so he can treat them properly. Somu was screaming that he couldn't remember shit. So what should he tell him? He just woke up with pain in his Achilles tendon. He has no idea what just happened. The protagonist lowered his eyes and fearfully whispered words of gratitude in a trembling voice. At that moment, he was incredibly relieved, but he still didn't know what to think. The guy turned to his new acquaintance and asked how long had he been asleep. Mark calmly replied that he had been asleep for 2 days. As soon as the boy heard that, he got scared. Oh no, he's going to be late for school. Mark calmed him down and told him he could relax. It was just Sunday. Hearing these words, the protagonist calmed down a bit. Thank God, he was even a little panicked. All this time, Mark kept reading the book. But then Mark turned to him again. He said in a calm voice that he suggested the boy stop using his power if he didn't want to end up in big trouble. Mark said he was just like the main character. The boy didn't realize he's just like him. So he's also, I'm waiting for an answer, boy. He walked up to the boy and said, yes, Mephistopheles also had his hand in it. He also made a pact with him in a past life. After saying that, the main character visibly tensed up. So he had made a pact with him in his past life too. Wait, what? So he wasn't the first. Mark nodded his head understandingly and said he understood that the guy had learned a lot now, but don't let him let this demon fool him. He's just using him as a toy, that's all. The boy couldn't get over it. He screamed that he could finally get revenge on all his abusers. Show those assholes who bullied him, using these powers. Marku looked at him with a surprised look. Revenge? He used other people's power to beat up others. He calls that revenge, right? It just needs to stop. The main character looked at him fearfully. Nothing would change, even if the boy continued where he was. Boy got up from the bed and muttered under his breath to himself to watch his tongue. At that moment, he was filled with anger. Why is this guy talking like this? He doesn't know what happened to him. Does he have any idea how much he's been through? The guy was choking on his cry and was about to cry. For a second, there was an awkward silence between them. They stood across from each other, staring off in the distance. In the end, Junho got tired of listening to all this, and he moved towards the exit of the hospital ward. Lastly, he said that perhaps nothing would change as he had said. But he grasped the doorknob and pulled it toward him to open it. He finally said in a shaky voice that nothing would really change if he just sat there like that. The boy thanked him for his help, but he'd better go. Mark didn't say anything. He just looked away with a sad look. He felt truly sorry for the boy, as he understood the grief he was going through. His psyche was broken. There was blood dripping down the floor of the shower stall. Along with the water, it flowed directly into the drain. The boy's hand hung over the sink. It was completely stripped with cuts. Blood flowed from it and immediately soaked into the drain hole. The boy was sitting by the sink, thinking. His body was completely bruised and the knife was lying next to him again. Nothing's going to change. Just need to rest. He doesn't know anything about him. And what kind of wreck has he become lately? Junho rose to his feet and I leaned against the wall and looked at myself in the mirror. He really did look lousy. He'd done the right thing. There was no questioning his actions, and he'd finally gotten his chance for revenge. And now he wouldn't listen to anyone. But unfortunately, doubt settled in his soul again. He fell to his feet again. He had done the right thing. The boy tried hard to convince himself of this. His eyes ran frantically from side to side. Has he made a mistake? Is he doing something wrong? He didn't understand anything. At this time, outside the window, on the roof of one of the high-rises stood that same small silhouette. The boy did not even see him, but the demon saw and realized everything perfectly. He had been following the boy all this time. Mephistopheles stood on the edge of the roof and laughed quietly. That's right. Let that boy go on arguing with himself. The longer it goes on, the more people try, the more they get lost. Damonov smiled again. He was incredibly pleased that he had managed to capture this boy's mind and soul. After all, he would do exactly as Damonov told him. Suddenly, and here the celebration was interrupted by someone's female voice. Someone was approaching him from behind. The girl asked, "Why the hell is he giggling?" The demon turned an irritated look in her direction. Who dared to interrupt him? The girl was approaching him and held small lollipops in her hand. Smiling, she took small steps approaching where it was. The girl asked, "Did she miss something important?" Mephistopheles recognized her. His eyes lit up as soon as he saw the girl. Raziel. She stood some distance away from the demon. Long time no see, Mephisto. What was that expression on his face? At least let him try to fake a smile for her. The demon gritted his teeth. Since when did he have to smile at her? Dear Archangel. His face changed again, taking on beastly features. Suddenly something began to change. Space shrank. An incomprehensible energy sphere formed and it engulfed them. The Archangel stood and looked intently at the demon. The girl wondered why he was trying to protect himself. Mephistopheles took his true form and started to use some spell. Suddenly the demon put forward his hand, and on it appeared a red eye that began to glow brighter and brighter. The demon immediately swung his hand and released a huge beam of dark energy towards his opponent. He didn't like it when someone got in his way. His hand must have slipped. The demon laughed. The girl continued to eat her lollipop and asked what the fuck was he doing. The energy blob was coming closer and closer to her. She got into a fighting stance. The girl stretched out her hand, which suddenly glowed with a bright yellow light like lightning. What the fuck is he doing? A second later, a magical sign appeared in front of her, which worked like a shield dissecting the magical energy, after which it shattered into 2 streaks. Mephistopheles laughed again. His expression indicated that he was absolutely not happy to see the girl. Oops. But too bad he missed. Did it hurt? Well, let her forgive him. Angel yelled for the demon to stop pretending. He did it on purpose. They were facing each other, and a large blob of fog was left behind after the impact. Yet he's trying to get in his way again. The demon looked at him with a smirk. Archangel replied that it wasn't like that. Due to his merit in harming the human race 300 years ago, fighting was banned in the human world, so there's not much he can do. The Archangel smiled, however. The demon is not afraid of consequences. If he gets caught, he means even if he is a demon. It doesn't matter in any case, everyone will be punished. The demon smiled and laughed wryly again. He doesn't care what God says, but if the Archangel gets in his way, he'll kill him instantly. The demon screamed that he was just a little shrimp. Doesn't he think the angel is too proud of himself? He's nothing more than Gabriel's servant. The girl started stuttering. The shrimp. The demon is no different from her. Apparently, Angel wasn't the least bit pissed off by this. They were standing on the roof of the house, and the protagonist didn't even notice them. Their voices were muffled. All right, let's forget it. Angel asked if this was the man who signed the contract with him. Continuing to smile, the demon asked why this was suddenly bothering him. Let him just go about his business. Angel replied, scattered. He understands perfectly well that he can't do that. The girl squinted her eyes, which suddenly glowed blue. Does he think the angel doesn't know he made a bet with God? The angel is merely an enforcer of the rules. This is his mission. Given to him by God, he is not going to sit here while the demon searches for Faust. Mephistopheles twisted his mouth in disgust. He said that these angels disgusted him. Even the sight of them made him sick. He fixed his hair, but judging always repeats itself. No one can stop him, not even the archangel. The girl smirked and said she would at least give it a try. You never know what might happen this time. The demon didn't stand for it. He swung his arms and immediately clots of black energy flew from him straight at the girl. There was a deafening explosion. A large sphere of dark energy engulfing the poor girl completely. However, she managed to cast her defense spell at the last moment. A dome of holy energy formed around her, which was dispersed by the explosion. It was difficult. The demon was very strong, and even Archangel didn't always have the strength. It's getting hot. Now the demon had disappeared somewhere. Archangel was left standing alone on the roof of the house. Fucking demon, why can't it just disappear silently? The girl lowered her gaze down and looked at the house the main character was in. She looked closer and saw a boy crying in one of the windows. The protagonist was sitting in his room, shrunken like a kitten, sobbing quietly. For some reason, this boy seemed too familiar to her, as if she'd seen him once before, a long time ago. Angel sighed heavily. Maybe his mind was just playing games with her. Suddenly there was a bright flash of light in the sky, and the angel disappeared without a trace. The next day, the main character went to school as usual. Upon entering the classroom, he didn't see his friend Gino. Where did he disappear to? The boy had never been late for school. At that time, someone's quick footsteps sounded on the street. It was Gino, running as fast as he could. Shit, he's late. He's late. It was only a little bit before class started, and he wasn't even close to the school. At this moment, the guy was cursing himself. He was supposed to come and sleep, not read comics. He ran as fast as he could. He had to get to class as soon as possible. The main character was already sitting at his desk. He had a sad expression on his face. For some reason, he was upset that his friend hadn't come to school. Well, maybe it's for the best. He thought it would be better if the guy didn't make mistakes with him. Suddenly, from the side, a familiar fatty approached the protagonist and timidly called his name. The boy said hello to him and looked in his direction in surprise. A smile appeared on his face. He seemed pleased to see his old friend. Donghu lowered his eyes, said in a quiet voice that he was very sorry. His face looked strange, as if he was very sorry for something. Junho smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" The boy didn't understand anything. "What is he talking about? Everything is fine." Suddenly, something very unforeseen happened. The fat man suddenly swung his chubby little fist and approached the protagonist. A few seconds later, I heard a resounding thud. The guy hit the main character right in the jaw. What the hell is going on? That's the kind of surprise the guy didn't even have time to do anything about. Everyone else looked in that direction with horror. The students sighed fearfully. They didn't expect to see that this fatty would suddenly start a fight. Donghu didn't know what to do. A frightened expression appeared on his face. He didn't want to do it himself, but for some reason, someone or something told him to. The boy looked at his friend with frightened eyes. The uncomprehending protagonist just took the hit. His head rang from such a force. The kid didn't understand why it happened. The fat man himself did not stay on his feet. And soon they fell to the floor together with a clatter, overturning several chairs. All this time, Fatty kept saying he was sorry. Too bad. They were lying around, scattering their desks in different directions. The fat man again attacked the protagonist and began to strike one by one. The boy didn't even have time to react. The blows came like hail. Laughter broke out among the students. Gliadica! Losers fighting! It was just a wonderful sight. The class had been very boring up to this point, and now there was a suitable entertainment. For some reason, the other students were cheering the fat man on. They were shouting that the toad needed to hit harder. The main character couldn't move. He was held tightly. He just looked at the fat man with frightened eyes and couldn't understand anything. Glua and Somu stood nearby, watching the whole thing. A smirk appeared on the bully's face. He was very pleased to have witnessed such a funny fight. The man was literally jubilant. It's him again. Well, it's going to be different now. The protagonist was fearfully covering himself with his hands to somehow save himself from the blows. But why should he suffer? They were friends, after all. Donghu kept hitting him without stopping for a second. The guy covered himself with his hands, but he was completely helpless. A decent bunch of students had already piled up nearby. Laughter and cackling could be heard everywhere. He just hated it. Are these assholes having fun? The boy looked with swollen eyes at the student standing near him. He was starting to feel incredibly angry again. Bludgeoning him, and through his sobs he asked for his forgiveness. It was obvious that the boy didn't want to do it himself, but he didn't have much choice. The protagonist was lying on the floor. Someone had spit on his face again. The fat man kept punching and crying. He really didn't want to, but it looked like someone had left him no choice. The protagonist already had a pretty good idea who that someone was. Galwa, but who else? He stood in front of him, smirking down at him. At that moment, it was like something broke in the protagonist. There was this incredible rage in him. The eyes that were tattooed on his arm began to move. If it wasn't for that freak, if it wasn't for him, everything would have been fine. Gino finally arrived at school. He stood panting at the front doors. Barely made it. He was almost late. The kid was pretty exhausted. Suddenly, he saw everything going on. Surprised, he looked in that direction and saw a fat man beating his friend and begging for forgiveness. Gino gritted his teeth. What the fuck is going on here anyway? What a freak. At this time, an unimaginable rage awoke in his soul. Throwing his backpack on the floor, the boy approached the fat man in several great leaps, and with a single swing of his leg threw him aside. The fat man flew backward, letting out a groan. Galwa naturally noticed this. He shifted his surprised gaze to the newcomer. He had never seen this guy before. What kind of freak was this? Gino ran up to the protagonist and put his arm around him. The boy asked him if he was okay. Is he hurt? Galwa irritatedly asked him. Is it the shrimp that he wants to tackle too? Why did he stop the fight? Let him answer him before he finishes countdown from 3. Gino, not the least bit embarrassed, turned his head toward him. The bully had just started counting as the boy laughed, so it was him. And that fatty next to him. The kid laughed. They should lose weight. He seems to be getting fatter every day. How's his chin? Soma looked at his friend with a surprised look. He terribly didn't want Jay to find out about his mistake. In that case, he would kill him himself. Galwa shouted that smacking his lips would not accomplish anything, so let him go and improve his fighting skills. Soma R angrily shouted that he was a bloody macaque. Galwa asked him a question. He'll blow his brains out. Galwa continued counting. Everyone looked at him in surprise and fear. Something terrible was about to happen. This man did not like to wait. Gino, like he's deliberately starting to mock. What's he gonna do after he's done reading? Does he enjoy bullying the weak? He's so pathetic. Come on, don't let him just stand there. What can the big guy do? Z finished counting and lunged straight at the newcomer with his fist out. 1. Now there's a fight to be had. Gino was surprised. This guy is much smarter than he seems. He knows he's going to dodge him, so he tries to grab him and hit him at the same time. At the same time, he's pretty fast and nimble. The boy dodged, the bully's hand flying a few centimeters from his face, emitting a loud whistle. Still, the boy was faster. He moved with some amazing speed. His fist flew past him, and the boy ran straight in the opposite direction. Gulwa missed. He couldn't keep his feet, and his blow went straight into the wall. There was a loud bang, and tiles fell from the ceiling. Somu, along with the rest of the students, watched on in horror. They never thought that their leader could miss. After all, he had been the strongest and fastest among them all this time. Gino smiled again. He spat to the side, but still he was faster. The boy sighed. Turns out this guy was no better than the fat guy. Galwa turned toward him, and his hand glowed with a strange light. The guy hadn't expected this brat to be able to fight back. The man looked back in surprise. Gino smiled, but still he blocked his punch, so he'll give him a little more credit than all those screamers. Galwa didn't say a word. He went straight for the second strike. The boy lifted his foot up and aimed to hit him in the face. Gino continued to smirk, but however, he was still faster. But he didn't have time to finish his sentence. Suddenly, the guy saw at the last moment that his opponent had changed the trajectory of his kick, and now his foot was moving straight towards his face. What a devil. He certainly couldn't dodge. There was a loud bang, and the poor man received a hard high kick to the face. Z looked at him like an animal. He stepped on him with his foot, the guy struggling to get away from him. Gino breathed heavily. Just one hit and his body hurts so much. And his dimensions have a punch so much harder. What kind of beast is he? The boy rubbed the bruised spot. He looked down at his opponent. But already let that fucking shrimp get up, let him show what else he's got. Gino got into a fighting stance. He said he was just about to get up. This time, for real, let him not pass out, okay? Galwa, annoyed, said this guy talks too much for a little loser. Gino didn't hesitate a second to rush at him. The man stood, doing absolutely nothing. He didn't even seem to have time to see him. Galwa swung his big fist, but missed again. His fist whistled a few centimeters away from the boy. Gino dodged with extraordinary agility, and he needed to put this guy down with one punch now. The boy energized his punch. His fist began to glow with a strange light, just like when he had fought the fat man. Galwa missed the blow. He felt pain all over his body. The blow had hit him right in the side. The man cried out but did not lose his balance. He looked down at the guy. He was in pain, but still you couldn't lose your balance. Gino smiled. Now let the freak try to block this one, hit it right in the bullseye. Galwa, still on his feet, shifted his gaze to him. His eyes glittered like metal. He seemed to have planned it that way. Everything was under his control. This guy was far more experienced in combat than he looked. J.U. grabbed the kid's face with his huge hand and started squeezing. What the hell is this? The kid didn't understand anything. How did he even manage to stand on his feet? The begging sign, the man contemptuously asked. And that's all he can do. He pushed down on the boy's head and knocked him to the ground. The boy would no longer be able to stay on his feet, and now he was just falling down. A second later, the boy fell to the floor, unsteady on his feet. There was a loud thud, and the ground itself seemed to shake beneath his feet. From such a strong blow, the poor man's breath caught. His heart began to race, and his head was about to fall apart. What happened? The boy didn't understand a thing. Galwa grabbed his arm and began to claw it back. He turned to the guy. Let this shrimp listen now. When it comes to fighting, everything changes. Winners and losers are determined at birth, so he was born a loser. The man put his foot on his head and stretched his arm forward. Galwa squeezed his hand so hard that his bones seemed to crack. A few more moments and he'd just break it in half. His lips whispered a single word. That little freak is a piece of shit. Gino could not break free from his opponent's grip. He bulged his eyes and now realized that his arm would be broken. An incredible pain pierced his body. The boy screamed, but nothing could be done. He was lying on the floor, his arm twisted the other way. Galva towered over him, looking down from above. He made a disgruntled grimace. Let that monkey stop being so dramatic. He was just starting to have fun. Galwa cast a contemptuous glance at all the other students. He said that now he wanted everyone to see what would happen to those who dared to touch him. Now he would break every bone in his body so that he would never challenge him again. The man said this with incredible ferocity. Suddenly, he was distracted by something. Someone was coming toward him. Someone's timid, not bold footsteps were approaching. Gino looked at all of this and continued to squirm in pain. In front of the school's main bully stood none other than the main character. He clenched his fists and looked at him with incredible hatred. Suddenly, the classroom door opened, and the girl who was friends with the main character appeared on the doorstep. She timidly entered the classroom and immediately saw a lot of students crowded around something. Gino watched everything that was happening, but could not understand what kind of presence he felt. At this moment, there was a sinister aura emanating from the main character. He just watched in silence. There was an energy emanating from his comrade that made him feel cold inside. Gino wasn't remotely scared. He had never seen this before. He was exactly like Shihyun now, he was sure of it. Is that Mephistopheles? The protagonist stood in front of the bully. He looked down at him. What do you want, Rag? He asked. Does he want to get beaten up too? Out of the way, he'll take care of him after he's done with this loser. The boy gritted his teeth, an incredible rage slowly building up inside him. If it weren't for his friends, and he wouldn't have to suffer, but now there was no choice. Jinho stood before him and looked him straight in the eye. He would never forgive that freak. Now the boy had no fear in his heart, only endless hatred. Galwa came in a rage. He lunged at the boy. He told him to get out of the way. Now he's going to smash him into the wall. The protagonist looked at him with eyes full of hatred. Now he would do what he had dreamed of doing all his life. He's going to get revenge on that bastard. There was a bag of medication hanging from the IV with a tube running directly to the patient. There was a distinct odor of alcohol and medicines. There was a boy lying in the bed hooked up to a ventilator. He was still unconscious. It was none other than Gyeong-jun. The guy was barely breathing. The ventilator was the only thing that allowed him to exist normally. Suddenly his eyes opened completely. The guy must have been scared of something, like he was having a nightmare. The main character stood in front of the bully and said in a calm voice that he wanted to ask him something. The man looked at him with an uncomprehending stare. The guy, as if not noticing his bewilderment, continued. What did he do to deserve this? Why does that asshole keep bullying them? The man smiled his acerbic smile and snorted. He was overcome with disgust at these losers. The guy laughed heartily. He definitely didn't expect this loser to just want to talk to him. Does he really want to know that? The boy looked at him with a stern look. Galwa leaned even closer to the boy. Now they were almost face to face. And is that why he's looking at him? Let him empty his fucking eyes now. But the boy did not think of giving up. He shouted for him to answer at once. Galwa didn't stand for it, and swung his fist as hard as he could and hit the boy squarely in the jaw. A crunch sounded, and drops of blood flew in different directions. The boy flew off at high speed into the nearest door, hitting it with a thud. From behind him there was the crack of shattering glass. The window that was behind him began to spiderweb cracks. Still, the window didn't hold, and many sharp splinters fell on the boy. The boy didn't even think about stepping aside. Shards fell around the boy like rain, but he just stood there, staring ahead. Still, the boy couldn't withstand the force of the blow and fell to his knees. The bully crouched down next to him. So he wants to know why he keeps bullying him. The man's voice sounded incredibly ingratiating. In that case, he's just an idiot. The man laughed again. There's no reason to be here. The boy just looks like a total loser. Freak laughed, his mouth stretching wider and wider in a smile. Does he really think he should have a reason? The man laughed again. Galwa leaned even lower to him and stuck out his tongue and began to grimace in front of his face. The protagonist grasped a piece of glass I was lying a few centimeters away from him. Blood spurted from his hand. So there was no reason. Anger was boiling up in his soul, getting stronger and stronger. If so, he'll kill that bastard now. There was just unhuman rage and madness in his eyes. He's gonna kill him. He's gonna kill him. It was like he was possessed by the devil. He was in full force now. Jinho gripped the piece of glass tighter. His hand was bleeding, but the boy didn't pay any attention to it at all. All he wanted to do now was shove the piece of glass right into the freak's face. But suddenly, to his surprise, the boy felt someone holding his hand. Turning back, he saw something that threw him into a slight shock. Gino held his hand. He looked at his friend with eyes full of hope and fear. Why is he holding him? What does he want to do? Why did he stop him? The main character was very surprised. What's going on? The boy said in a stammering, weak voice that the protagonist shouldn't do that. The main character was in shock. And how did he guess what he was going to do? Gino kept talking. He said he kind of understood what the boy was going to do. But there are too many people watching right now. The protagonist looked at his comrade with an uncomprehending gaze. However, this man also knows about the symbol on his hand. Gino whispered that the boy should retreat. Now is not the time for that. Who the hell is he? Probably more than just a regular person. If he knows about his powers. Galwa continued to stare at him irritably. What the hell is this asshole doing? The guy was getting pretty sick of all this. This was just some kind of circus. Galwa swung around and kicked the protagonist squarely in the jaw with all his might. The boy drew back and dropped the shard from his hands. The force of the blow threw him back many meters. The bully came over and picked up a small piece of glass in his hands. He tried to hit him with this piece of glass? This little freak wants to be a hero? The man grinned. He's getting close to the protagonist. What should he do about it? Should he cut out his smile? Or give him a cool scar? The man moved back to the protagonist and put a small piece of glass in it. The glass was very sharp and started to cut his mouth. The man said that if he twitched and he would cut his mouth from ear to ear. Suddenly there was a scream from the same girl. She screamed for the man to stop. The bully stopped. He was shocked. Who dared to stop him? Yun-hee, together with her girlfriend, stood a little behind. She shouted, "Does he enjoy torturing someone weaker than himself? How pathetic he is after all." Her friend tried to stop the girl, but she continued. She turned to the rest of the class. The same goes for everyone who just stands there and watches. They're just cowards. What a disgrace. So he let go of the kid and looked towards the girls. His gaze looked incredibly insane. Now it looked like he was going to turn his attention to them. The guy let go of the main character's body, which fell helplessly to the floor. He turned around to the girls. Yeon-hee was standing in front of him and fearlessly spoke. Let him go back to his class and stop coming here. Z didn't hesitate and walked over to the girl, leaning over her like a mountain. Her friend was standing behind her, looking at the whole thing with a frightened look. The man didn't think for a long time. He just walked closer and slapped the girl's face with his huge palm with all his might. She didn't expect it, and blood spurted from her mouth. The main character just watched in horror. It was unthinkable. That bastard could lay a hand on a girl. Yeon-hee fell to her knees from such a blow and took hold of her injured cheek. Her friend, ran up to her and started to help her. Z looked at them with great disgust. This bitch talks too much. The man looked down at her. Let her back off if she doesn't want to get her ass kicked. The girl's friend looked at him and shouted, how dare he hit a girl? The man cocked an eyebrow in surprise. What did she just say? What does she want, to get her ass kicked too? The man began to slowly boil over with anger. He didn't like it when someone let themselves get in his way. The main character tried to get to his feet. He just watched from afar at the whole thing. It was all he could do. His whole body ached. Is there nothing he can do? Protect the only normal person in this class. The boy gritted his teeth. He would never forgive. Never. Anger was tearing through him now, even more than before. The bastard had dared to hit the girl, so he must have his revenge now. He grabbed the piece of glass, and without thinking that it would hurt him, he squeezed it as hard as he could. His hand bled again. Never forgive. Let him keep his filthy hands to himself. At this time, Z had already reached out to slap one of the girls. The boy didn't hold back anymore. He grabbed a shard of glass and swung around to hit himself in the arm as hard as he could. Z suddenly stopped. His arm was pierced by pain, sharp and cutting. The guy didn't realize anything. What the hell is this even? The man shifted his gaze toward the protagonist. What just happened? What the fuck? He looked at the boy with an uncomprehending stare. The protagonist held the shard of glass stuck in his hand. A deep wound appeared on his hand, which immediately began to heal, emitting a strange hissing and smoke. The bastard didn't understand anything and just injected his eyes back and forth. This creep's hand is cut, but does his hand hurt? How did he do that? Z looked at the main character's arm. The scar on it had already healed. It was as good as new. His hand had healed so quickly. What had happened? For the first time in his life, genuine surprise appeared in his eyes. He had never seen this before. What had this brat just done? The boy once again prepared to stab the shard into his leg. He even raised his hands one more time. Galwa saw that and he rushed right at him. He seemed to have figured it out. For some reason, his eyes began to glow like a cat's. In a few great leaps, he ran up to the boy and knocked the shard of glass out of his hands. The man was just in time. He couldn't let the degenerate do anything. Without wasting a second, he swung his leg and again hit the boy right in the face. The main character flew off to the side and started spitting blood. He spun around like some kind of vortex, fell to the floor, and flew up again. The impact was unbelievably strong. Junho was lying on the floor, blood spurting from his mouth. The guy had almost passed out. It was strange that he was still alive after such a blow. Gino noticed with fear. He realized that if he didn't intervene now, his friend would simply die from such blows. Jay looked at him. What did he just try to do? What the hell was that? Well, fuck it. He'd had enough of this anyway. The man walked up to the protagonist and grabbed him by the scruff of his shirt. The boy was barely alive. Galwa sat on top of him and pressed him to the floor. He raised his fist to finally get it over with. He wanted to kill the little brat. Suddenly, through the crowd, the principal ran up to him. The man shouted in alarm, "What the hell is he doing here? What's he letting you do?" Yeon-hee, along with her girlfriend, was sitting on the sidelines, sobbing quietly. She was holding her injured cheek. The principal saw the horrible picture as soon as he arrived. The principal shifted his gaze to all the students. Gino was sitting in the corner, holding his broken arm. The boy was breathing heavily. The man was just furious. Who did this? He wanted to know who was responsible for this mess. Right now, he was ready to wipe him out. Somu. Noticed all that. That's the worst of it. It's a mess. The director kept yelling. Who do you think they are? A bunch of gangsters? They want to end up in juvie? The guy who was standing next to the fat man indifferently told him not to worry. They're minors. They can't do anything to them. They'll just have to do volunteer work. Galwa. Glaring at his victim, he really didn't want to stop the abuse. It had to be finished after all. It was his victim and he was a predator. Junho looked at him with a frightened look. There were bloody sweat stains on his face. Well, the gangster had no choice. He sighed heavily and smiled. It had to be finished. The director wouldn't let him have any fun. Z carelessly tossed the protagonist to the side where Gino caught him. The boy was almost unconscious, lying there like a rag doll. She got up from his seat and walked towards the exit, ordering everyone else to follow him. The fat man turned to Gino and said that from now on he'd better lay low. Finally, he grinned caustically. The hooligans left the classroom, but the principal kept up. He ran out after them and shouted, "Where are they going? Are they ignoring him?" Somu looked at him. That freak is so sick of yelling. There was genuine anger on the principal's face. He was now simply furious and was ready to tear these students on the spot. How could this be allowed to happen? Soon the boys ended up in the hospital. Gino was yelling, "Can't you tell? His shoulder's dislocated." He'd never fought such a big stupid idiot in his life. Mark laughed. Dumb? Who was it that he called dumb? Questioning his friend was furious. Why was he the one being laughed at? It was about time this childishness stopped. Mark looked at him with a sympathetic look. What happened to this guy? He heard that he had been beaten up pretty badly. Gino replied that he did get beaten up pretty badly, but luckily he only got a few bumps and a small scratch in his mouth. Gino thinks this kid's pretty cool after all that. He just said it was okay and went to the nurse's office. The kid felt guilty. But that balding asshole, before he dislocated his shoulder. Gino turned to his friend. He said he knew that asshole, right? Does he remember when they ran into him in that alley? Turns out they both knew each other pretty well. Shinyun looked at him with a sad look. He didn't want to bring up the past, but it seemed he had no other choice. The guy understood everything. It was pouring rain outside. People were fleeing from it as best they could. One of the students put his book above his head to keep himself dry. But it was in vain. The raindrops fell right down his neck and the cold spread all over his body. The main character was just sitting on the steps outside the hospital entrance, looking out at the incessant rain. He didn't know what to do. Everything that happened now was just awful. He had to suffer again. Besides, his good friends were hurt in this fight. He didn't understand anything. Many thoughts were swarming in his head. What would happen to him now? He couldn't get those words out of his head. Do I need a reason to bully you? He remembered the good-natured fatty beating him up. But why? That question remained unanswered. He remembered how Jay had beaten up Gino and dislocated his arm. It was all his fault again. I remembered how he hit Yoon-hee. That asshole dared to hit a girl. No one in their right mind would do such a thing. The image of that bully came before his eyes again. Fucking idiot. Galwa stood before his eyes, his mouth and eyes glowing like some kind of demon, and in his head he could hear his words. Because I can intimidate you. Show me what you can do. Nerd, die. Because I can bully you for no reason at all, you do. You're a nobody, so act like one. Disappear, die. The boy could do nothing again. His emotions were raging inside him. He felt so weak and helpless. Not only that, he couldn't protect his friends. Because of him, they had gotten hurt. Right now, the protagonist hated himself more than anything else in the world. Suddenly, he heard someone's familiar voice. Someone was approaching him. The protagonist's face changed. Terror appeared on it. His mouth opened and his pupils narrowed to the extreme. The stranger smiled and told him to calm down. He acted as if he had seen a ghost, but in a way it was. Standing in front of the protagonist was none other than Gyeong-jun. He was holding onto an umbrella. Rain was dripping around him, and raindrops were sliding down the goldenrod, falling to the ground. The guy looked at the protagonist and asked what he was so surprised about. The protagonist looked at him with astonishment. But how was that possible? He was sure this guy had died that day after all. Kyung-jun stood there and just stared at him. People don't die that easily. There was calmness in his words and even some sadness. The boy looked at him with a frightened look. Is he here for revenge? Did he want to be maimed again? The guy made the decision to pull a knife. Had to be ready. End this once and for all. He was about to draw his weapon when he heard something that struck him to the core. Kyung-jun said in a sad voice that he was sorry. The boy stopped and was stunned with surprise. One of his blood enemies stood before him. The boy said sadly, realizing that he alone would not satisfy him. He will show up for everyone, right? But please let him stop. Junho stood in front of him, ready to draw his knife. Let him beg all he wanted, it wouldn't make any difference. Kyung-jun calmly said that the boy could go on like this, and soon he would be just like them. Kyung-jun stood and just looked at him. He didn't say anything this time. He didn't want to get together. He didn't want to fight. The main character asked him, was he kidding? It just sounded ridiculous, didn't it? Junho had already put his hand behind his back to pull out a knife. Stop making him laugh. Let him not equal him with his buddies with this gang. He's nothing like those freaks. He asked the main character where he got these powers from. The guy replied that it didn't matter at all. He quickly took out a knife from his pocket and shouted that if he kept on with this nonsense, it was about to die. The blade of the knife glittered. The rain continued to fall with increasing intensity. Now, another massacre would take place on this spot. The boy held the knife tightly and prepared to plunge it into himself. Now he would end it once and for all. No one could save him now. Kyung-jun dropped the umbrella from his hands and shouted fearfully, "Wait!" The umbrella fell into a puddle with a loud splash of water. The former bully got down on his knees and started begging the boy for mercy. He shouted that he was truly sorry. He no longer paid attention to the fact that the rain was soaking his clothes. If the boy wanted revenge, then let him be spared. The protagonist looked at him in amazement and didn't understand anything. What the hell is going on? Why is this guy asking him for mercy? He stood there staring at him in silence, while the bully kneeled in the rain. What? The guy said he doesn't care what happens to the rest of his friends. He just wants to live. Come on! The only one who truly disgusted him was Galwa. The boy's words came out in a wail. He put his head on the ground as if he were going to pray. He yelled that he just wanted to live a normal school life. He wouldn't bother him anymore. The protagonist looked at him with a surprised look. For the first time in his life, he wasn't being bullied, but begged to be spared. Kyung-jun raised his head and looked at him with a pleading look. Tears flowed from his eyes, but they immediately mixed with rainwater, and the protagonist hesitated. Was he saying this sincerely now? There was still doubt in his heart. The boy gritted his teeth and hissed. It was very difficult for him. The first time in his life he was faced with such a choice. What was happening now? He clenched his fists. He and those freaks had completely ruined his life. And now this degenerate is asking for his forgiveness. But why would she do that? The protagonist approached him with sharp steps. The boy said he had no hatred for him now. He just felt sorry for all of them. The boy continued to walk on without paying attention to Kyung-jun, who continued to lay on the ground. And without even looking back, he told him to just stay away from him. And that's it, that's the end of it. Kyung-jun remained standing on the ground in the rain. He didn't even dare to look up. He was so scared and bitter at this moment. Suddenly he jumped up from his seat and hit as hard as he could the bottle that lay with him. He cursed hard, hatred and anger settling in his soul. I took a cigarette out of my pocket and tried to light it with a lighter. But the fire didn't appear because it was soaked with rain. Suddenly the guy heard a familiar voice from behind him. Someone clicked him off and told him he had a great shot. And he slowly began to be surrounded by several people. There were at least a dozen of them. They came closer and closer. The man even dropped his cigarette from his mouth. He didn't expect anyone to be here. Right now, he was like a cornered animal. If these guys heard everything, he's in trouble now. Galwa naturally was with them. He stood with the boy under the umbrella. The rain continued to intensify and the drops were hitting the umbrella, making an unpleasant sound like some kind of impact. Here's the curse. The boy clenched his teeth. Did they hear everything? If so, we need to get out of here as fast as possible. The guy was about to run away, but the big guy brushed him off. He asked in a bass voice, what was he planning to do? Galwa began to come closer to him and said in a calm voice that it seemed he had not shared something with them about this little one. He did. Seriously flew off to the hospital because of a brat? The man laughed. Kyung-jun realized that he couldn't delay. He swung around and leaped at his former comrade. He shouted at the place to finally close its mouth. The guy clenched his fists and prepared to strike, but unfortunately he wasn't fast enough. The bastard was much faster. He deftly dodged and hit the kid right in the stomach. Z grasped him by the throat. The boy coughed and saliva came out of his mouth. His fist missed, hitting the nearest wall. There was a crunch. The guy had misjudged his strength and it looked like he'd broken his arm. Z gripped him firmly by the neck. The boy continued coughing, choking on his own vomit. He opened his eyes even wider. He seemed to be running out of air. Geekelwa lifted him above the ground by the neck with one hand. He's just a bastard, isn't betrayal enough? Now he's jumping on him like this? Let him start talking while he still has a chance. Jay squeezed his neck harder and harder. The guy was running out of oxygen. The man asked him, did he know anything about this guy? Let him tell him right now. Gyeongjun wasn't going to say anything. He just spat in his former comrade's face. He didn't have time to dodge, and the spit hit him in the face. Everyone else shuddered. They imagined what had happened to this guy. He dared to spit on their leader. Now he's a dead man for sure. Z wiped his face and looked at his former comrade with an angry look. This was something he had not expected. Gyeongjun shouted, let him go to hell. Why does he have to tell? Did he ever even think of him as a friend? Galwa didn't say anything, just wiped his cheek. Gyeongjun kept yelling, and Yu sucked up behind his back. Why the fuck are they still with him? Make them turn on their brains. They're just his sixes. No more, no less. Z finally let go of him, and the guy fell to the ground holding his neck and trying to regain his breath. He's funny after all. The man smiled and made a grimace. If he won't talk, we'll have to do it another way. So let him start while he's still alive. Mark sat staring thoughtfully ahead. They tried hard to shout to him, and at last he came out of his stupor. Gino looked at him and finally reached him. He asked if he knew the goofy guy with the bald spots. He's kind of weird when that man's name comes up. Mark got up from his chair and pushed it aside. The guy said he didn't know anything, he had to go. I think he's hiding something after all. He acts weird when he hears his name. What happened after all? Gino looked at him in surprise. What's with this dude, and where did he go? Mark replied that he was just going out for some air. He looked after his friend and did not understand anything. He felt uneasy in his heart about this man. The guy was acting strange. Something had definitely happened, and he just had to find out what it was. Mark went outside and stood on the nearest balcony. He stared out at the city at night, not seeming to care that it was pouring rain outside. The guy was definitely not himself. He was silent and gazed thoughtfully into the distance. Something was definitely bothering him. He looked out over the night city and his mind was full of thoughts. At that moment, he didn't know what to do. He just stood there staring ahead. The rain was dripping down on him. His clothes were soaking wet, but he didn't mind. The events had traveled back a year. Smoke was billowing behind the fence. Two boys were sitting there smoking. They were wearing strange school uniforms. One of them said worriedly that he'd heard they were having 2 first years at their school this year. They're kind of really tough. The guys were talking amongst themselves. One of them didn't believe the other, but the other assured him that what he was saying was true. These were 2 people we all knew very well. The guys were talking that one of them had heard that they had brutally fucked up the kids and had a very strong black streak. Rumor has it that even the local gangs were wiped out. The guy took another drag on his cigarette. There's more. They say one of them is so difficult that teachers don't mess with it. What the fuck is that? The bald-headed fellow looked at him and laughed. Buddy, rumor has a way of inflating like a balloon. That's a fact. Did he freak out? The guy grinned. Suddenly, his comrade yanked him back and pointed in the opposite direction. I think it was the same guys over there. The boy turned his head in that direction. Where were they? Jay was walking down the street and didn't even pay attention to them. The guys laughed. Look at that mop. Is that his problem? You could hear the contempt in his voice. Of course, none of them wanted to miss the opportunity to mock the newcomer. They beckoned him closer. Did the boy turn around and look at them? Galwa stopped and looked at these boys. They were coming toward him and they were laughing. So he's just living his life, right? They called out to him again, but the guy wouldn't budge. Look at his face, it's just a girl. The boy laughed again. She stood there staring at them silently. The boys came closer and closer to him. One of them said that they had little money now. Would he bail them out brotherly? Naturally, they wanted to rob him. She looked at them and asked, what do they need? How much money should they be given? The guy replied that 100,000 won would do. They would pay him back for sure. He laughed again. The guy pulled out his wallet and started going through it looking for money. Oh, good. It seemed like nothing was going to go wrong. The guys looked at each other and laughed again. 100,000 won? That's a lot. They'll have enough for the rest of their lives. It looks like they'll have a big catch today. Z swung his hand sharply and threw the money straight at them. The boys stood there for a while, not understanding what was going on. There was a look of utter bewilderment on their faces. One of them bared his teeth. Was he mocking them? Now they must teach him a lesson. Z looked at them with a scornful look and told these pissed bums to collect their money and get the hell out of here. The bald guy couldn't take this kind of treatment. He swung his weighty fist and flew straight at Jay. The fist whistled a few centimeters away from his face. The guy obviously missed. The fist was quite close. Galwa just stood there looking at him. The boy was incredibly calm. It was only a few seconds, and one of the hooligans was already lying on the floor, choking on his own blood. His companion crawled backward, horrified at what was happening. Jay beat him over and over again. The boy was barely alive anymore. There were only a few teeth left in his mouth. His comrade crawled backwards, his eyes bulging. He really wanted to live. What the fuck is this? The next day, rumors spread throughout the school. What the fuck? Who beat up his kids? The black-haired, pink-haired man stood and looked forward in confusion. Even if they were only helpers in the gang, no one would be able to hurt them. After all, they are part of the family. It was Kim Young-jun. He was the boss of the local gang at Bongshin High School. The man was just furious. He pounded his fist on the table. There was no forgiveness for him. To the one who would take a swing at future ligers, Jay walked calmly down the street, his spirits high. Kim swore that he would kill that bastard and that they would never lay a finger on his boys again. Kim glared at him with a fierce look. He was about to break a couple bones in that bastard. He had to show him where he belonged. Galwa walked forward and looked ahead of him with a confident gaze. His eyes were bright white, and in the center of them were small black. Mark stood there and laughed. He thought his friend would get smarter as he got older, but apparently he was wrong. One day he'd be in big trouble. Jay sat on the roof smoking a cigarette. He mumbled to his friend to go and mind his own business. He could take care of himself. Lee said it's all true. Well, let him listen. Stop screwing around, okay? He's got to cover his ass so often he might end up and drop out before his friend does. Z smiled and took a drag on his cigarette and said, "Let that one go ahead then. It's not scary." Lee trying his best to dissuade his friend. "Okay, this is serious. Let him take it seriously." But soon he realized that all his attempts were hopeless. He should have realized it earlier. Jay jumped off the roof and walked forward. Stepping to the edge, he said that no matter how much he ignored his friend's advice, let him not dare betray him. Lee looked at him in surprise. What does he mean by that? He turned his back to him and said that he was the only person who could be trusted in this world. Alami looked at his comrade in surprise. He didn't understand. What was he talking about? What was he up to again? Suddenly the guy theatrically shrank. "Buddy, he's making him shake. Does he hear that? That's the sound of his whole body shrinking." It was like the guy was mimicking him. Jay got angry. It pissed him off when his friend was such a jerk. Soon he was walking quietly among the crowd of other students. It was about time to go to class. Suddenly someone called out to the boy. The voice was unfamiliar to him. Was someone trying to get another crack at him? A couple guys were sitting on the steps near him. Shit. He looks pretty angry. The guy stopped and looked at the strangers. One of them, a guy with pink hair, waved his hand and told the kid, "Come here for a second." That was young Jin Hoon, third place in the Future Leaguers group. Z looked at him reluctantly. What did they want again? He was getting tired of being pestered by a bunch of punk kids. He turned around and walked in the opposite direction. Yang hissed with anger. He just insulted them, right? Now he needs a good punch. There was a whisper between them. This guy had just insulted them. They couldn't let it go unpunished. Their authority talk might just be undermined. Yang stood up and ordered his buddies to shut up immediately. They're just losers. He stood up and shouted at the stranger's back, "Hey freak, it's Standing, the devil." The rumors turned out to be true. Let's see that idiotic attitude. But that bastard won't get far. The boy jumped up and put his foot forward, ready to strike the newcomer from behind. Z deftly bounced to the side and the stranger flew beside him. He didn't seem to keep his balance and was about to crash to the ground. Z leaned over him and watched the guy just lying on the ground. The blow was strong and now he had to try very hard to get up, because the guy had put all his strength into that blow. Yang lay on the ground and squeezed his eyes shut. He must have been very worried about this incident. Whoa, this is so damn embarrassing. Suddenly he jumped up and yelled like a wounded bear. The guy fisted his fists. He was just furious. How could that degenerate treat him like that? That son of a bitch is going to pay for his negligence. The guy clenched his fists and ran right at him. Janie didn't hesitate and grabbed his hand. This guy's grip was dead. Now he would kill him on the spot. There was a crunch of bones. The boy had crushed his opponent's hand so hard that several of his fingers seemed to be broken. Yang screamed in pain and fell to the ground. He held onto his arm and swore. Jay turned to the rest of the guys. "Hey, losers, do they want to grab it too?" The guys looked at him in surprise. Galwa looked at them with a hungry look. "Then have them drag all their gang members here. He wants to do them all in one day, so he doesn't have to waste any more time." He looked at them like he was going to eat them on the spot. That's the way a lion usually looks at its prey. Lee was walking with the other students to school. Suddenly his attention was distracted by something. The boy looked away, and what he saw surprised him greatly. I think his buddy was there. What's he up to again? Is he up to some kind of mischief again? Hell of a way to fit in on his first day of school. He's in some kind of trouble again. Lee looked at him and said he was beginning to worry. The head of the school gang sat on his throne surrounded by his friends. And who dared to offend his number 3? What the hell was that? The boy stood in front of him and kept bowing. Kim smiled good-naturedly and looked at his companions. "It's all right, boys. It's not their fault." He treated his gang members like brothers. The fat man who brought him the bad news smiled. "Is everything all right?" He relaxed, and there were even tears of joy on his face. But suddenly Kim's face changed. He shouted that it was the fault of them all. They had brought shame upon him. Their gang's name was now tarnished, all because he couldn't get that asshole out of the way. Idiots. The man was just furious. He's going to kill that bastard. Clenching his fists, he looked up. His henchman was lying on the floor, stammering. This kid had told them something. The man turned around on him and looked at him with interest. What did he say, stammering? The boy said he would have to meet him at an abandoned construction site in Huabong Dong, 7 p.m. Besides, the newcomer said he would kill them all. Kim smiled. Everything was going to work out just fine. He wouldn't even have to look for the bastard. He would come to him. The man laughed. He couldn't believe that they needed to accept some brat's challenge. He didn't understand him. Fatty lay on the floor and looked fearfully at his boss. But still the man agreed. All right. We had to round everybody up and tell them to be there at 7 p.m. There was already a big crowd of men behind him armed with bats. Tell him to tell them they're going to have a big party. Soon a lot of people gathered in the schoolyard. Everyone was walking in an organized column. There were guys armed to the teeth. Some had brass knuckles, some had knives, and some had long bats. They were anticipating some good entertainment now. They'll get even with this snooty newcomer. Kim squatted on his haunches and folded his arms, waiting. Why isn't he here yet? The man laughed. He must have chickened out. Does he want to make bail? He couldn't wait until he could smear this loser on the wall already. But suddenly a wide smile appeared on his face. There he is. He came to them himself. Z came after all. The guy stood in front of them, completely relaxed. He had a cigarette in his mouth, like always. The guy had his hands in his pockets, and he just stared serenely at the gathering of these freaks. Oh shit, that's quite a lot. The guy looked around at everyone present. There were at least 30 people there. Every single one of them was armed to the teeth. How is the guy going to deal with them alone? Galva smiled and said that, to be honest, he thought they would chicken out like chickens and not come here. The guy looked at them condescendingly as if they were handicapped. One of Kim's henchmen twitched. Let him say that again. What a jerk. But his boss stopped him with a light touch of his hand. There's no need to be in such a hurry. The man approached him and looked at him with a stern look. Hey, goddamn emo. He had the nerve to challenge them to a duel, and now he'll give him credit for it. He's got balls. But this isn't some video game. This is real. And tonight that degenerate will die. He turned to his henchman. The man screamed for them to finally tear him apart. This degenerate doesn't deserve to live. A multitude of boys rushed at our hero. They had a frenzied look in their eyes, ready to tear him to pieces. He had dared to insult them for Vitae, and now he would answer to the fullest extent. Z jumped high up and immediately hit one of the guys with a knee right in the jaw. There was a crunch. He definitely broke his nose. He grabbed one of them by the neck and used a chokehold. The guy grimaced. He was starting to run out of air. What the fuck are they doing? Come on, why are they waiting? One of them swung his huge bat to smash this loser's head on the wall. Kim was watching from the sidelines. There were already a lot of people crowded there. The rest of the rows were in an uproar. Maybe he's a beast. And yet so many of their guys can't handle one man. He stared at all of this in amazement. Never before he had never seen such strong people. How could this guy manage alone against so many people? His army was dwindling. The boys fell one by one, choking on their own blood. None of them could match the strength of this newcomer. But the man noticed that the kid was already exhausted. He wouldn't be able to last that long alone against everyone. Z was breathing heavily. Indeed, his strength was already gradually leaving him. He looked at them like a cornered animal. He wasn't planning on surrendering, that's for sure. The guy was covered in blood. His clothes were blown up. It was unclear whose blood was on his hands. He'd taken a beating himself. Suddenly, one of the guys caught a good moment and hit him hard in the back of the head with a bat. But the guy dodged and immediately put his fist right in his jaw. Our hero stood among the defeated men. None of them could handle him. Although he had little strength left, he did not plan to give up. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and he took a breath. He was already tired and he needed to catch his breath. Lee standing on the vise, he said he knew his comrade would be here, and knew Exodus he had not supposed. Kim looked at him sternly, the way a parent would look at a neglectful child. Who the hell is that? Another one? Lee began crunching his arms, kneading his stiff body. Z walked over to him, breathing heavily. His friend said he'd better get this whole thing over with and get something to eat. She angrily told him to stop showing off. Lee was surprised. Showing off? No, that's his friend's specialty. The rest of the guys who remained unharmed rushed straight at them. It was necessary to capture these freaks and finish them off once and for all. No one dared to doubt the strength of their clan. Lee jumped up high and swung his foot at several people at once. They watched in horror as the guy fell down on them like a hawk. He knocked one of the boys to the ground with a powerful blow. The other looked at him with horror. Without wasting any time, the guy approached the other man, and with all his might hit him with his fist right in the stomach. The blow was so strong that the poor guy flew off into the wall, and shards of stones flew in different directions. Z stood rubbing his hands together. Beside him lay a man who was already missing a few teeth. It was just a simple warm-up for them. Guys really loved a good fight. Well, this is where the fun begins. Kim stood looking at them with a serious look. Now he was getting worried. These two guys had scattered his army in no time at all. The two friends stood and prepared for the next round. Lee Jae-yoon was the number 2 in the group. He was 18 years old. He looked at his two friends and said that enough of this showing off. Now there would be a real fight. Shin Hyun looked at him and calmly said, "Let him go up to him and see if he is reading or not. It will be very simple." The guy immediately took off from his seat, and with the speed of a bullet flew straight at his opponent. Number 2 stood there, and he didn't move. He didn't seem to care at all. Shin Hyun swings his leg out to once again hit a high kiku to the head, but number 2 came back and tripped him up and kicked him in the stomach. The boy had time to cover himself with his hands, but still, the blow was too strong. Lee flew off to the side and flopped to the ground. He certainly hadn't expected this guy to be able to dodge his blow so easily. His whole body began to ache a little. The boy came closer to him. He said the man was terribly mistaken if he thought that was enough to overpower him. The guy smiled and said he'd better be on his guard. All his life he had practiced taekwondo. Consequently, he was very good with his legs. Shing Hong wiped his face and looked up at his opponent from below. His lip was smashed, but he didn't seem to pay any attention to it. The boy immediately rushed forward to deal with the insolent man. He ran as fast as his body would let him, but number 2, for some reason, was much faster than him. He dodged the guy's punch and tripped him. He kicked his foot at the legs of the protagonist and he staggered. There was a cracking sound. The blow was so hard that the guy's leg was pierced with pain. It looked like his leg had just been broken. Lee couldn't hold on and started to fall to the ground. His whole body ached. The first time in his life he had felt such intense pain. He couldn't keep his balance one more second and he'd be on the floor. No 2 was already preparing his next punch. He brought his foot up to hit the guy right in the neck. Lee was falling to the ground and number 2's foot was already flying straight toward him. There was a ringing sound of a blow. The guy was lying a long distance away, coughing up blood. He didn't expect such a blow. His whole body felt paralyzed. His strength was gone in an instant. Number 2 smiled and said he was just full of hot air. He can't even dodge that. We're all ready. Let him show some real effort. He barely has time to warm up. Lee climbed to his feet, a small line of blood flowing from his mouth. His breathing hitched and his heart suddenly started beating more frequently. To hell with it. His attacks were too fast and this wasn't going to be easy. But still gotta try. Kim laughed with joy. His number 2 had been a taekwondo star in the past. He had to quit due to a knee injury, but his skills are still incredible. Victory is in their pocket. Number 2 looked at his boss with a happy smile. Our protagonist stood a little behind him at this time and looked at him. Oops, I think he blabbed too much. Kim shut up immediately, and he felt like he was going to be sick. Number 2 yelled to his boss, "Why did he say that? Didn't he just reveal his secret?" Kim closed his mouth and timidly said it was his fault. Now our hero knew his rival's weak spot. The boy said his boss was quite talkative. Well, now that would play to his advantage. The guy turned to his opponent and said he'd better get ready for a real beating. No. 2 sighed heavily and said he could do what he wanted, he was just showing off. Lee runs right into his forehead. Let's see how fast he can dodge, how long can he keep talking like that? Number 2 looked at him with contempt. Is this another frontal attack? He could easily dodge it, but he didn't have time to finish, when suddenly his opponent's fist was only a few centimeters away from his face. He was closing in fast, and he had to do something, or his jaw would be broken. Fortunately, he reacted at the last moment and was able to dodge after all. But still, why did he make such a quick begging sign? For a second, fear settled in his soul. He was used to the fact that no one could hit him, but now this little brat was doing something incomprehensible. Lee realized that he had better stay close to him or he would get him with his feet. We need to make sure he can't use his feet. The fellow struck one blow after another, but number 2 deftly dodged each one, though sometimes with great difficulty. He realized himself that the freak was deliberately approaching him so he couldn't use his legs. It's annoying. He needs space. Number 2 gracefully blocked our hero's punch. No matter how strong he is, he'll still get tired if he keeps punching like this. He dodged another attack, and the fist passed within a few centimeters of his stomach. It shattered the air, but no, 2 literally physically felt the recoil. Now he caught the moment and swung his foot to deliver another powerful blow. Lee was just waiting for this. He prepared to strike and clenched his fist with force. His hand made contact with number 2's leg, and there was a tremendous thump. That was it. Lee missed, and number 2 bounced to the side, ready to deliver the final blow. He flew straight at the protagonist, putting his foot forward. His soles were incredibly hard, and if he hit his face with them, he would break something. As it happened, his foot came close to the protagonist and there was a loud crunch. Shards of teeth flew in different directions. No. 2 was already celebrating the victory. He was firmly convinced that after such a blow, his opponent would have no chance. Right in the face. Does he feel this question mark victory for him? But suddenly something unforeseen happened. He had no time to react and he physically felt that he was about to be struck. Lee smiled and calmly said that he thought his opponent was jumping to conclusions too quickly. The guy caught a good moment and dodged, socked a hard kick right into his opponent's knee. That was his weak spot, so it was time to exploit it. No. 2 felt an unbearable pain in his leg, something crunching again. He fell to his feet and grasped his wounded leg. Lee held onto his head. It was quite painful. He thought he was going to faint. The guy gave credit to his opponent. He is stronger than him. But does he know one thing? It's not just strength that matters in a fight. There are other variables at play. The guy was holding his bloody forehead, and whoever can calculate these variables will ultimately be the winner. No. 2 was on his knees and holding onto his injured leg. Lee said that he should thank his boss. He told him about his opponent's weakness. It was an invaluable contribution. The guy swung again and said he was getting tired. Now we have to call it a day. He swung around to deliver the final blow to his opponent, but suddenly someone stopped him. The boss intervened, jumped on him, and kicked him right in the face. Kim praised his number 2 and said it was his turn to fight. The boy stood behind him holding his wounded leg. The man shouted that he wouldn't let anyone hurt his dearest friend. The guy wondered what? Why the hell would the boss say that? He would have won if no one interfered in their fight. When will he stop talking? Kim turned to him and yelled at him to finally shut the fuck up. He'll take care of everything himself, okay? Number 2 mumbled something to himself. Xing Hong standing a little distance away. He asked irritably, "What the fuck are they muttering about? Just let them go and fight alongside him." And no sooner had he gotten dizzy, it was as if all the blood had come off at once. The guy fell to the ground. Z walked up to him and asked, did he really think he was going to be okay after getting punched like that? There was an obvious sneer in his voice. The guy came closer and said he'd clean up the place. His friend just quietly apologized. The guy called him an idiot and told him to just back off, get some rest. Kim looked at him like he was prey. Whoa, here comes that damn MO. Now he's gonna have some fun. He doesn't look well. Is he sure he's okay? The man laughed a thunderous laugh. Z looked at him silently. His clothes were covered in blood. His hair was disheveled and his gaze was absent. All he could see in front of him was a target. The boy jumped up high and prepared to hit him in the face with his knee. Kim was standing right in front of him and obviously didn't expect such a blow. The foot was already almost a few millimeters away from his face. The guy sighed heavily. Wow, amazing speed. At the last moment, he did a back somersault and bounced a decent distance. This guy seems to have been a gymnast in a previous life. His movements were so smooth and soft, it was like he wasn't jumping and flying. The man is surprised. Does this guy still have any energy left after dealing with his kids? The man certainly didn't expect this. Jagrubo told him to stop yapping and showed him what he could do. At the end, he called him an asshole. He has enough power to kick his ass. Kim adjusted his shiny glasses. He laughed and said it was time to stop screwing around. He'd gotten that far, the damn emo. Now the man would take him seriously. A beastly fury glittered in his eyes. He couldn't let some upstart treat his men like this. Now he would avenge his team. Jay even didn't listen to him. He just sent him away and swung his foot to inflict the strongest haikiku. At the last minute, the black man dodged and did a backflip. He stood on his two hands and, pushing them off the ground with all his might, kicked his opponent straight in the stomach. The sound of the impact was scathing. Stone shards flew in different directions. He flew backwards with such force but still managed to stay on his feet. Lee watched it with amazement. What was this? He had never seen such a technique before. How could such a big guy be so flexible and agile? Our hero stood stopped a few meters away from such a powerful blow. Kim stood as if nothing had happened. He sighed heavily. Was he surprised? Was it blown away by the wind? Now he would show him how to do it. The black man smiled and asked, hadn't he ever heard of capoeira? It's just the perfect combination of rhythm and fighting. A sparkling smile appeared on his face. His teeth were startlingly white. The guy started talking. He said he had lived in Brazil all his life. He fell in love with it. It was like fate, and he now practiced every day to reach a level of skill beyond any man's imagination. Now it's time to show this asshole the beauty of real Brazilian martial arts. He got into a fighting stance and threw his arm forward. In one deft move, he threw off his shirt and it flew off to the side. All right, now we have to have some fun. Now he stood naked to the waist. Well, let him who seeks victory come to him. The boy spread his arms apart and stood as if he were some ancient deity. Now he's going all out. The guy hopes that his opponent will not disappoint him and will show a decent skill. Z would not listen to his sermon and rushed at him with his fists at the first second. Fuck him. Who does this guy think he is? As if Kim saw it coming, he dodged and did a backflip. He prepared his leg to strike again. His leg flew into the air and with a whoosh began to descend directly on our hero. He saw it all and put his arm out to protect himself. The blow came straight to his arm. The guy shivered at the force. No wonder this man had practiced this kind of martial art his whole life. His whole body shuddered and he moved aside. Kim. As if just warming up, he shouted to his opponent to keep his guard up. If he missed again, the guy would show him the way to heaven. He winked at his opponent. Come on. Time to have some fun. This isn't fun at all. Z hatefully stared at him. His pupils had narrowed to such a size that they were almost invisible against his large eyes. Guy lunges straight at his opponent, hopefully hitting him from the bottom up. Kim looked at him in surprise. Wow, that's pretty good. A fleeting smile appeared on his face. Finally, they could have some fun, so he decided to go low attack because the mid and upper body didn't work. He's a quick thinker and knows strategies. The guy was impressed. However, such movements were simply useless against his martial art. He began to move at an unspeakable speed. M and his opponent dodged it. Wow, he's got more to show him than that. Deftly dodging, he did another backflip and with all his might kicked our hero right in the jaws. There was a crunch. After that, he pushed off with his hands like last time, hoping to hit his opponent directly in the stomach. But he dodged. The devil. He can't anticipate a single move of this type. At this rate, he won't have any strength left. He's already used up almost all of it fighting those assholes. Kimbuto didn't fight, he danced. It was a real entertainment for him. He rode on his hands like a circus acrobat. Dodging again, he unleashed the full force of his punch straight at his opponent's head. The sound of the blow. Z bounced to the side and could barely stay on his feet. The blow was incredibly powerful. The fact that he couldn't anticipate his opponent's punches added to the difficulty. At this time, the black-clothed man was just dancing on his hands. He was admiring his martial art the entire time. It gave him incredible pleasure that he could control his body so easily. The man stood on one arm and shouted that his martial art was just fine. Galwa wiped his face with his hand and swore hard. "Holy shit, this isn't working." Kim smiled and looked at him with some pity. He said it was rather frustrating to see that none of his attacks were going away. "Right? How about we put a stop to it?" But the boy didn't seem to be listening to him at all. He just stared at him with eyes full of hatred and animal instincts. Their gazes crossed. Kim looked at him and in that moment realized that any entreaties with this man were simply futile. "Okay, never mind." He laughed out loud. "Okay, if this dude wants to fight on, then so be it. He's like a cockroach that wriggles in pain no matter how much he gets trampled." His face changed. His good-natured smile disappeared. "Yes, let him keep wriggling. He's trying so desperately he'll get an even better taste of despair." The man laughed again. He spread his arms and ran at his opponent again. He was still full of strength. The fight was just heating up. They came within striking distance of each other again. Our hero dodged and hit him with a straight punch right in the face, but his opponent immediately blocked it. This was immediately followed by another blow, but they were all parried. Finally, the black man kicked him squarely in the chest. The man jerked back and staggered. Blood spurted from his mouth. Kim looked at him with horror. What a devil. None of his goes down like that. Why the hell is he so strong? The guy didn't know what to do. His friend was in danger. He saw Z getting weaker right before his eyes. But at this time, the man had no intention of giving up. His honor was at stake. Even though his body was already almost completely exhausted, he had no right to retreat. He swung his fist again to make a direct attack. The Brazilian looked at him, this direct attack again. A triumphant smile constantly appeared on his face. At this rate, victory is just around the corner. This guy is like a one-trick pony. Doesn't he know anything else? The man's word dodged. Our hero missed, his fist whistling past. Kim fell to the ground. He needed a break. He'd told him such tricks didn't work on him. But he didn't get a chance to finish his sentence. Galwa still was so easy for me. He fell in with his opponent and told him to shut up. He'd had enough of him. The guy dodged and his fist went down after his opponent. The Brazilian watched in horror as the weighty fist of his opponent approached him with inexorable speed. What the fuck is going on here? How did he do that? The protagonist's fist approached his opponent and a crushing blow rang out. The Brazilian sighed heavily. It turned out that with that blow, his soul came out of him. He struggled to get up. Gritting his teeth, he fought against the overwhelming pain. What a bastard. He realized his movement and stopped him. Unbelievable. "We have to do something. No, it's impossible." Galwa was already swinging to deliver another devastating blow. Kim immediately jumped up and ducked to the side. The main character's fist slammed straight into the ground. It seemed like there were cracks in the ground after such a blow. He stood some distance away and looked at his opponent. No, he was just lucky. No such thing. His martial art of perfect. The man rested on his foot and prepared for another throw. Z stood in a fighting stance and waited for the moment when his opponent finally approached him at a sufficient distance. From this angle, he looked like a wounded beast, covered in blood and scratches, but he was unbroken. His spirit was much stronger than his body. Kim threw himself at him with a furious expression on his face. He was impossible to defeat, and now he would prove it. They were approaching each other at an unspeakable speed. Now, one of them would surely drop dead. The protagonist's fist reached its target after all. The Brazilian received a powerful hook right in the jaw. Blood spurted from his mouth, and after such a blow, the consciousness flew out of his head. The man could barely stay on his feet and staggered backward. His head was ringing. He had to come to his senses as soon as possible, or he was finished. He looked at his opponent with an angry look and clenched his teeth. Spitting up blood, he prepared for another blow. With a swing of his foot, he kicked the protagonist right in the stomach with all his might. He didn't even dodge, but flew off a decent distance. They stood opposite each other again. Now their dance would continue. There could be only one winner here. He looked at his opponent like a beast. He was breathing heavily, his eyes already completely white. He looked like a reanimated dead man now. So much blood was on him. The Brazilian had a bloody mouth now, too. He grinned and looked at him like a hunted dog. He felt less powerful now. They rushed at each other in a new burst of fighting. Now they had a different kind of speed, one that no one could have predicted. After the blows, the protagonist seemed to have a second wind. His movements became more precise. He even approached the Brazilian's speed. Soon their fists made contact, each of them receiving a powerful blow to jaws. The protagonist flew aside but still managed to stay on his feet. He sprang up and swung his foot to deliver a final crushing blow to the head. The Brazilian was still on his feet. He was trying to keep his rhythm, prepare for his counterattack. But it seems at that moment something was stopping him. There was fear in his heart. His eyes were bloodshot. What a devil. As he sat on a twine in the air, he swung both legs at once. It was a simply awesome twirl. His opponent's eyes, you bastard. A left jab followed immediately by a right jab, and did he think I knew what he was doing in those few seconds? That's just crazy. The man couldn't believe it. At the last moment, he was able to dodge, and the blow was tangential. But it still hit him pretty hard. Z screamed with all his might. His mouth was overflowing with blood, and he was missing a few teeth, but he still didn't give up. The man ran straight at him again. He put his fist forward, preparing to strike again. No. Two just watched in horror as another beating was about to take place. The Brazilian was just sitting on the ground, breathing heavily. Blood was oozing out of his mouth. He was trying to regain his breath all the while. The guy didn't understand what had happened. He examined his hands and breathed heavily. Unable to believe that he had been hit, the boy lost all his fighting spirit. Jay walked right up to him. He looked down at him and said he didn't care about his capoeira. It looked like he had used up all his strength. So, time to end this circus. The Brazilian lowered his head. He realized everything in that moment. The dude was right. Capoeira is about rhythm. But once the rhythm is broken, you can't attack anymore. He lifted his head up and looked at the ceiling in doom. Was this really the end? Would this be the end of his art? But suddenly his eyes caught on something. The boy took a closer look and opened his eyes wide. He saw sharp rebar lying on the shelves. If he can't beat him, he'll play dirty. The Brazilian continued to sit on the ground laughing. The protagonist didn't understand anything. Why is he giving up? What's so funny? Z said that he was already hungry. He was terribly hungry and was planning to eat with his friend. The Brazilian couldn't stop laughing. Suddenly he said they weren't done yet. He ducked and kicked the closet next to him as hard as he could. There was a clang and something began to shake and fall straight down. Several sharp spears began to fall right on our hero, and a second more and the spear point would pierce him through. He had already closed his eyes and prepared for his death, but nothing happened. He stayed alive. Drops of someone else's blood began to fall on his face. He looked up startled, and seeing her made his heart skip a beat. LM stood in front of him. One of those sharp things pierced through him. Out of his last strength, he wheezed that his friend should be more careful. Those were his last words. After saying that, the guy dropped dead. His body didn't move, and a pool of blood spilled beneath him. The man looked at his friend. It was the first time in his life when he felt fear. Real, genuine fear, not for his own life, but for the life of another person. The Brazilian rose to his feet and began to approach him slowly. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he shouted that on business to him. Now is he feared? The Brazilian came closer and closer to him. He said that from where he came from, people dropped dead like flies. It was time for him to join his friend. A predatory smile appeared on his face. The man looked down at his dead comrade, who was lying in a pool of his own blood. He was no longer breathing. His eyes were closed, a small trickle of blood forming a large puddle beneath him. The boy felt a strange feeling. Was he dead? Suddenly he heard someone's unfamiliar voice. Well, I guess he's not buying him food. That's even better. The guy heard a strange voice saying a strange word. Faust. The boy grinned. What is it? The voice kept telling him to kill his old friend with his own hands. Suddenly his eyes opened now. The pupil was a strange red color. It was no longer human. The Brazilian was already celebrating his victory. He looked at his victim with a predatory gaze. He laughed. Now he's gone. He will pay for the destruction of his gang. The Brazilian shouted that now his opponent would pay with his own life. But he didn't get a chance to finish. He never got a chance to finish. Something sharp pierced his chest, and immediately a stream of blood spurted from it. His breathing stopped. Something very sharp slammed into his chest. The Brazilian shifted his frightened gaze downward, but what he saw there didn't make him feel any better. Choking on his own blood, he dropped dead. and in front of him stood a silhouette completely covered in blood. Z trembled with fear. He opened his eyes even wider and looked at his friend with horror. How did he do that? Suddenly, what he saw made his heart beat faster. I was his friend standing there, staggering from side to side with some horrible creature like a huge spider looming in front of him. His friend's eyes had changed color, and now there was some kind of incomprehensible fire burning in the middle of them. He didn't seem to be human anymore. The guy was struggling hard to fight. Some strange haze flew from his eyes. The face began to change right before my eyes. There were some strange patterns that looked like ancient runes. The eyes continued to glow. The boy suddenly seemed to regain consciousness, his gaze becoming frightened. Z stared at him, watching as a horrible, giant insect-like creature appeared in front of his friend. His body shook with fear. He wanted to snap out of his seat and run away, but terror had stiffened every muscle in his body, and now he just lay helplessly on the floor. Number 2 screamed and rushed to the body of his dead boss. He was very much frightened too. The first time he had ever encountered something like this in his life. He lifted the body of his dead comrade in his arms and tried to bring him to his senses, but the man's open wound was too severe. Out of his last strength, the man opened his mouth and wheezed. He said it was dangerous here and his friend should run. That was all he could do. The man closed his eyes, for good. Diane looked at him with a frightened look. What the hell is he talking about right now? He's gonna call 911. He's gonna get him to the hospital. Everything's gonna be okay. Just make him stop saying that crap. He'll call. But the guy didn't get a chance to finish. Lee jumped up high and flew at him like a kite. And now he finally turned into some kind of monster. His mouth was full of sharp teeth, his eyes were on fire, and his hands were clawed. Number 2, clutching the body of his comrade, had already prepared himself for death. He shrank back and resigned himself to the idea that his life was over. The monster was about to approach him when suddenly, someone's foot came up to his face. Jiplowa kicked him with all his might. His friend flew aside and almost lost consciousness. He stood covering the men he had so recently fought to the death with his body. No. 2 looked at him with a surprised look and muttered, "Why did he help him?" As if not paying attention to his question, the guy asked if his knee was better. No. 2 grinned and said it was fine. Jay said he had to help him. We need to beat the crap out of this guy. At this time, his comrade was breathing heavily, looking straight at them. He lifted his head now. He didn't look human at all. It was like he had some kind of demonic mask on his face. His mouth had fangs and his eyes burned red like some kind of demons. "No!" 2 asked fearfully. "He must be kidding. What is he going to do with this monster? How is he going to deal with him? He needs to take his boss to the hospital. Galwa said it's too late for his boss. He's already dead, unfortunately. Now they have to try to get out of here alive. Didn't he see what that guy did to him? He clawed him right through the heart. There's nothing he can do now." Number 2 touched his boss's chest. There was a big, deep wound. "They're both gonna die if they don't deal with this asshole." Jay looked at him over his shoulder. He said that if the guy had any idea what was going on right now, he suggested he stand up and fight with him shoulder to shoulder. Number 2 couldn't stand it any longer and stood up. He gritted his teeth, but now he had to overcome his grief. "All right, whatever. What happened is what happened. It's time to deal with this bastard." Lee let out a hissing sound like some kind of snake and looked at the guys as if they were his prey. The guys got into a fighting stance. Z said one wrong move and they were dead bodies. No. 2 ordered him to just shut up and finally start fighting. Lee looked at them for a moment. A familiar smile flashed across the pair's face. It was as if he was fighting that monster inside him. But immediately the monster took possession of his body again. He looked down with his blood-red eyes and rushed towards the boys. He wanted to tear them to shreds like some kind of beast. But they didn't hesitate either. They rushed right into his face. They only had one attempt. They were running towards each other, and now, in a second, they would either die or they could survive. No. 2 jumped high up and swung his legs while his forced ally came in from the other side. Lee dodged both attacks. He turned as if into a liquid. His movements became much smoother and more precise. He grabbed hold of number 2's leg and squeezed it until it crunched. He wanted to break him in one motion, but everything was going according to plan. Now 2 looked at him with a frightened look and tried to divert his attention. Lee didn't notice Galva's fist approaching his face. Not even suspecting anything, he continued to smile, anticipating the imminent reprisal of his victim. Galwa. He came up just in time. His punch hit the target and his ex-friend flew many meters away. The man put all his strength into that punch. He had to play for time to get out of here alive. He was breathing heavily. The creature's skin was very hard. It was as if his fist had made contact with the wall. Lee climbed to his feet and began a long, comfortable rumbling like some kind of animal. It was obviously a demon. A human could not survive such injuries. Jay said they should try again. Number 2 nodded in response and said he could hear him. The guys got ready to try again. Lee suddenly took hold of the part of his face where the blow had been struck. The boy began to breathe heavily. It appeared that he was even in a bit of pain. The guys ran towards him and he just stood there and made no attempt at action. Lee kept holding his face. It was like it was filled with light, and he kept mumbling something under his breath. His hands were covered in blood, and the guy was bloody as a real butcher. The boys were approaching him faster and faster. Galwa had already prepared his fist to deliver a crushing blow. He put all his strength and power into it. Lee suddenly shouted. It was as if many voices had merged in that shout. This was not the way people shouted. He was like a demon from the deepest depths of hell. Along with the scream, some sort of energy barrier began to emanate from him, which threw the friends far back. Number 2 flew off and hit the rebar. There was a loud thud, the sound of impact, and it was unlikely that he would be able to get to his feet. Jay flew outside and plunged right into a puddle. The water was unbelievably cold, but it was better. He was able to recover a little. The guy didn't know what was going on. What the hell are those things? A deafening roar was heard from the warehouse, and an incomprehensible red mist began to emanate from there. The guy tried to get to his feet, but he had no strength left. After such a blow, it turned out that his whole body was stiffened with concrete. His arms wouldn't listen to him, and his head was foggy. He was lying in a puddle, breathing heavily. His heart was barely beating. The guy looked like he was dying. His whole body had scratches and scrapes all over it. The guy was almost dying. His body wouldn't listen to him. He couldn't move a finger. Suddenly, with swollen eyes, he saw the very same monster appear in front of him. His friend was no longer human. It was looking down at him with its red eyes. Lee grabbed his friend's neck in one swift motion and pinched it with unspeakable force. The boy clenched his teeth. He was beginning to run out of air. His already exhausted body was on the verge of death. He lifted his friend off the ground with one hand, squeezing his neck harder and harder. There was just some boundless hatred in his eyes. They were not his friend's eyes. People don't look like that. The 2 red dots stared at him intently with only one thing reflected in them: the desire to kill. Z had already resigned himself to his fate. He wheezed. The air stopped smaller and smaller. His hands were incredibly strong, like a steel grip. The beast that had once been his friend prepared its clawed paw to pierce him with its claws, just like the poor Brazilian. The boy tilted his head to the side, already resigned to his fate. This would be the end of his short life. But suddenly it was as if something hit the monster's head. There was a flash of light. The boy opened his eyes, and it was as if he had regained consciousness for a second. He regained his human mind. The monster clutched its head and began to scream. The scream made the boy's ears pop. He fell back into the puddle, unable to stay on his feet. The monster kept screaming at them, grabbing their heads with his hands. His hands seemed to have turned into 2 flaming heads. Soon, unable to withstand the pressure, he himself also collapsed to the ground right into a puddle. Some strange voice sounded. How sad to see him suffer so long for killing a man whom a god cherished. He would have killed him too. It was too soon for him to die. The voice said he would give the boy Gabriel's powers. He must protect Faust. The boy opened his eyes and was surprised to find that his consciousness had returned to normal. He grabbed his head, which was just splitting from the unbearable pain. Where was he? He was sure he had died when those iron spears had pierced him. Now he was sitting in a puddle with rain dripping down on him. The boy looked at his hand. There was something wrong with it. Suddenly he saw a strange cross forming on his hand. What is this symbol? Overall exploded with a surge of pain. The boy clutched at her again, trying to come to his senses. Suddenly the memories hit his consciousness like milk. He remembers everything. He did this to his friend. His eyes filled with tears, in human horror. The guy started pounding the ground with his fists. Damn it, what happened? He remembered that he had turned into a monster. But how did that happen? Suddenly he heard someone's voice. It was clear from the voice that it was a girl. The guy sighed heavily and looked away. Who else was it? The girl jumped down from her seat and said his savior, of course. She had saved his life twice. The girl walked closer to him and smiled. She had short blue hair, and in her hands she held a lollipop. She said her name was Raziel, Gabriel's archangel protector. The boy looked at her and didn't understand anything. The girl licked her lips and put a lollipop in her mouth. She had a haughty expression on her face, looking at the boy with a kind of contempt. The boy continued to study her with a frightened look, but he still didn't understand anything. He repeated her name. What does that even mean? The girl, as if not noticing his bewilderment, said that they had never met before. Why did he do it? He shouldn't have done it. He should value his life. The guy was on his feet, what? So she's responsible for all this? He was furious. The girl looked at him and smiled. There was something mocking in her smile. She grinned and told the guy to finally calm down. There was no one to blame but himself. He had only himself to blame for what had happened to him. She smiled and asked, or maybe she should call him Mark. The guy looked at her in surprise. Mark? What kind of name is that? She spread her hands. Wasn't he wondering how he managed to survive after the steel pipe pierced his heart? How he almost killed his closest friend with his own hands? 2 times in a row. The guy didn't understand a thing. What is this girl talking about? What's her tone? She doesn't look like an angel, more like a devil. As soon as the girl heard those words, her expression changed. It went from good-natured to belligerent. What did this guy just say? Time literally stopped around her. The guy could literally physically feel the incredible power emanating from this girl. Now she addressed him in a very different way. Looking at him with a stern look, she told the man never to compare her to the devil. Not even in jest. She could barely contain her urge to kill him right now. The guy covered his face with his hands to rocks that The guy didn't understand anything. What do you mean, thanks to him? He looked at the girl with a look of despair and fear. Something strange has been happening to him lately. What does it mean? Frightened. He'd never met such a creature before. What does this girl want with him? His knees even shook with fear. The power coming from her was unbelievable. She looked at him the way one looks at prey. Her eyes reflected an incomprehensible symbol. A depth so deep you could drown in it. It was as if she had begun to build up her energy to deliver a crushing blow. The boy had already resigned himself to the fact that he would die once more, but suddenly it stopped as quickly as it had started. The girl stuck out her tongue and hummed. She said in a good-natured tone that she was just kidding. It was just a joke. He's just like a chicken. Is it really that scary? The girl put 2 fingers forward and said that he shouldn't worry. Thanks to people like him, they are not allowed to lay a finger on people. The girl waved her finger in front of the guy's face. With her head bowed, she looked at him with a sarcastic smile. The kid didn't understand a thing. What do you mean, thanks to him? He looked at the girl with a look of despair, misunderstanding, and fear. Something strange has been happening to him lately. What does it mean? The girl stood a little distance away from him. Her ringing voice came straight to his brain. The girl kept talking. If he hadn't been so blinded by love, he wouldn't have been fooled by the devil or killed by Faust. She folded her arms across her chest and looked at him reproachfully. The boy didn't understand. Who were these people anyway? He fell to his knees and started beating the ground with his hands. God damn it, what is she even saying? The girl looked down at him and continued to smirk. Well, she's going to have to explain it all over again. 300 years ago, God made a deal with a demon. The boy was on his knees, listening intently, staring blankly at the ground. He had no other choice in the matter. She kept walking in circles around him and telling him as if nothing had happened. Would his best friend Faustus, whom God loved so much, be corrupted? After this sentence, she paused rhetorically. Turning away from him, the girl asked him what he thought had happened after all. The guy looked at her and said that of course God had won. How could he not? Turning to him, she replied that no, it wasn't like that. The side had lost. It was all because of him and Faust, who had fallen for the devil's trick. Her tone changed from foolishly jocular to serious. The guy did get to his feet and he shook it off. What the hell is she talking about? She's just a kid after all, just a naive little stupid kid. As soon as the girl heard that hurtful expression, she screamed, "A child! Tell him to shut up. She's thousands of years older than this guy." The boy looked at her with an incomprehensible look. The girl calmed down and continued talking. She said she thought it was no wonder he didn't understand everything. But it's all right. He'll soon understand everything perfectly. Suddenly she moved closer to him and poked her finger into his stomach and asked him if he wanted her to show him everything. The guy looked at her hand in surprise and moved away. What is she doing? But the guy didn't have time to do anything. It was as if all the energy had been drained from his body. The girl waved her hand, pointing to the sky. The guy stood up like a stumbling block. A strange energy started to emanate from his body. He couldn't do anything about it. Suddenly, after a few seconds, a picture appeared before him. Two boys were lying in the bright green meadow talking to each other. The black-haired guy asked, "Is he going to confess his feelings to Gretchen?" The other man, dressed in brown clothes, laughed. He hoped it would be okay, but the opposite happened. The girl kissed Mark and told him she loved him very much, more than life. The boy didn't even resist, and his cheeks flushed. He was secretly in love with the girl himself. After that, Faust killed his beloved, and the boy swore to himself that he would never forgive him for killing his beloved. It was like a fire was burning around him. The guy was wearing a black cloak. All he wanted to do now was exact his bloody revenge. Soon he sneaked to his friend and brutally killed him together for his beloved point. Faustus was dead. He lay in a pool of his own blood, his friend standing before him and looking at him with eyes full of hatred. At this time, Mephistopheles chuckled quietly. His cunning plan had worked with split-second precision. Now the souls of these people belonged to him. All he wanted was to possess the souls of men. He was gathering them like a reaper. Eventually the lead ended and the guy coughed. His mind cleared. It was still raining all around him. His head was splitting with unbearable pain. Now, he understood everything. Did the girl really ask him how it was to look at his past life? It was a good walk, wasn't it? The guy was breathing heavily, unable to say anything. He needed to make sense of it all. She stood before him and asked, as if to herself, why had she saved his worthless life twice? The boy continued to kneel and tried to come to his senses. She looked down at him, and in the same serious tone of voice told him to remember that she had given him Gabrielle's powers, not because she liked him. The more he used those powers, the shorter his life would be, because they will face the powers of the will that remained inside his body. It was God's punishment for his deeds. The boy stooped to the ground. Crosses appeared on his arms. Now he would have to bear this punishment for the rest of his life. He didn't have many options left. He was unable to say a word, but the girl kept talking. She said that fate has a way of repeating itself, and it was his duty to break the shackles of his fate. It began to be covered in strange magical energy again. Only then would he be saved. Her voice now sounded as if from far away all he had to do was stop Mephistopheles. The girl began to dissolve literally before his eyes. Besides, he needed to protect his old friend Faust. The girl looked down at him, her body dissolving into thin air. The guy continued to sit up and look down. His body continued to throb. It wouldn't obey him, and the rain whipped him like a whip. Eventually, the girl finally disappeared, leaving behind only a small beam of light. The poor man was still on his knees, tears streaming down his face. A sickening lump rolled up his throat. He didn't know what to do now. He was carrying a burden he had not even realized he was carrying. Fuck. It went all the way down the street. The boy screamed, and in that scream all his emotions were mixed. Pain, grief, and misery. Now he had no choice. Either he would die or he could overcome his long-lasting fate. At this time, he returned home to school. He was walking, pushing the students around. Everyone looked at him and whispered behind his back, "Look, he's the one who destroyed all the future Ligers." The students were just shocked. They were even afraid to go near him. They heard that this guy took care of their leaders too. It was so scary. It was hard for them to even imagine it, but the boy paid no attention to them. At that moment, there was only one thought on his mind. Why had his old friend done this? He had betrayed him after all. They had been together for so many years, as if they were inseparable. And now something had come between them. He slammed his fist into the wall with all his might, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. The blow was so powerful that the windows shook. He put all his anger and hatred into that blow. He had lost the dearest person, the only one who trusted him. Holy shit, he tried to kill him. That's out of line. So he's no different than anyone else. At this time, someone very small crashed into him. It was our protagonist. He has with him an armful of books, but as apparently glared. and did not see the obstacle in front of him. The boy started rubbing his bruised head. He was in pain and even scared out of his wits. A man stood in front of him, looking down at him. It was a little boy who also went to his school. He looked at him fearfully and muttered words of apology under his breath. The boy looked at him with a frightened look, the man looking rather menacing. Jay looked at him and said, "It's okay. He can't help bumping into people. Could he ask him for a favor?" The guy looked at him with a surprised look. A favor? What did he need? At this time, something broke in him. Everything human in him disappeared, and he stretched out in a sort of predatory smile, sharp teeth gleaming. Yes, now they'll go and play. Lee stood all this time and could in the rain. He pondered, remembering his entire past life. It was hard for him to remember. Everything that had happened back then was forever imprinted in his memory. Now the boy vowed to protect his friend in this life, no matter what it costs him. He can't miss his chance. Gino stepped out onto the balcony so no one would see him. He stood quietly, adjusting his broken arm, which was plastered. The boy was eavesdropping. He knew it was rude, but he really wanted to know what was going on there after all. He watched from around the corner, trying to remember not to make a single sound so that he wouldn't be noticed. The boy listened carefully to every word. Junho. The next day came to school as usual and brought a huge briefcase with him. Jay was expelled from school for good, and he would finally be able to enjoy some peace and quiet. Finally, he can breathe. The other guys who were bullying him stopped picking on him. They only gave him the occasional evil glance. But luckily, he had nothing. They probably stopped bullying him because of the aftermath of the previous incident. Now the guy was relatively safe. He sat down at his desk and rested his head on the table. At last, he could enjoy a quiet life. A little peace wouldn't hurt. He felt like this was the first time in his entire time in middle school. At this moment, he was just in a great mood. Hopefully, he thought, it would last quite a while. Preferably for the rest of his time at this school. The boy walked out of the classroom and went about his business with his students. He was humming some song and didn't even notice that he was already being followed. Lee stood behind the door jamb, watching the boy closely. Now his main task was to cure this man of the curse. He had to keep a low profile and lead a natural life so as not to arouse suspicion. The main character went to the art class he always went to. When the teacher found out that he lost all his drawings, he was very upset. The guy whispered words of apology. He himself was very offended that this happened. The teacher waved his hands and asked how it had happened. The boy scratched the back of his head and said that he fell asleep on the bus and forgot them there. That excuse sounded unnatural. The teacher said it was pretty serious. He had spent a lot of time preparing his portfolio. The boy sighed heavily, realizing what had happened. But I guess he'd have to start from scratch. Well, he was used to it. The teacher sat down at his desk. But if that's what he wants to do, let him do it. The teacher's name was Huang. He was 40 years old and a former comic book artist. Now has his own art school. The man is doing what he loves to do, and it turns out to be a good income. The boy raised his head and looked at his teacher. Be that as it may, let him take a seat beside him. The boy walked over and sat down across from his teacher. The man asked how things were going at school. The boy grinned and said he was fine, but it was impossible to hide anything from the man. The wounds on his face said otherwise. The boy grasped his face and immediately realized he wouldn't be able to lie. In a trembling voice, he said that things were actually getting better. The teacher folded his hands and looked at his student carefully. He believed that things were still the same. Still, the beatings had not stopped. The teacher stood from his seat and turned his back to the boy, addressing him. The boy looked at the man in surprise. What did he want to tell him? The boy didn't understand anything. The teacher walked around the classroom and asked the boy a rhetorical question. Who does he think would win in a fight between a deer or a lion? The boy thought for a while and said that of course the lion would win. It's obvious. The teacher, clutching the mug in his hands, turned to him and said, "That's right. There's no way a deer can defeat a lion alone. It's too weak, and it doesn't have huge teeth." However, it wasn't that simple. The teacher seemed frozen in place, still clutching the mug of tea in his hand. Without turning to the boy, he said in a thoughtful tone that antlers can do serious damage. In skillful hands, it's a pretty formidable weapon. The man squeezed the cup so hard that it cracked. Persistence not always better than the answer. As his wounds fester, those who hunt him will gradually forget. The teacher began to speak morals again. He apparently liked to say, "This man was always alone, and good company was like a gift to him." The man coughed and said that sometimes even he thought the opposite, but immediately the man hesitated half a word. "He's talking too much again. Let the boy go, and start drawing." The protagonist carefully rose from his seat and nodded his head. The teacher put his fist to his mouth and continued to stare thoughtfully ahead. The boy opened the door to the next room and went in quickly. He had a long and painstaking job ahead of him in restoring his drawings. It was hard to draw from memory, but he could do it. The man was soon left all alone in the empty room. He continued to stand in the middle, staring thoughtfully ahead. The memories of his life came back to him. There were scars on his arms, too. Lots of scars, like someone had cut him with a very sharp object. The teacher wasn't lying when he said he had trouble with his classmates at school, too. He'd seen a lot. He had felt all the pain that had hardened him. Now, he'd seen his students suffer the same. At this time, the boy sat in his room, chewing on his pen. He was trying hard to remember how he used to draw, but his thoughts were slipping right out from under his nose. He couldn't remember it, as if everything he had done before had slipped his mind. The boy continued to stare thoughtfully in front of him. Nothing seemed to be coming to his mind. Not a single normal drawing came to mind. His teacher's words began to come back to his mind. Deer antlers can do very serious damage. What did he mean by that phrase? The boy wondered, and these thoughts distracted him from his normal work again. Never mind, though. The boy yawned and plopped down on the table. He was getting tired of these thoughts, and he needed something to occupy himself. Suddenly, the teacher's voice was heard. He said they had a new student. We should welcome him. A guy met a new student. And who's the guy who came here? All this time, the guy came here alone. He looked up and saw a familiar face. It was Yoon-hee, standing next to the teacher, shyly holding a small piece of paper. She greeted everyone and said that she was very pleased to meet everyone. The boy shuddered. What was she doing here? Is she also going to go to this school with him now? At this moment, his cheeks turned red. The girl saw him and waved to him in greeting. Does he study here too? She sounded happy. The teacher looked at her in surprise. Do they know each other? The girl nodded her head. The boy was embarrassed. He wasn't used to getting any attention, especially from the prettiest girl in the class. Yoon-hee ran up to him and took his hands. She said she was very happy to have someone she knew here. Now they can come here together. At these words, the boy became embarrassed and blushed. Together? It was unbelievable. He'd never been close to a girl before. He didn't even have any friends. With each passing second, his cheeks poured a blush. He flushed so much that the girl thought he didn't want to. She asked, "Is he not happy about this questioning he doesn't want to go to the same school with them?" The guy started stuttering. "No, he really wants to." "That's good." The girl smiled, her smile incredibly welcoming. For some reason, she also blushed slightly. Yoon-hee offered to go home with her. These words hit the guy like a hammer on the head. He couldn't hold himself up and fell backwards. I think the kid passed out from overexcitement. Life was good for me. Did he really deserve to be happy? After so many years of torment. The girl was frightened and rushed to his aid. What happened to him? Soon school was over and they went home together. The city was almost empty and lights were starting to come on everywhere. The two people were walking down the street talking to each other, and the girl said in surprise that she had never imagined that he liked to draw. The guy laughed surreptitiously. He was incredibly embarrassed being around her. The girl said she also likes to draw a lot. She's a big comic book fan. The guy laughed and embarrassedly said he wasn't very good at drawing. So she wants to be a comic book artist? He looked at her embarrassed. The girl replied as if nothing had happened, that that was the way it was, but her parents still hadn't given her permission for the hobby. The boy looked at her in surprise and asked if her parents wanted her to be an artist. The girl looked up dreamily and said that he understood how it was. Parents are never satisfied with what you really want to do in life. The guy blushed. He was very embarrassed that the girl he had liked all his life was sharing her innermost secrets with him. Yeah, he understood that perfectly, but he had no idea she liked drawing comics. He means she got really good grades in school. Yoon-hee smiled and carelessly said that grades don't mean anything. A person only lives one life. She feels that if she doesn't become an artist, it will be regretted. She wants to do what she is really interested in and enjoys. After all, isn't that the meaning of life? Suddenly the girl approached him and asked, "What's his favorite comic book?" The guy didn't expect such a lot of attention in his direction and even got a little scared. His comic book? He got nervous and didn't know what to say, finally gathering his thoughts. In a stammering voice, he replied that he liked Garuto. The girl jabbed her finger at him and repeated after him. The boy was even more frightened. How did she know? Why was she watching him? He was certainly pleased to realize it, but even a little scared. She stood in front and said she'd made an assumption and his drawings had a similar style. He didn't know what to do. Is she interested in his drawings? He just couldn't believe it. She's interested. He must be asleep. It just can't be that good. The girl he's liked his whole life is interested in his drawings. It's unbelievable. You couldn't pass up a chance like that. Soon they reached a crossroads. The girl said that this was the end of their paths. With her finger pointing in the opposite direction, she said that's where she was going. It was getting late, so she should be careful. Yun-hee looked at him and smiled. She called him by his name, and the guy was embarrassed again. Did he say something wrong? Here we go, he messed up again. Blushing a little, the girl replied that it wasn't very polite to say such words to a girl. The boy was frightened, really? Then he quickly apologized. And how did it not occur to him before the begging sign he didn't even know about it? Smiling, the girl said they would see each other tomorrow at school. She waved goodbye to him. The boy did the same, and was left on the empty road all alone. His mood was just fine. The boy stood under the lantern, still holding his hand up. Many thoughts were going through his mind. His cheeks were covered with blush, and he looked at the girl without taking his eyes off her. He was having an incredible time this evening. He had spent it with the most beautiful girl in the class. This gift could not even be dreamed of. The rest of the way, the guy was jumping up and down and even dancing. His mood was better than ever. It was like a dream. Things couldn't be that good. He had never thought that he would be able to talk to Yun-hee so much, and just like that, his heart was filled with a nice warm feeling. He continued to smile with his mouth full. This girl was so cute. Today was his lucky day. It seemed that nothing in the world could spoil his wonderful mood. But suddenly a horrible conjecture pierced his head. The boy stopped and looked up fearfully. Wait a minute. He remembered something very unpleasant. The other day, Galwa hit her because of him, and he didn't even apologize to her. At that moment, the guy felt terribly ashamed of his act. He was babbling like these and didn't even have time to say the most important words. Okay, he'll apologize some other time. From now on, he'll go to art school with her together. The boy looked up with an amorous gaze. He didn't notice anything around him. It was like he was floating on the wings of love. But suddenly his triumph was interrupted by someone's very familiar, ugly laugh. This laughter sounded like thunder. It was followed by a voice. What was his little puppy so delighted about? The boy was pierced with horror. He turned his head back and saw a very familiar silhouette. A silhouette that he was ready to forget. He was so happy that his quiet life, finally it had become, behold, everything was crumbling literally before his eyes. Galwa glared at him with his evil, predatory gaze. He said quietly that the brat must be very happy at school without him. Now, he felt very comfortable. The guy came closer and closer to him. The protagonist looked at him in horror and in a trembling voice asked, "How did he get here? What is he doing here?" The man told him to shut up because he just wanted to ask him something. The boy gritted his teeth and prepared to be bullied again. There was a glint of genuine cruelty and anger in his eyes. He braced himself for the worst. He approached the boy almost right next to him and began to speak. His voice was incredibly ingratiating. When he stabbed himself in the arm today, he doesn't think his hand hurt by accident. There's definitely something fishy going on here. Galwa looked down at him. His face tells him that he is right. I think he understands now why he cut himself. So let the kid show him now what he did to Lee Kyung-jun. The boy looked at him with frightened eyes. He remembered all these recent events, but these memories were too painful for him. The boy repeated his question this time, his voice sounding much bolder. He didn't seem to be afraid anymore. Galwa caught him by the neck with his hand and squeezed him so hard that the lad gritted his teeth from lack of air. Z lifted him above the ground and held him like that, clasping his neck harder and harder. The boy said it was none of his business. He seemed to have lost all fear. Z looked at him in a completely different way. There was a kind of bloody cruelty in his gaze. The man literally spelled out that he had better tell the truth if he didn't want to die. Still, he let go of the kid and he clung to his throat, which still ached. The boy asked the man fearfully, how did he know what he had done to the brat? The man smirked. Oh, that one? That's easy. The thing is, he saw everything that day, and he heard everything the guy said to him. The man approached him step by step, his gait light as if he were floating on air. The man had a big smile on his face. He said he tried to be gentler with him, the idiot went on. The smile stopped more and more predatory. Zay leaned over him and looked straight into his eyes. So he had no choice but to swat him. Didn't the guy thank him for what he'd done? He vaporized someone who was giving him a lot of trouble. That sounded ironic. In a stuttering, scared voice, the boy asked, "Where is he now?" The man smirked. Was he still worried about him? He laughed and said, "Why doesn't the kid go and check on him himself?" He just couldn't believe the kid was so worried about it. When did they get so friendly? Gyeong-yun was lying on the pavement, his body already cold and bruised. He was dead, and it looked like he'd been dead for days. His mouth was bleeding, and there were many teeth missing from his mouth. The rain was washing away the blood that had gushed from his body. The man was lying somewhere in a remote wasteland where no one could find him, even if they wanted to. Many goosebumps ran down the protagonist's back once again. So it turns out he knows everything. But how? In a stuttering voice, the guy said that now was not the time to worry about others. Z called him a fucking asshole. He looked at him as if he wanted to slap him at that moment. Before the protagonist knew it, he was hit in the stomach by a powerful punch. Z put all his strength into it. The guy sighed heavily. His breath hitched, as if all of his internal organs of the mind were mixed into a big mess. The boy was completely exhausted. With this blow, his tormentor seemed to have beaten the soul out of him. He couldn't breathe. His heart started beating at a redoubled rate. The boy fell to the ground and began to choke, holding his stomach. The boy fell to the ground and started panting, holding his stomach. Zay walked calmly toward the boy. He was getting closer and closer to him with each step. I wonder, special powers that he uses to inflict pain at the expense of his own? Funny, even sounds funny, just like that loser. The boy looked up at him and tried to cough. It was a shame he was the one who'd gotten the powers. What a shame. Junho pulled a knife from his pocket and shouted for this class to finally shut up. The blade glinted and the boy swiftly pulled the knife towards him. But the man saw it all. He opened his eyes wide, and in several great leaps ran up to the lad. Swinging around, he slammed his foot hard into the protagonist's arm, and in one fell swoop knocked the knife from him. The knife jingled and fell a few meters away from him now. Getting to it was impossible. The boy looked at his bruised arm. Galwa realized that it's very simple. He just gotta keep the boy from hurting himself. He approached the kid and grabbed his head. Now he was going to slam him to the ground with all his might. The man looked like a beast. He couldn't leave that poor kid alone. A second later, there was a very loud thump. The boy's breath hitched again. Before he could recover from the previous blow, the next one came at him again. Rocks flew in different directions. She stood over him and looked at him like he was trash. He didn't pretend to be weak. The boy still couldn't move. His whole body ached. He approached his victim and stepped his boot on his throat. The boy struggled to get his foot off as he just couldn't get enough breath. He was breathing heavily. A couple more seconds and he would pass out. Z leaned over and began to speak. If he had just taken the blows and not made any noise, then he wouldn't have been kicked out of school. The man lifted him to the ground and pulled him to him. He said he was terribly bored without him. Let him tell me how things are going at school. He misses him terribly. Junho was breathing heavily and couldn't say a word. In his mind, he knew that he would be finished. This man would kill him for sure. Galwa did not stand on ceremony. He swung his fist and with all his might struck the boy right in the face. Blood flew from his mouth. He knocked out some teeth again. He shouted for the boy to say something. Suddenly the man felt pain. He opened his eyes and stopped hitting the boy. Grasping his mouth, he groaned heavily and scurried off to the side. The boy spat out his teeth, stood up and looked at him with empty eyes. You little freak. The man looked at the wounded spot. Did he just bite his tongue? Not wasting a second, the boy grasped the knife and ran after his tormentor again. He took hold of the knife and put it to his wrist. I'm a second away from cutting him in half. As it happened, the guy yanked the knife and blood spattered in different directions. At the same time, the man felt an unbearable pain. His hand was cut. He looked at his wounded arm, from which blood began to come out in spurts. The boy looked at him and began to speak. Did he know that he had been so afraid that this moment would come? They stood across from each other and the boy kept talking. Moments when he would have to face his fears. He was petrified at that moment. Z was on one knee and holding onto the wounded hand. Z was on one knee, holding his wounded arm while the protagonist continued to speak. The boy's voice had changed, and he had taken on an uncharacteristic note of courage. He was saying that he was no longer afraid. These few days without him, without his main fear, were the happiest days of the boy's life. He was not afraid of anything for the first time in his life and felt truly alive. Z grinned and looked at him with furious eyes. What the hell is he talking about? The man gritted his teeth, but the boy didn't hear him. He said he never wanted to go back to the past again. He gripped his knife even tighter and thrust it straight into his stomach without the fear that had plagued him all his life. Going back to this past was sheer torture. He didn't want to lose all the happiness he had now. It would be a real nightmare for him. Lose all the things he has now, it's even scarier than standing in front of his tormentor right now. The boy screamed like he was going crazy right now, but he probably was. His eyes were insane, his pupils narrowed to the extreme. His whole face was covered in scars and abrasions, but he had a beast in his soul. Without thinking for a second, he forcefully plunged the sharp blade of the knife right into his stomach. The kid felt no pain. Blood spurted in different directions. He bent in half. With this action, it was as if he put an end to all the horror that he had to endure. His whole childhood was ruined, and now he had only hate for this man in his soul. Z heaved a heavy sigh. He felt something sharp piercing his body. Naturally, the man's teeth almost fainted, but still with a terrible effort of will, he managed to stay on his feet. His face was distorted by a grimace more, but he tried desperately to fight it. The protagonist pulled the knife out of his back and looked in surprise at his tormentor. Had it really worked? A spark of hope flashed through his mind. Even he couldn't survive this. It was definitely going to kill him. Desperately, he clung to that hope, but unfortunately it all went wrong. Jay made a mad face and lunged at the boy with his fists. Surprisingly, the trick didn't seem to work on him. But that's impossible. The man felt the pain. You could see it on his face. Now he flew straight at the protagonist like a kite swinging his weighty fist. A second later, the guy felt a huge blow to his jaw. His whole consciousness seemed to do a somersault. He seemed to have gotten some teeth knocked out again. Blood spatters flew in different directions, and the boy fell backwards, unable to stay on his feet. He didn't realize anything. Had his powers stopped working? Had they failed him? No, he did exactly the right thing. He didn't feel any pain. The kid didn't understand a thing. Why is he even standing on his feet? After such a stabbing, no one could survive. But it was too late to think. Jaya shook himself and got to his feet. He didn't seem to have gotten maimed at all. Damn, that was quite painful. The man said this naturally through his teeth, and while examining his entire body. He thought he had been truly stabbed. The boy was lying on the floor, still clutching the handle. But that's impossible. How could he endure such pain? The boy was just out of breath from surprise and fear. Z looked at him with crazy eyes, now looking like a bull. Now this little brat will definitely die. The man roared this in a sort of comfortable voice, the way a bear usually roars when it is about to rush at its prey. The protagonist was scared to death. He noticed the madness in his opponent's eyes. The boy had already resigned himself to the fact that now he was definitely a dead man. But he was still trying to calm himself down and put himself in order. Though with his mind he did not realize that now he would definitely not get away. Shivering with fear, he stabbed himself in the leg with his hand. He had to keep attacking so that this freak wouldn't get to him. Otherwise he would be finished. The boy tried his best to avoid danger in any way he could. However, despite his best efforts, G lunged at him like a kite with his arms out to the sides. In a second, he was going to be hit with renewed vigor. He didn't seem to be taking any damage at all. But how could that be possible? He was stabbing himself with a knife. Does this man feel no pain at all? The boy grasped his knife once more in an attempt to make some sort of attack. But Z was faster. He fell on top of him and pinned him down with his heavy body. The boy groaned. Splinters flew in different directions towards me. The man held tight, and he had no chance to defend himself in any way. He intercepted the hand of the protagonist, preventing him from using the knife. The boy tried his best to break free, but the grip of this freak was incredibly strong. It was as if his arm was taken away from him. He stopped feeling it. With horror, he realized that the only weapon that could protect him was now out of his reach. The boy opened his eyes with fear, and already resigned to his fate, looked into the eyes of his tormentor, who sat down on him, pressing him to the ground even harder. Junho closed his eyes and turned his head to the side. Ready to take the blow, the man swung his fist with all his might, ready to teach the little one a lesson. He held tightly so that his victim could not break free. A second more, and a real hail of blows fell on the face of the protagonist. The man hit without even trying. The pain was unbearable. It felt like he was being hit in the face with a huge, heavy hammer. Galva's fists were very hard because he was often involved in fights. The boy lay on the ground and patiently endured the blows. His face was already distorted in a grimace of horror, and bloody bruises appeared on it. But suddenly, something out of the ordinary happened. The boy pushed himself up with all his might. Tensing all the muscles of his abdomen, he suddenly straightened up and threw his opponent away. The man could not resist, and not expecting such a repulse, flew back. He landed face down on the ground and he couldn't understand a thing. What the hell is going on? The loser pushed him back. How could this even happen? He gritted his teeth and couldn't understand anything at all because he was so helpless. So what just happened? The protagonist gritted his teeth and kept stabbing himself, screaming all the while for his abuser to finally die. It was like the guy went crazy. His face changed beyond recognition. There was no trace of that fragile boy who was afraid of every rustle. Now he was just a hate-filled monster. Z quickly rose to his feet, and in order to prevent him from stabbing him again, he quickly reacted and rushed at him, preparing his fists. This son of a bitch is going to die. The man was furious. He didn't understand how this brat could fight back. A few seconds later, another powerful punch flew into his face. The protagonist didn't even try to dodge, but just lay on the ground holding tightly to the hilt of his knife. He was hitting himself harder and harder to at least hurt this freak. Jae Wen pounced on him again and began to strike him with even more force. Blood spatters and teeth splinters flew in different directions. The boy kept the knife in his hands all this time, trying in vain to strike him again. The man sat on top of him again, pushing him down with his legs. Junho lay on the ground, blows raining down on his face like hail. Why? Just how can he take that kind of pain? Is this even human? He continued to endure as blood poured out of his mouth. The boy was about to lose consciousness. From so many blows, probably no one would be able to resist. Z suddenly grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and threw his head back, as if trying on the next blow. The boy could do nothing but lie there and patiently await his fate. All his clothes were stained with blood. They were lying on the ground like two beasts fighting for prey. Z shook his head, and with all his might hit the boy directly in the forehead. Sparks flew from their eyes. The protagonist felt his consciousness slowly leaving him. His head was all jumbled up. It felt like a train had hit him in the head. His head hung limply. He only managed to let out a squeezed-out tone. The boy was about to pass out, his eyes darkened, and his tormentor continued to hold the boy by the scruff of the neck, hunching over him. Z looked at him with eyes full of hatred. The boy could hardly understand anything anymore. His whole face was swollen with innumerable blows. Galwa clenched his teeth and said that he could resist all he wanted, but there was nothing he could do. Fuck him. The boy's nose was bleeding with his snot. He looked at his teacher with a look of incomprehension and fear. He had already accepted that there was no way he could hurt that bastard. He could only wait patiently for his fate. His whole calm and measured life was crumbling right before his eyes. Galwa just blazing with rage, he shouted that let the guy not forget that he exists in this life only to be a punching bag. Damn sad to watch him rely on his little strength. He screamed that he was going to take everything away from him, just like his mother. These words struck the boy to the core. It was the last straw. This time he had run out of patience. The boy gripped the hilt of his knife even tighter. No one in this world dare touch his family. Grabbing the knife, the boy grouped himself and swung it with all his might, trying to hit his assailant right in the neck. But Zian backed up a bit. The man was completely shocked. How could this loser even find the strength in the first place? The protagonist's eyes filled with blood. He held onto his knife and had no plans to retreat. These words struck his brain like a bolt of lightning, and now his main goal was to kill this freak. He swung once more and aimed the knife blade straight at his opponent's chest. But the man blocked the blow in time by grabbing the protagonist's hand and squeezing it tightly to the point of crunching. The knife stopped just a few centimeters from his neck. Z looked at the boy with a surprised and even a little frightened look. How dare he try to hit him, begging sign the boy was the first time in his life he faced such a fierce rebuff. Usually all his victims just ran out of pain and would never dare to hit him back. This time something was different. Juno Yi wasn't going to stop. He screamed like a wounded animal and swung his small fist, aiming straight at the freak's forehead. The boy gathered in this blow all his hatred, all his strength that he had left. There was no retreat. He had to defend his honor and stop this outrage. This time he succeeded. The blow hit exactly on target, resounded from a mighty height, and his hand touched Galva's cheek. The man couldn't have dodged it if he had wanted to, and now he felt the pain spreading throughout his body. His cheek was burning with fire and pain was spreading through his body. I think he had a few teeth out of his mouth. The boy rose to his feet, breathing heavily. His opponent too had fallen a few meters to the side and now stood on one knee. They looked at each other as if they were two beasts fighting to the death. The protagonist, breathing heavily, rose on shaky legs. He stared at his rival furtively, consciousness slowly returning to his ringing head. In a quiet, hoarse voice, he began to speak. Z was right that the boy looked pathetic, relying on those powers in an attempt at revenge. His face was covered in blood and numerous bruises, but he still spoke. However, there was one nuance here. The boy's lips quivered. The kin was overflowing with blood from the blows. Z, at this moment, he realized that he was about to be finished. He bulged his eyes wide and concentrated everything into his attention. Everything inside him shrank with the fear of death. It was the first time he had ever felt such a sensation in his life. The protagonist shouted that anyway. It was better than nothing. The boy swung his knife as hard as he could and aimed straight for his heart. His eyes lit up with some strange lights, as if it wasn't a human at all. At that moment, his opponent felt a long, forgotten feeling of fear, something that had remained far in the past and now once again reminded him of himself, now his voice sounding even a little scared. He shouted for the boy to just stop. Strangely, at this moment he had no hatred, only fear for his own life as he realized that now it would probably end. But unfortunately it was all too late. His heart was pierced by a blade piercing through him. At that moment his eyes went dark. The feeling spread throughout his body like an inexorable flood. Z felt like he was short of breath. Something prickled sharply in his chest and his eyes widened with fear. The last of the steel was fading in them. Now his entire life, for which he had not done a single honorable deed, was flashing before him. The boy fell to the ground, clutching his chest. Life was gradually leaving him in great leaps and bounds. He was no longer able to even breathe properly. Only a strangled wheeze escaped from his throat. The man made a death grimace. His body slowly began to fall sideways. Saliva flowed from his mouth, and a final groan sounded in the neighborhood. The man continued to stare deadly into the distance. He didn't even close his eyes before he died. His face still had the same grimace of horror on it. All he had time to say before he died was to call the protagonist a dream, and that was the end of his short life. His heart stopped beating for good. The protagonist stood a little distance from the dead body and breathed heavily, trying to come to his senses, but still not letting go of the knife as if sensing imminent danger. The boy straightened up and looked up at the sky, still trying to get his thoughts in order. There were trickles of blood on his face and his heart was racing. Now in the place of his chest, his clothes were torn from the cut. It seems at this second the protagonist finally lost his mind. He looked at his tormentor with his head bowed and began to speak. It's not enough to kill him. He just feels pain, like the boy couldn't believe he'd succeeded. His face was swollen. One eye was almost covered with a bruise, and now he could barely see. The boy kept muttering something to himself in a frantic voice. But this time, he wouldn't use his powers. He would finish him off with his own hands. Z already had been dead for a long time, but the boy still couldn't believe it. Saliva flowed from his mouth and his eyes were covered with a white film. Junho said he doesn't care what happens to him anymore. All he wants is for that freak to finally disappear from this world. He leaned over the body of his rival and prepared to finish him off for good. The boy grasped the handle of his knife and prepared himself. It was time for this freak to finally die. The boy couldn't remember himself from rage and joy. The knife was literally a few centimeters away from the man's body. But suddenly, something pushed it away. Some invisible hand blocked his path, throwing him aside. The boy went flying before he could think of anything. A few meters away from him stood Mark with his hand out in front of him. On his palm burned the very same cross. In a calm voice, the boy said that was the end of it. That was enough. He stood and looked at the protagonist with a kind of sympathy. The protagonist looked at him, and his eyes overflowed with fear and not understanding. Mark continued to speak. He said that this man must have learned his lesson. The protagonist didn't understand what was even going on. What was he doing? Mark put his hand out in front and told the man to stay back and stand his ground. There was a small haze of smoke around them from the violent impact. They stood opposite each other and glared at each other with surprised looks. The main character couldn't stand it, and it was like he came to his senses. He yelled for the guy to stay back. He's going to kill the creep after all. The boy again as if lost his mind. The shock had not yet completely left him, and now again possessed his body. But the protagonist did not even suspect that behind him is already flying energy sphere. The guy as if lost everything in his field of vision. His attention was focused only on his victim. He still couldn't believe that his victim was dead. It took literally a fraction of a second for a huge explosion to shake the earth. Shards of the road flew in different directions, though he was a few meters away from the protagonists, but Junho felt a tremor under his feet. Mark looked at the protagonist with a stern look. Something changed in his eyes. He no longer looked as good-natured as the first time. The boy repeated in a rough voice that the protagonist should stay where he was, or he would be worse off. There was a metallic note in that voice. Junho looked at him with a frightened look. He certainly didn't expect it, and couldn't even realize what had just happened. Was his comrade really going to kill him? He had done the right thing, the boy convinced himself. Mark held on to his hand, from which for some reason smoke was coming out. The boy felt unbearable pain, but he showed that everything was all right. He couldn't show weakness. For many years of possessing this ability, he had already learned to control his pain. Junho looked at him and his whole body trembled with fear. This time he was seriously scared. He realized that this guy could model him, so the best option was to stop. On shaky legs, the boy stood up and said he wanted to ask Mark something. Why the hell is he helping this creep? They stood across from each other and watched every move carefully. This man deserved to die, didn't he? The boy was sure that all his actions were right. He was just protecting his normal life after all. Mark once again changed from anger to mercy, and said that he was sure he had warned him last time. Just let the boy just forget about his place, that's not the answer. The protagonist's face had already completely changed. It was blue like a dead man's. All in blood stains, his mouth was missing a lot of teeth. The boy pulled his teeth and coughed. He said it's easy for him to say. Does he even realize what that freak did to him? Inside him, his anger slowly began to boil up again. The boy screamed again, and in that scream was rage, pain, and despair. He had waited for this day. Who was he to stop him? What right does he have to do that? The boy screamed, and it seemed as if the whole town could hear his scream. The main character shouted to him that he too had signed a contract with Mephisto after all. Mark frowned and looked at him through his thick hair. He bowed his head and fell silent. The protagonist clenched his fist. Of shouted that he wasn't going to forgive anyone. Mark held out his hand, and the cross on his palm glowed again. In a calm voice, he told the boy to go home. Suddenly there was a hissing sound, as if a kettle was boiling somewhere. Junho. As if not listening to him, the boy made a dash towards him and grabbed his knife. He shouted for the man to finally shut up. It was as if he was possessed by the devil himself, and now he would not rest until he had killed all of his abusers. His pupils turned red. The boy held the knife in his hands and screamed with rage. He screamed for Mark to stay out of his way, or he would kill him too. He had already approached him at arm's length when a burst of magical energy appeared between them, which for a second even blinded the protagonist. It was as bright as if the sun had come down to earth. There was a deafening whistle which made the boy's ears pop. He didn't know what the hell it was. Naturally, in his teeth, the boy tried his best to stay on his feet, but there was such a wind as if a hurricane was about to start. Mark flashed his eyes and stored up enough energy to repel the attack of this demonic brat. He had no other choice, even though he realized that he could kill the boy with this spell. There was a deafening explosion. Mark used Fury Storm, and a bright flash of light illuminated the entire space. The powerful sound wave threw the protagonist far away. He could not stay on his feet and flew far back. A few seconds later, the boy landed on the ground, his breathing hitched. He clenched his teeth and felt an unnatural pain in his back. However, it wasn't enough to kill him now. Marka thought, the boy is unable to use his powers right now. There must be a trigger for them which he is currently unaware of. The protagonist sat on the ground and looked at his opponent with a fierce gaze. Right now, he was like a cornered beast, clinging to life with his last strength. Mark stood opposite him, still holding his arm out in front of him. It was his last warning. His voice became firm, and it was clear that I was going to retreat. He looked at the protagonist with a look full of sympathy, and even some fear. Mark said that the boy should return home immediately, for otherwise it would be worse for him. Juno didn't listen to him. He took hold of his knife again and rushed towards him with fury. The boy screamed something unintelligible and ran at Mark with even more fury. It was unclear where he got so much strength from. He raised his hand up, and the cross on his palm glowed even stronger. There had to be something to stop this madness, or the boy would turn into a monster for good. In a few seconds, a bright circle with incomprehensible biblical symbols appeared above his head. It looked like a small sun, scattering its rays. Mark stood firmly on his feet with his hand up. A bright light also came from his hand. To stop the mad boy, he had to use a punishment spell on Maria. His lips whispered the spell, and pain spread through his body. A few seconds later, an energy storm descended on the main character. It pressed him into the ground with such force that cracks came from it. The spell worked as it should, and now the boy was firmly pressed to the earth. Lee says together the main character to ruin him. He is taking Jagalva with him, and it is better for the boy not to follow them. He lifted Z's defatted body in his arms, and with quick steps headed in the opposite direction for a farewell. Mark said, he believes that the protagonist will think twice about his place henceforth if they meet again because of this. It will be the last time. Turning around, he over his shoulder told the boy that unless he changed his mind, in which case they would be enemies. The protagonist was still lying pinned to the ground by an incomprehensible magical force. Junho cried out from the last of his strength, his body seething with madness and a boundless desire for revenge. He screamed, and in his cry was expressed all the pain he had endured. Once again, he failed to fulfill his intended revenge. Mark didn't listen to him anymore. He carried Z in his arms without turning back. The hero kept shouting at him to stay where he was, but Mark was no longer listening to him. The boy remained lying pressed to the ground, tears rolling down his cheeks, and now he had once again missed his worst enemy. Is this not the end of his suffering? He fell exhausted to the ground, and consciousness finally left his head. Z sat leaning against the wall, and he seemed to be unconscious. His eyes slowly opened, and consciousness returned to his ringing head. The man mumbled something under his breath and asked where he was. The man finally woke up and began to twirl his head in different directions. Had he really come to his senses? That realization hit him like a hammer on the head. The first thing he saw in front of his face was Lee Xiun's pale face. He still couldn't fully understand everything that had happened to him. Mark calmly said that this guy had almost taken his life, and now he suggested to leave this kid alone. He stood a little ways away from his friend, leaning against the wall. They were in some unfamiliar place, but they seemed relatively safe. Z clenched his teeth and began to speak. His voice was more like an animal's growl. That's what he's saying after what he did? He tried to kill him. He's just a fucking asshole. Didn't he warn him last time that he'd kill him if he came here again? The man was filled with anger. So why did he come here again? What is he doing here? Mark looked at him with a calm, serious gaze and didn't say a word. They stood opposite each other with Mephistopheles. The demon was saying in a sweet voice that there was also one condition in the contract. Mark was surprised and looked at him. What was the condition? Demon's face stretched in a wide smile. He put his finger to his lips and hissed, "Let the guy not divulge the details of their contract. Confidentiality is very important, isn't it?" The demon looked at him with its black, failing eyes. Without a second's hesitation, the boy nodded affirmatively, even though he was disgusted to enter into a contract with this devil. The demon laughed. "He's catching it on the fly. That's a good quality." He grinned and hissed through his teeth, saying that if the boy broke the contract with him, he would pay in full, and the currency would be his soul. Lee looked at his comrade with a calm gaze. He remembered all these events of his recent life, when he had to sacrifice his soul to make a contract with this ugly man. There was an emptiness in his soul, so huge that it could have consumed him himself. The guy tried his best to fight his inner demons. He turned his back to his friend and said, "This kid is a lot more dangerous than he thinks. Let the man make sure he never crosses paths with him again." On shaky legs, Z stood up and was about to say something. He clenched his teeth and asked angrily, "What the hell is he talking about?" The man didn't understand anything. What was even going on? He had just risen from the dead. Would his friend try to explain something? But suddenly, here's the overexertion. He grabbed his chest. Something prickled in his heart, and the man fell to the ground, unable to stay on his feet. His whole body weakened in a second, as if life was leaving him again. He fell to his knees and tried to catch his breath. Mark looked down at him and continued to speak calmly. Let him look at himself. Look at the result of his actions. He'd be dead by now if Mark hadn't taken care of his wounds. Can't he at least thank him? By turning to face him. Let him think of it as the last favor he'd done him as a friend. And let the man dare not attack Junho unless he wants to die again. Mark said goodbye to them and asked him to take care of himself. Jay didn't stop. He held his chest and shouted that he would finally finish this loser off. He would kill them all. The man screamed, and there was rage and despair in his scream. Gritting his teeth, he stared after his departing friend. He screamed at him that he would kill them all. Kill him and that little bastard Junho too. At that moment, his mind was filled with questions. How dare that little brat? How dare he raise his hand on him? How dare he do that to him? The man clenched his teeth and tried to get to his feet, but his strength left his body, and he fell to the ground again, groaning. The protagonist was in his apartment and was sitting in the bathtub. His body was covered with bruises, and his strength was almost exhausted. The very mark that was on his arm was gradually consuming his body. After this incident, he had to miss a couple days of school to recover. The mark had grown so large that it had already completely engulfed his arm and climbed up his chest. Perhaps the boy overdid it, so the symbol slowly began to cover his body. Junho flopped onto the sink and tried to get up. The boy was breathing hard. His body felt like it was on fire. His strength was getting less and less. All he needed now was a good night's sleep. The boy looked in the mirror. From there, he saw an emaciated face covered in bruises and bruises. Sighing heavily, he began to ask himself questions. Why did Shiyun help this freak? And besides, where does he get his powers from? In his mind, the very incident when the guy had hit him with some kind of energy discharge was running through his mind. He still couldn't figure out where this guy got so much strength from. Who the hell was he? The protagonist couldn't help himself and fell to the floor again against the wall. The boy sank into his thoughts. This man was too strong for him. He couldn't defeat him even if he wanted to. The boy gritted his teeth. He wouldn't be able to do anything as long as this type was stapled next to him. Inside him, anger was beginning to rage again. He wanted so badly to deal with this creep who had bullied him his whole life. And now he had eluded him once more. He got down on his knees and began pounding his fist into the ground. The devil. He has strength, but is it useless? The blows came one after another and the mirror began to vibrate. The boy was beyond furious. Suddenly his phone vibrated. A message seemed to come in. It was Yun-hee. She had sent him a message. Concerned, asking why the boy was not showing up at school. The boy turned to his phone. It had indeed been quite some time since he was last in school. And there everything went on as usual. The fat boy was on his knees. Next to him were several high school students who were once again bullying him. One of them was laughing loudly. The fat man looked like a huge frog. He got hit right in the stomach. Look how he curled up in a ball. One of them went up to the poor fat man and gave him 1,000 won and told him to bring him something he knew, right? The fat man nodded his head and rose obediently. The guy smiled his predatory smile and said that Fatty would get 10 punches for every second he was late. This freak's name was Jung Haiwan, and he was 17 years old. He's not strong but has plenty of dirty tricks up his sleeve. Hangs out with Jung Somu. Fatty and ran to go shopping in a flash. He had fear in his heart as he realized that there was nothing he could do, and he only had to obey the orders of these creeps. Soon he ran to the local store. The guy frantically ran his eyes over the display cases with goods and still didn't know what he could buy. What could he buy with 1,000 won? A pack of gum? No. Damn, he should have asked. The boy sighed heavily. After all, he could have told him what to bring. Suddenly, the fat guy's eye fell on one of the display cases on which lay a packet of chips. And then a wonderful idea struck him. At last he had found a way out. His eyes lit up with joy. At last he wouldn't be beaten. Jung stood and counted down the time. 5, 4, 3, 2. There were only a few seconds left for Fatty to come. Otherwise, he would have to endure the beating again. Suddenly, the door swung open with a bang, and Fatty appeared on the doorstep holding a packet of chips and panting and shouting that he was back. The boys looked at him with displeased looks. Jung clapped his hands. Good job, Frog, second to second. He looked admiringly at the fat man. Well, now they'll see what he brought. The fat man approached him and with trembling hands brought him a packet of chips. The guy looked at it with a surprised look and immediately fury awoke in him. A grimace of rage appeared on his face. What had he just done, fucking idiot? He told me to bring the fat man food. He was supposed to bring cigarettes. The boy was furious. The fat man had spent his money and fucked up. There was a look of horror on the fat man's face. Cigarettes? He couldn't have bought them. That's not fair. Not only was he not told what to buy, he couldn't buy cigarettes. He couldn't buy them. He's a schoolboy. Just then, a powerful blow hit him in the stomach. The boy bent and flew backwards. Jung gritted his teeth in anger. The toad had screwed up again. The boy couldn't stand on his feet and rolled like a kolobok. He shrank into a ball, still clutching the bag of chips in his hand. The boy had already resigned himself to the fact that he was going to be beaten again. Jung walked up to him and looked at him like he was trash. Basically, to him, the other people were trash. He came even closer to the fat man and said in a stern voice that he was disappointed in him. He still did not understand him. Well, when he had disappointed him, he would have to punish the fat man again. The boy bent down and, continuing to breathe heavily, clutched the packet of chips in his hands. Jung walked up to him and stomped on a bag of chips with one punch. The food scattered on the floor. The guy smiled and laughingly said, "Next stop, Payne." The fat guy yelled for the guy to stop and not to touch him. He stood in front of the fat man and told him to accept to eat the crumbs. He lets him eat them because they're friends. But there's something missing. The guy said this with such feigned good-naturedness that it even made me sick. But then he realized, right, not enough jam, and slowly began to let out a big blob of saliva from his mouth. It gathered in a big drop and began to drip down. The clod of saliva slowly pulled itself down and fell onto a packet of chips. The fat man looked at it with horror and the realization that he was now going to have to eat this nasty stuff. The boy picked up the packet of chips, and immediately he was cliched, ordered to lick it clean. The boy began renaming the packet of chips in his hands, and it crunched treacherously. The boy stared at the abomination, hot tears running down his cheeks. He sighed heavily, and realized he couldn't go on like this. He prayed for someone to come to his aid. He couldn't take it any longer. He would be thrown into the mud. He turned his head and suddenly saw a familiar silhouette. It was the main character. He had a bandage on his face, and his eye was bandaged with a Band-Aid. The boy was walking forward as if he didn't notice anyone around him. A joyful smile appeared on the fat man's face. Could he really be saved? This is his savior. The boy will definitely help. The boy was already overjoyed. His face shone with happiness. The boy ran out of the room and immediately rushed to the protagonist. Joyfully, he shouted words of greeting to him. The boy was surprised and looked toward his comrade. What happened to him? A look of concern flashed across his face. Dong-ho approached him and began to beg him for help with a pleading look. He's his savior. The boy's eyes were burning with happiness. He couldn't believe that now he would finally get help. Junho looked over there carefully. What, Junho's back? A look of surprise flashed across his face. Somu looked there with indifference. What are those losers up there up to? The man wrinkled his face in a disgruntled grimace. Dong-hu entered the room, followed by the protagonist. The fat man turned rudely to the guys who had so recently bullied him. This time, Fatty looked much more confident than last time. He shouted that the guys were in big fucking trouble now. They should get down on their knees if they cared about their lives. The protagonist followed him and looked ahead with an uncomprehending stare. What was Fatty up to again? Jung grinned and walked closer. Is that son of a bitch out of his mind? But the fat man wouldn't stop. He shouted that Jung was the only one who would die here. Let him come closer. The fat man laughed again. The protagonist had already realized where this was going, and just stared intently ahead. The patch over his eye covered almost half of his face, but the boy was looking forward intently. The fat man stopped a few meters away from his tormentors, and got into a fighting stance, but still hiding behind the protagonist. He held him by the arm and hoped to be helped. The fat man had already lost his fear so much that he just yelled at them. Come on, freaks. Let them try to take him. The fat man laughed again. They'll all die and piss in their underpants. The guys looked amongst themselves. Somu looked somewhere to the side and said, That fucking toad's completely out of his mind. It looked like he was out of his mind after their blows. The fat man couldn't stop laughing. No, he's out of his mind. What happened? They're scared. Jung gritted his teeth and looked at the fat man with a killer look. Does he think another loser will protect him? No, he's already dead. He's finished. The boy looked at his victim as if he was ready to tear him apart with his bare hands. The fat man couldn't stop laughing and grinned through all his teeth. No matter, he would never forgive them. The boy was already anticipating the taste of victory now. They would show this freak real pain together. His face stretched in a wide grin. Okay. He turned to his friend and said it's time to show these freaks some of their justice. But the protagonist calmly turned to him. The boy looked at the toll booth in surprise. Is that why he called him? The fat man did not understand anything and began to turn his head in different directions. He thought his friend would help him. Suddenly, a look of horror came over his face. The protagonist said he couldn't do anything anyway, so he's leaving. The boy turned around and didn't say another word. The fat man looked at him in surprise and immediately realized that he was now in a disastrous situation. He clung with all his might to the hope that he would finally get help. He grabbed hold of the main character and pulled his hand back. The guy didn't want to give up on the idea that he had at least someone to protect him. Where is he going? He's his savior. The fat man's voice trembled with fear. He realized that if he didn't do anything, these creeps would just kill and trample him. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Savior. The boy was surprised. And why was it that he was awarded such a title? He looked down at the fat man. Junho said the boy just wanted to use him. And what would change if he helped him? A begging sign in his voice. I could hear the indifference. He certainly didn't want to get involved in this showdown. His bright and peaceful life had just begun. The fat man couldn't believe what he was hearing. But the boy kept talking. Even if these brats disappeared forever, as long as he himself didn't change, things like this would happen to them all the time. The first one to start with is himself. The fat man couldn't believe it. He grabbed hold of the protagonist's scruff and started shaking him. Why won't he help him? Now Fatty was angry with him. Would he just let it go? He pinned the protagonist against the wall and started shaking him by the scruff of his neck. Enough of this nonsense. Just let him do what he did to Kenjona, with his finger on the two guys, and yelled for the guy to just kill those creeps. But the main character stood motionless and didn't even think of doing anything. The boy stood, turning his head aside. He really didn't want to do the same thing again. He just wanted to live quietly so that no one would bother him. Just to live the quiet school days that he wanted so much. Somu laughed, it was true. Kenjon had been beaten up by that loser. A smile appeared on the man's face. He was remembering those very recent events. Jung laughed. He still couldn't believe it. He knows Kenjon has a temper, but this was simply impossible. He couldn't lose to such a weakling. Somu was suddenly wary, the smile missing from his face. Wait, he felt like those two were just stalling. His friend told him to calm down and just watch. I think something's about to happen. The fat man continued to hold the protagonist by the scruff of the neck, and had already started to cry. But the protagonist did not say anything. He just kept silent now, stood and waited. He really wanted to get rid of this annoying boy as soon as possible, as his quiet life had only recently begun. The fat man bowed his head and began to cry. Through his tears, he told the protagonist that he is the only one who understands how he feels. So he asks him to help him just this once. Just let him see these assholes are messing with him too. But the protagonist didn't really want to do that. He quietly apologized and said he couldn't do anything. The fat man swore and gritted his teeth in anger. His eyes filled with rage. He called the protagonist a freak. While he was out of school, he was beaten twice as much. They're in the same fucking boat. Is he going to get killed if he helps a friend? Fatty sent him away out of anger. Suddenly, the protagonist looked at him with a sizzling gaze after saying those words, and took hold of his hand. He ordered the fat man in a calm and quiet voice to let him go. The fatty noticed the change in his facial expression and his knees shook. What has happened to him? This guy is scaring him. Why does he look like that? The boy saw something in the protagonist's eyes and started to stagger back step by step. A faint tone came out of his mouth. The boy was scared now, probably even more than those two standing behind him. At least they were human. The protagonist continued to stare at him with his crazed gaze. His pupils dilated. He looked like a ghost now. His skin was as pale as a dead man's. Dong-Hu fell to the floor and began to crawl backwards. Now he saw someone else in the face of the main character. It was definitely not a human. It was a real monster. From such fear, the boy even wet his pants. Junho didn't say anything. He just turned around and walked towards the exit. The boy didn't say a word. It was as if he had lost all the humanity he had until that moment. Dong-Ho continued to sit on the floor in a puddle of his own urine. The protagonist turned around without saying a word and walked towards the exit, leaving his friend alone with the two freaks who were ready to kill him. Dong-Hu looked at him with a frightened look. He couldn't get rid of the thought that he saw someone else in front of him. There was no trace of his comrade, and it was as if some unknown creature had taken up residence inside him. He was definitely no longer human. The fat man had not yet recovered from what he had seen when Jung appeared beside him and put his arm around his shoulders. Now, what had he told him 5 minutes ago? He had a smile on his face. He was going to get even with the fat man, and now he had a good reason to do so. The fat man, realizing the hopelessness of his situation, knelt down in front of the guy and started begging him for mercy. He got it all wrong, but I think it was too late. Nothing could be undone. Now the fat man's foot was flying into the fat man's face. Now he'd never get away with a beating. He'd said too much, and now he'd have to answer for it. Jung punched the fat man in the face with all his might. Yuck, it smells like pigs. The fatty couldn't help himself and fell on his back with a loud sound. This sound was like a frog falling to the ground. The guy smiled and ordered him to get up. Who even cares about a lowlife like him? Even his fellow loser couldn't protect him. There was a smile on the man's face. Now he was anticipating what he would definitely smash this fatty into the walls. Dong-Hu lying on the ground while his offender's foot pressed harder and harder on his cheek. All the while the boy was thinking, why did his comrade do this to him? Why had he abandoned him? After all, they were friends. Hatred and fear settled in him. But that wasn't what he had to worry about now. The fat man wouldn't stop wailing. Why did he do this to him? He was no different from him. How dare he? Fatty seemed to be in a hopeless situation, and all he had to do was wait patiently. Soon the protagonist came to the hospital where Gino was staying. The guy walked in the large corridors and looked for the room of his comrade. He realized that he was to blame for what happened to him, but had not yet visited him once. It wasn't allowed. The boy turned his head in different directions trying to find the right room. He checked his phone to get his bearings in the place. In thought, he looked somewhere. Suddenly he was called by a familiar voice. The boy was startled and surprised. Gino stood some distance away from him and waved at him in a friendly manner. The boy asked in a friendly manner what he was doing here. Junho walked up to him and noticed that he no longer had a bandage on his arm. What? He healed so quickly. That's funny. The boy couldn't believe it. Gino looked at his arm, too, and nodded his head. Yeah, it's still a little sore, but the doctor said he's fine. Gino suddenly nudged him with his elbow and smiled. Did he just come to see him? The boy laughed ironically, and visually he said he was quite embarrassed by such attentiveness. The protagonist was also embarrassed, and said that he was to blame for what happened to him after all. Gino put his hands behind his head and said that the doctor said he could go. His throat was dry, so have the protagonist buy him a drink. The boy smiled and nodded his head. It was the least he could do for him. Gino enjoyed drinking the milk bought by the protagonist. The hospital only had water that tasted disgusting. They finally bought him something tasty to drink, and stretched out in a satisfied smile. This is unparalleled. He loves banana smoothie. He smiled and said that he was very happy, since he didn't think that besides Shihun, someone would come to visit him. The main character smiled. The guys decided to have a drink. Suddenly hearing Lee's name, the protagonist was surprised. Does he know him? Gino continued to drink the banana smoothie with pleasure. Gino looked at the protagonist in surprise. What about him? Does he know him? The guy was very surprised that the boy knew his friend. After all, they had only crossed paths a few times. Junho scratched the back of his head and hesitated. He didn't know what to say, and carefully chose his words not to say too much. He didn't want to give away all his secrets. He didn't know what to say or how best to begin. And there was a lot to tell. Nevertheless, the protagonist made up his mind, and told his comrade everything as it was. Soon they were sitting on a bench, and the protagonist leaned his head forward. He said he didn't remember exactly what had happened. But when he woke up, it was at his house. Gino was sitting next to him, and he looked wistfully at the boy. He looked at his friend with an uncomprehending look, but still listened intently to everything. The protagonist continued. This is what he said to him. The boy continued to tell everything in a trembling voice. He looked in front of him with a frightened look. He needed someone to talk to after all. Mark told him that he had made a deal with the demon before he did. Gino replied that he already knew that. Hearing this, the protagonist looked at him in surprise. He already knew already. Now that was hard to believe. Gino continued. He said that he kind of now understood why he had it. Junho rolled up his sleeve and questioned his friend. Was he talking about this symbol? Suddenly, the boy seemed to catch on. He remembered that the others could not see the symbol. But why could his friend see it? Gino kept looking somewhere in the distance. Suddenly, the main character asked him, Does he have superpowers like Shihun? Gino looked at him with a surprised look, as if he didn't know what the guy was talking about. Or maybe he wasn't listening to him at all. He asked him again what the guy was talking about. The protagonist was startled and waved his hands in an attempt to justify himself. No, let him forget it. He didn't say anything. The boy tried his best to change the subject. Gino thoughtfully asked him if Junho remembered how he had taken out that fat man. The boy remembered, and said it had been really cool back then. A happy smile reappeared on his face. Gino lifted up and in a serious voice asked, Does he think he did it with ordinary physical strength? The protagonist looked at him in surprise. It seems he was beginning to guess something, but he stubbornly didn't want to believe it. Gino walked forward a bit. No matter how fast he is, it's unrealistic to beat a big guy like him. If it's a half-weight like himself, that person will invariably lose. The protagonist offered to listen and watch him carefully. Gino, does he remember how that fatty flew back against the wall like a sack of shit? It was all thanks to holy powers, wasn't it? The guy turned to his friend and looked at him with a smile. The protagonist didn't get it. Holy powers? What is he talking about? The boy continued to sit on the bench and understood nothing. Gino continued talking. He decided to show his comrade his powers. His fist suddenly glowed with light electric energy. Yes, by using these powers, he gains Superman's abilities, which give him speed and incredible strength. However, there is one nuance. If he uses these powers to the max, he can get hurt. Therefore, he is stronger than a lot of people. The guy clenched his fist, and it glowed like a lantern. The protagonist looked at his friend in surprise and even a bit scared. Even he has superpowers. What's going on? A note of consternation flashed across his face. Gino continued. But still, he had no idea how Galwa was able to withstand his blows. He's a real monster after all. The boy laughed a merry laugh. He looked at his friend and told him not to use his powers if they can't help anyone. Does he know what the sign on his hand is? The protagonist looked at him in surprise. The guy held out his hand to him and rolled up his sleeve again. Is he talking about that tattoo? Yeah, that's the one, but what is it? Gino made a serious expression on his face and began to speak. It's the breath of a leviathan. Unlike Mephisto, which is imitated by a demon, then this power belongs to the archdevil. He is the lord of all evil. They call him the Serpent of Chaos, who wipes out everything he sees in his path. And Mephisto is just the freak who put this dangerous power inside him. Now the boy's life is in danger. The protagonist wondered. His comrade what also knows about this demon? Gino replied that Mephisto is infamous. He has done enough evil to be famous amongst everyone. He lowered his head and said with some sadness that this was the demon responsible for Shihun's fate. He didn't think that the same thing would happen to the protagonist. The boy became very sad. The protagonist took his head, but why would a demon choose to give that power to someone like him? He just couldn't understand it. He's weak, he has nothing but hate in him, he can't stand up for himself. So why? Gino turned his back to him and rhetorically asked if he knew the story of Faust. The protagonist thought for a moment. Faust? Is this the same Roman? Yes, it said that God made a deal with the devil. It happened many years ago. The devil reached out to God and then they made a deal. The point was whether Faustus, God's favorite, would become a corrupt man. Gino asked the protagonist. Who does he think won in the end, after all? The boy thought for a moment and replied that of course he thought it was God who won. And who else? Gino sighed heavily and answered that it was not so. It was the devil who had won, as unfortunate as that was to hear. Faustus had become corrupted and now his soul was completely subject to the devil. And the god had lost the bargain. It was a fateful moment. In the end, Faustus lost his life, but that's it in a nutshell. The story is actually full of so many metaphors. The friends stood opposite each other. Gino asked the protagonist, does he still think Faust is a fictional character? 300 years have passed and the devil has appeared before him. Isn't that proof? A guy walked up to the protagonist and putting his hand on his shoulder quietly asked him what he thought it could mean, especially since the devil had given him the power. The boy hesitated. He was not sure of his answer and he himself did not know the answer to this question. Gino said he wasn't sure himself, but he had a hunch that might be true. He looked at the main character and said he thought Faustus was reborn in this world, and history was soon about to repeat itself. Does it seem to me that he has something to do with it? Nothing happens in this world by chance. Everything that happens is connected to the destiny of man. The same contract with Mephisto, for example, was his inevitable fate. It was impossible to get rid of it. Everything that happens, sooner or later, would have been destined. Gino took a glass of milkshake. He sighed heavily and said that he's saying something too much, so he needs to stop. Too much information. He doesn't know exactly what the main character's powers are, but definitely, he's already an unusual person. The guy takes aim and aptly throws the cocktail glass right into the trash can, but the more the guy uses it, the more he loses. So he better think about how he's going to get rid of that curse. The guy was happy because he was able to throw it so aptly. The main character kept looking at him and trying to digest all the information he had just heard. Gino had to go now. He waved to his friend and said he was going to see him later at school, and the boy thanked him for the cocktail. The protagonist waved him off and remained standing in the same spot. The boy was left all alone with his thoughts. He sat down on a low fence and began to ponder. Faust, to the left of the fan. He was too confused. All this information was just overwhelming his head, and he needed to get his thoughts in order. What does all of this even mean? These are some kind of biblical parables. The boy lifted his head up and thought about it. Sadly, he thought about the fact that it seems like he was meant to be a pawn. But how could he be? Suddenly a thought crossed his mind. That's right. He had been too cruel to Dongjo. He had to apologize to him later. The guy went to his house. It was already too late outside. Galwa sat together with his wards in some corner and smoked. A whole cloud of smoke had formed there. Young laughed and remembered that incident at school. He was definitely getting soft right now. How could he get beaten by such a weakling? He would never leave the house again if he were him. Z continued to smoke silently and stare ahead. He was thinking about everything that had happened, and he couldn't get out of his head the fact that Mark had somehow managed to resurrect him. What the hell had happened? The guys continued to talk among themselves. Jung asked the fat man, but he didn't find this toad strange. Somu looked at his friend in surprise. What is he even saying? The guy went on. He said this frog was never like that, calling this brat a savior and a piece of shit. The guy took another drag on his cigarette and let out clumps of waterbush smoke, and told them that they were all going to die. He must have gotten a lot of pleasure saying that to them. Suddenly the same fat man appeared on the corner. Well, it's not like we were just thinking about him. Here he comes. The fat man called out to them and began to approach them quickly. Jung was getting a little angry. How did he even have the nerve to come to them? Why the hell did he come here? Get the hell out of here. But the fat man wasn't going to back down. He asked them in a trembling voice to listen to him. That goes for them too. Jung swung around and punched the fat man in the face with all his might. There was a scathing blow, and the fat man's glasses even flew off his nose. What the hell is wrong with him? And he wants to get beaten up again? The fat man was lying on the floor, trying in vain to find his glasses. He kept shaking his voice and begging the guys to listen to him. He finally found his glasses and put them back on us. Moisture they didn't break. Suddenly, Fatty said a phrase that left the guys shocked. Kneeling down, he bowed even lower and began to beg them to help him avenge Junho for such humiliation. Galwa heard all this, and rising from his seat with slow, measured steps began to approach closer and closer. The two boys kept mocking the fat man and telling him to get out of here at last. They were already anticipating that they would beat him up again. Jung looked at the fat man with hatred and was ready to destroy him on the spot. He was beginning to be annoyed by the toad's intrusiveness. Suddenly the boys heard the heavy footsteps of their leader behind them and immediately parted in fear. He came closer and closer to them, and now he was almost level with the fat man. He approached the fat man and called him Toad. The poor man looked at him and realized that now he was in trouble. His eyes filled with tears and his whole body shook with fear. Galwa stood in front of him, looking down at him. Now the boy could see with his own eyes just how huge he was compared to him. The boy looked at him as if he were a giant and was already ready to take the blows. But suddenly something unexpected happened. Instead of beating the fat man, the man walked up to him and smiling said that he was ready to listen to what he had to say. A big smile appeared on the man's face. Jung spread his hands and began to shout, "Are they going to listen to this frog? And why should they help this trash? It's just humiliating. Why should they even listen to this freak?" Galwa rose to his feet and turned to his comrade in arms. He wouldn't stop raving. He didn't like the fact that they were listening to a freak. Galwa turned to him and said in a quiet, ingratiating voice that if he didn't shut his mouth, he would break his leg as well as Kenjin's. His expression was as if he was ready to devour them. The guy started waving his hands and fearfully saying that it was all right. He didn't think that Z would get so angry. The guy really didn't want to incite his anger on himself. The fat guy tried to hold back his laughter, but he failed, and a small chuckle escaped through his lips. Jung noticed this and looked at the fat man with an angry look. He really didn't like it when someone laughed at him, especially in front of his friends. He looked at the fat man and shouted, "Does he dare to laugh at him?" The fat man noticed this and waved his hands to make some excuse. He wasn't laughing at him, it's true, but the boy was already incredibly angry. He clenched his hand into a fist and prepared for another beating. Yes. Is he saying Jung's lying? Is he trying to get his ass kicked again? Galwa had had enough of this, so he leaned back. Suddenly he made a sudden jerk and grabbed him by the neck so hard that all he could get out of his mouth was a strangled wheeze. He certainly hadn't expected that, and now he was flying into the wall. After a few seconds he hit the wall hard with his back to the wall, and his breathing became ragged. Galva was holding him tightly, and the boy didn't have enough air to breathe properly. He moved closer to his ward and said quietly, "He told everyone to shut up, didn't he? So why am I making him say it twice?" He squeezed his hand even tighter on the guy's neck, and the guy wheezed from lack of oxygen. Jung clung to his arm with all his might to free himself somehow, but his comrade's grip was ironclad. He apologized and begged him to let go, or he would die. Galwa looked at him with his frenzied gaze. It seemed as if he was about to turn into a door. At least there was nothing human left inside him any longer. Soon he did let go of his comrade, and the guy slid down the wall with a clatter. Now he shifted his gaze to the fat man and asked, "So why does he want this freak to get what he deserves? He's just looking for some bait. How does he like that idea?" The fat man kept looking at his feet and started muttering under his breath that the freak thinks he's better than him. He even tried to hit him. So that's why a loser like him should stay a loser, isn't that right? Somu looked at his comrade and asked, "What are they going to do? Are they going to help him?" Galwa smiled and asked, didn't he think it was funny? He had never seen two weaklings hate each other so much. After all, they would get a chance to look at a pretty funny picture. The guy squatted down in front of the fat man and said he would help him. He would. The victim was very happy. In his voice appeared inexpressible happiness. He himself did not believe that the main thunderstorm of the school would now help him. But there was one condition. Galva patted him hard on the cheek and said that Fatty must help him. Fatty wondered how he would help them. But he immediately agreed, realizing that he had little choice. So he immediately agreed to help them in any way he could. And now, he really wanted to avenge his humiliation, so he would turn even to the devil himself. Which is exactly what he did at that moment. Galwa stretched in a wide smile. He was anticipating a great sight. Now he had another 6 in his auxiliaries, and it was a great opportunity to avenge his humiliation on this little freak. Junho and Yoonhee, the school buildings. She sighed heavily. She's so tired she enjoys drawing, but it takes a very long time to concentrate. Good thing she doesn't have problems with other subjects. The guy was walking beside her. That's right, she's right. But he's not doing well in his studies. The guy laughed nervously, looked up and sighed heavily. She said she was really worried that she just didn't have any talent in drawing. Junho caught up and tried to cheer her up. He said in a trembling voice that the most important thing was not talent but practice. He wasn't doing well at first either. His cheeks suddenly turned red again. He was always shy when talking to a girl. At least he thinks so. He's been practicing every day because he wanted to become a better mangaka. And then, he noticed his skills improving. He feels like people are born without talent. He comes with practicing. The girl looked at him in surprise. She moved closer to the boy and looked into his eyes in surprise. Wow, she didn't know a boy could talk like that. The boy was too late to notice the girl too close to him and blushed even more. He said he was sure she could do better. The girl laughed. Is he really flirting with her now? The guy got embarrassed again, and in a stammering voice hurriedly apologized. They continued to walk home together like that. Suddenly, the protagonist felt with his back that someone was following them. They were two unidentifiable figures. The boy turned back and began to look around cautiously. It was darkness all around, so it could be anyone. One had to be careful. Meanwhile, two unfamiliar figures continued to follow our heroes with quick steps. The sounds of their footsteps echoed through the empty street. The guys continued to walk forward. The girl did not even seem to notice that they were already being followed. They kept talking amongst themselves. The protagonist felt and heard everything perfectly well. He listened to every step behind him, and was already preparing for the fact that they might be attacked by someone. Yoonhee continued to talk nonstop. Her loud voice echoed throughout the street. The girl didn't seem to notice anything around her. Suddenly, the guy squeezed the girl's hand tightly. He literally felt the girl twitch in surprise. She looked at her friend in surprise and asked, why was it he grabbed her hand? The boy turned to her, his voice sounding worried and wary. He hissed that if he said run, this girl should run and not look back. She looked at him with eyes full of incomprehension. What was even going on? She saw on his face an expression of fright and readiness for the worst. The boy stared back with his whole eye, cold sweat dripping down his face, as if he could feel with his back that two strangers were approaching them. He felt that there were still literally a couple of dozen meters to go. The people quickened their steps. They were two adult figures. He could tell from their footsteps. They were loud. The people who were approaching them were quite mature. Not a few seconds later, the guy grabbed the girl's arm even tighter and yelled for offense. He rushed forward, pulling the girl with him. Before she had time to realize anything, she ran after him. Yoonhee, running after him and breathing heavily, asked what was going on. The girl was very scared. Why are they running away? What is even going on? But she didn't stop hurting, following her friend. The guy, panting from running, replied that someone was chasing them. As soon as the girl heard that, she got really scared. What? Who? They continued to run, the rumbling sounds of their footsteps echoing throughout the street. Gasping, the protagonist replied that he himself had no idea, but they had to run. They continued to run faster and faster, trying to get away from the unknown pursuers. Soon, the two of them were standing quite far away, in some corner between buildings and breathing heavily. The boys bent in half and tried to get their breathing in order. Yunhee stood beside the boy, and breathing heavily said that she was already completely out of breath. The main character said that he thought that they were torn away from these people, whoever they were. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked who they were after all. Gopniks? Were they trying to rob them? The guy looked at the girl and replied that he didn't know. It was hard to see, but his instincts were telling them to run away. He had never been let down by that sixth sense yet. Suddenly, the guy's face changed. He saw something and heard a familiar voice call his name. The boy listened even better. The voice seemed very vaguely familiar. Indeed, it was Dongyo, but what was he doing here? The fat man was peering out from around the nearest corner, and with an inviting gesture told the boy to come closer. But for some reason, Fatty himself did not come out. He just looked at the protagonist and kept waving his hand, inviting the boy to come closer. He himself did not come out from behind the corner, but only looked at him with the big glasses of his glasses. The protagonist wondered, what's he doing here? Why is it so late and he's not home yet? He was about to approach his friend and even took a few steps towards him. But suddenly he was stopped. He felt the girl take hold of his arm and pull him back lightly. She looked at him with a concerned look and told him not to go there, for she had a very bad feeling about it. After all, what did he want? The boy looked at her with a surprised look and smiled nervously. He told the girl not to worry. He would be perfectly fine. He should apologize to him after all. Dongjo might look creepy, but it's okay. It's just him. The guy asked her to wait for a couple minutes while he went to the front. The girl looked after him with a concerned look. She was already plagued with doubts about this. What was Fatty doing here after all? It all looked rather strange. She wanted to stop him again and even stretched out her hand towards the boy, but he did not listen to her and just walked forward with a confident gait. The girl could not stop him. She bit her lip and literally physically realized that this did not bode well. Very worried not only for her life, but for the life of her friend. Who knows what this Fatty was up to? In the end, the girl prepared herself for the worst-case scenario. At this time, the protagonist unsuspectingly approached towards his comrade. The fat man stood some distance away and looked at the protagonist with a chuckle. Lowering his head, the boy approached his comrade. Fatty also looked upset for some reason. The boy had already prepared to apologize. He felt guilty before him after all. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that he was very sorry because of what happened. That day, he had done wrong. The boy apologized sincerely, but his voice trembled for some reason. He had to help him. He knew what was happening to him. The fat man looked at him with an attentive gaze and listened to every word. His face expressed exactly nothing. He just stared at the protagonist with the panes of his large glasses. Suddenly, a snide smile appeared on his chubby face. He grinned and asked, "What?" He thought his apology would fix everything. The fat man lowered his head and ordered the protagonist to stop apologizing. After all, it was already too late. He lowered his head and continued to stare in front of him with a dumb look. The protagonist didn't understand anything. An extreme degree of worry appeared on the boy's face. He asked the fat man what he was talking about. The boy grinned and asked if he thought there was a price to pay for what he had done. Behind his back, the fat man was already holding a huge bat, ready to hit his assailant. The fat man was already cheering inside. He would finally get even for all his wrongs. Suddenly, the boy heard a startled shriek from the girl. He turned around to that side and looked over to check what had happened to her. The fat man was coming closer and closer to him. His eyes now looked like two big saucers. The boy was scared as he realized that something terrible had happened to his friend. It came to him too late that it was just a distraction. Dongjo swung his huge bat and through clenched teeth prepared to hit the boy right in the back of the head. Now it fluttered with him. The boy was too late to see the heavy bat coming. All he heard was the wind whistling. A second later, the protagonist felt a powerful blow to the back of his head. His consciousness seemed to leave him. Warm trickles of blood ran down his head. The guy could barely recover from the previous beating. And here it was again. Only from whom he did not expect such a thing, but from this innocent fat man. He looked at his comrade in surprise. Swaying, the fellow was still on his feet. The last thing he saw before him was the fat man's satisfied face. Finally, consciousness began to leave his head. The boy fell on his side, splattering a spray of blood. He felt his head become cast iron and his thoughts become confused. Finally, the boy couldn't take it anymore and flopped to the ground. The fat man stood beside him, blood dripping down his bat. The boy was lying unconscious. The blow was too strong. One could only hope that the protagonist would only get off with a loss of consciousness and a concussion. The blow was indeed powerful. At this time, Fatty stood looking at his victim. He had finally gotten even with him. His lips stretched out in a smile. Fatty was incredibly happy that he would finally get revenge on this traitor for betraying his friendship and not helping him in his time of need. The protagonist didn't understand why his head hurt. Why couldn't he move? His eyes snapped open and the boy felt that he was bound. His mouth was tied with some obscure cloth, but tied very tightly. He could hardly breathe. He was very much frightened. He noticed with horror that his whole body was tied with some ropes and started wriggling like a worm, trying to get free somehow. What's going on? Why is he all tied up? What the fuck? His mouth is taped shut. Who thought of that? But the worst was yet to come. Suddenly, the guy saw something terrible. Something that made him even more scared. He saw Yun-hee. The girl was also lying unconscious a few meters away from him. The guy mewled and tried to free himself to help his friend. He saw the girl lying unconscious. Some man appeared next to him. He asked the boy, "Is he up yet?" The boy recognized the voice. He shook his head, refusing to believe it. Rolling over onto his back, he saw a familiar shape. Before him stood his nightmare. Galwa asked in a satisfied voice, how did he like their surprise? He looked at the boy with that predatory look and his mouth contorted into a smile. It was obvious that the boy was very happy to see him, except that this joy didn't bode well for our protagonist. Smiling, the man said that he was incredibly happy to see him, small as it was. A thunderous laughter broke out. What a beautiful picture. Two losers and a sympathetic wench gathered in this beautiful place. The girl was also bound hand and foot. Standing next to them was the same fatty. He was looking fearfully at the protagonist. Galwa said there was nothing to worry about. He had, after all, bound him hand and foot so that he could not cut himself. The boy turned around and found that he could not move at all. She came close to him and grasped his hair. He moved closer to his face and said that they wouldn't let him use those fucking powers this time. All the boy could do was moan. The man's face was full of anticipation. He just couldn't wait to get even with this little freak. So let's get started. A blissful smile appeared on his face. Galwa stood beside him and asked if he would like to see the little surprise they had in store for him. The boy started wriggling like a worm and trying to get free, but all he could manage was a moan. The man shifted his irritated eyes to him and looked at him. There wasn't an ounce of pity in those eyes, only a sincere desire to avenge his humiliation. Galwa swung his leg and kicked the boy in the stomach with all his might. He just screamed, but the duct tape hid his scream. The man continued to punch him in the stomach. An incredible pain was spreading through the boy's body, but he couldn't do anything. He just stared forward in front of him with frightened eyes. He realized that he was in the most horrible condition right now. No one could help him, and it seemed that now he was finished. Finally, the freak calmed down. He stopped beating the protagonist and left him alone. The boy's shaking body was left lying on the cold earth. Galwa laughed again. Oh yes. Is he having fun now, isn't he? He knows what he likes. The boy struggled to get free. The devil. His whole mouth is taped shut, but he could use his fingers. The boy squeezed the phalanges of his fingers as hard as he could to try to break them. There was a slight crunch. Galwa naturally noticed all this and stepped on the boy's head. No way. He wouldn't let him use those tricks. The guy stepped on the boy's head with great force and a ringing sound was heard in his head. He told the main character that if he used his powers, his girlfriend wouldn't leave here whole. The boy looked at him with a frightened look. More than anything, he didn't want Yun-hee to get hurt because of him. Galwa stretched in a smile. There are so many guys here who knows what could happen, so let him think carefully before doing anything. Naturally, the protagonist understood what this freak was implying. and it made his body tremble with fear. Z loudly laughed. He can see that he likes this wench very much, right? He stepped on the boy's head even harder. It seemed like now it would crack like a watermelon. He looked at the protagonist and said he had to disappoint him. That girl would hate him after this day. He said the last words with a peculiar intonation. Yun-hee was all business somewhere in a corner, shrinking into a lump. It was unclear whether the girl was unconscious or just sitting silently. Someone was starting to approach her. Somu chuckled and pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. He was about to turn on the camera, getting closer to the girl. Z suddenly gave him a powerful slap. The guy didn't expect this, and his head snapped in different directions and saliva poured out of his mouth. Somu looked at his friend guiltily. Z asked rudely, "What the fuck is he doing?" In a guilty voice, Fatty replied that he wanted to take a picture of her. Z replied, "Is he an animal? Let him leave the girl alone." Smiling, he said that the star of their party tonight is Junho. He said it in a voice that gave everyone goosebumps. The guys looked back at the main character who was tied up lying a few meters away from them. The poor guy couldn't do anything. All he could do was watch as the two creeps approached him. Ze suddenly beckoned the fat man over to him. Tout stirred and got up from his knees. Why did he call him? The little fellow's voice trembled with fear. Ze suddenly embraced the fat man and turned to the protagonist. He said that he had hurt their friend very badly. As a result, he asked them to beat him up. The man laughed as he hugged the fat man. Junho looked forward in surprise. But why did he do that? The boy thought that it came out that Dongjo had taken offense to him that much. But unfortunately, there was nothing he could do now. Z turned to the fat man and said that they were done. Now it was his turn. The fat man looked at him with a surprised look. What's going to happen now? Suddenly, a powerful slap flew into his face. The kid seemed to spit out a few teeth. Z spared no effort. He asked the fat guy, "Is he deaf?" Let him beat him to calm down. The fatty fell to his knees and held onto his wounded cheek. Z already started to slowly lose his temper. Damn it, should he fuck the two of them off or just this fatty? He looked at him with an angry look. Dongjo immediately rushed towards the protagonist to finally beat him up. He really wanted to finally with the creep who abandoned him at the most crucial moment. The fat man sat on top of the protagonist, pressing him to the earth. He grasped the protagonist's scruff and swung his fist to finally accomplish what he had planned. Without wasting a second, he began to strike one after another. Wet sounds were heard. Fatty Bill without aiming. He hit his nose, his mouth, and his eyes. All the while, Fatty yelled that it was all Junho's mistake. They're the same exclamation point, they're no different. Galwa watched all this, and a satisfied smile began to spread across his face. He was incredibly enjoying this fact that two weaklings were fighting each other. Soon the man was bent in half with laughter. He was enjoying himself immensely at such a hilarious sight. Such a thing even he could not have imagined in his wildest fantasies. He encouraged the fat man, telling him to be stronger. Suddenly the girl woke up, apparently awakened by the sound of blows. Seeing this horrifying scene, the girl started to wake up, but the guy sitting behind her told her to be quiet, and told her to just sit there and watch. Here, her role was just to be in this place. The boy didn't look particularly friendly, but he didn't show any aggression either. Yun-hee blushed with fear. Tears appeared in her eyes. Still couldn't do anything, she just watched in horror as her friend was bullied by these creeps. Galwa smiled even wider and now ordered the main character's pants off. The main spectacle was yet to come. Young stepped closer and crunched his fingers. He was anticipating an incredible spectacle, one he definitely couldn't miss. Galwa was just watching from the sidelines. The boy came closer and with one swift kick pushed the fat man aside. He bounced like a frog, giving only a weak groan. Junho watched in horror as the two figures approached him. Junho ordered Som to move his legs away. The boy tried to twitch but was immediately grabbed even tighter. He groaned again, trying to break free, but unfortunately the guy's grip was very strong. All he managed to do was wag his head helplessly. Somu said with annoyance that he thought the guys still needed to be beaten. Galwa watched the whole thing with inexpressible pleasure. A satisfied smile never left his face. Now everything would be as he planned, and no one would be able to stop him. At this time, Fatty moved away from the floor and looked fearfully at what was going on. Someone present said to prepare the camera. Junho is a man, right? Isn't he? Somu brought the camera and started filming. Camera clicks could be heard everywhere. Young held the protagonist, not letting him break free. He angrily said that if he didn't stop, it would be bad for the girl too. Fatty watched this with horror, of course. This kind of bullying was not in his plans. After all, he just wanted a little revenge, not to go over the top. He had already beaten the protagonist. Now his conscience was clear, but what would happen next? What are these freaks going to do? Somu waved his phone in front of the protagonist's face. He said that they took a picture, and they also have a video. So from now on, let him behave better. Young irritatedly said that it was already time for them to leave. The guys moved towards the exit. Juno was lying on the cold pavement, unconscious. At this moment, he wanted to die. He was still bound hand and foot. Yoon-hee approached him and fearfully asked, "Is he all right?" Even though the girl was tied up herself, she tried to help the protagonist and remove the duct tape from his mouth. Tears ran down the protagonist's cheeks. He turned to the girl. His voice was very weak. His lips were cracked and dry. His face was also all streaked with bruises. All he managed to say was that it was all because of the girl. Yoon-hee looked at him in surprise. Her eyes were also moist with tears. She didn't understand anything, but why? The boy continued to lie on the ground and spoke almost in a whisper. The girl had already helped him free himself from the duct tape. The protagonist said that if she hadn't been here, he would have killed them all, but he couldn't do that because of her. The girl lowered her eyes and pressed her lips together. She didn't understand anything. What was this guy talking about? The girl was very hurt at this moment. What was she being blamed for? The fat man was still somewhere off to the side. He was sitting fearfully against the wall and looking forward. He began to mutter something to himself. Apparently, he had heard the words of the protagonist. The sight was truly horrible. The fat man began to stammer that this was not what he really wanted. The boy was lying with his pants down. His girlfriend was sitting next to him, and the fat man was somewhere off to the side. At this time, someone was already watching him. People constantly blame others when they are having a hard time and believe that it doesn't affect them. Someone's creaky and painfully familiar voice sounded. The little demon stood overhead and saw everything that was going on perfectly. He shook his head. The world is full of such cowards who think their actions are completely innocent. He enjoyed watching everything that was going on. Everything was going according to his plan. The demon laughed softly. That laugh was more like a hiss. Some struggle, some lose their way a point, but he wonders what he will do in the end. Will he continue to fool around in the end? The story was incredibly interesting. Or maybe this guy would become even a little more serious after all. The demon's face began to change, and instead of a small toy mouth, there was a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth. Mephisto hovered in the air and finally took his true form. A sinister, demonic aura emanated from him as he hovered in the air against the blood moon, which illuminated everything around him. Junho clenched his hands into fists. Apparently, he was very worried. He had a lot to talk about. No one would help him, but he was very worried. The next day, he was still sitting in his classroom. He needed to talk to the girl. He was very worried because he had said so many bad things to her. And it wasn't really her fault. 401. The next day, he was still sitting in his classroom. He had to talk to the girl. He was very worried because he had said so many bad things to her. And it wasn't really her fault. The boy shook his whole body and convulsively stared in front of him with eyes open with fear. He blamed her for everything that had happened to him. It wasn't her fault at all. It was all his fault. The guy made up his mind that he should definitely apologize to her. Suddenly, his cell phone vibrated in his pocket. The guy flinched in surprise. Surprisingly, someone had texted him. The boy took the phone out of his pocket and looked at the screen. From what he saw there, the boy's eyes widened with surprise. His heart skipped a beat, and his breathing hitched. He stared at the phone, unable to tear his gaze away. The boy snapped out of his seat and ran towards the exit of the classroom in a flash. The teacher shouted at him, "Where's he going in the middle of class?" But the boy didn't listen. He just ran towards the exit of the classroom. The teacher would have wanted to stop him, but the boy was too fast. Holding the phone in his hands, he quickly opened the door and ran out into the hallway. Junho quickly ran down the hallway. His legs wouldn't obey and his heart was beating at double speed. Only had time to make it. That was the only thought he had in his head. Soon he ran out into the street and ran up to the bus stop. There were many cars, buses stopped somewhere, and passers-by just walking around. The panting protagonist stopped and breathed heavily. He had made it to the spot after all. Now he stood and looked forward in front of him. Yun-hee stood in front of him and smiled as she looked in front of her. For some reason, the girl had bags under her eyes, as if she hadn't slept. Soon the boy was already sitting in the principal's office. Yun-hee had stopped going to school after this incident, and he told the teachers about what they had done to him. But the school didn't want to help him. Perhaps those creeps pulled the strings, for the school tried to hush up the case as soon as possible. The principal looked at the boy with an understanding look and nodded. He told him to put all that had happened behind him. The principal and everyone else had never been on his side. The man said he was sure it would never happen again. Yun-hee stood in front and the main characters looked after her and shouted. He called her name, but the girl did not respond. Tears of despair flowed from the boy's eyes. He looked at the girl with eyes full of fear. But unfortunately, she paid no attention to him. She stood with her back to him and seemed to be looking somewhere. She saw nothing and no one around her, and her gaze was directed somewhere far away. The boy approached her with a quick step with his head down. The girl looked at him with a smile. It was obvious that she was happy to see him. The girl waved her hand at him. Jun-ho looked at her with a surprised look and asked fearfully, "Where was she all this time? Is she okay?" The boy's voice trembled a little with excitement. The girl moved her lips as if trying to say something. It was obvious she was having trouble finding the right words. Her lips moved, but for a while she still couldn't say a word. Finally, she gathered her thoughts, and smiling, still shyly looking down in front of her, she said. She didn't know if the boy would talk to her or not, but she was very happy that the main character had come. After saying that, a small blush appeared on her cheeks. The boy didn't expect such an answer and just looked at her, clapping his big eyes. He didn't know what to say. For the first time in his life, a girl was paying attention to him. He lowered his head and stupidly looked down in front of him. The boy was gathering his thoughts and still didn't know what to say. He firmly understood that he should apologize to the girl for what had happened, but he still didn't know where to start. Maybe she didn't want to talk to him at all. The boy started to speak, but the girl didn't seem to be listening. She stretched and dreamily said that she liked it so warm outside today. The boy looked at her from behind and didn't understand anything. Why wasn't she listening to him at all? He didn't know what to say, and only looked at her with his mouth open in surprise. Suddenly the girl turned to him, and Zadornov said that it would be nice to go to the movies. There's a new movie out called Hello, the Essence of It. Should be fun. The girl looked at him with a joyful expression, while the guy did not understand anything. She must have noticed his bewilderment and stared at him in surprise. What? Doesn't he want to? The girl looked at him with big punishing eyes. As soon as the boy heard her words, he immediately waved his hands. No, of course he wants to. He really did not want to lose a good thread of conversation, although he did not manage to apologize to her. And he did not understand anything now, but did not want to spoil everything again. The boy was embarrassed again. What was on her mind? He finally ceased to understand what was happening. He had only said too much that day, and now she was walking with him as if nothing had happened. Is that even possible? She doesn't seem to be offended at all. Embarrassed sideways glance. Of course he wants to watch a movie with her. Saying those words, the guy instantly blushed with embarrassment. Yun-hee looked at him smiling, and fixing a lock of her hair, laughed with a caustic snowball laugh. The girl smiled and, squinting into her eyes, cheerfully said that now they're going to have fun. It's weird, all of this, whether she really did move away so quickly or whether she's faking it. Either way, there's definitely something wrong here. Soon they came to the movie theater building. There weren't many people there. Movie posters were hanging everywhere. Visitors were choosing which movie to watch, and there was a slight buzz in the hall. Our heroes sat in the hall where there were quite a lot of people. They sat on adjacent chairs and watched the movie enthusiastically. From the screen came a voice. This food is not for you. It's for the angel of death, and thank you for everything. The voice from the movie sounded menacing. Suddenly there was probably some scary scene on the screen, and the girl clung to the main character with such force that he almost dropped the bucket with popcorn. At that moment, The guy was literally at a loss for words. The first beauty in the class clung to him in the movie theater. He did not know what to do. He only pulled his eyes out and looked in front of him. The announcer from the screen kept talking in a dull voice. The protagonist was pouring cold sweat from embarrassment. The girl looked at him and seemed to be blushing too. "I'm supposed to be dead" came from the TV screen. "You're wrong. You're gonna die now." The last words were spoken with a particularly horrible intonation. The girl apparently realized what she was doing and immediately pulled away from the protagonist, blushing even more. She apologized to him for such an embarrassing embarrassment. The boy said it was all right. He liked it. When he said those words, he turned as red as a tomato. Suddenly, the protagonist, to somehow smooth the situation, offered the girl popcorn. She agreed, and the boy brought her a bucket of corn. He took a small kernel of corn, and suddenly, unexpectedly for him, the girl took the kernel right out of his hands. The boy did not yet fully realize what had happened, as if everything was as it should be. Suddenly, the seriousness of the situation came to him, and he instantly became as red as a boiled cancer. He started pouring sweat, not expecting such an act from a girl. He was beyond happy, but on the other hand, he was terribly embarrassed and scared. In the end, unable to withstand the emotional overload of the guy, flopped in a faint on a neighboring chair. The poor girl was startled and looked at him, asking if he was okay. The guy's reaction was, to put it mildly, a little lackadaisical. Soon the movie was over, and the guys were impressed and headed to a local diner for a quick bite to eat. They ordered tteokbokki and rice balls. The blues were incredibly delicious to look at. The girl took a small rice ball and put it in her mouth with gusto. The taste was incredibly pleasant, and she even jumped up on the spot, holding her cheeks with her hands. Her cheeks were flushed to the max. It was obvious that the girl was over the moon. She leaned over to the main character just as he was pulling a napkin out of a small box. The boy blushed again. The girl looked at him and said that he really liked the tteokbokki. "A lot of people don't come here because they get them spicy here." The boy started stuttering again from embarrassment. He said he was a die-hard fan of this dish. It came out as awkward as possible. He took the chopsticks and put the dish in his mouth. "Well, they don't get very spicy here." The boy said he would go here more often. The girl looked at him with surprise and interest, continuing to chew her rice balls. She had a good-natured face. She looked at the guy with surprise. "Really? Then why is the boy drinking so much?" The boy looked at the fact that there was already a whole slide of milk cartons in front of him. He was scared. Where did this stuff come from? The boy twitched so much that he even dropped the sticks from his hands. Watching all of this, the girl laughed heartily. A blush appeared on her cheeks again. It looked like she was having a lot of fun together with S as the main character. The guy shyly scratched the back of his head and blushed again. There he seemed silly, and now he was embarrassed in front of her. Soon the day began to draw to a close, and our heroes needed to disperse. They walked down the deserted street and talked amongst themselves. Yun-hee smiled and said that she really enjoyed it. The guy looked at her and smiled and said that he was very happy to hear that. Suddenly the girl turned to him and asked him, "Did he really like it?" As soon as the guy saw this, he waved his hands and started to assure her that everything was just fine. As soon as he said that, he got even more embarrassed. The girl looked at him with a surprised look. The main characters all the time when he was walking with her, he was constantly embarrassed and acting silly. But it was very cute, and the girl laughed all the time. Yun-hee looked at the main character and suggested a very strange thing to him. "Go to a fortune teller." The guy looked at her in surprise. "A fortune teller? That's a strange suggestion. What would that be about?" Yun-hee was embarrassed again and blushing replied that she had never been there, and she was very curious about it. The girl realized that this is a very strange request, but still could not deny herself. The boy looked at her with surprise, and what does she want to know there? He just clapped his eyes and watched his friend. Well, he had no choice in principle, and he himself suddenly became curious about what would be there. So, the boy agreed. As soon as the girl heard it, she jumped for joy. Soon they came to a small building, on which there was a sign indicating that here works fortune teller. The guy looked at his phone and said he looked it up on the internet and it said it was cool. I had to go in and check it out. They went inside, and there they were greeted by a friendly man sitting at a table. He folded his arms in front of him and politely greeted the newcomers. What were they interested in? Love? Wealth? The guy sat down in front of him and the girl said that basically she doesn't know herself. The man took a deck of cards out of his pocket and said that they did not need to think, let them rest, and he would do everything himself. Yun-hee looked at the man and asked with interest what the future held for her. It was a standard question. The man smiled and said that was a great question. And immediately he began to shuffle the deck of cards, which with a cracking sound began to shuffle in his hands by itself. He spread the deck of cards in front of the boys and said that now they would see their fate. 3 cards must be chosen. The man waved his hands in front of them and gesticulated profusely to make the whole process more mysterious. Yun-hee began to choose cards thoughtfully. She poked her finger and finally selected the 3 cards she wanted. Junho watched all this and understood nothing. All these divinations were alien to him, for he was accustomed to rely only on common sense. He did not believe in God, and here there was some black magic. The man began to look at the cards and chose the ones the girl pointed to. Well, now he would see what they would show. As soon as the man picked up the card and looked at it from the other side, his face changed. It took on a look of horror, as if he had seen his death there. The man shouted that such a question could not be. At this reaction, the girl shivered. Apparently, there was something really bad there. Her expression suddenly changed and faded. Suddenly, unexpectedly for the protagonist, she snapped out of her seat and ran to the exit. The boy did not even have time to say anything to her in return. The girl as if no one noticed next to her. Junho rushed after her and tried to stop her. Soon they ran out into the street. The boy didn't understand anything and just ran after her. He watched the girl shed bitter tears, but he couldn't understand what was the reason for her crying. Yun-hee kept sobbing and said that she knew what the card said. She knows what's going to happen. The girl was sobbing as if she saw something terrible there, but the guy couldn't understand anything. Tears were running down her cheeks. She said she thought it would be fun, and it was just plain fun, but why did the cards show the same thing? The girl covered her face with her hands and finally burst into tears. The protagonist tried to cheer her up and came closer to see what he should do. Need to apologize to her now. The guy lowered his head and began to gather his thoughts. But what words should he start with? His palms were losing and his knees were trembling. This was the first time he had ever talked to a girl so seriously. Gaining a full chest of air, the guy called the girl's name. He looked up. He tried not to make eye contact with her as he was still very shy. The girl still had her back turned to him. The main character was saying that he was sorry that she had to go through all this. It was his mistake. He blamed her for everything. The girl listened to him silently, still with her back turned to him. So the guy really wanted to apologize to her. He looked somewhere to the side. His eyes were running in different directions. He didn't know what words he should say to apologize, but tried his best. He was interrupted and told he didn't need to apologize. The boy looked at her in surprise. How could he? It was his fault after all. He stared after her and the girl kept talking. No need to apologize, he's right. It's her fault he had to go through all this. The girl lowered her head and spoke through her tears. Her voice was so quiet that the main character had to listen. She lowered her head even lower. Her eyes finally darkened. The boy didn't understand anything and asked her what was she talking about. The protagonist punched himself in the chest and shouted that it was his fault. If he hadn't taken her down that alley, none of this would have happened. It was all his fault. The guy was scared to death. He really wanted to apologize to her and he didn't think it would turn out so badly. But what did she see on those race cards? The girl had turned around and was now looking at him. The protagonist asked her why she was blaming herself. Let her say something. He doesn't understand anything, does he? The girl looked at him with eyes full of tears. Her face wet with tears, all she said were quiet words of apology. After that, the girl rushed in the opposite direction. The protagonist tried to stop her, but she didn't listen to him. Only the sound of her rapid footsteps could be heard in the distance. The guy stood there, not knowing what to do. He had never encountered a girl crying before. Meanwhile, the girl was running madly. Tears were pouring from her eyes, but why? What was there to see there? The boy was left alone on an empty road. But what did she mean? Was he beaten up because of her? The guy stretched his arm forward and kept looking after her. Now, down his cheeks too against Lisa. He couldn't believe what was happening, he just refused to believe it. Not only was nothing clear to him, no, it was simply impossible. Yun-hee would never do such a thing. The silhouette of a girl who was laughing with such a carefree, ringing laugh appeared in his eyes. She would never do that. The guy tried to convince himself otherwise. He was now finally crying. It simply could not be true. The boy tried to understand something. What was she trying to say? There were many thoughts in his head, but not one of them gave no explanation for such a situation. Boy, on an empty road, there were almost no people anymore. The sun was nearing sunset, and its huge red disk was setting behind the house standing around it. The sky was a bright orange color. That was the last time he saw Yun-hee. Soon he met her again a few days later. This time the girl was standing on the edge of the roof. The boy was not in time. He didn't have time to prevent the disaster. Now he'll blame himself for the rest of his life. He never thought this would happen. Now all that was left on the roof were her sneakers. Again he failed. Again he failed to prevent the horror. Again he failed to protect her. Now on her desk lay a huge and beautiful flower. But unfortunately the student was not there. This left a lasting impression on the protagonist. The principal coughed. The man tried to gather his thoughts to tell the children the unfortunate news. It was very hard to talk about suicide in the classroom. The man sighed heavily and leaned on the podium. In a quiet voice, he said that he was sad to inform the students that the head of their class had committed suicide yesterday. There was a whisper in the classroom. Everyone began to discuss the event and on what committed suicide. Is this a joke? The main character sat in his seat and didn't say anything. He just stared dumbly in front of him. No wonder she didn't come to school. Finally, the principal decided to stop the noise and smacked the table loudly with the palm of his hand. The man sternly said that he understood that all the students were alarmed by this news, but it shouldn't affect their grades. This man was incredibly pedantic. For him, there was no circumstance that could affect his schoolwork. Well, that's it for today. The principal said that the lesson was over and the students could go about their business. The children jumped up from their seats and rushed out of the classroom. The main character was completely devastated. He looked in front of him and saw nothing. All his eyes were closed, and there was inexpressible grief in his soul. He remembered how not so long ago he had walked with her, how they had watched a movie, and now this girl was lost forever. He walked over to the desk where their head teacher used to sit and looked at the beautiful white flower lying on it. At that moment, he wanted to cry. He couldn't believe it. Why did she do that? Damn it. There must be a reason. As he left the classroom, he heard several students discussing his pictures. The girl sitting on the table was laughing and talking about that guy's pictures. He was surprised to see his big dick, and they weren't laughing and discussing the event. The boy suddenly heard this and turned around to these wires. He looked at them from the middle of the class, but the boys noticed it and immediately fell silent. The protagonist looked at them with such eyes as if he was ready to kill them on the spot. There was only unspeakable coldness in his gaze, hatred for all living things. He was better off out of sight now. He walked out of the classroom with a quick step and slammed the door behind him very hard, so hard that the two of them even shivered in fear. What the hell? He shook himself. Did you see the way he looked at them? The guy started questioning the girl. The boy stood near the entrance to the classroom and leaned against the wall, trying to control his own emotions. He was having a hard time with it. A lump stuck in his throat. He couldn't cope with the tears that were coming. Gritting his teeth, the boy began to sigh heavily. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. Slid down the wall and bitterly cried. Only his sobs could be heard in the corridor. There were hardly any people anymore. The kid was alone. Finally, he finished crying. The kid was devastated and completely exhausted, was walking down the corridor filled with people. He paid no attention to anyone. There were other students running around next to him, all of them in a hurry to get somewhere. The boy was inattentive, and one of the running students hit him with his shoulder so that he could not stay on his feet. The boy flopped to the ground, but he felt nothing. He felt empty inside. The same student who dropped him shouted at him to watch where he was going. His comrade exclaimed at him to finally go about their business. The guy was sitting on the floor, not moving, and these two began to discuss. I think they guessed it was the kid with the picture. The other boy laughed and said it was probably true. The protagonist looked at them with his crazy, cold gaze. It seemed he was beginning to suspect something. Those freaks hadn't kept their promise after all, And now the whole school knows about these pictures. The classroom was in turmoil again. The students could not, and were running around the classroom everywhere there was noise. As soon as the protagonist entered the classroom, everyone became quiet and started squinting at him. "Look, it's him!" Everyone started hissing at each other for them to finally shut up, and without even paying attention to anyone walked on. He walked up to his party and stopped in front of it, looking at it with a devastated look in front of him. There was something ugly again. There was a pile of books on the desk, something dripping from it. All his textbooks were scribbled with swear words and insults. His pencil case was smashed. The same swear words were on the desk, and someone had poured a glass of milk on it all. The main character just looked at it all. He didn't say a word. Already the hatred was gone. He had no feelings left at all. He was like a machine that didn't care about anything. The other guys kept joking around and laughing at his cock. One of them even suggested that they had gone too far. So what? He didn't need it anyway. The laughter continued to erupt in the classroom. The students were already laughing quite openly. The main character got up from his desk and moved towards the exit, completely devastated and devoid of any feelings at all. The guy moved straight down the corridor towards the school exit. He had no hatred, no anger. He just felt like a nobody. He was nothing. He had lost the only person he had ever felt good with and who didn't bully him. Eventually, he reached the steps to the first floor and sat down at the top of the unsteady steps. Put his head up. He wanted just to be alone, to sort out his thoughts after all, otherwise he would definitely go crazy. Suddenly, he heard the teacher's voice. The man was talking to someone very loudly. Apparently, the conversation was really serious. The man stood there, cell phone firmly in hand, asking why this happened in his class. He got a fucking reprimand like he cared about his students. The man was pissed off. Someone on the other end of the wire was really pissing him off. Suddenly, he said words that took the protagonist's breath away. Why couldn't that girl die more quietly? But she was so cute. A gorgeous body for a girl if I felt sorry for her. The boy continued to listen intently to the teacher's conversation. The man, as if not embarrassed, continued. Yes, that stooge in his class is a real pain in one place. The boy realized he was talking about him. He was only one flight of stairs down and he could hear everything. The principal didn't notice him and kept talking. He has no father and is needy. He can't imagine how many times he's busted his ass over this little guy. The principal was extremely annoyed. He didn't know if he was going to get fired because of those fucking students. Shit. Why did this have to happen to him? Well, you owe me lunch if he gets fired. Fuck this job, fuck this. The principal was talking to someone he knew very well. The boy's fist clenched in anger. The next lesson was physical education. Someone sat on the bench, someone played basketball. In a word, everyone was busy doing their own thing. The main character also came to the gymnasium, and he went to the boiler to get some water. He stood there, still staring emotionlessly in front of him, holding a small cup of water in his hands. Suddenly, a basketball flew right into his hand and knocked the cup of water out of his hands. The water immediately splashed him from head to toe. Now the protagonist was completely wet. The glass fell to the ground, the ball lying beside him. The boy made no attempt at action. He simply didn't care. He stood and waited patiently. From somewhere behind him came laughter. Nice shot. He was being mocked again. The boy shivered with cold, all his clothes were soaking wet. Someone said that this guy was walking with Yun-hee. The others laughed and naturally didn't believe it anymore. It's true. They say they were seen together in the city. Maybe that's why that girl died. Once again, there was an uproar throughout the gym. Someone said they heard she died because he fucked her. Yes, someone confirmed they heard that too. Shit. What a piece of shit. The boy listened to all this and his heart was filled with pain. Why do they have to be around him? He should just go and kill himself. The boy listened to all this. He didn't know where to go, what to do. Everything he had lost. Even that very fleeting happiness was gone from him so quickly. Somu and his friend were sitting in the bathroom, smoking as usual. They were discussing recent events. Even them was embarrassed that their main object of bullying looked so downcast. Somu replied that he would be surprised on the contrary if he was normal. Taking a drag once again, Fatty said that he didn't think that girl was going to die. The guy smiled and said that it was actually her mistake. She shouldn't have messed with Galva. Somu smiled and replied that there is, after all. That's the luck of the draw, I just used her. but that's not his personal problem anymore. The man laughed and stretched out in a grin. The other kid smiled and said that actually he'd once heard that this chick was the fatty of middle school, but she'd lost weight in the transition to high school. Lost weight and thought it was all in the past. This girl, I should have been quiet. He doesn't even know where Galwa got pictures of her fat days. Once again, there was their loud laughter. That girl sure had a hard time. She'd become that brat's friend and go to school for painting. The man laughed with a loud laughter. The protagonist was standing there in the back and heard it all. And why did Jay make this girl get close to the protagonist? The guy was still being discussed. Someone said, how does he know? He just had a plan, so he stuck to it. The main character was pressing himself harder and harder against the wall. He was standing in the toilet stall and he could hear everything perfectly well. Of course, the girl was faking it the whole time, so better to die so no one would know about those pics. Jay was at a club with his friend. His friend didn't believe the rumors were true. Did that kid really sleep with Yoonhee? Isn't that just crazy? He just showed up at the last minute, so he doesn't know anything. Many who think it's true. Galwa sat down next to him and said that of course it's not true. Is he completely stupid? The guy wouldn't stop. Then what about the rumors? He spread them, didn't he? But why? Just smiled. He replied that it was the best way to make that brat suffer. The kid couldn't believe his ears. What? That's crazy. Z leaned over to him and asked if he wanted to know. Why did he make her be friends with him? First of all, she crossed him. Second, he needed to keep an eye on this kid. 2 birds with 1 stone. And third, this guy had a crush on her, so it was the best decision. Everything was coming together just perfectly. The puzzle came together. And here it is in life. Galwa stretched into another predatory smile. He was literally physically enjoying himself from what he was able to turn this kid into a life. Just imagine all the slop pouring out. Nude pictures of the girl's death to add spice to it, or any rumor, even if it wasn't true. And now other rumors will spread like wildfire. There's no need to make up anything, they'll all make it up themselves. The guy sitting at the computer shivered. Oh man, dude. So he's not only good with his fists, but he's got brains too. Suddenly the kid realized that his friend was really freaking him out. Galva smiled and said that the best way to get rid of someone is to talk about them, and beating them up is a thing of the past. His friend laughed and said that sometimes he thinks he is the devil incarnate. The girl's picture was framed with a black armband. There were many flowers beside it, and in front of it all was a candle and 3 sticks of incense. The main character, dressed his all black, sat in front of her monument and pondered. He looked directly at the girl's picture, and inside he had the same all-consuming emptiness. His eyes did not express anything at all. He looked at her like a zombie now. For the guy there was no one at all, only that he was humiliated, trampled, and destroyed. Even his powers given to him by the devil himself could not fix such a situation. The boy left the room. He had cotton legs. His head generally could not think about anything. Near the entrance to the room stood several funeral wreaths, which probably bought relatives or loved ones of the girl. Nearby sat the parents. They were completely grief-stricken. A woman dressed entirely in black was crying, and the man sitting next to her, apparently her husband, was trying to calm her down. But it all seemed to be in vain. The woman was crying inconsolably. The protagonist stopped for a second and moved on. Soon the boy himself was standing on the edge of the roof. He was ready to jump right away. He looked down at the cars whizzing by, people walking by, happy people not like him. He looked forward, tears in his eyes. The guy didn't know what to do. He realized that even if he jumped off the roof, he wouldn't die. He didn't want to live. He didn't want to suffer. He realized that now he was all alone. Alone in this cruel world. Suddenly there was a familiar rustling behind him. The boy noticed it. He had already guessed who it was. A familiar face emerged from the concrete floor. It was Mephistopheles. As soon as the boy recognized him, the demon sighed. Oh no, he'd spotted him. The boy stood with his back turned to him, and in an indifferent, cold voice asked the power he had given him. How many days does he have left to use it? The demon smiled and replied exactly 14 days. But what had happened? What happened? The guy was starting to slowly scare him. The boy repeated, 14 days, that's a long time. I thought the demon had said he was just a source of entertainment for him. The demon flew closer to him. still as uncomprehending as ever. After a bit of silence, the boy said, "Okay, he's going to have a lot of fun. The boy is going to use all his powers completely. You won't leave anything behind." The demon laughed a nasty laugh. Our little boy seemed to have gotten a grip on himself. He looked with interest with his black, failing eyes directly at the protagonist. It seems that something very interesting is about to begin. At last, a worthy spectacle. It's going exactly as he'd hoped. The boy stood there staring ahead of him. Now nothing existed for him but the desire to kill. At that moment, the demon smiled broadly. There, God had lost again. The demon was triumphant. His eyes lit up with red fire. He was right again. Now the protagonist changed completely. His eyes were burning red, and it wasn't blood at all. Tears were streaming from them, but there was a crazy smile on his face. Now, he will kill every last one of them. Nothing else exists for him but the lust for death. Jae-yun sat in his bed smoking a cigarette. Next to him in his bed lay a beautiful girl. She turned to him and asked the guy what he was doing. The lad replied that he was just texting with a friend. The girl looked at him in surprise. What, didn't he text another girl again? At that moment, the guy felt like he'd been hit over the head. What is she carrying? Of course not. He's only got one girl, and it's the one lying in front of him. The guy tried his best to justify himself, but the girl didn't seem to believe him. Of course she did. Had he forgotten how she had caught him in the act of texting? Jae-yun reached out to her and kissed her on the cheek. The girl got embarrassed and squinted one eye. Yeji turned her embarrassed face away and blushed. All right, she forgave him, but because he was cute. The guy smiled and said she knew full well that he had her all to himself. Jae-yun, he told the girl to go to bed, for it was getting late. She obediently went to bed next to him, and in a second she was already sound asleep. The guy looked at her affectionately and squeezed her eyes. At first sight, it seemed that they had a complete idyll and mutual love. But suddenly, as soon as the boy sensed that his lover was already asleep, his eyes changed. That girl thinks she means something to him. What a pity. That fool thinks she means something to him. The guy collapsed on the pillow next to her and stared at his phone again. I'm gonna have to dump her somehow. She's a pain in the ass. He's hoping she'll give you a hot chain for tonight. But unfortunately, there was no one suitable. All the girls were kind of ugly. None suited his refined tastes. Some were too skinny, some were too fat, some had a Terminator face. Suddenly, the guy jerked up from his seat and stared at his phone screen. He'd finally found someone he was interested in. In front of him was a beautiful, slender, tall girl. On her face, she had a strange bandage, but it did not embarrass him, because she had a beautiful figure and a lush bust, and she was nice. Jae-yun smiled widely. Today, this chick would belong to him. In front of his beauty, no girl could resist. They started to correspond. It started innocuously with the usual greetings. Then the girl asked him to send her a picture. The guy sent her a picture of him lying in bed, and that was the end of their correspondence. The guy was worried about why this girl was not responding to him. He was starting to bite his nails out of worry. Why the fuck did she keep quiet for so long? He knew perfectly well that this girl wanted him. Answered that it wasn't bad, he looked pretty cute. At this point, the guy realized that they were going to have fun tonight. Jae-yun climbed up from the bed, and immediately his girlfriend woke up. She looked at him in surprise and asked, "Where is he going?" "He's going for a little walk." Naturally, it seemed strange, but the girl was blinded by love. The guy was already putting on his pants and replied, "He's just going to see his friend. It was no big deal." The girl planted a look of disbelief on him. She asked pitifully, "Wouldn't he stay with her tonight?" The guy replied, "It has been a very long time since he has seen this friend. Let her not be afraid. The guy will come in just half an hour." The girl excitedly told the guy to come back early. "Okay?" The guy nodded his head and pretended to smile. In his head, however, he swore at her with every word he knew. She wants a lot. Jae-yun left the room and waved goodbye to the girl, who waved back. And so they said goodbye. The boy creaked the door and dashed out into the street. The girl was left alone in an empty room and began to wait for her lover. She sighed heavily. She would be alone again today. Jae-yun was walking down the street looking for that girl. Is this exactly where she is? It's a little creepy. It's dark out and there's no one around. The guy was staring at your phone trying to find the right alley. He texted the same girl again and asked where she was. He'd already gotten there. Shit. What's taking her so long? She apologized and didn't respond. The guy replied that everything is fine, he came to the place, but where is she? The girl replied that she was behind him. Jaehyun didn't suspect that behind him, a strange creature dressed in a black hoodie was already flying at him. In the hands of the maniac was a sharp knife. Behind? The guy still didn't understand anything. Daejin was sitting in an incomprehensible place with his hands tied behind his back. The guy was out of it, he didn't understand anything. Finally, after a few minutes, he woke up. Drops of cold sweat were streaming down his face. The kid was really scared. Where was he? Who had dragged him here? Starkly, nothing was clear. He began to run his eyes in different directions, trying to find something that would explain what was happening. The guy started twitching and trying to break free. What the hell is going on here? He was scared out of his mind, his heart hammering in his chest, and it felt like it was going to break his ribs. I think he'd been kidnapped. The guy was worried sick about his life. He tried to untie his hands, but they were tightly bound with some tight ropes. What the fuck is going on here? The guy started screaming and trying to call for help. Now he was getting angry, just to get something to deal with the stress. Who's there? Show yourself. The boy tried to shout to the unknown kidnapper, but unfortunately there was no answer. He tried screaming to find someone, but unfortunately his cries went unanswered. By then, an unidentifiable figure in a hoodie was already approaching him. He was holding the same bat. It was an unfamiliar voice. Is he up? Because of the mask on his face, it was unclear what his voice was, and who he was. The stranger had a strange mask on his face. It looked like a hockey mask, but instead of eyes, there were two black openings, in which there was only darkness. It seemed to be the kind of mask worn on Halloween. The boy was even more frightened. He didn't want to die. And at the sight of this stranger, a legion of goosebumps ran through his body. His breathing hitched, and his heart began to beat even harder. The boy realized that he was in danger now. Out of anger, he began to swear. He asked, "Who the fuck is he?" At that time, the maniac just slowly, with regular measured steps, approached him. He held a bat in his hands and realized that he was the master of the situation. The stranger placed the bat beside him and came closer. He replied that who he was, it was none of his business. He said this with inhuman indifference. Jaehyun looked at him and tried to keep his composure. Though he mentally realized that he was at a disadvantage, he tried to keep his composure and not panic. The stranger came almost close to him and told him that it was all for later, that the boy would die today. However, he had just one question. Let him answer it. He has no choice anyway. The stranger leaned over to him and looked through the black failings of his mask. He began to speak in a measured manner. A few days ago, they tied up and beat up a guy and a girl. So let the guy answer him. Does he regret it or not? Jaehyun. At first, he didn't understand what he was talking about and just looked at the maniac with an incomprehensible stare. But then, digging into the recesses of memory, still remembered the recent incident when they beat this brat. I remember. They even took pictures, and then sent to the network. The guy smiled. I think he understood. So this is the trash they tied up, so ask for a sign, dude, but funny. The guy kept laughing. He had a great time that night, watching him shake in pain. Is he sorry? Is he laughing at him? Doesn't care about his suffering at all, you idiot. The maniac continued to stare at him silently with black, failing eyes. The guy kept looking at him and laughing. Isn't he scared himself? Does he think he can just walk away after this? Suddenly, the maniac started laughing. He bent in half and started laughing like he'd seen the funniest comedy of his life. Jaehyun continued to stare at him in surprise. Why is he laughing? What's so funny about it? The maniac continued to laugh harshly. His laughter echoed throughout the neighborhood. Suddenly, he stopped laughing and apologized. He'd completely forgotten to tell him. The kid is being looked at by his own fans. Jaehyun looked away in surprise. What had he done? The maniac pointed his finger somewhere to the side, and the boy looked there carefully. Goosebumps ran down his back again. If that's what he's thinking, he's in trouble. There was a phone in the distance, and apparently it had a camera on and was broadcasting live. The girl with the purple hair was still at home and couldn't sleep. She was talking to someone on the phone, apparently trying to explain something to someone. The girl was explaining that her boyfriend actually has a good heart. She understands everything perfectly, but she just doesn't want to hear. Suddenly, the voice on the end of the phone changed. She's a fool. He's a fucking asshole. After these words, the girl's expression changed. She was scared to death. as if she had heard a death sentence. The next day, everyone was shocked by the terrible news. Lee Shiyun was looking at his phone, and a grimace of horror was reflected on his face. In the school, everyone was also staring at their phones and reading the news. Everyone's faces just had some inexpressible grimace of horror on them. In the computer clubs, too, everyone sat staring at the monitor and watching in horror. One of Galva's friends was staring at his phone and couldn't believe his eyes. He had a grimace of horror on his face. He had to inform his boss immediately. He rushed over to him and waved the phone around. Galwa, at this time, was beating another poor man. As soon as he heard the screams, he stopped and started listening. The phone stood with the camera turned forward. He was broadcasting live. All that was going on in the room was seen by many onlookers. Jaehyun watched in horror. He realized it was his phone, but he still couldn't believe what would happen next. Would something terrible happen? The maniac came closer to him and gave him a friendly hug. He gave him 2 fingers as a sign of peace, and he said he'd tell his fans goodbye. This was the last time they'd see him. The maniac laughed an evil laugh. Jaehyun tried his best to break out of the chair. He begged to be told this was just some kind of joke. The guy couldn't believe what was about to happen. Just let him say it was just a joke. Well, no, it wasn't a joke. The maniac got close to him and showed him the phone screen. No, it's not a joke, it's the truth. The guy looked directly at the phone screen. There was already a live chat open. Turns out it was all a setup. There in the chat room, he was being insulted. He turns out he'd always been a scumbag. He took it out on all the girls. Now the truth has come out. The maniac laughed and asked, how does he feel now that everyone knows he's a freak? The whole box he had in mind has been shattered. Is he okay in there? Maniac seemed to smile, but you couldn't see it through the mask. He kept holding the phone with the screen turned up. I mean, he can hear his fans unsubscribing from him. Well, that's just fine. Maniac cheered. Jaehyun screamed in grief. Everything he had built for years was now crumbling in an instant. His eyes were crazy. He realized that he was losing all his popularity before his eyes now. He was simply finished. He died before he was even killed for real. Lee had seen it all too. Who was behind that red mask? The boy gritted his teeth and set his sights on stopping this monster after all. It wasn't human anymore. The boy had lost his mind completely. He had to save as many people as possible. Now Jaehyun's girlfriend saw it all. She saw how the boy had deceived her. Now her eyes were opened. In the meantime, the guy bound hand and foot was screaming with rage. He was screaming that he was going to kill that asshole. Did he hear that? He's going to kill him. Suddenly, the maniac pulled a large glowing knife out of his pocket and swung it with the blade. The maniac swung the knife as hard as he could and plunged it into his chest. There was a delicious crunch. Blood spattered in different directions, but the man did not stagger. Jaehyun opened his eyes. He felt something light up in his chest as if 1,000 fires were igniting his lungs. It was just an unbearable pain. The kid's eyes filled with blood. He bent in half, and all he could manage to do was moan. The pain was unbearable, but there was nothing the boy could do. Not to be acquainted looked down at him through the mask now. It was impossible to recognize his face. But it seems that the reader has already guessed who it really was. The maniac was stabbing himself in the chest. But it was the guy who was his victim who felt the pain. Jaehyun didn't realize what was going on. Droplets of cold sweat were building up on his face. He could feel the hellish will, even though his body was completely intact. It seemed to be what Galwa was talking about. Devil. Looks like that degenerate is going to kill him. And he thought it was just a joke. The maniac picked up his cell phone, which was already dead. The screen was black. There was no more chat or live broadcast. He threw the phone aside, and it fell with a loud sound on the hard concrete floor, and immediately crumbled. The boy looked before him with a frightened look. He begged the stranger not to kill him. He at this moment just crazily wanted to live. He had already realized and rethought his life. At this moment, he was ready to do anything to survive. He pleaded, his voice becoming pitiful and trembling. At this moment, he was ready for any humiliation to somehow prolong the minutes of his life. Only now he realized how much he loved his life. The maniac paused as if thinking for a second. Does he want him to forgive him? The stranger took hold of the red mask and started pulling it aside. It felt like he had become a murderer. Pretty unpleasant, but it wasn't such a bad feeling. The man had already removed the mask completely. To get rid of the garbage, he'd have to become a killer. Now the masks were dropped and the guy could see his killer's face. Junho stared at him with his crazy red eyes. He had changed beyond recognition. Now he no longer looked like a normal person. His hair and eyes were red like blood, and in his mouth, he had many sharp teeth. Now how does the guy want to die? The guy said in a quiet voice that it's simple. He wants everyone else to just suffer before he dies, as long as possible. The boy didn't understand anything, so he asked him again. He yelled at the main character that the same wench was just using him. She's no different from them. So why is he defending her? Is he stupid or what? The devil! It won't make any difference if he tortures him. It won't bring that girl back to life. The protagonist just calmly looked at him and his gaze was cold and lust for revenge. In a quiet and calm voice, he said that it looks like the boy is right. Nothing would bring this girl back, but there was something. Some strange blob of red energy appeared in his hands. He looked at his victim and said it didn't mean he should just sit there and do nothing. He didn't think so. Jae-yoon looked at him with a frightened look and tried his best to change his mind. Shit, boy. Was he really going to kill him? Eh? He doesn't have the guts. What would a weakling do to him? What can he do? In the hands of the protagonist, that glowing red dagger materialized again. Well, now he's going to see what he can really do. It's the perfect opportunity. The boy gripped the hilt of his dagger tighter and pointed it straight at his body. A second later, the sharp blade pierced his body. But as always, the boy felt nothing. Blood just spurted in different directions. His victim, on the other hand, felt everything perfectly. The boy sat chained to a chair and felt the pain spilling through his body. He couldn't do anything. It was like his stomach was being burned through. It wasn't just a cut. The protagonist looked at him with an absent look. He didn't enjoy the sight of torment. He was just driven by the desire for revenge. He needed to destroy all the filth and scum that lived in this world. Jae-yoon hid and gave a piercing scream. There was incredible pain in that scream. The guy felt like his body was being torn to pieces. If there was a hell, he was now in it. The protagonist pulled the knife out of his body. He was covered in glowing blood, as if he had some other glowing liquid instead of blood. Jae-yoon finally breathed heavily. Saliva came out of his mouth. He was out of breath and a little more, and the guy would definitely die. And he didn't want to do that. The protagonist looked at him and kept holding the knife a few centimeters away from his body. But he didn't stick it back in. He really wanted his victims to suffer properly before they died. The guy was already begging his maniac to just finish him off and not make him endure all that suffering. The protagonist looked at his victim in surprise and asked him, does he want him to just kill him? The guy plunged the knife into his stomach again, but they were just getting started. A satisfied smile reappeared on his face. His eyes lit up with happiness. Right now, the guy was truly happy. With the knife even deeper into his stomach, the guy began to twist it in different directions, thus causing his victim just unbearable torment. The poor guy clenched his teeth and struggled to keep from passing out. Strange that he didn't die of pain shock. Foaming saliva was already coming out of his mouth. The guy groaned in pain, if his throat only let out a deafening scream. He started squirming. The chair couldn't hold it and fell to the floor. He struggled to get free, but it was all in vain. The guy fell to the ground and continued squirming there. Junho had removed his hood, and now his victim could get a full view of his tormentor. The boy had already changed completely. It was as if he had grown in this short time. The protagonist smiled. Well, now he thought this guy was a bit chilled, though one had to admit he was pretty tough. The guy didn't give up and kept fighting. He was holding on to life from the last of his strength. Jae-yoon lying on the ground and spitting up blood and saliva dots to wring hell in his fucking mouth. The guy was already breathing from the last of his strength. Shit, he's not just gonna get off. Well, the protagonist said he underestimated him. Well, that's just his fault. Looks like they're going to have to go to the next level. Just let the guy wait a little longer. The victim looked at his maniac with eyes full of terror. So it's not over yet? In a frightened voice, the guy asked him what the guy was going to do. Damn it, this is scary. At this time, the maniac just didn't listen to him. He went about his business with an easy, measured step. The protagonist was humming a simple tune to himself. He was rummaging through some things as if searching for something. Finally, he found the right tools. There was a hacksaw, a screwdriver, some drills, in a word. Construction tools. Now he's gonna have some real fun. What good is one knife? The guy was watching him, still frantically trying to get out. He's a fucking psycho. For one thing, he was starting to get a little good at it. He began to tear with his fingernails the duct tape that was tied around him. Yeah, until that psycho finished him off. He finally managed to free himself, and struggling to gather his will into a fist, he headed for the exit. Frantically, he remembered to watch what the psycho was doing. The maniac was standing a few meters away from him, and was rummaging through the tools, choosing the most suitable ones. Jae-yoon struggled to run. He crawled across the floor, fighting the bouts of pain. He needed to get out of this place as soon as possible, or he was simply finished. The main character looked after him and gave a doomed sigh. Where is he running off to? The boy was holding a hacksaw. The boy was running away, and he was already a few centimeters away from the exit. The protagonist sighed heavily. It's not working out well after all. Junho realized that his victim wouldn't get away from him. But still, he was starting to get annoyed at his persistence. He took a large shiloh and aimed it at his ear. He said, "Stop, so let them stop." The guy took good aim right at the eardrum and prepared to pierce his ear. A few more centimeters and the sharp end of the awl would pierce his eardrum. Only a few millimeters to go. And lo and behold, Ji-yoon's head was pierced by a tolerable pain. He went deaf in a moment now. He could only hear the noise of his own blood in his head. The pain was simply infernal. Blood instantly spurted from his ear. The guy couldn't stay on his feet and tumbled down the stairs. He hit his head and his hands, but the pain was nothing compared to what he experienced. The protagonist started summoning his demonic dagger again. He looked after his victim with some annoyance. Already, he wanted to test so many different toys on him. Stop running away and pissing him off. Jae-yoon got to his feet and tried to run away. Shit. Now he's just going to be the end of him. The guy gathered the last of his strength into a fist and tried to get up. Junho rushed right after him. He definitely wouldn't let his prey out of his hands. Even though the guy tried his best to run away, he wasn't very good at it. His strength was almost leaving him. Still, he was running. And as he turned the corner, the boy could hardly stand on his feet. He kept running forward, even though his head was ringing and his whole body felt like it was on fire. Junho peeked out from around the corner and had already prepared his knife to finally stick it in his side. He watched his victim flounder helplessly, trying to get away. The guy smiled even more and finally stabbed his knife into his side. Then he started stabbing himself harder and harder. Jae-yoon, though he felt a hellish pain, but holding on to his wounded god, he tried his best to escape. No, he must endure. Just a little more. Just a little longer before he was free. His life depended on it. He didn't want to be victimized by that half-witted boy. Soon he managed to get out of this torture point. He ran down the street, leaving passers-by in different directions. His body was almost completely weakened, needing to escape as soon as possible. Soon he stopped at a pedestrian crosswalk. The guy started twirling his head in different directions. The kid turned around and saw the maniac as running after him in a sprint. He saw this most horrible red hair. Several thousand goosebumps ran through his body in an instant. His body drenched in cold sweat still somehow managed to stay on his feet. The boy realized that now more than ever he needed to run away from this place. As I waited for the traffic light to signal, he ran straight across the street, even though it was green for cars. The main character just sat and watched everything that was going on. It's really hard to kill someone, only more so. A familiar laugh sounded. It was a demon. It was somewhere nearby again. Junho sat down on the road and looked forward doomedly. Is there something else like the second level? Last time, Galwa just wiped out all the pain and got to him. He needs something more powerful to take down his opponent once and for all. The little demon laughed his caustic laugh. This guy has more power than he believes. The demon smiled. Now he was truly happy. Now everything is going according to his plan. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. The demon hovered in the air and stuck it behind his back. The pain goes away after a while. The boy looked at him in surprise. Is he saying that the main character can inflict real wounds? There was surprise in his voice. This was opening up a whole bunch of new possibilities for him. The demon smiled and said that he was a quick learner. The protagonist immediately asked, how could he use this power after all? The demon flew up to him and said that soon the boy would learn everything perfectly well on his own. The protagonist snorted. What kind of stupid answer is that? He didn't like it. It was necessary to seize this ability right now. The devil landed on his shoulder. and said in a caressing voice that someday, when the time came, this would be a regular thing for him. The boy stared somewhere ahead with a blank stare. He was completely insane now. He was completely under the devil's power. The tattoo had already grown so fast that it had engulfed his entire arm, part of his chest, and even traveled to his neck. Now, he could literally physically feel it. Every time he used his powers, the tattoo grew faster and faster. He pulled a small shiloh out of his pocket and prepared it right in his leg to stop his victim. Jae-yoon was running. As fast as he could, he needed to get away as soon as possible or else he would just be killed. The guy tried his best to cling to the last threads of life. Even though his body was in unbearable pain, but still, he was still able to move. Suddenly, some large horn, similar to those of real demons, began to appear above the protagonist's head. It came closer and closer to his head. The boy, of course, didn't notice it. Jae-yoon was running as fast as his exhausted body would allow. There were many thoughts in his head, but the one thing pulsed in his temples. To live. How he longed to live. The boy swung his weapon and aimed straight for his leg. The horn was coming closer and closer to his head, and just about to, it stuck to him forever. The weapon reached its target after all, and the poor man felt a pain in his leg that didn't bitch. He stumbled and began to fall rapidly to the ground. Unable to hold on to his wounded legs, the guy collapsed right on the crosswalk. His whole leg seemed to be burning with some kind of flame. The pain was spreading all over his body, but the guy clenched his teeth and tried his best not to scream. It must have looked strange from afar. The protagonist watched it all with undisguised pleasure. Jae-yoon lying right on the crosswalk, holding onto his leg. What the hell is this? This isn't a simple pain. Something had definitely changed. He looked at his leg and blood was pouring out of it. Now it wasn't a simple pain that goes away with time. It was a real wound. What did that kid just do? The boy looked at his leg and still couldn't believe what had happened. His leg was really hurt. It wasn't just a ghostly feeling. A real wound that was bleeding. The main character stood a few meters away from him and just watched. He was looking somewhere off to the side, a smile slowly beginning to form on his face. He saw something that he really liked. Now in front of him would be an unforgettable sight. As the car approached, the smile stopped wider and wider. The boy looked straight ahead, right at the headlights that were approaching him with inexorable speed. Jae-yoon also saw everything perfectly well. He was horrified to see a huge bus coming towards him. The guy had already accepted his fate. He saw the multi-ton Mahina flying straight at him with a rumble, and now he was about to be crushed. He was looking straight into the face of his death. Because his leg was really hurt, he couldn't move. His eye began to twitch. He realized at that moment that his death hour had come. It seemed he had come out for this walk for nothing. A few seconds later, there was a slap and the guy flew many meters forward. He flew a few dozen meters and still slumped to the ground, showering everything with blood. The main character hid somewhere in the crowd, wearing his dark hood. There were quite a few of this crowd gathered here to watch the tragedy that had happened. It was new to everyone. It's not often that such accidents happen in the city. Frightened cries were heard everywhere. Everyone was shocked by such a terrible accident. He began to look around to see if he was being followed. His eyes ran here and there, trying to find familiar faces in the crowd. His gaze traveled to the scene. There lay the disfigured body of his recent tormentor now. He himself was covered in blood and lying on the road. Nearly all his bones were broken. Somewhere up there, a demon stood and happily watched what was happening. They were enjoying it immensely. His little apprentice had finally grown up and gone wild. A lot of fun. The demon laughed his nasty laugh. Suddenly, an incomprehensible voice was heard from outside. Said she could get another soul. He's wasting a lot of her time, isn't he? Brother is making her life very difficult. The demon laughed and looked away. Mephistopheles smiled and said he'd give her this guy's soul, but she'd get too greedy. The girl was still snorting unhappily. She couldn't believe it. She had to become a part in his game. He's so toasty. The girl laughed, but thanked him. She really wanted a body like this for herself. The demon also laughed. He said his dear sister had done a very great job and of course deserved such a gift. Now the dead Yuna's body was under Lilith's power. Her eyes were holy with violet, and there was some horrible demonic aura around her, sizzling everything in her path. Time stopped. Events were transported to heaven. Gabriel's cathedral. The monstrous towers reached upwards into infinity itself. The cathedral was bathed in bright light and angelic singing could be heard everywhere. Razied screamed, lightning bolts streaming through her whole body. The girl was on the verge of death, and the torture continued. She breathed heavily and tried to regain consciousness. Gabriel turned to her and asked if she could hear him. The girl answered him in a weakened voice. She was chained to some sort of cross, and her whole body was constantly streaked with lightning. The girl quietly asked him for forgiveness. In front of her stood a man dressed in a ceremonial white uniform. This was the Archangel Gabriel. He squinted his eyes at her through small glasses. Behind him stood several other angels holding spears of fire. He jumped up and flew up to level with the girl. Forgive her? She should be asking God for forgiveness, not him. Now he was ashamed to appear before God. He entrusted her with the task as a humble angel. Did she expect him to let this beast deceive the Almighty like he did 300 years ago? Or did she befriend it? Hearing those words, the angel was scared to death. No, of course not. She began to make excuses. She would never dare do something like that. To be believed at last. One of the archangel's servants took up a spear and swung it around, aiming straight at her. How dare she make excuses in front of the archangel? She must be punished. Gabriel stood with his back turned to him and waved his hand in denial. He decides who will be punished and who need not be punished. Well, let them calm down. The man waved his hand, and it glowed again with a strange yellow light, similar to lightning bolts. The man concentrated all his holy power within himself to teach his disciple a lesson. A few seconds later, the cross on which the angel hung lit up with a bright light. The pain was just unnatural. The angel screamed. Now, he was on the verge of death. Even in a place like heaven, Gabriel looked down at him. Enough with the reservations. He had rewarded him with power, hadn't he? And he couldn't find the one who had become Faust? This is not an unallowable oversight. Besides, the man he gave his power to made a deal with the devil. He can't believe she let the filthy brat humiliate him. She deserves to be punished. The man was just beyond furious, and so honor was hurt. Raziel screamed in unbearable pain. Her whole body felt like it was being pierced by 1,000 spears at once. She screamed that she was confused. It was impossible that she could not feel Faust's presence. But she felt a strange aura from her friend Mark, and she was sure it was Faust. Gabriel heard it, and then interest flashed in his eyes. Is the matter beginning to clear up? He waved his hand for the punishment to stop. Raziel fell to the ground exhausted. Landing on his knees with a thud, he let out a stifled groan. Gabriel adjusted his glasses and carefully prepared to listen. This time the punishment was over. He turned to his younger angel and looked at him with a stern look. Still chained at the hands, I looked up at him. He looked at her like she was some kind of trash bag. This was her last chance. If she didn't live up to it too, she would definitely be killed. Gabriel said with sadness in his voice that he would not be able to meet God, so let her make sure she accomplished the mission. The girl nodded in agreement. Gabriel threw on his jacket, and with a quick step went in the opposite direction. Angel remained on his knees, staring after him. The two servants holding their spears said they thought the angel was very lucky. If they could get rid of her, afterward no one would find even her ashes. May she be thankful that Archangel Gabriel took pity on her. The girl clenched her teeth. She realized that she was not in the best position, and if she made any more mistakes, she would be finished for sure. This time, it would take a lot of effort not to screw up like last time. Lilith and her brother were standing somewhere in the city. The girl was looking at her body. She asked her brother if he knew why she was so excited. She really likes this body. She wonders why the past owner didn't like this body so much. What difference does it make if you are chubby or slim? In her opinion, you can get a lot of pleasure from any body. The man turned to her. He could see her real appearance perfectly. It was a beautiful, beautiful woman in a tight dress, and she had 2 horns on her head. She looked incredibly seductive, and her eyes were as black as Mephistopheles's. The devil smiled. People think too much about their appearance. It's too stupid. It's all just a pathetic shell. It makes him wonder about who is really evil of them. The demon laughed again. It seems to him that it's the dark side of humans are easy prey for them. The demoness leaned forward a little. She looked out over the expanse of the city. Still, how she felt sorry for the little girl. She had gotten involved with Faust again. Fate had been so cruel. The devil smiled and looked down. He laughed. Everything depends on fate. Life always repeats itself, and this girl is just a victim of an evil fate. He threw his arms out to the sides and shouted, "God, is he watching this? Let him only admire how beautifully things are turning out." He looked straight up into the sky with his arms spread out. God had lost again. He laughed an acerbic laugh. How pleasant it is to taste victory. Come on, boy. Let him entertain him properly. The devil thought of the protagonist. Let his hatred and anger loose, showing all those who turned him into a demon what he's worth. Staring at the world with my black, bottomless eyes, he expected a beautiful sight. Now, nothing will stop his charge. The guys were sitting somewhere on the roof, smoking. Together, where they were, there was already a small cloud of smoke. Young was looking somewhere ahead of him, his eyes expressing complete concern. He remembered the very video I saw today. That maniac had left a lasting impression on his psyche. He looked at that video. The maniac was looking directly into the camera. He seemed to have found his victim again. Or maybe it was just a recording of a past broadcast. He watched with his black, failing eyes that you could fall through forever. The boy even shook a little with fear. He would not like to meet this monster face to face. After all, he had seen perfectly well what that monster had done to that poor man. Suddenly, the cackling behind him was really getting to him, and he turned to his friends and said, "What are they doing here? Let them go and do something useful." The boys laughed again and said they were going now. One of them came closer to him and turned to the boy. "What's going on with him? Did he see a ghost?" The man laughed again. Jung told him to get away from him. Nothing's wrong. Everything's fine. Still, something was troubling him very much. His comrade came over and put his arm around his shoulder. What the hell did he see? Let him drop it. If something happened, just let them know. They're friends after all. The boy suggested he go out somewhere not too far away to a bar and drink some beer. He knows a cool place. Jung couldn't take it anymore, and with all his might, he punched him right in the jaw. There was a crunching sound and splinters of teeth flew in every direction. He told him to back off. Fucking assholes. He's not their friend, okay? Let them go and drink with themselves. The guy moved a little farther away. The same guy who tried to cheer him up in the first place has gone completely insane. What the hell? Is he fucking crazy? So if he's introduced to Galva, he's a big shot. Did he just hit him? The guys were staring at him with dumbfounded looks. The purple hoodie guy got to his feet and yelled that he was going to kill the freak now. His yellow-haired friend stopped him and ordered him to calm down. It was an unnecessary waste of time. The guy wondered, but why should he stop? They could kill the freak right now. Don't let him tell him he's afraid of the squishy guy. They can take him down right now. His friend looked at him askance. What would happen if they did that and Galwa heard about it? What then? He'd just finish them off. Let the boy think before he does anything, and don't let him cry about being like Junho. Besides, he heard that worm didn't come to school anymore. The guy in the purple sweatshirt cursed, "Oh shit." He gritted his teeth and they went about their business. They jumped on their motorcycle to finally get away from this place and the trouble. They were riding down the high-speed night highway on their motorcycles. The speed was just prohibitive. It appeared that one more second, and they would just fly off the road. But the guys confidently kept in the saddles. It was not the first time for them. The guy in the purple hoodie asked his friend if he was mad at the freak. The guy replied that he didn't care how he felt. All you need to know is that he's a smart dude. They're all and still future leaguers, but this dude is still on a whole other level. They continued to drive at breakneck speed down the night highway. Shit, man. Why the fuck is Galwa hanging out with this wuss? His friend wouldn't stop. The yellow-haired guy replied that he was just bringing him money, so he could use the relationship. Roughly speaking, symbiosis. Besides, did he see what happened to Jayun last night? The guy's thinking. Yeah, but wasn't that fake? It looked like he was trying to gain more follower count. His friend pondered. Did Young Hwan look too nervous about this guy's death? Man, that could be true. They continued driving, gradually picking up speed. He was sure that kid was okay after all. He can calculate things after all. His friend replied that he was dead after all. He didn't believe him, so he asked him again. The guy repeated his answer. He said he knew he was angry, but let him give this guy some time. He may be a bad person, but he's looking out for them, which makes their life at school a lot easier. Just let him remember Jang Hoon, who took care of them when they came to their past faction. But let him remember that it ended when Galwa came. Suddenly something changed. The boy felt acutely sick and now his arms were weakened. His friend, who was in the back seat the whole time, got really freaked out. What the hell? They're going down. Indeed, the bike roared and started to lurch downward. The speed was just tremendous, so if they crashed, they would both die on the spot. And his friend who was driving the bike fell on his side, and his friend tried to revive him. But unfortunately, it was all in vain. The wheel of the motorcycle began to wiggle in different directions. One more second, and there will be a monstrous accident. Stones began to fall from under the wheels. The motorcycle began to skid in different directions. He drove on the road as if there was ice. After a few seconds, he did get off the track, and the two friends flew out of the saddle and flew forward at great speed. The motorcycle started tumbling on the road. The guys fell on the road, and one of them immediately smashed his head. The motorcycle began to wiggle like a Yule. In different directions flew sparks, because he rubbed against the asphalt. The guy in the purple sweatshirt was lying nearby. He'd lost his head, but he was still alive. All he got off with was a slight bruise on his head. As soon as he regained consciousness, he started calling for his comrade to see if he was alive. Who knows? After an accident like that, anything's possible. The guy started looking around. He turned his head in different directions as he finally spotted his friend. His bloody body was lying a few centimeters away from him. His face was almost completely shattered. The guy tried his best to shake his friend, but it was all in vain. The guy was dead. His injuries from the accident were incompatible with life. He seems to have broken his neck as soon as he landed on the floor. The guy grabbed his head and kept lying on the ground. Shit, how did this happen? He looked up. His face was covered in small abrasions. The guy still couldn't figure out how did this happen. What the hell is going on? How did his friend suddenly pass out behind the wheel? Suddenly his face was touched by an unfamiliar hand. It was wearing a red glove. The guy shifted his trembling gaze to the side. In front of his eyes was the same maniac who had so recently mauled one of their friends. The man couldn't believe his own eyes. His breathing hitched. He was scared to death, but still he could not move. In a frightened voice, the guy asked who he was anyway. The maniac replied that it was none of his business, and holding out his hand asked the guy to lend him his phone. The guy yelled that he was talking some bullshit. Let him just call an ambulance or get the hell out of here. The maniac inhaled heavily. Through the mask, it was hard to see who was standing in front of him. There were only a few holes instead of eyes. The mask looked like a hockey player's mask. Suddenly, a strange object began to materialize in the stranger's hand. The boy saw it, and fearfully asked what it was in his hand. But it was as if the maniac did not hear him. He grasped the invisible dagger, and with all his strength he plunged it straight into his leg. He felt no pain as usual, but just watched his victim wriggle helplessly. The guy immediately grabbed his leg. He didn't understand anything. How is this even possible? What the hell is this even? The man hurt himself, didn't he? So why is he in pain? The boy grabbed his leg and said that he understood everything. The maniac can take him. The stranger sat down next to him and held out his hand. Tout handed him his cell phone. Good, it wouldn't have hurt him so much if he had done that in the beginning. The guy groaned even harder. Taking the phone in his hands, the man asked what his password was. The guy asked in surprise. Why would he need to know that? Through the hole in the mask, a frenzied eye peered at the boy. The maniac had changed his voice now. It was not restless, but overflowing with madness. He shouted to the man not to make him repeat himself twice. The stranger once more grasped his knife and realized that now to his foot to strike another blow. The fellow would do the irreversible and began to dictate a password. He said his password was 0210. The maniac looked at him and put the knife away in his pocket. The stranger unlocked his phone and started looking at it. Who the hell is he? The guy asked him this. He crawled farther and farther away to get away if there was no attack. Smiling, the stranger took up his mask and said he was sure he was very curious to find out who was standing in front of him. Well, he would find out now. He took off the mask for a couple of seconds, but even that was enough time for the guy to be shocked to the core. He recognized this man, and now his jaw dropped. The maniac put the mask back on and in a calm voice said that now he saw his face, and he had gotten what he wanted from him. So now there would be a denouement. He must die. The stranger looked at him with his black, hollow eyes. His voice changed and made himself mad again. At that moment, the boy realized that his life was in great danger. He begged to be left alone. What the hell? He prayed that he wouldn't kill him. What did he do to him? He didn't do anything to him. The maniac repeated his words. He really didn't do anything. It sounded more like a question than a statement. Is he sure about that? The maniac sat down beside him and looked off into the distance. He said he wanted to kill everyone who bullied him, but he's no different because he laughed while the protagonist suffered. This is not allowed. He pulled a small homemade screwdriver out of his pocket, which he probably sharpened beforehand. Well, that would be his main tool today. Too bad we can't have more fun. He looked at his victim with an emotionless look. The guy started to scream. He felt like his life was about to end, so he started to spew curses. He's just a fucking freak. So what? Why all of a sudden you thought you had to kill him? It's not like he deserved to die. Why is this happening? He looked at the maniac with eyes full of terror. He seemed to realize that he was the guy who killed Jae-yun. He's a fucking killer. The guy screamed and screamed with all his might, but then he stopped like he saw something awful. A scream stuck in his throat, nothing more, he couldn't say. A second later, and there was blood coming off his shakel. Real blood. His carotid artery had been severed in one precise blow, and now the guy was choking on it. He only had a few seconds until the blood completely drained out. The maniac didn't even turn around. He just walked forward, scoping out more of his victims. The man he killed ran out somewhere in the distance, holding onto his neck in a futile attempt to stop the blood. Suddenly, the maniac stopped and looked at a motorcycle lying nearby. The guy thought about it. He suddenly had another big idea. This motorcycle could be a real murder weapon for him. There was no way to miss such a chance. Young was sitting somewhere in the rest of the box with the windows and doors closed. Hey, I guess he must have gone too far. Should I apologize to Jae-jung? He seemed to have a guilty conscience, but he acted on it. No, it was his mistake, so apologizing would be unnecessary. Suddenly his phone vibrated. It was a message from that guy. What? What, he wants to apologize to him? It was weird, but still he couldn't say no. He read the message carefully. The other guy said he wanted to meet at 9 p.m. at the same place. Okay, it's his fault too. It's better to tell him I'm sorry. It's the right thing to do. Soon he was arranged to meet together at the agreed time. But to his surprise, none of the other people showed up. Shit! A sign. Why did they keep him waiting? He looked around, trying to find someone. The guy started to shift from foot to foot. In the distance, he saw someone's motorcycle. This machine seemed vaguely familiar to him. He called out for those guys to finally come out and show themselves in front of him. Unfortunately, no one was there. He continued to persistently call out to them, looking around. He was getting a little creepy. He is alone in a foreign place, who knows where. And now they might be in danger. Suddenly, a vague figure dressed in black appeared behind him. It had the same mask on its face. The figure came out almost noiselessly, so that the guy didn't even hear her approach. He went into one of the rooms in search of these guys and started looking around. The maniac at this time was already waiting for him outside the door. He tried not to breathe so as not to give away his presence. The guy kept screaming, attracting more and more attention. He shouted for them to stop bullshitting and come out. The maniac slowly peeked out from behind the door, waiting for the right moment. Yeah, that's it, let him go first. The guy was holding a knife that was starting to glow, a little more. Jung had already entered the room close enough to be in the line of attack. Suddenly, someone called out to him. It was a familiar figure. The boy turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. It was Soma, he asked him. What was he doing here at this late hour? He looked at his comrade with an uncomprehending look, discounting one eyebrow. The protagonist couldn't believe it. Is he here too? What did he forget here? All his plans were falling apart literally before his eyes. The fat man kept questioning him. What was he even doing here? What needed to be done this late? Somu replied that he was the one who told him to pass. Isn't he a jerk? Somu looked at him and raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what he was doing here. Did he come here to meet someone? The maniac was hiding behind the wall at this time and eavesdropping on their conversations, trying not to give himself away. He was barely breathing. A cunning plan was born in his head again. Maybe he'll be able to kill 2 people with one blow. Though who knows? It was still worth a try. The guy already had his knife ready in his hands to commit another murder. Yuan replied that he needed to meet Jejun and Wang Ken. There's no one inside, so he thinks they're still walking somewhere. It would be better to wait for them now and find out all matters on the spot. The protagonist hid behind the door and waited patiently. Somu laughed out loud. What was he thinking? These idiots are too easily distracted by bullshit. They always have nothing better to do. The guy confirmed. Yup, exactly, and laughed immediately. He's going to the arcade? His hand glowed with devilish flames again, and demonic energy began to gather in it, so that he could finally create a knife to finish off those freaks. Somu said he would go and visit Kenjon. The boy wondered, why is he taking care of him? The fat man replied that just because their leader beat him up doesn't mean they should stop talking to him. He's their friend after all. Young grinned. That's who the little stooge beat up here, right? There was no way he was his good friend. Let it not embarrass him. Somu looked at him with a formidable look and asked, did he even realize what he just said? Had he forgotten? It was because of this man that he had met Galva. The guy immediately misheard. He was scared. Goosebumps ran down his back. No, he didn't mean that. He didn't, did he? He was very frightened because he realized that the big man would wipe him out if he said anything else wrong. Somu looked at him with a fierce gaze as if he wanted to wipe him out. But unfortunately, there was no fight. The fat man simply took a cigarette out of his pocket and lit it with his lighter and smoked it. He sighed heavily. Okay, we should forget it. The guy nodded in agreement. They stood and smoked while the protagonist hid behind the door and waited patiently. Shit. They're all freezing in that jacket. It's really cold. Still, they continued their conversation. One of them asked the question, where is that little bastard? It was about the main character. Young stood smoking and replied not to hover here. He'll round up the liggers tomorrow and tell them to find this creep. He wants revenge for Jayan. The boys took another drag on their cigarettes. Somu turned to his friend. Look, he thinks this little scumbag had nothing to do with it. Jayan just got hit by a car. It was even on the news. And he thinks they were too hard on him. This is really getting out of hand. They really went too far. Fatty got sad for some reason. If it wasn't for their antics, it might be Yunhee would be alive right now. He said the last words almost crying. His friend looked at him and asked, why the hell is he talking just like a loser? Somu hesitated and looked at his cigarette butt. He's just talking, isn't he? The kid looked in front of him. He said that he personally did not wish this kid any harm. They were only doing all this because they are followers of Galva. He only wants to beat up this monkey. He's only interested in this little bastard. He is well aware that the protagonist is responsible for the death of their comrade, but they are responsible for it themselves. Sometimes he wants to apologize to him. He feels bad about what he's doing. The protagonist, standing outside the wall at this time and listening to them attentively. His friend sighed heavily and reprimanded, saying that if they're done, it's time to get the hell out of here. They were already very cold and they never waited to meet up. The protagonist continued to follow them. He rasped his fists again. Apologized to him. Are they really waking up their conscience? This is just some kind of bad joke. The guy took that idiotic mask off his head. That asshole was enjoying himself while he was beating the last of the spirit out of him. He told them to stop, but they kept going on. The guy started to become overwhelmed with unimaginable madness again. Is he sick of what he's done? Is he ashamed? The guy took off his mask and breathed a full breath. The mask flew to the floor and hit the stone floor with a loud thud. The kid looked little like a human anymore, his eyes glittering with madness, and his mouth was filled with several sharp fangs. He'd never had those before. They were just fucking freaks. How could they feel wine? He would never forgive them. She's going every one of them, and she's going to kill them, send them to hell. He knows Yunhee is around. The guy's already starting to slowly become obsessed. Huan goes up to the head of the Liger faction, and he says he has gathered everyone here as he requested. There were several dozen people standing in front of him. So what next? It was Yang John-hoon, the leader of the future Ligers faction. Huan showed them a phone that had a picture of the main character on it. He said that he wanted them to find this stooge. He will forward the picture to them, so don't let them dare come back and say they didn't find him. The guy holds the phone up even higher and says that this creep is wearing the sinister mask they saw in the video at Juyun's, and now he wants them to find him and call him. They've only got one day. Well, they can get started. Now the guy's got a pissed-off look on his face. He ordered them to find that bastard and avenge the deaths of their comrades. Completely. There was a whispering in the ranks of the group. Somebody said they heard he was hit by a car. Who knows, better just shut up, that's it, let them start. As Huan shouted at them again, Jan walked up to him and wanted to say something. He smiled and asked the guy, "This is his last request, right?" Ivan finished rummaging through his phone and asked in surprise, "What did he mean by that?" Yang, smiling, continued to talk. He said he thought they had paid for a whole year. And besides, he told them he had their backs if they waited another year. Did he remember that? But just then, a mighty blow landed in his stomach. The guy only managed to let out a groan and flew backwards, unable to stay on his feet. 479 Yuan came closer to him. Who the hell are they? To tell him what to do, he told them they do it. For covering for them, he gets pussyfooted by Galva. Ian was lying on the floor, squirming in pain. Guy continued, "If they do that again, he'll stop doing it." Guy looked at him fearfully and apologized again, continuing to hold his stomach. Heaven looked somewhere to the side. "Just let them find that little freak, understand? That's all he needs." He turned around and spit on the floor and walked away at a brisk pace. Yang soon gathered all his subordinates and ordered them to look for the little freak. Soon all the boys came back out of breath, but unfortunately not fulfilling the request. Their leader asked, "Did they find him?" The boys said no. "He's nowhere to be found." What are they going to do? Time's running out. Jan got his head up his ass, damn it. Why do they have to look for him, damn it? The boy cringed and didn't know what to do. The time was running out and there was no result now. He'd be screwed for sure. The guys, of course, noticed that their leader was very much worried about something. And even if he doesn't know what to do, it means he's not completely fucked up. But the guy tried to come to his senses quickly, and waving his hand apologized to the guys. He didn't have to show his weakness, they wouldn't take it lying down. His friends came up to him and said it wasn't his fault. One of them suggested we go and eat some chicken. They all agreed. Yang walked in the opposite direction. He was downcast and didn't know what to do. Huan, the bastard, hadn't kept his word. How much was it possible to mess around with that little creep? It was better when Youngjong had everything under control. The guy was walking forward and thinking about something. Tears almost appeared in his eyes. He realized how pathetic he was. He has to grovel before Galva because he's a weakling and can't take care of his gang on his own. Suddenly the guy shifted his gaze back, and from what he saw, it was like his heart stopped. A chill started to build across his face. He finally saw what he was looking for, but unfortunately it wouldn't help him now. His eyes bulged with fear, and cold sweat began to trickle down his face. Before him stood the very assassin they had been hunting for so long. He stood and looked at him with the dark failings of his mask. Ian took a fighting stance, but he doubted it would do him any good. He finally decided to show himself. He's crazier than everyone thought. Does he want to get rid of him while he's alone? Coward. Well, come on, show me what you got. The boy tried his best to be as brave as possible to reassure himself. The boy thought. He remembered hearing somewhere that this killer carries a knife. Is he using it? The boy shouted. Let the maniac fight just like a man. And don't even think about pulling out his knife. The killer looked at him and in a good-natured voice said he thought his wish might well come true. Ian continued to keep his fists at the ready, although he was a little shocked that the assassin didn't decide to finish him off right away. After all, he knew he wouldn't be able to stand up to him. To his surprise, the stranger approached him with a soft gait and put a friendly hand on his shoulder. He asked if he wished to hear what he would propose to him. Jan. Not wanting to hear anything, he yanked his arm and removed the maniac's hand from his shoulder. He screamed for the creep to back off. Well, he had chosen his own death. Gino walking out of the hospital, he cheerfully walked towards his home. Free at last. Free from hospital food and could eat as much yummy food as he wanted. The guy exhaled and steam came out of his mouth. Whew, it's cold today. The guy zipped up the zippers on his jacket tighter and moved forward. He walked briskly to his house, Google's footsteps echoing down the empty street, and the guy was in a great mood. Soon the boy came to his house. On the way, he stopped at the store to buy some groceries. Now he stood on his doorstep and called out to his mother. The woman didn't answer, so the boy, wary, called her again. The boy went into the next room and was about to call out to her again, when suddenly he hesitated half a word, for he saw the woman sleeping peacefully in her bed. The boy smiled and with a blessed smile looked at his sleeping mother. The picture was peaceful. The boy loved his mother very much. It was almost the only native person who could support him in a difficult moment. And now the boy directed all his energies to make her happy. Suddenly someone's very familiar voice came to his ears. After that, the boy squinted his eyes and grouped his whole body ready to attack. The boy realized who it was in a split second. He clenched his fist and his hand glowed again with a bright, divine light. The boy turned and began to walk quietly to the back of the house to see who dared to enter his dwelling after all. The boy swung around and without aiming hit the source of the sound, or at least where he thought the sound was coming from. To his surprise, there was an angel standing there. He stopped his hand at the last moment. His fist was already warmed up and was literally a few centimeters from his face. She-girl put her hand out and caught his blow. Surprised, he looked at her. What's he doing here? He looked at the girl in surprise. And what is she doing here? What brought her here? The boy certainly hadn't expected this. He was even prepared that this fat eye and breaking into his house, but not an angel. She gritted her teeth and began to speak. Her look was not at all unfriendly. The girl said it was time to tell him something. She was sure the lad had rested enough, so they would talk about his mission. They stood opposite each other like this. The girl was holding the guy's hand, and in her other hand she was holding a lollipop. She seemed to walk around with it all the time. Havan was frantically holding his phone in his hands and looking at something there. Drops of sweat were building down his face. Apparently what he saw there shocked him. And what are those freaks doing there? It wasn't my question that stuck in his head. He'd just kill them, wouldn't he? After that, the guy moves his head back, but before he does, Galwa kills him. Shit, he was going to lose his mind. He had to come up with some sane plan. Otherwise, he's going to get killed by his own people. Suddenly, the boy heard his leader address him. A whole legion of goosebumps immediately ran down his back. The boy turned to him and fearfully asked him what he wanted. Galwa stared at him with a waiting look. Why don't they hear back from the Ligers? Hadn't he said one day was enough for him? Had he deceived him? The boy looked at him with a calm and inquisitive gaze for the time being. Havan walked up to him and began to delicately speak. His voice trembled with fear. He asked the man to wait a little longer. They will find him. Let him give him just a little more time. It's not easy after all. This killer is not easy to catch. Suddenly, his phone rang. How BTW he's going to answer it now, and he feels like his problem is about to be solved. The guy grasped the phone with trembling hands and brought it to his ear. The guy started talking with a hissing voice. Apparently, he was very dissatisfied. He asked, "Did they find him? Why are they taking so long? What assholes?" The kid must have been very annoyed. A voice came out of the phone. He apologized and said that they ran into some problems. That was the reason for their delay. But now it's okay. They found the bastard and tied him up. Now he's sitting right in front of them. Indeed, the main character was tied up by the arms for some reason and was sitting on a chair. He was completely immobilized, caught again. But it seems for him everything was under control, and he was staring down in front of him. The gang leader finished telling his superiors where they were and invited them to come here and see for themselves. The boy continued to stare ahead with his head down. The guy looked at his prisoner and tossed the phone away. He was incredibly pleased that he had managed not to disappoint his superior after all. Hevai pressed the call reset button. A huge mountain fell off his shoulders. He'd finally get to show off to Galva. He was already afraid he'd have to take a beating for not completing the task on time. He turned to him and told him that his guys had just called him and said that they had caught this maniac and he was at their base. He would go over and check on them and call him back. Galwa puffed on his cigarette once again and just stared intently in front of him. He let the puffs of acrid smoke out of his mouth and stared thoughtfully ahead. He seemed to suspect something, for this fellow was not so simple. Galwa got up from his seat and put out his cigarette butt with his foot. No, that's right. That little sod is pretty smart. He's quite aware that he's up to something, isn't he? There's no way he'd be so easily caught by that scum. They will meet him again when fate wills it. The man smiled a crazy smile. Things are going according to plan after all. Soon, he'll be able to get even with this little brat. On the roof of the house, a lot of people had gathered. It was a gang of Ligers. Guys were standing around talking to each other. Some were smoking. Some were just walking backwards and forwards. Everyone was a little uneasy. Their leader sat in front of the protagonist and, holding a cigarette butt in his hands, was interrogating him. He was asking the protagonist, "Who is he? Why is he doing all this?" They were sitting in some very cramped room that had bars on the windows. He just sat there with his head down and didn't say anything. In all this time, he hadn't managed to get a single word out of the protagonist. Now he was sitting in front of him, but it was no use, because the guy was silent. Jan looked at him, and there were bags under his eyes due to the fact that he hadn't slept for a long time. Still, the kid hadn't said anything, and now there was a new problem. How to crack him, after all. Suddenly, the doors boomed open with a clatter, and Heaven appeared on the doorstep. He was in high spirits and asked where the bastard was. He was overjoyed that he was finally going to get even with the little guy. Jan looked at him from behind and said hello. Hwan walked closer to him, and a joyful smile lit up on his face. Here they were, meeting again. Looks like he got some balls for a bit. Not bad, he even liked it a little. The boy looked at the protagonist and anticipated the reprisal. He walked up to the boy and took him by the hair, so tightly that the kid gritted his teeth. Did he think he was going to be invisible? Let him look at his hair. The boy laughed, because the main character's hair seemed very funny to him. That little degenerate is going to die soon. The boy let go of the protagonist's head, but before that happens, there's something else to do. Hwan approached him and asked with interest. He was the one who killed Jaehyun, wasn't he? How had he done it? He heard that the unlucky guy was hit by a car. So how did he have anything to do with it? If he was really planning this shit and came up with the idea that people would see Jaehyun shaking in fear in that chair, he fucked up big time. Did he kill him because of that girl? The boy gritted his teeth in anger. He wanted revenge? What did he get out of it? The kid was slowly boiling over with anger. Hwan looked down at him, already anticipating the reprisal. What was he going to do now? A smile ran across the boy's face. It's not like he'll be able to get out of here. All the doors are locked. It's crowded. And he doesn't have his weapon. Suddenly, the main character raised his head, and a crazy smile appeared on his face. His eyes glowed red again, and his fangs gleamed even in the darkness of the night. The boy regained his insane expression. Heaven even was a little scared for a few seconds. He pulled away from the boy and took his hand away. Did he think it was funny? The boy stood there looking at the killer with a frightened look. You could see by the look on his face that he wasn't the least bit frightened. Is he really afraid of this little guy? But then the guy went into a rage, started beating up the protagonist. He repeated his question. The kid thinks it's funny. The protagonist did nothing. He just waited patiently, enduring all the blows that fell on him one after another. Hwan kept hitting him, and the protagonist did nothing. It was all the sounds of scathing blows that could be heard. He can't sleep properly. Do you know how much shit he endured because of that little prick? Ian stood a little distance away and listened in horror to everything that was happening. A few thousand flies ran down his back for a second. The pleasant and cold guy gently took hold of the door handle. It was nice and cold to the touch. He covered the door so that no outsiders could enter it. Hwan continued to beat up the main character. He was screaming with rage because all that he had to endure. These days, it's just impossible. Who does he think he is? Eh? He thinks a guy can play with him? He was furious. Suddenly, Jan stepped closer to him and turned to the boy. The one stopped and his face changed. He was a little surprised to be interrupted in such an activity. He came closer to him and asked, he did what the boy told him to do, didn't he? So he'd cover up and let them go, right? Just like he promised. The guy looked at him with a look of incomprehension. After listening to the head of the faction, the guy replied that this was some bullshit. He had never said such a thing. Yang heard this, and his face immediately changed. It took on a mad expression as he was once again deceived. Hwan came up to him and began tapping his forefinger on his forehead. Now he would listen to him. If it wasn't for him, that lousy gang would have been smeared on the wall by now. He should be thankful they don't get beaten up every day outside the school. Where's his thanks? Ian tilted his head to the side to get away from his finger. The guy kept freaking out. He thinks he wants to do business with Galva. They made him the boss. He should be grateful to them, don't you see? Ian was silent for a second and now asked again. What did he just say? The guy's voice had changed, speaking as if through gritted teeth trying to fight his anger. Hwan looked at him with surprise and some fear. And under goosebumps ran down his face. What? He'd better listen while he's still patient. If he tells Galv, it'll be worse. But suddenly Ian agreed. He cooled down and said he thought his friend was right. He was taken. Well, time to cool down. What does he want? Hwan clenched his fists in his hands. Well, what the hell was that just now? Who's he talking to now? Naturally, he didn't notice the main character had already freed himself and was standing behind him. Suddenly, the guy literally felt with his back that someone was approaching him. And it could only be one person. From the realization of this, his breath caught. Ivan turned his head around, and on shaky legs continued to stand there without moving. The protagonist was coming closer and closer to him in small steps. He lowered his head and walked towards him like some kind of rag doll. The boy did not understand how it was possible. How could he break free? He had just been tied up. He looked at the protagonist with eyes full of horror, and it seemed that he had already accepted his fate. Junho stood up from his seat and the same crazy smile appeared on his face again. He looked forward at his victims, small trickles of blood flowing from his mouth. Ivan took his ward's mouth. Yes, how dare he set it up and beg. He thinks he'll be all right after this. Yes, he's finished. Ian stood simply and didn't move, just stared into his comrade's eyes. The guy suddenly couldn't take it anymore and without trying, hit him in the nose with his forehead. There was a loud crunch and Huan grabbed his nose, which was already bleeding. Falling to his knees, the guy kept screaming. How dare they just do that? How dare he hit him? I looked down at him from above and the gaze was as contemptuous as possible. The main character listened to them all and continued to concentrate his demonic energy in his hand. There already appeared something like a rift space from which a knife began to come out. Smiling, he twitched his hand and prepared to plunge the knife directly into his chest. The boy didn't even aim. He already knew exactly what he had to do. The boy turned into a real assassin, a real maniac who sees only victims in front of him. Huan noticed this and stopped screaming. He realized he wouldn't have a chance later. The boy braced himself for the possibility that he was about to die. His eyes filled with terror, and his whole life began to flash before his eyes. After a few seconds, he felt a powerful rush of more throughout his body. The boy clutched at his chest and began rolling around on the floor and squirming in pain. The main character stood and just looked at him. The boy continued to roll around on the floor and didn't understand anything. What the hell is even going on? Why is he in so much pain? What had this kid done to him? He was crawling around on the floor and trying to regroup. Huan knew it was dangerous. He could die here. Screw it, somebody help him too. The guy gritted his teeth and started to completely shake with fear. Honestly couldn't do anything. It seems his credibility had been undermined. He looked at John Hoon and he had no other choice. He apologized to him and begged him to help him. But the fellow looked at him. After listening to the pleas for help, the guy clenched his hands into fists. He said that he just had to turn him in. Then his job would be done, and the day when his men wouldn't have to bow their heads to Galva would finally come. The boy was incredibly relieved. The protagonist put on his mask and said that Guy had nothing to worry about. He wouldn't give him up. After all, he had helped him in carrying out his plan. The boy kept shaking with fear and looked at the protagonist. Junho stopped putting on his mask and stopped for a second. But what would he get if he turned him in? Yang lit a cigarette. What's he saying? He's really different, okay? I think it's time to tell him. Huan promised him that their leader would stop bullying his gang if they gave him to them. The protagonist ironically asked him, and he really believes that? As soon as the boy heard this question, his eyes widened. And really, what's stopping these creeps from fooling them again? Just like they did before. Junho glanced at him with his eyes and asked, did he really think these creeps would keep their word? That would just be ridiculous. Yang, he asked the protagonist, is he saying that they are lying? Junho said, suggesting that he's going to suggest that he check to see if they're really lying or not. That's a very easy thing to do. Guy he came closer to him and asked if he was willing to answer for his words. That's a very serious statement. They stood opposite each other and glared at each other. The protagonist smiled like a maniac again. He said that the guys just need to check if he's lying or not. He won't lose anything, right? That's logical, isn't it? Jan puffed on his cigarette and thought. He was faced with a difficult choice. On the one hand, he was on the verge of death, because if Galwa found out about it, he and his bandit would be finished. On the other hand, perhaps this maniac could kill him, or help him get rid of his fear. But still, after much hesitation, the guy still made a decision. He looked down from above with a calm gaze. The boy walked to the door and opened it and turned to heaven. There was a note of regret in his voice, and he looked at him with a look of despair. Yang said that he was very mistaken in trusting him. From now on, he is no longer his six. The guy was lying on the ground and didn't understand anything. He was holding onto his chest, which was still hurting. And that was the last time they would see him. Jan closed the door and looked at his former boss with a look as if he was ready to kill him now. The last rays of light extinguished this room, leaving it in pitch blackness. Hevan screamed. He begged the guy to wait, and not to leave him alone with this monster, but unfortunately all his prayers were in vain. The doors closed, and there was a great slamming sound. So the boy was left alone with the maniac. Now there's no one to save him. Junho slowly approached him from behind, holding a knife in his hands. The boy was already anticipating what he would do to him. Hwan was shaking with fear. He realized that now it was his hour of death, and that no one and nothing could help him. The protagonist spat out a clot of blood, along with a knocked-out tooth. The boys did not feel any pain. The tooth would grow back anyway, but he had a very funny entertainment ahead of him. He leaned over to his victim and, smiling, asked why he was trembling. Was he afraid of him? Yes, he was afraid. More afraid than anything else in the world, and he realized that now he was finished. Junho looked at him, and his eyes reflected incredible cruelty and madness. The boy realized that he was in his power, and now he was free to do whatever he wanted with him. Now his long-awaited revenge would be served. Another of Galva's henchmen would now die, and soon, so would he. Gino stood with his hands in his pockets. An angel stood across from him, and they talked together. The angel asked the boy, "He knows everything, doesn't he?" Gino asked the girl, what was she doing here? What was so important that he put a barrier on this place? The boy asked the angel in surprise, what should he know? Here's him asking for a sign. I wonder what there is that he should know that the mighty angels don't know. It's funny, isn't it? Raziel smiled and replied, that's a rather rude way to greet someone you haven't seen in a year. However, that is not the point now. Gino turned his back to him and said that they had better get to the point of the question, or his face would ruin his mood. The boy was annoyed beyond belief. Angel smiled and said that so-and-so. He wouldn't beat around the bush, they'd better get to the point. The girl looked at him and repeated her phrase. He is already perfectly aware of it. The guy looked at her with an uncomprehending look. He already knows who Faust is, doesn't he? Junho was already almost going crazy with pleasure. He was anticipating the taste of blood on his lips, and now he was going to kill the bastard. And no one in the world would be able to stop him. He won hesitantly but quickly forward. He couldn't stand up because of the pain. Why was this happening to him specifically? He was tormented with questions, and all he wanted was to finally survive and get out of here. The main character smiled and cheered him up. Come on, is that all he's got? Why so little? The guy was smiling and looking forward to the kill, like a predator stalking its wounded prey, knowing it couldn't escape. Junho held a glowing dagger in his hands and just followed the boy, who was trying his best to crawl away. This was just the beginning, after all. He almost laughed with joy. Hevan was trembling with fear. He was begging the protagonist to stop. Right now, he was willing to suffer any humiliation just to keep his life. He, who had never cried before in his life, was now roaring like a girl. He was now truly afraid for his life. How did this happen? He couldn't believe this was happening to him. He only wanted to live a different life. The guy already mentally resigned himself to the fact that he was finished. There was an unbelievable horror in his eyes. He couldn't believe who could believe that his whole life was literally falling apart right in front of his eyes. A few seconds now, and this monster would simply finish him off in one blow. Or no, it would be much worse. He would torture him first to beat him in agony. He remembered himself as a very young schoolboy. When he had not yet contacted ZA, was just a little innocent child, and dreamed of something, but never thought that he would have to become so cruel. 17-year-old Jung stood outside the classroom and changed his name from foot to foot. The boy was very much not worried, as it was a new class and a new school. Who knows what could be waiting for him there? Guy sighed heavily, hoping he wouldn't mess anything up. Wouldn't want to mess things up with his classmates on the first day. He walked closer to the classroom, still hesitant to go in. His whole body was trembling, his small satchel hanging behind him. In his head, he tried to cheer himself up. It was so easy to just walk into the classroom and say hello. Come on, no need to be a loser on the first day. Finally, the boy overcame his fear, and on trembling legs walked into the classroom. A student sitting there waved to him, and the boy heard a familiar voice. The boy standing in the classroom gave him a friendly greeting and waved. He said he didn't think anyone he knew went to that school. They're also in the same class. The guy laughed. It's fate, doesn't he think? That man's name was Kim Sang-beom, the freak who turned the boys' lives away in middle school. Hee-wang lowered his head. He was definitely not happy to see this person he would have to endure the bullying again. Why does this freak go to this school? He got into it so he wouldn't have to face him again. Kim stretched into a predatory smile. It was obvious that he was very happy to see an old acquaintance. Now he would have someone to mock. This smile did not bode well for our hero. He walked up to the boy and, as if he were a friend, put his arm around his shoulder. The boy squirmed. He was clearly uncomfortable with the presence of his old acquaintance. Kim suggested he go play on the computer after school. By the way, could he lend him 10,000 won? The boy just nodded his head in agreement. He was shaking all over. He felt unpleasant around this person. Kim apparently didn't like the way the guy was talking to him and shouted at him. He can't hear him. Let the guy talk louder. Can't he give him 10,000 won? The guy shivered even more. He's never had that kind of money before. Here we go again with the extortion. They walked with their arms around each other to the corridor exit. Some guy with glasses watched and stood silently by. It was Kenjun, and standing next to him was Somu. The fat man asked him if he knew this guy. Kenjun just nodded in response. He looks familiar. Somewhere the guy had seen him before. At this time, Kim was up to his old tricks. He started taunting Heaven, and had already swung his fist to deliver another crushing blow. The boy just stood there, waiting patiently to be beaten again. He had already resigned himself to his fate. Not a few seconds later, a powerful blow struck his stomach. The boy bent down and his breath was immediately taken away. There was nothing he could do, because this freak was stronger, and all he could do was to bear the punishment patiently. Hevan fell to the floor and began coughing, holding his stomach. The pain was unnatural, and his tormentor stood a few meters away from him and bent down to watch the suffering of his victim. Kim stepped closer to him and took him by the hair. He looked the boy straight in the eyes. Our hero's mouth was drooling from such a strong blow. The freak asked with fake friendliness, "Doesn't he have any money? Just let him say it. Kim doesn't want to force him." Those words sounded as cynical as possible. He smiled. Well, we'll have to beat him up again. The guy had already swung his fist to deliver another blow. Yuan squeezed his eyes shut. He was visited by a painfully familiar feeling that he wanted to forget, but unfortunately it was not to be. His whole life was flashing before his eyes. He prepared for his face to burn with pain. Surprisingly, nothing happened, but there was a bang, but our hero did not feel anything. Kenjun approached stealthily from the back and kicked Kim's ass. The guy didn't expect this and flew forward. He was on the ground trying to figure out what happened. What the fuck? Who dare do that? Kenjun looked at Heepan, but the guy was still kneeling on the ground, his head spinning in different directions in surprise. Kenjun stood with his hands in his pockets, and Somu standing next to him with his arms crossed over his chest, looking down at the two of them with a threatening look. Kim apparently recognized him too, and his voice immediately changed to one of fear. Kenjun asked in a rough voice, "Are they in some kind of trouble?" He made such a threatening expression on his face that Kim's whole body shook. He scratched the back of his head fearfully and stutteringly said that there was no problem. At this time, the guy thought, what are these two here doing? How did they even find him? Better get out of the way or there'll be trouble. The guys looked at them with calm eyes. It was best not to cross paths with them unless you wanted to get in really big trouble. Kim realized that if those two didn't like him, he was going to die. The boy clenched his teeth. Goosebumps ran down his back. He looked straight ahead with a frightened and hunted look. Besides, Kenjun's always hanging out with that piece of meat. The boy looked at Soma. The guy was looking at him with a threatening look, and realized that if this guy made one wrong move, he would swat him right away. Kim was well aware that he was in a complete asshole right now. He swallowed nervously and tried to calm down, but it was very difficult given the current situation. Kenjun took a few steps closer to him, and tilting his head, said in a calm voice, "He won't say it twice if the guy doesn't want to die. Then let him get the hell out of here." He looked at Kim with a calm look, but there was something in that look that made his whole body shake. No one wanted to cross this guy. as you could be missing a few bones. Kinjon passed by, and Kim kept scratching the back of his head and trying not to show his fear. But he was doing a very poor job of it, considering that behind him stood a bulky man who could flatten him in a second. Kim called out to Hwan and told him they had to go. The boy stood up on shaky legs and nodded his head affirmatively. He didn't know what to do now. Since his life was in danger, he had to obey, or there would be very big problems. Kinjon. Without even turning around to look at him, he told him to leave the kid alone. His voice continued to be incredibly calm. The kid felt his superiority and realized that no one in this school could go against him. Kim looked at him with a frightened look covered in cold sweat. Hwan continued to kneel and stare at his sudden saviors. He didn't know what to do, how he would repay them for helping him. Now those two were definitely not going to leave him alone. Kenjin and Somu looked down at the boy, apparently pondering what to do with him. They looked calm, but the boy's body was shaking. He realized that he was weaker than they were, and perhaps an even worse fate awaited him. Hwan said in a trembling voice that he really didn't have any money, but he would bring them some. The guy didn't know what to do. He had to smooth things over or he would be beaten even worse. He was ready to give all his money at that moment, just to get rid of him. But suddenly something completely unexpected happened. Kenjon stretched out his hand to him and kindly asked him what he was talking about. Didn't he remember him? The boy looked up at him. Now he had finally stopped understanding anything. Kenjon smiled and laughing said, "He was walking, doesn't he remember him? Dude." He heard him. They played in the gym together in elementary school. Doesn't he remember? The guy laughed again. That's him. That asshole Lee Kenjong from Donggu Elementary School. Somu continued to silently stare at the kid with a threatening look. Hwang was starting to remember something. He remembered the same kid he had played with so long ago. With his glasses on, it was hard to recognize him, but after a bit of thinking, he still remembered a familiar face, and that familiar voice that had become rough over the years. The boy grasped the hand of his old comrade and rose to his feet. It can't be. It was definitely him. Heaven would never have thought he would meet him again after he had left, and they had lost contact. Hwan was incredibly happy to have such a meeting. He thanked his friend for saving him. He didn't recognize him because of his glasses. Kenjin smiled and said in a friendly voice that he was very happy to see his old friend. Now he could hang out with them. They would be only too happy to do so. Our hero was surprised at such a greeting. Had he been lucky in some century? Soon they walked back to school, the three of them now. Kenjon patted him on the head and said they had his back. What else are friends for? The boy can relax now. Everything will be fine. Hevan looked at his friend with his eyes bright with happiness. Daughter, he even blushed a little with embarrassment. Now, his life as a worm ended at this moment, and his status in the high school quickly rose. Now he didn't need to fear for his life. The boy lay on the ground, already resigned to his death. He was just tired of being pushed around by everyone. Fuck it. Damn it. Now his whole short life was flashing before his eyes. He slowly crawled back, but the protagonist came closer and closer to him. He was shuffling from foot to foot as if anticipating a future kill. Hevan begged his friends to come to his aid, anyone. He didn't want to die. There was so much he had yet to do. Junho laughed. Okay, someone is in a lot of pain and fear. He was so satisfied that his whole body was shaking with pleasure. He incredibly liked it when his victim shook with fear, exactly as he had done his entire conscious life. The boy laughed. He's just a piece of shit after all. Now his life would be cut short right now. The boy couldn't wait for the moment when he could get even with another bastard who had turned his life into a scorcher. He approached with small steps. The main character yelled at him to get up immediately. I'm no one to help him. The boy's eyes made crazy. He kept delaying the fateful moment to feel this ecstasy more strongly. Hwan was so scared that he begged the boy not to kill him. He would never abuse him again after all. The boy pleaded with him, and his voice was beginning to break into a scream. Let him just watch. He'll talk to Galva, and the boy can be sure that no one will ever hurt him again, okay? For a second, Junyo stopped and looked at him with eyes full of madness. The guy fell silent as if pondering, doubting his actions. But immediately this momentary confusion passed, and on his face again formed a mad smile full of sharp teeth. It was all useless. The boy would not for anything in the world retreat before his daughter. Hivan noticed this, and a herd of goosebumps ran down his back again. And why do they all behave the same way when they're scared? Let just him tell him. They all get together training. How do you properly piss your pants? The protagonist sighed heavily and bent down in front of the kid. He had already drawn his knife to make the final stab. But even then, the kid stopped. It was like he was taunting his victim by not making the final stab. He was staring at him with eyes red with madness. Now this boy had nothing human left inside him. 53 Hivan froze in place and listened intently to every word. The protagonist told him that he would never change. It would never happen. He was still a freak. What did he say now? He's not going to make fun of him? The protagonist swung around and kicked him in the jaw with all his might. Drops of blood and broken teeth flew in different directions. Is he begging for mercy now? Huan lay on the ground with his arms covered and endured countless kicks and punches. The protagonist was still struggling. He doesn't want to be killed now? These words seemed to have made him even more angry. So now I'm not going to hurt him. The boy held the glowing knife in his hands, and still he hesitated. His victim lay on the floor, writhing with his hands over his head. Junho lowered his head and closed his eyes. He asked in a quiet voice, "And what of all this is so important now?" His voice made Heaven's insides clench. He raised the knife upwards and asked, "Does he know what the best thing is in his power?" The guy looked at his victim with an angry look. These pleas for help made him even more angry, like a beast that smelled the blood of a wounded victim. As if resigned to his imminent end, Huan shouted that the protagonist was not the only one who had been beaten up. Because he pissed off Galva, Hivan got a lot of shit on his head too. And now the protagonist is acting like an innocent man, when he's just a fucking murderer. Without changing his expression, Junho asked him if he had finished his rant. If so, it should be finished by now. Without trying it on, the protagonist stabbed himself with all his might right in the stomach. There was a crunch of tearing clothes and blood spurted out. The guy stared in front of him with a lifeless stare, as if he was no longer human. 62. Huan suddenly felt an unbearable pain spread through his body. It penetrated every corner of his body. An indescribable scream of pain was stuck in his throat. His eyes were bloodshot. His pupils narrowed with fear. He couldn't hold back any longer and began vomiting directly onto the floor. Vomit flowed out of his mouth like a river. The guy was holding his stomach. The pain was so intense it took his breath away. All he could manage was to make some kind of indecipherable sound, like gurgling. The guy kept squirming, and the main character stood in front of him, and in a calm voice asked if he wanted to hear something very funny. He gripped his knife even tighter. The guy said that no matter how much more he inflicted on him, Huan's body would remain unharmed. Nothing would happen to him. The blade glittered with red firelight. Junho smiled again. He asked the boy if he knew what it all meant. He held his weapon with shaking hands, ready to strike again. It means that even if he wants to die, he won't die. He will continue to suffer for a long time to come. Jan stood at the entrance and smoked, leaning against the wall. He could hear all the horrible moans of despair and pain, but all he cared about now was his own life. The guy was very glad that this crazy killer wasn't going to get him. The two lads from the Liger clan stood listening to the strange sounds, trying to figure out where were the moans coming from. One of them nodded his head in the other direction and said that maybe it was all coming from over there. They would have been standing like that with their group, when suddenly some stranger approached them. He approached almost noiselessly. The boys only heard his footsteps when he was already a few meters away from them. The stranger looked strange. His face was completely pale like a dead man's. His hair was the same white color. His mouth was stretched out in a sort of smile. In the outline of this stranger, one could vaguely guess the silhouette of Mark. He stood in front of them and looked with his lifeless black eyes like a demon risen from the very depths of hell. The guys looked at him in surprise. Who the hell is this dude? In a contemptuous voice, they asked, "Is he a cosplayer?" One of the guys replied that he thought he had seen him somewhere. "Isn't this man from their faction?" One of them walked up to Ian and called out to him. He asked what's going on. His henchman told him to look at this stranger. Who is he anyway? Mark stretched his hand forward and spread out his finger, as if about to summon someone. He smiled and said, "This is Fausta here." The boy's voice changed from good-natured and soft to a snarl, as if a demon stood before them. Jan snapped his fingers and ordered his boys to go and deal with this freak. He didn't want anyone interfering with the realization of his plan. The guy was starting to get a little annoyed by this. A few of his henchmen approached Mark, and in a dismissive tone asked him who he was anyway. The guy continued to squat and stare at them. They approached him with a gallant gait, as if they were masters of the position. Mark rose to his feet and made a disgruntled grimace. He looked at the men who had come up to him, and said he wasn't interested in them. So let them get the hell out of here. Show me alive. The guys obviously didn't like that tone of voice and told Mark to get the hell out of here. They were too busy to bother with him, and they were outnumbered, so they felt superior. Mark raised an eyebrow in surprise and looked at these creeps. Yes? Then we'll have to deal with them. This creature already looked remotely human. Its entire body was covered with unknown symbols, and it had sharp earrings in its ears. Huan was almost unconscious, his entire body covered with abrasions and bruises. The protagonist was upset. What the hell is this? Don't let him say he fainted. They were just getting started. You can't interrupt the fun like that. Junho looked down, disdainfully said, Let him just look at that vomit. How can he not be ashamed? What kind of brat is this? The guy was lying on the ground, unable to comprehend anything at all. He was about to continue his mockingjay, when suddenly Ian burst into the room because of shouting that they need to get away. The protagonist turned his head to him in surprise. The guy asked what had even happened there. He really did not want a break from his occupation. Who even dared to interfere with him? His body was beginning to slowly boil anger. Ian yelled in a panting voice that some degenerate came out of nowhere and knocked his guys down. He's too damn strong. He's not human at all. There's no time to explain anything more. Let him take heaven, and we need to get the hell out of here. You could tell the guy was scared to death. Junho. With great reluctance, he left the room. He asked, What even happened? What's next? Jan pointed forward with a frightened, trembling finger, urging him to look in that direction. The protagonist looked up, and what he saw made his breathing quicken and his eyes widen. He recognized the man who had come for him. The boy already mentally understood why this man had come to him. Shihun stood holding one of the boys by the throat. He looked at him with a smiling look. But what is he doing here? Why does he even look like this? The guy he was holding by the throat was trying his best to ask for help. Life was already slowly leaving him. Mark took his eyes off of his work and looked in the direction of the protagonist. The guy cocked an eyebrow in surprise and tried to look around to see who had disturbed him. When he saw the protagonist, it immediately released his victim from his hands and exclaimed joyfully, He's here after all. But a predatory smile immediately appeared on his face, as if he were a beast seeing his prey. In one great leap, he approached the boy and swung his knee. The protagonist would not be able to react. Mark's leg was already a few centimeters away from his jaw. The blow was so strong that the boy flew back many meters. It even hit Ian, and he flew in the opposite direction. The protagonist skidded on the ground, covering himself with his arms, preparing himself to have to fight this foul thing. Mark looked up with a satisfied look on his face. He had finally found his old comrade, and now he couldn't let him go. It had been 300 years. His voice changed and became more joyful. Juno looked at him with gritted teeth, annoyed that someone had dared to interrupt his revenge. He needed to deal with him as soon as possible, or else there might be trouble. He turned to Ian and told him to run away from here immediately. The guy didn't understand anything. Why should he run? What about the main character? His voice sounded scared. He had experienced too many incomprehensible events, and now his brain refused to understand anything at all. Without turning to him, the protagonist replied to just get away from here if he didn't want to get hurt. And he owed this creep one more favor. Mark stood in front of him with his arms crossed, ironically asking, Does he think he can beat him? The protagonist did not hesitate to grab his knife, and in one swift movement began to bring it to his stomach, to finally end his opponent once and for all. But he didn't have time. Shihun approached him in what seemed like an instant, and grabbed the boy's arm, preventing him from making an attack. The creature's grip was dead, and the boy couldn't do anything. Smiling, the creature said that he shouldn't play with knives. It was dangerous, after all. It kicked the protagonist away with such force that he flew in the other direction, unable to stay on his feet. Surprisingly, this creature had an incredible amount of strength. The boy flew a few dozen more meters and hit the nearest rock with a rumble. His breath was knocked out in an instant, and blood gushed from his mouth. The blow was so strong that the boy dropped his knife from his hands, his strength leaving his body in a flash. He tried to get up, but his whole body ached as if a train had run over him. The guy leaned against the wall and, shaking his whole body, tried to pull himself together, but he couldn't do it very well. What the hell is that thing? Shi-hun looked at him with a waiting gaze. His voice was literally shaking in anticipation. He told the protagonist that he had no idea how long he had waited for this meeting, how many years he had to spend waiting. Mark stood a few meters away from him and looked at him with the gaze of a true predator. He stretched his arm forward and ordered the protagonist to die. At this point, his life is over. Anyone who dies by his hand must disappear from the face of the earth, so he will destroy the very essence of his existence. The boy looked on with clenched teeth. He hadn't expected to face this creature. The boy didn't understand. Where did this man get such power from? It looked as if there was a real demon living inside him. Shi-hun didn't wait a second. He waved his hand and several energy waves separated from his body, which like squid tentacles flew straight at the protagonist. Just a moment more, and his life would be spiced up. The guy couldn't move because his body felt like it was petrified. Those tentacles were moving at him at an unspeakable speed. He stared at them, unable to do anything. The vile brat was already a few centimeters from his eye, and the boy prepared for his life to end at this point. However, he wasn't going to die for nothing. Suddenly he heard Ian scream. The boy ran straight at the damn thing, not even thinking that he might die at that very moment. There's no telling what was driving that man at that moment. He approached the demon at a sufficient distance and pushed it with his hands into his chest with all his might. The demon staggered and went sideways. His tentacles flew just a few centimeters from the face of the protagonist. The boy even felt the ominous aura. If only seconds more and his life would stop. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked why he was the one who came here. He told him to leave. I shouted that he didn't come here for him. Let him not be deceived. Turning to him, I told him he couldn't just walk out of here after what that thing had done to his boys. He had to get his revenge. He didn't have time to finish the last sentence, because he felt death approaching him. Mark swung his clawed paw at the boy and prepared to kill him in one move. Junho saw all this, and a wave of goosebumps ran through his body. He saw how this innocent man was about to die. The boy opened his mouth in consternation. One had to act decisively, and now or this man would die. At the last moment, Yang also saw the impending threat. However, it was too late. The speed of this monster was too fast for the kid to do anything. The demon was already close enough and had already reached out to grab its victim. A predatory smile stretched across his face. He could already sense that he was about to kill this brat. At that moment, his whole life flashed before him. Shit, is he gonna die? He didn't want to believe it because his life was just beginning. But unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. Junho reacted quickly and immediately picked up his blade. He had to save this guy suddenly. For a split second, his humanity awoke in him. He needed to act as quickly as possible, or else there would be no escape. The protagonist grasped his knife and swung it in an attempt to stab himself in the stomach. There had to be some way to stop this brat. The guy slashed himself on the arm. It worked. The monster felt the pain and missed with his punch. The clawed paw passed just a few centimeters from the boy's face. He could already feel that breath of death. The blow came sideways, and a huge airwave cut the space, leaving many cracks on the concrete floor. The boy made it in time. Well, he managed to keep this guy alive for a while. Mark looked at his wounded hand. Interesting. Is this the power the devil gave him? A look of misunderstanding appeared on his face. Ian continued to lie on the ground, still not realizing how lucky he was. Junho shouted at him to leave immediately if he wanted to live. The boy realized that he could not cope with this monster. At least he had to avoid more deaths. Yang Yi ran in the opposite direction. He really wanted to live, so he didn't cross the boy. The protagonist got to his feet and swung his knife again. Well, now it's just going to be his fight. He looked at his opponent and asked in a contemptuous voice, why is he trying so hard to get in his way? And what was wrong with him anyway? He had changed. Besides, why does he keep calling the protagonist Faust? The boy didn't understand anything. Why all this circus? The monster was surprised. Did it come out that the owner of this body was named Lee Si-hong? The protagonist must have been very surprised when he saw him in his true form. The demon grinned. Well, okay, I'll have to tell him why the boy will die. A smile flashed across his face again. The demon began to speak. In his voice, it was as if several thousand human voices had merged. He said that he was not the owner of this body, but now it belonged to him. The boy wondered, what? Then who was he anyway? The demon looked up and proudly said, his name is Beelzebub. He's the archdevil, killed him 300 years ago. Now he's come to redo his fate. The boy looked at him in surprise. This creature had killed him. He found it hard to believe. A chill ran through his body at the thought. What was even going on here? The devil said the real owner of this body, better known as Mark. A sneer sounded in his voice. The monster rushed straight towards the protagonist. It swung at the boy, but the protagonist blocked the blow in time. The demon continued to narrate. He's the one who was tricked by Mephistopheles and the one who killed him. He was the protagonist's best friend. The boy continued to understand nothing. He tried his best to fight off the monster. The demon grasped his hand and squeezed it with such force that the boy's bones crunched. The demon smiled. That's just the way it is. The boy must be confused, isn't he? As if in mockery, the demon said that the protagonist was just a pawn in the game between God and the devil. The boy looked at him with a frightened look. It was the first time in a long time that he was truly afraid for his life. But immediately that fear passed, replaced by hatred once again. The boy swung his dagger. He shouted that it was all pointless. They're both demons. So isn't it better that Mephistopheles wins, isn't it? So why is he trying to kill him? The devil grinned. Why? He doesn't belong to any side. All he wants is for both sides to lose. Isn't it that simple? The boy took up his fighting stance again, and the devil kept talking. If he kills him, then God will lose Faust again, and Mephistopheles won't be able to corrupt him. So too will he become the winner? The devil laughed. He exactly will be the one who wins. They stood opposite each other and breathed heavily. The boy realized that the forces were not equal. He would not be able to match the demon in this fight. Mephistopheles most likely doesn't even know that this body became this way. Angel or demons. They're all dumb, so they don't care whose it is, or whose it. The guy put his dagger forward. What do you mean Mephistopheles wins the manger? He wanted to know what kind of game was going on around here. It was time to find out the answers to the questions. The devil grinned, oh, so he didn't know. A look of genuine surprise flashed across his face. He should kill the one he hated the most, right? He had the opportunity, but the owner of this body ruined his only chance to kill him. After saying those words, it was as if the boy's mind was turned upside down. It turns out it was that time. He remembered the moment when he could have done his revenge after all, but he was prevented from doing so. He remembered when he had one single chance to kill his worst enemy, but Mark had appeared from somewhere and prevented him. He remembered how this man had ruined his one chance to get even with his enemy, when he had used that very force. At that moment, he felt a pang in his chest. So it all makes sense. Then when Mark stopped him, he had the same cross glistening on his hand. Was it some kind of divine power? He remembered the man's face and the words he had spoken that day. The protagonist didn't understand anything at all that day. Why did he stop him then? Mark then said that his enemy seemed to have learned his lesson, but it didn't seem that way to the protagonist. Back then, he was incredibly hurt that he couldn't get even. He was stopped. Once again, he was left unrevenged. But now the protagonist understood everything. Was that why he had stopped him that time? His eyes widened in surprise. The answer to the main question had come with himself after all. The demon smiled again. Mark decided to help his friend. Fortunately, Gabriel and Raziel discovered that the protagonist had made a deal with the Mephisto. The demon laughed. The events traveled back an hour. Mark was falling to the ground as if he had been hit by a car. His breathing was cut off, and his back hit a heavy concrete fence. Raziel stood in front of him and shook his head. Mark, it turns out he's a stupid man. How dare he betray Gabriel and him and make a deal with a pathetic demon? Angel was furious. He couldn't stand this abuse of the sacred. He sighed heavily. Mark would no longer be able to use him. This is the end of their friendship. Now she would take his powers. Angel stretched his arm forward. No one in this world would remember his name or who he really was. Guy stretched his arm forward and tried to talk Demon down from jumping to conclusions. He was scared for his life now. He might be within a hair's breadth of death. Angel continued to speak, his voice steady and calm. Mortals who were born against fate will be turned to ash. This is his final divine punishment. The angel's hand glowed, illuminating her face as well. She looked at her ward even with a certain pity. The hand began to glow even stronger and stronger. And now, in a few seconds from it, will burst out a bright column of divine flame that will sizzle the infidel. As it happened, the flame spread with incredible speed and engulfed the body of the unfortunate guy. He did not even have time to realize anything. The incredible temperature and began to melt his entire being there, destroying not only the body, but also the soul. Angel stood in front of him and looked at it all with a sad look. After a few seconds, the unfortunate guy's body was almost completely charred. Fire was spreading all over his veins. Smoke was coming from his eye. It now looked like a small coal. The girl stood in front of him with her head bowed. Foolish man. She didn't think she would ever see such a picture again. Now Mark was utterly and irrevocably destroyed. Stupid man. It was his mistake. The boy's corpse stared at Angel with his scorched eyes. Smoke emanated from his entire body, the smell of burning flesh and hair everywhere. The girl turned her back to him and hummed. She had only wasted her time. It was the only thing she regretted at this moment. However, it all happened very quickly. Before she could think of anything, an explosion sounded behind her back. She literally felt an incredible energy with her sixth sense. But it wasn't divine power. Something terrifyingly horrible and demonic was being born right behind her. This is impossible. She turned a frightened gaze back. What on earth had happened there? Now the earth shook beneath her feet, her insides clenched with fear. It was just impossible. Could this be what she was thinking? The body of the guy she'd just spiraled away with divine fire rose from the dead. But it wasn't him anymore. His appearance had changed. His skin was dead pale, and his hair had lengthened several times, and was also ash-colored. His eyes burned with blue fire. What she saw was nothing short of a demonic rebirth. Finishing its incarnation, the demon stood up on its feet and looked at her with its head down. From his body emanated demonic energy of such strength that not even an angel could not resist it. The girl recognized him. It was Beelzebub himself now. He had risen from hell reborn in this guy and was standing right in front of her. The girl's whole body shook with fear. The Lord of the Underworld himself stood before her. He raised his head and looked at her with a smile. Not a bad toy. The demon was pleased with his new home. His body changed to a horrible appearance. Angel couldn't believe what had happened. She stood with her arms out to the sides. But the human body can't take that kind of strain. It was impossible. The demon laughed. She was incredibly stupid, and from somewhere he pulled out his energy spear and swung around about to throw it straight at her. She thought he hadn't done anything until now. How inconsiderate. Swinging around, Beelzebub swung his arm as hard as he could and released an energy spike in her direction. The girl didn't even have time to realize anything. The spear traveled a great distance in a few seconds and stabbed into her chest. The girl clenched her teeth in pain. It felt like 1,000 spears were piercing her heart at the same time. No one could survive from such a blow. The demon prepared to jump. He leaned down and gathered all his power to get out of this place. He still had a lot of unfinished business. He jumped high up and seemed to start cutting through space itself. Now he had to put his plan into action. Angel pulled out of his chest with great difficulty. In its place formed a big hole in which inked the emptiness of the underworld. Her entire body ached unnaturally. It was as if she had become weighed down several times over in those moments, the strength leaving her with each passing second. Angel was on her knees and holding on to her wound, from which it was as if all her strength was coming out. She lifted her head up and gritted her teeth as she watched the demon walk away from her. Beelzebub, damn it. This was getting worse and worse. She had to stop him somehow, or there would be thousands of casualties. She was on her knees, unable to get up. All she could do was stare after the Dark Lord. He had, after all, managed to escape from the depths of hell. The demon laughed. She must be feeling pretty bad right now. A wry smile appeared on his face. Now she wouldn't be able to stop him even if she wanted to very badly. The protagonist looked him in the eye. The demon was indignant. What kind of face is that? The guy was looking at him with frightened eyes. It, along with fear, there was an incredible hatred. The demon smirked. He didn't like it. Immediately, not a second later, he accumulated a lot of demonic energy in his hand and prepared to sizzle the little guy. A second later, the protagonist's body was swallowed up by the demonic aura. He felt just incredible pain. as if his flesh was being burned by flames. After a few seconds it stopped and the boy fell to his knees. The demon looked down at him. He felt his superiority. Now he would deal with this little misunderstanding once and for all. He asked the protagonist, what will be his last words before his death? He had already prepared for his plan to come to an end. The boy looked at him furtively. He gathered all his strength to somehow stay conscious. This creature was incredibly strong. Even his abilities wouldn't be able to resist it. The devil sighed heavily. How boring this was after all. He said that if he knew what kind of temper this kid had, he would have let Mephistopheles finish his business. What a shame. So let him die here and now. He jumped high up and swung his K-arty paw to chop the kid up in a second. The boy didn't even fight back. He just knelt there, already resigned to his fate. But suddenly Gino appeared from somewhere. He appeared literally out of nowhere, almost too late. The demon looked at him in surprise. How dare he even approach him? The boy didn't waste a second. He had already charged his fist with divine power. His eyes lit up with fire. The boy swung his fist, and in a second he unleashed his full power on the demon. The impact was so strong that the protagonist's ears popped. The demon didn't have time to dodge, and the fist reached straight for his jaw. He bared his teeth in rage. How dare he? He was filled with rage. This little gnat dared to interfere with him. Now he would wipe it out. Swinging, the devil swung his clawed paw, but the guy dodged in time, and the claw whistled just a few millimeters from his face. The demon was filled with rage. He had been thwarted, and now he would destroy everything in his path. Gino moved with some unnatural speed. His movement was impossible to catch with his eyes. In a few leaps, he was behind the demon's back and already prepared for the next blow. Beelzebub had no time to do anything. He couldn't even catch the boy's movement. But Gino had already accumulated enough energy to kick the demon. Everything worked out. The blow was incredibly powerful. Even the Lord of Darkness flew back a few meters, cutting the concrete floor. Now they were facing each other. The tension had reached its limit. Even the air around them seemed to be electrifying. The boy stood in a fighting stance and prepared for the battle to be much harder than he had expected. Out of breath, he said that Raziel was right. He ordered the main character to get to his feet. The boy stood behind him, not understanding anything. What was he even doing here? And it took a lot of effort for him to get to his feet. His whole body was shaking from overexertion. Gino tensed his fists and said that he would take care of this demon and the main character. Let him just stand behind and recover his breath. Gino realized that he didn't seem to be able to hold back such power, but he still had no choice. He needed to win at least a few seconds. The devil bared his teeth. Who dares to disrupt his plan? Anger slowly began to take over his body. This wretched worm dared to come between him and his victim. Now he's going to die! The demon screamed and rushed towards the boy, who had already prepared his fists charged with divine energy. Junho standing behind him and breathing heavily. He asked the boy, he knows everything, right? Then is he only helping him because he's Faust? Gino looked at him in surprise. The guy replied that he didn't care about that at all. The main thing, the hero after these words is incredibly surprised. Then what was the matter in the first place? He now completely ceased to understand anything. Gino prepared his fists and replied that he had just come to repay him for buying him a drink then in the hospital. How nice that is, however. The boy looked at him with surprise. He already seemed to have all the hatred gone, only lack of understanding remained. At this time, the devil was running straight at them, not bad, not braver. He was beginning to like it. It seemed like he would be able to have some fun today. Why not? He was very curious after all. He hadn't met someone like this guy in a long time. He dared to challenge the Lord of the Underworld himself. However, it would be over very quickly. The demon ran at him, cutting through space, preparing his magic strike. This kid doesn't know who he's facing yet. Now Beelzebub will wipe him into powder. It's been fun, but it's time to call it a day. Gino Yi contemptuously said that he was sick of this chatter. It was time to get down to business. It's just some nonsense. Preparing all his strength, the boy put his fist up. This demon just chose the wrong path. Their hands made contact, and the impact made a sound that made everyone's ears pop. All the cars in the neighborhood set off their alarms. The earth itself seemed to shake underfoot. None of the opponents were going to back down. Demonic and angelic energy clashed in battle. Their fists pressed against each other. In this battle, there should be only one winner. The demon's face contorted into a smile. He was beginning to like it. He saw the guy using all his strength. After being hit so hard, they were thrown off in different directions. They once again scattered to different ends of the roof. The demon sighed happily. He softened and said, "Looking at this guy, it seems to him that he's driving with angels. Still, he hasn't met one like him in a long time, so he'll give him a chance, so be it." Gino looked at him in surprise. A chance? He was tired of his chatter. Let Demona show him everything he had already. Beelzebub sighed. His insolence seemed amusing. That's why he's giving the guy to the Ushans with. Well then, let him show him all he can do. Smiling, the demon said that if the boy could do any damage to him, he would let the two of them walk out of here unharmed. Gino didn't bother to finish listening. He had already jumped high up and swung his fist. He was beginning to be annoyed by this chatter, for they had come to fight, not to preach to each other. Boy already charged his fist with angelic energy. Enough with the chatter. The boy put all his power into that punch. He had to finish this here and now, or else there would be a lot of problems. There was a deafening rumble. The boy hit with all his might, but it seemed to miss. His fist broke the sound barrier, and there was a loud pop. However, despite all his speed, he missed. The demon stood a few centimeters away from him. With a smile, he said that he was already here. The boy opened his eyes in surprise. Turning back, he tried to figure out how the demon was moving with such speed. How did he even end up here? Without wasting a second, he turned around and swung his angelic fists again. The demon saw it all, as if he was reading an open book and saw all the boy's movements ahead. They were too slow for him. Gino began to get very annoyed by all this. The boy jumped up and charged his leg with angelic energy. He screamed at the demon to finally slam its mouth shut. The demon didn't even bother to dodge. He grabbed the boy's leg, stopping his powerful kick. Gino didn't notice this in the heat of battle. He was doing his best to at least hurt this demon in some way. Smiled. He was starting to like this. This kid was funny, and his insolence and stubbornness gave the demon pleasure. He looked at the boy with his black eyes. Well, there you go. The kid was in his trap. It took me a few seconds before the demon punched the boy right in the stomach. Hit him so hard it was like his insides were turned upside down. It seemed like that punch would knock the soul out of him. With such force, several clots of blood flew out of the boy's mouth. He let out a stifled groan and almost lost consciousness. The devil grabbed his leg, and with all his might slammed him to the floor. There was a loud pop, and many cracks appeared in that place, spreading in different directions. The pain was unbearable, but the boy held on with all his might. If he lost, they would both die. Beelzebub looked down at him. No one until now had ever been so rude to him, but he suddenly liked it. However, the boy had forgotten something. Smiling, the demon said to remind the boy that he was just a toy in the hands of stronger beings. His powers are no comparison to those of gods and demons. He is just a little angel who has been given a little more power than ordinary people. A second later, he swung his leg around and kicked the boy right in the stomach. Gino flew off to the side, and a second later hit the nearest wall. Dust flew in different directions. Gino sat leaning against the wall and shook his whole body. It seemed to him that his soul was about to leave his body. The devil approached him at a leisurely pace. It was time to finish. He was getting bored. The devil said he was disappointed. He was expecting more. Gino grasped his chest. It felt like it was burning with fire. The guy couldn't believe it. His strength wasn't enough to defeat this man. And is he even human or not? If so, he just doesn't have time to take care of himself. Guy clung to his wounded body and tried to forget about the pain. His eyes lit up with renewed vigor. Whether his risk was great or not, he didn't have much time or options. Gathering all his strength, he made the decision that he had to get it at all costs. A cross lit up on his chest and began to infuse his entire body with divine energy. The demon looked at him with an ironic smile. This boy never understood anything after all. He is just a stupid man. That's okay, now the demon will finish him off and this game will be over. Suddenly a sphere formed in the boy's hand, which appeared due to the accumulation of divine energy. In this sphere, all of his power was concentrated. That's all right. Now they'll find out who's stronger. It was an enhanced mode. The guy was transformed. It was like his entire body was covered in a shield of fire. The overload had reached its maximum. Now, He was like a blob of fiery energy that couldn't be contained. Even the Supreme Devil was surprised at this turn of events. He looked at the boy with a surprised look and prepared to strike again. Junho was frightened out of his wits and looked at his friend with big, frightened eyes. What was the matter with him? He had never seen anything like this before, and now his whole body was shaking with fear. Gino has accumulated enough power. He only had 1 minute. His body couldn't take much longer. He continued to burn. His whole body was engulfed in flames. But the boy felt no pain. Or rather, he just didn't pay attention to it. He had no time to worry about his health. The boy moved from the place. His speed was so incredible that rocks flew out from under his feet. The protagonist sitting next to him shut down to avoid being hurt. He couldn't say a word out of surprise. Devil. He didn't expect such speed. He couldn't understand how an ordinary person could have such abilities. He had to defend himself. For the first time in his life, he felt he was in danger. But unfortunately, his speed wasn't enough. There was a deafening impact. The sound barrier had been broken once again. The devil flew far away from the impact. Even the magic shell couldn't prevent the collision. Gino. He didn't have much time left. He had to move even faster. His strength was literally at its limit. The devil was dodging with all his might. He was furious. Some little freak dares to treat him like this. Gino was throwing hundreds of punches per second, but the devil was repelling them. Now, he was fighting at full strength. The guy didn't give up and kept hitting harder and harder. His fists were like a machine gun. But so far it was all to no avail. Beelzebub dodged and punched the boy, but he put up a block just in time. It was incredibly painful, but the boy didn't pay any attention to it. Still, the boy managed to get the timing right and hit the demon. That was the first blow. With the last strength he had left, he screamed and swung his fist. His whole face was bloody. He could no longer feel his body. His eyes were flooded with light. Just seconds more, and he would strike his last blow. He had succeeded after all. The devil couldn't dodge such speed, and there was a violent pop, more like an explosion. Beelzebub flew aside and crashed into the nearest wall with a thud. It seemed as if his body was about to burst apart. Gino was breathing heavily. It appeared his heart was beating at several hundred beats per second. He tried to bring himself to his senses. There was even smoke coming out of his mouth. The devil was lying, leaning against the wall. There was a huge hole in his head. The boy put all his strength into this punch. He was even able to damage the devil's shell. However, it wasn't that simple. The demon was still able to get up after all. The boy looked at him with annoyance. Fuck, he had gotten up after all. Beelzebub was furious. This little degenerate dared to hit him. On top of that, he had wounded him. The demon quickly healed his wound, however, he couldn't believe that a mere angel could inflict such damage on him. Gino. He was almost exhausted, but by some miracle he was still on his feet. He turned to the devil and said that he had gotten what he deserved. We need to buy some time for Junho to escape. He had reached his limit and would not be able to hit him again. The boy asked him why he couldn't admit defeat after all. After all, the conditions had been fulfilled. Let him get the hell out of here. The demon sighed and asked him if the boy was done with his pathetic attacks. His voice changed and became even more furious. Now there was a personal grudge between them. The little brat had dared to injure him, and now the demon had to take revenge. An aura formed around his body, but it was different. It was much stronger than the previous one. Now the demon fought at full strength. His eyes lit up even more, and the air thickened, becoming almost liquid. Gino screamed as he realized that this was not all, and his strength was already running out. His clothes were completely tattered, and his body was about to pass out. Beelzebub was almost right up to the boy in one big jump. The boy was terrified at this speed. Even he wasn't capable of such a thing. The boy's eyes widened with horror. He realized in a moment that he was now a hair's breadth away from death. He wanted to charge his fist to strike at least some kind of blow out of his last strength. He had even already prepared himself, but the demon didn't even think of dodging. He looked down at his victim from above, and now prepared to finish the job. Naturally, the guy couldn't throw a punch. The demon was much faster. He approached him and with all his strength, hit him right in the stomach. With this blow, the guy was out of the soul. He did not have time to react now, just dangled like a helpless puppet. The demon concentrated all his energy in his hand to finish the guy off for good. And so it happened. Not even a second later, a purple pillar of demonic energy passed through the guy's body. It was the final attack. There was no way to survive it. The boy's eyes went dark, not rolling back, and his mouth was bleeding. All of his insides were burned to the ground. Now he was quickly losing knowledge from such a blow. He could rise no more. The poor man knelt and struggled to keep his breath. A column of smoke was coming from his mouth. The demon stood in front of him, still holding its clawed paw out in front of him. As if in mockery, he asked, "Is that all he has?" He had reached his limit. So that's the end of it. To Demon's great surprise, purple blood began to gush from his mouth. He didn't expect it himself, and he was even a little scared. But how could this be possible? After all, his body was invulnerable. The demon lowered his eyes and looked at his body. Blood began to slowly seep through his clothes. It was at the site of that blow where the guy had managed to hit after all. But it wasn't like that. The protagonist had managed to get to his feet, and now held the dagger in his hand. He had managed to wound himself after all. The boy was furious, with a glowing horn hanging above his head. Gino looked at him in surprise. Blood was pouring out of his mouth. The boy was still managing to stay conscious from the last of his strength. Why didn't that idiot run away? Without wasting a second, the underworld lord approached the protagonist. "Let's see what we have here." He looked at the boy almost closely, grasping his neck. "He continues to defeat him. He can tolerate both pain and damage. That's funny." The demon lifted him off the ground with one hand holding his throat. Turns out this Nyok boy was far more dangerous to the demon than one would think. The boy continued to clutch the glowing dagger in his hands. Gino, from the last of his strength, began to crawl towards the demon and shout to leave the protagonist. The boy had no strength left, but he still wanted to take care of his friend. The devil turned his head to him and, smiling, said there was nothing to worry about. He would let the kid get away. But first, he needs to make sure he stays paralyzed for the rest of his life. The demon swung his clawed hand, and the protagonist just hung in his hands like a gutless rag doll. The Lord of Darkness laughed. "He keeps his word, doesn't he?" Gino looked at his friend and realized that there was nothing he could do to help him. Now the kid was going to die for sure. Beelzebub had already swung his hand to rip out the boy's spine and leave him crippled for life. He was already anticipating the taste of revenge. Surely he would not let them both live. Junho squeezed his eyes shut, already preparing himself to be finished. The boy's whole life began to flash before his eyes. He remembered all the moments that he had managed to live through, and now, even the very bullying at school turned out to be beautiful to him. However, nothing happened. The devil couldn't hit him. Suddenly his hand was held by Mephistopheles. He chuckled and asked, why had he not told him? The devil looked at him in wonder. How is this even possible? Why does he keep getting in everyone's way? Such a thing he certainly hadn't expected. His loyal servant dared to interfere with him. Gino was a total mess. It was the first time he'd ever seen two demons fight. And why did Mephistopheles stop him? The devil looked at his ward with disdain. How dare this worm interfere with him? Mephistopheles laughed. He needed him to stay alive. He could still use this guy. The devil was angry. How dare this little demon touch him? Angry, the devil said he would forgive him if he got out of his sight now. However, Mephistopheles did not think of leaving. It was as if he had begun to transform into a completely different form. At this, even the devil got a little shock. Smiling, he said that he couldn't let the great Beelzebub ruin his game. His face spread into a smile, and from behind his back, several limbs grew, and now he looked like a large spider. Somu smiled and told the guy to stop squirming. He knows full well that running is not an option. They'll catch up to him anyway. Junho smiled and said that he would go with them. His smile didn't bode well, his eyes burning red fire. This guy's up to something again. 289. The company of boys moved forward. The street was almost empty, only the sound of their quick footsteps cutting through the silent night. Somu was walking ahead, and the protagonist was surrounded by the others so that he wouldn't be able to escape. One of the guys asked Somu, shouldn't this kid be trying to escape? The one answered him that this kid knows he can't do anything right now anyway. Therefore, they have nothing to worry about. The protagonist continued to walk behind them and made no attempt to escape. One of the guys in front scratched his head. Well, if their main character says so, then that's the way it is. Somu took his phone out of his pocket and, looking at his friend, told him to just relax. Everything is normal. Nothing can happen. This guy won't be able to fight back anyway since there's just more of them. Galwa picked up the phone. On the other end of the line, his comrade's voice said that they have Junho, and they are approaching the construction site. What should they do with him? The guy nodded his head in satisfaction and said he'd be there soon. Just let them keep him there and keep him from escaping. Now there was something he needed to take care of. Galwa stood in front of Angel. The girl stood holding a lollipop. She never seemed to let it out of her hands. The man looked at her in surprise and asked, "Who the fuck is she anyway?" Raziel looked at him without saying a word. Her long bangs made it impossible to see half of her face. The sight of her made him a little uncomfortable. The girl remained silent. Somu Yi sat down on the nearest pipe. They soon came to the construction site, and all they had to do was wait for their leader. The fat man said in a relaxed voice that he had something to ask the protagonist. He collapsed on the pipes with a few of his friends standing next to him. Somu looked at the protagonist with an attentive look. He asked, "What he did to Jayun, Kenjan, and Havan, is it true?" There was no anger in his voice, only genuine interest. The boy looked at him silently, not saying a word. The man continued. He sighed heavily and said that he really thought Galwa had been too cruel to him. But there was one but. The man trailed off and said that if he had done everything he was told, nothing bad would have happened, and Yunhee would still be alive. He must realize he screwed up since Galwa wanted to deal with him personally. He folded his hands in a lock in front of him. The man said he bullied the main character, not because he enjoyed it. He just had no choice. Galwa would beat him up and kick him out of the gang if he disobeyed his orders. The boy sighed heavily. Was that all they were going to tell him, he asked. Fatty looked surprised. What the hell was that all about? The boy stretched out in a smile again. His teeth gleamed at Sveta. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Somu said it was his mistake. People never change. It's some kind of law now. The protagonist said he wasn't going to listen to his pathetic excuses. Somu Pristal, and made belligerent. And what did that degenerate just say? The boy was surrounded by the others, and he simply had no way to retreat. The boys began to squeeze the ring, keeping him out. The boy snorted. It didn't seem to pose any danger to him. Oh well, let them try if they're so brave. His mouth stretched into a smile again. Suddenly a glowing horn appeared above his head. It began to slowly approach the boy's head. The main character stood in the middle of everyone and didn't move. Somu was even starting to get a little scared. What the hell is going on? Why did that kid have horns on his head? This was definitely something he hadn't seen before. A second later, in his hands, his dagger materialized. It was still glowing with the same infernal flame. The boy put the dagger to his throat and prepared to slit it. He still had the same demonic smile on his face. The horn also began to glow as if it was engulfed in flames. Everyone around them freaked out. Did he put a knife up to him? The guys started to talk him out of it. It seemed like they were seriously worried for his life. The boy laughed and told them to hold their heads tight so you wouldn't fall off their shoulders. Didn't look like a human anymore. It resembled that with which Mephistopheles laughed. As soon as the guy ran the blade of the knife across his throat, the necks of everyone standing around him began to bleed as if their carotid artery had been severed. At this sight, Somu was indescribably horrified. What the fuck happened? Why did it remind him of something? A cold sweat of fear began to build up on his body. He didn't know what he should do. His life was on the line right now. Suddenly the guy felt his body didn't want to move. It just wouldn't listen to him. He stood there like a dummy, unable to move. The protagonist was approaching him step by step. The horn continued to hang above his head. The boy's voice sounded calm. Now them, just like last time. Oh, that's right, he doesn't remember. Because he's had his memory erased. Somu was literally speechless. The boy pointed his dagger at him. Perhaps it would refresh his memory. His smile stretched from ear to ear, and his eyes began to burn with red fire. Suddenly, Somu. Everything remembered. He remembered the very pose this guy stood with before killing them all. He remembered that he had a huge deep cut on his chest. Now it all made sense. It was the same face, except now it was filled with rage. The same eyes, the same lineage, and even the same knife. Now he remembered everything down to the smallest detail. The protagonist laughed again. He pointed the knife straight at his rival. Or should I say victim? Somu fell to the floor and began to crawl backwards. He was overcome with indescribable terror. He remembered how terrified he had looked at the protagonist when he first saw his abilities. His eyes were frantic with fear. The boy asked, "Did he remember everything?" The boy couldn't say a word. He only stuttered and looked straight at him with a trembling gaze. The boy got down on one knee and said he would remind him of what happened that very day. He remembers that it was the thigh first. The protagonist raised the knife to stick it in his leg. The knife cut through the air, and a second later the man felt an unbearable pain in his leg. He fell to the ground, and now he finally remembered everything. There was a loud scream, a scream of pain and despair. His whole body was pierced by an incredible pain. He started crawling on his knees and begging the guy for mercy. He was really, really sorry. He was incredibly scared of the fact that he was in a simply hopeless position. His body wouldn't listen. He couldn't get up, couldn't even move his leg. What the fuck? This had happened before. What was going on? He started screaming about how it was all his fault. His eyes filled with tears. He realized at that moment how much he loved his life to just give it up like that. The boy didn't listen to him. He brought the knife to his throat and began to apply slow pressure. At the same time, Solmu himself began to suffocate from lack of oxygen. The boy's mouth was bleeding. He ordered him to shut up or he would finish him off right there. Solmu covered his mouth with his hands so as not to make a single sound. Tears were pouring from his eyes. He was just incredibly scared, even though he was a huge, pumped-up man, but right now, he was really scared for his life. The protagonist looked him straight in the eye and said, "These guys are totally fucked up. Have they forgotten the pain he had to go through?" He grasped his knife and aimed for the blow. Solmu immediately bent over in a fit of pain. He felt his entire stomach begin to fill with fire. Blood spurted. The pain was as intense as if he had been impaled by a spear. He fell to the ground, clutching his stomach. Crouching like a snail, he began to roll around on the floor. The boy stood a few meters away from him and said that this was the end he deserved. Now he's just a miserable piece of shit. He looked down at his victim. He's using the time he has left for one very big purpose. Holding onto his knife, the guy hovered over him. He uses the time he has left to kill them all. Every one of them will pay for their sins. The boy looked at him with a fierce gaze. The knife rose up. The boy clenched the hilt even harder to finish the creep off in one blow. Solmu already realized that this was the end of him. The guy screamed in pain. That scream was so horrifying that anyone who heard it would have their heart stopped. The boy screamed, but he still wasn't dying. The protagonist kept sticking the knife deeper and deeper into his body, turning it in circles. He smiled his predatory smile. Now he truly looked like a demon. Solmu, lying on the ground, melted his hands in different directions and begged to be killed to end this suffering. The boy, however, was in no hurry to finish what he had begun. He crouched down beside him and began to speak in a quiet, ingratiating voice. What a freak. Was he afraid that he would kill him? Stop whining. He should grow some balls. He's not going to kill him, but he's going to torture him. This fatso won't die so easily. The protagonist turned to the corpses of people who had already stiffened up. Will that be enough? Wouldn't that pay for all the pain he had experienced throughout his high school life? Hadn't he just told him a few minutes ago that he was going to kill him? The boy began to move slowly and in strides towards the fat guy. No longer would he live such a miserable life. 346. It didn't matter if it was true or false. The knife stopped glowing and took on a normal shape. His fate is sealed. This is how he will die. Doesn't he understand? It's his fate. Let him just accept it. The boy came closer and closer to him with small steps. Let him not worry. He would know when he woke up. Solmu continued to lie on the cold concrete with clenched teeth. The men passed out. His head was splitting from the unbearable pain. The man was still lying on the cold concrete floor, his face covered with drops of blood and dirt. Soon he woke up in the same place. The man crouched down on the floor and started rubbing his head. Shit. He couldn't believe that little bastard had beaten him. He even felt a little sorry for himself. The man began to ponder. Where had that little creep gone after all? He'll pay him next time, pay him back in full. You can't just leave it like that. Suddenly, he noticed a knife taped to his arm. The man got scared. What the hell is that? Why is there a knife in his hand? And why is he covered in blood? Sounds from police sirens started coming from all directions. He saw police flashers in the distance and heard someone's loud voice. Don't move. The man turned around and saw several police cars already parked nearby. The policeman pointed a gun muzzle at him and ordered him to put the knife on the ground or else he would immediately shoot. Somu didn't understand anything. He stood dazed with fear and incomprehension. With eyes bulging with terror, he stared in front of him. What was happening? How did this even happen? After that, he shifted his gaze to the side where the already cooled corpses of his comrades were lying. His eyes rounded with fear. Had he really done it? The man couldn't believe it. The policeman repeated his demand, immediately put the knife on the ground. A woman stood beside him and held a small tablet in her hands. Finally, he started to get the message. He wanted to justify himself and started waving his hand. No, he didn't. He didn't do it. But suddenly a powerful rubber bullet shot took him down. The man fell to the floor. What a devil. He didn't do it. It wasn't him. But he can't prove anything. A policeman in dark sunglasses immediately ran up to him and started handcuffing his hands. He was now under arrest. There's something wrong here. He didn't do it. The guy tried to justify himself, but his body was weakened and his mind was swarming with many thoughts. Now his hands were handcuffed together. The policeman, in a rough and fast voice, began to speak in memorized phrases. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. When he finished saying these phrases, the man shoved the boy forward with a rough movement and quickly led him to the police car. All this time, the poor fellow was trying to justify himself and was muttering something under his nose. He couldn't take it anymore and shouted that it wasn't really him. Why couldn't anyone hear him? It was as if the man was going mad. It was some kind of monstrous mistake. But immediately the policeman reacted, and in one deft move, he knocked the guy to the floor. Somu's head hit the hard asphalt. The cop's grip was very strong. The guy couldn't even move a single limb. The man looked at him in a haughty voice and said that he would have a chance to tell everyone at the station. Somu trying his best to break free, but he was held very tightly. He fell and hit his face very hard on the pavement now. There was a very big hematoma on his cheek. He was surrounded by police officers. There was the oi of sirens everywhere and the glow of police flashers. From helplessness, the guy started to send everyone away, but unfortunately nobody heard him. At that time, a very familiar figure stood around the corner. The protagonist put on his hood and watched the whole thing from the sidelines. His cunning plan succeeded, and now the bastard is going to jail. The boy smiled broadly. Another of his abusers had been destroyed. Now it would be very difficult for him to justify himself. You see, the police would now investigate, and the knife had Somu's fingerprints on it. The boy put on the same mask and walked in the opposite direction. He walked forward at a fast pace, trying to hide in the crowd. However, a familiar figure was walking towards him. A painfully familiar voice sounded, and the figure said that he knew the guy was around. Yes, Wine hadn't seen him. Z smiled a predatory smile. He's damn hard to find, he's already searched. The man asked the protagonist if he missed him without him. The boy remained silent without saying a word, and just looked at him through the failings of his mask. Galwa was starting to get angry. He had asked him a question after all. How dare this brat ignore him? Galwa stood before him, surrounded by his friends. He repeated his question, and now in a harsher tone. The divine castle towered in the heavens like a huge mountain. On its top shone a bright light illuminating all available space around it. There was so much light that one had to squint to avoid being blinded by its majesty. Gabriel stood in his throne room. His gaze was fixed somewhere in the distance. His white cloak billowed in the slight breeze. There was silence and complete peace all around. The man was pensive and apparently thinking about something. Suddenly he was torn from his thoughts by someone's presence. He heard someone's small, timid footsteps. Someone was approaching him from behind, and a familiar figure appeared in the distance. The man turned his head aside and looked back over his shoulder. He recognized the figure. It was Raziel. In a calm voice, he asked her what had brought her here. The man didn't even turn around to look at her. The girl remained silent and looked at her mentor through her thick bangs. The look on her face was as if she suspected something. Her face expressed no emotion. She wanted to say something, but was most likely gathering her thoughts. Finally, she came to her senses and in a timid, trembling voice asked, "How dare he team up with a Mephisto?" A small pause hung between them for a second. It seemed even the air between them began to electrify. The man standing was in a bit of shock at such a question, but still didn't say anything. Finally, he looked at her over his shoulder. His gaze was full of incomprehension and contempt for this man. Apparently, he had been waiting for this question and had been guessing something himself all this time. The policeman stood in the same place and thoughtfully smoked a cigarette. He could not even think that this little kid had killed 5 people. The journalists had a lot of material. Now they would raise a howl to the whole press. And there would be a lot of explaining to do. It created a lot of problems. We need to get this sorted out as soon as possible. A little girl came up to him holding a clipboard. She told her supervisor that the suspect Z had been detained and was in protective custody. The man nodded and thanked the girl. She looked at her supervisor in surprise and asked in a timid voice if he believed that a high school student could kill 5 people. The man sighed. They would understand everything when the little guy was brought to the station. They'll have more time to question him there. The girl shifted from foot to foot, apparently wanting to ask something else. In a timid voice, she started to speak. The man turned to her and asked her what she wanted. Still in the same stammering voice, the girl asked that the man accept her condolences for his younger brother. She is well aware that he was very talented and was a member of the national taekwondo team. According to him, the man was very good. The girl stopped talking at half a word. She was very sorry that such a terrible thing had happened to him. The man took another drag on his cigarette. The smoke spread everywhere, filling everything around him with its acrid odor. He didn't answer anything. Inside, he tried to contain his grief. In the same cold, professional voice, he asked if the girl had checked the video cameras standing next to him. She immediately started going through her notes and nodded her head. Yes, she needed to talk to him about something. But this was really weird. It turned out that the girl couldn't believe what she saw there. Before she could finish speaking, the man moved towards the exit of the place. He waved his hand and asked why she wouldn't give these details at the station, questioning, let her make sure Kim was informed, and the man would come over later. He tossed the cigarette butt somewhere to the side, and continuing to puff the remnants of smoke, moved towards the exit. The girl only nodded timidly in response. The man found himself in a remote, deserted place, and again he lit a cigarette. He leaned on the grate and stared stupidly somewhere in front of him, not daring to make a step forward. He was troubled about something, but he tried his best not to show it. Soon he took out a small photograph from his wallet, and holding back a lump in his throat, looked at it. It showed himself, and a little boy with a very familiar face. They looked very much alike, except that the man was many years older. He stared even harder into the pictures through his darkened glasses. No one could see how his eyes began to water from the experience. The man even forgot about his cigarette, and it started burning his lips. Suddenly he was distracted from looking at the pictures by a shout. The man looked in the direction from which the sound came. The protagonist, still wearing his mask, approached forward. He looked through the gaps with his frenzied eyes. He recognized the voice. The boy thanked the man for finally showing his face. He was the last one left to finish, and finally, this killing spree would end. Galwa smiled, and it turned out to be very funny. Did he know this one? Why did he hate him so much? The man had all the same smirk on his face, but now you could hear the incomprehension, and even genuine surprise in his voice. He stood in front of the protagonist with his hands in his pockets, and looked at him with his haughty gaze. What's so hard about obeying the rules, he thought. All he has to do is be a stooge like the others. What's so hard about that? The boy took his dagger out of his pocket. This man is underestimating him, don't do that. He could kill him on the spot. He's already done it to everyone else, so the last man won't be an obstacle. This night he'll be completely finished. Now it will be over and he can breathe a full breath. All his abusers will be in the other world. The boy has already brought the burning dagger to his throat, and the glowing horn above his head has lit up. He will end this battle once and for all. The boy was about to slit his own throat when suddenly his body was racked with pain. He couldn't understand what was happening. His eyes were bloodshot, and his hands stopped moving as if someone was holding him very tightly. The boy couldn't understand what was happening to him. He grabbed his head and started shaking it around. It was about to split apart from the unbearable pain. The fire was coming out in little spurts, but what's going on? What is this strange sensation? The boy was thrashing his head in different directions, while his opponent looked at this suffering in amazement. Z didn't understand anything. He was already ready to fight, but suddenly, for some reason, this kid started squirming. In a surprised voice, the man asked what was wrong with him. A moment ago, he looked completely different. He was so formidable, but what happened now? 29. The boy struggled to come to his senses. He understood everything perfectly well, after all. He had used too much of his power, and now he was just being torn apart. After all, demonic energy has one big limitation, and that is his physical capabilities. Galwa realized that he was too weak to deal with this power. The man laughed, a wry smile appearing on his face. He was beginning to feel his superiority again. Even with this strength, this kid was no match for him. The tattoo had already absorbed most of the protagonist's body and moved towards his face. His body felt like it was on fire. He could feel the mark devouring him. Not now. He was so close to his goal. Why now? He hated everything around him right now, and himself first. He needed to come to his senses as soon as possible. Galwa continued to look down at him contemptuously. Somebody get this weakling out of here. He thought the boy kept squirming all this time without saying a word. Finally, he got fed up with all this and irritably kicked the protagonist right in the forehead. There was a crunch, and the mask fell off his face. The boy leaned back. Galwa asked irritably, how dare this insect dare to humiliate him? He just can't hold his anger, can he? The mask flew off the protagonist's face, and with a clatter he fell to the ground and started jumping towards the sewer manhole. The boy was too weak to catch his headgear. Finally, the mask reached its destination and fell through the sewer grate deep down. Now it was almost impossible to get it out. The boy was left without protection and without his power. Galwa triumphed. He beat the protagonist harder and harder. The boy could cover himself with his hands. The blows fell like rain. He felt the very feeling he was trying to forget. He was being beaten again, and even his strength couldn't help him. The man was not going to stop. Already, kid, why does he hate to ask me so much? The man pondered about it out loud. Why doesn't he want to accept his love? Those words sounded like bullying in addition to everything the protagonist was feeling right now. Finally, the protagonist realized that he couldn't handle his opponent now, and his shaking voice begged not to kill him, and for some reason started to mock him. The man stopped beating him and looked down in surprise. The guy kept begging for mercy. His exhausted body just lay on the cold floor and was not able not only to fight back, but even elementary to rise to his feet. Galwa heard that and stretched into a wide grin again. Oh, is he giving up already? Let him not let him. He won't let him go home so early anyway. He has many questions for him, but first he must make him obedient again. Junho didn't give up. A crazy smile reappeared on his face, the tattoo already peeking out from behind his hood. The boy grasped his dagger and his opponent's leg. He was finally caught. It was a cunning plan. Naturally, the boy wasn't going to back down so easily. Galwa didn't seem to notice it all. He looked down at his victim and thought he should get rid of him. He must pay for his actions. After all, he had humiliated him so many times and killed so many people. The guy had already grabbed his knife and prepared to plunge it into his chest just a few more centimeters, and the revenge would be complete. He had waited so long for this. Just a few more decisive seconds and it would be over. But the boy was not in time. Someone's rough male voice cut them short. The man ordered them to stop immediately. The boy shifted a surprised look back. It was the voice of the same policeman who had detained them too. The man stood a few meters away from the group of people and glared at them with his cold, ruthless gaze. Everyone stopped moving. The man came closer and closer to them with wide steps. Junho lowered his head and lay still. Galwa looked contemptuously at the policeman. Man, he's probably got better things to do, so let him get the hell out of here. The policeman grinned. What kind of kids are these? What happens if he doesn't leave? The boy decided that it was better to hide the knife far away, so as not to arouse suspicion. The dagger began to dissolve in his hands, forming only a small fire cloud. One of the guys walked up to him and started covering him with a mat. Look at her, this freak. He thinks he's a knight of shining armor. Let him get the fuck out of here. The man looked at him calmly, replied that there was no need to boil. He's not a knight of shining armor at all. He pulled a police badge out of his pocket. But he, the long arm of the law, and boys could use to learn some manners, isn't he right? The man continued. He counts to 3 and they're out of here, or they'll be waiting for prison sandwiches in the mess hall. The man's name was Lee Jae-un, 35 years old, chief criminal inspector for the county. There was silence between them for a second. The man didn't wait for an answer and turned to Galwa. He's kind of in charge, so let him do what he needs to do. None of them want conflict, do they? The man looked at them even more intently through his glasses. Scumbag, and let him get the fuck out of here. He's a fucking piece of shit. The man didn't seem to mind being outnumbered at all. Galva was slowly starting to boil over with anger. He was annoyed by this attitude. Plus, this was a cop, and the boy really didn't like messing with cops. The boy snorted and turned his back to him. The cop hid his badges and kept his eyes on the departing boys. They had made the right decision after all. They didn't want any trouble, and they'd deal with this little brat next time. Policeman approached the protagonist, who was still on his knees and trying to come to his senses. Yes, already. Schoolboys in their time remained too frightening. He got goosebumps just from talking to them. The boy turned his back to him and didn't say a word. The man was approaching him with slow steps. The policeman asked the protagonist how he was feeling. Is everything all right? The boy replied that he was fine. With quick movements, he began to rise to his feet. The policeman watched with an attentive gaze. Behind every movement of the boy, no release and no detail. The man asked if this kind of thing happens here often. The protagonist put a hood over himself and tried his best to get away from that pesky policeman. No, they just met him here, that's how it happened. Suddenly, the boy remembered that he had lost his mask. He cast a quick glance at the sewer manhole where it had so recently fallen down. The devil. He had to get it somehow, but not in front of this man. He thanked the policeman for his help and said he had to go. The man thoughtfully asked if he wanted a ride home or if the boy refused and said he would walk home himself. The protagonist took a quick step towards the exit of the place. The policeman said goodbye to him, but still kept looking after him. Something about the boy seemed strange to him. The man looked at the boy thoughtfully without averting his gaze. Perhaps he had seen this cape somewhere before. He should take a closer look at this boy, after all. He had to solve the murder of 5 teenagers. Now all the people he met were under suspicion. Soon he was back at his police station, working hard. They had been working late into the night because of the recent mass murder, and now the prime suspect was sitting in their station. Somu and the policeman sat in the interrogation room across from each other. The atmosphere was, to put it mildly, unfriendly. Behind the bulletproof glass stood several other policemen and watched the interrogation process closely. Lee Jae-un sat across from the suspect and questioned him in a calm voice. Why did he kill them? Did he know and he became a star? What drove him to do it? The policeman's voice sounded calm and even. He felt like he had the upper hand. And besides, let's not do any of this bullshit like he didn't mean to. He doesn't know what got into him. The cop just can't stand that shit. Somu didn't even know what to say because those were the only words on his tongue. He said in a weary voice, how much more did he have to say? He hadn't done it. His face was covered in abrasions and scratches. Apparently the police had tried to question him properly. Lee asked him, is he crazy? And who is it if not him? Who could have done this? He took out of his pocket a knife in a cellophane bag. Only his prints were on the knife. Stop lying. The cop's voice got rougher. All right, if he won't do it the easy way, we'll do it the other way. He may be a minor, but let him take his word for it. He'll rot behind bars for the rest of his life. Let him make sure his face is all over the news because reporters will make a fuss. In short, he's totally fucked. Somu jumped up from his seat and started yelling. Damn it, it wasn't him. The boy was trying his hardest to prove a point. The last thing he wanted right now was to be behind bars because his life had just begun. He shouted that it was all Junho. I doubt that name would have said anything to the policeman. The man interrogated him. What kind of name was that? Somu didn't stop screaming. Drops of cold sweat trickled down his face. The guy started to tell. This kid they were bullying and he became rabid and started killing his friends. The cop sighed heavily and held his hand to his head. He was starting to get a little annoyed. It looked like his suspect had lost his mind over murder. Or if he's telling the truth, it's understandable. He leaned back in his chair and asked in a calm voice. So he means to say that the schoolboy they were bullying killed 5 people? Somu and said that's exactly what it was. He was trying his hardest to prove that he wasn't guilty of this murder after all. The policeman sighed heavily. Did this guy really think this made any sense? Making fun of others is a point of pride to him. That's despicable. He hates freaks like them. Quiet, who just beats people up like that. The man looked at the guy with a cold stare. It seemed he was ready to strangle him on the spot now. This fatty pissed him off even more. Well, let him stay here, and the policeman still has a lot of work to do. The man got up from the table and moved towards the exit of the interrogation room. Somu realized too late that he had said too much, and now the cops wouldn't believe him. His head seemed to have stopped thinking at all. Jae-eun walked out and closed the door abruptly behind him. The man standing next to him praised him for a good job. The investigator thanked him and asked if they had seen the report. He had heard there was something wrong with it. Shaking his head, it was, as far as he knew, their department had been hit with a string of deaths. That's not a small number. Plus, the investigator's younger brother might also be killed. Jae-eun. As soon as he heard those words, he was immediately alarmed. He couldn't believe it. Fear was clearly visible on the man's face. He looked at the detective with eyes full of incomprehension. The two of them walked over to the computer monitor, and the detective began to look for something there. He repeated his assumption that he thought the younger brother had been murdered. He looked at the old camera footage. The investigator was standing next to him, staring warily into the monitor. The camera footage clearly showed some man lying in the crosswalk and trying to crawl across it. There he is. Can't they see? He fell. It was hard to see anything in this, much less make any assumptions. But that wasn't all, and the detective handed him a piece of paper. They got the autopsy report. Let the investigator look at it and see for himself. Jae-eun looked at the piece of paper and even more carefully. The Achilles tendon slashed. Strange, it all looked very unnatural. The detective noticed his confusion and nodded his head. That's right. A man with a wound like that can't run, or walk for that matter. The man nodded his head, so he must have gotten that wound when he fell. But from the report, the wound is too flat, as if he got it suddenly. But who could have cut his leg? The investigator took a seat beside the detective, and now together they began to examine the material provided. A motorcycle accident that killed 2 teenagers. The detective stared intently at the monitor. All these cases were too strange for ordinary homicides. There's definitely a maniac at work here. One died in a car accident and the other died from blood loss from a strange wound on his neck. The weirdest part is that his early life literally came out of him. It defies any explanation at all. Jae-eun carefully watched and listened to the detective's story. Unfortunately, there was no camera at the scene of the accident. But to be honest, this case is very similar to what happened to his brother. The detective was thinking. So this was all planned? So this maniac is smarter than he looks. As the detective continued to explain, he jabbed his finger at the monitor. There. He also checked the neighboring camera near where his brother was killed. Jae-eun took a closer look. You can see him running away from someone. And the detective thinks it's the masked guy who appeared on the investigator's younger brother's stream. You see that? The picture is blurry, but he's chasing his brother. The detective sighs heavily. When are they going to put cameras in the city? You can't see shit out here. Suddenly, the investigator jumped up from his seat. That little guy who ran after his brother looked vaguely familiar. He jumped up from his chair and ordered the detective to stay where he was. The man only looked at him fearfully. What had happened? The sweatshirt this boy was wearing looked very familiar to the detective. It's the same kid he saw so recently. The detectives asked in surprise, did they recognize him? Jae-eun continued to stare intently at the monitor. He tried his best to find any more clues on the dim image. But unfortunately, the cameras were too bad to capture a decent quality video. Suddenly, he remembered the suspect's words that it wasn't all him. It was a different person. Probably a crazy person. And then, snippets of how he had met the kid in the sweatshirt, who had refused to let the police escort him home, and had left suspiciously quickly. The detective noticed that his colleague just froze in place with a frightened expression on his face. He asked him, "Is everything all right?" The man perked up and said there was something they needed to do. Looks like he's got a lead. He continued to stare at the monitor in front of him, and said in a cold voice that the real killer might not be the person they thought. Gabriel and Raziel stood in the Divine Palace and looked at each other with sizzling glances. The girl asked, "He is the one who made Faust's search difficult, isn't he?" The man looked at her with an uncomprehending gaze and asked, "What is she talking about?" However, the girl's voice sounded calm and confident. She continued to look at her comrade and spoke calmly. So let him answer her. Did he do it? Suddenly, Gabriel laughed. He clutched his head and, fighting a fit of laughter, shouted, "It took her a long time to realize it." The man laughed heartily, and a very strong gloating could be heard in his laughter. After finishing laughing, the man looked at her and said that he hoped with all his might that she was smart. However, she did not live up to his expectations. Without waiting for the next words, the girl began to concentrate the divine power in her hands to summon a magic weapon. A sphere of blue color appeared and began to emit lightning in different directions. Electric discharges also began to appear in the girl's hands, which filled her entire body. A second more, and now she would have an angelic weapon in her hands. In a second, near her was already a huge angelic sword, which was not like ordinary human swords, more like a chainsaw, standing in front of Gabriel and preparing to attack. She gritted her teeth and said in an angry voice that she was in no mood to joke at all. Let him answer her or he would die. The girl was very serious and belligerent. This person did not plan to retreat. Gabriel stood, and without making any attempt at action, looked at the girl. How she had grown. Now the man noticed it. The angel stood across from him, preparing his weapon to attack. In a calm voice, the man said that the girl was right. He had used that man to make her believe he was Faust. The girl screamed, "Why did he do that?" Anger began to boil up inside her. The girl was starting to scream. She was just furious that the person she respected the most had betrayed God. She didn't know where to put her emotions, as she was standing in front of her blood enemy. He had betrayed all the ideals they had buried so dearly. How could he get involved with that demon? The girl just didn't know what to think. She just grit her teeth and stared into the eyes of the angel who had betrayed everything they had followed so much. She was ready to kill him on the spot for betraying her trust. But it turned out Gabriel wasn't embarrassed at all. He said that 300 years ago, God forbade demons and angels to trust humans. There was coldness and calculation in his words. He couldn't get emotional at a time like this. He was not embarrassed that his plan had been revealed. The man continued to speak, and his voice sounded like a bell. Not demons, not angels could defy God, but the Mephisto was different. He rebelled against God. He rebelled against tyranny. He went against the rules, and he wasn't afraid to be rebuffed. It didn't matter to him. He rebelled against God, and in the end, God made a deal with him and lost. At this time, Demon's smile stretched even wider. He was satisfied that he was able to fool his eternal rival. A lot of people then went to hell to agonize for the rest of their lives. In the end, his reward was exemption from this rule. Now he could freely communicate with people in their world and take on any form he wished. The man looked at her with a serious and stern gaze. Then in the end, why did God make another deal? Did she find it strange? Does nothing teach him? Raziel shouted, "It's simple enough. Because this demon can harm humans and destroy the eternal order." The girl was firmly convinced of her words, and now she was filled with nothing but immense hatred for her former mentor, who dared to betray them. The man smiled and said that it could be called a reason, but it was not the main reason. It was deeper than it seemed. He spoke as calmly as if it were a matter of course. God wants only one thing. The very existence of Mephistopheles has become a big problem and a headache for him. Well, now he just wants to destroy him. This ended up being the reason for him to make a deal with him once again. The man looked at his ward with a smile. She didn't think it was funny. God, that's the most tolerant of them all, had suddenly changed his mind. He'd strayed from his principles and got involved with the devil again. However, the girl did not listen to all this to the end. She swung her arm and aimed all her weapons at her former mentor. She was driven by nothing but anger. Anger and the pain of having a traitor living among them now. She couldn't let that happen. The girl swung her hand and struck her magical seals to unleash all her power on the one who dared to go against their will. Clots of divine energy flew straight at Gabriel. She swung as hard as she could and unleashed all the power she had into the man. The man fixed his glasses and looked at Angel with a look of calm, but he stood still. Suddenly, in a split second, huge angel wings grew behind him, and like a wall, they began to block his path, protecting him from all the attacks. A few seconds later, there was a huge explosion. Magical smoke flew in different directions, and the wings closed, protecting the man from the impending danger. The ground shook around him. It seemed that even the plaster began to fall from the ceiling. The man opened his wings. He stood whole and unharmed. The defense had been successful. He only corrected his glasses and continued to look at the girl with a reproachful look. He shook his head in different directions and just looked at her without saying a word. Inside the girl, anger flared up with renewed vigor. Let him not dare to insult the Almighty with his filthy mouth. The girl gritted it through her teeth. Fire reflected in her eyes. Now her main goal was to destroy the traitor. Gabriel was as calm as ever. He told her he could kill her right now, but he wanted to give her a chance. Humans, by their very nature, you can't trust them. They are cruel and shredding. If she trusts them again, she'll get stabbed in the back. The man asked her what happened to people when God took away their rights. Warriors, robbery, murder, and arrogance. They grew up weak, and God just gave them the forbidden fruit. Isn't that a thoughtless waste of their powers? Mephistopheles wants to overthrow God's rules that protect humans if he wins this fight. In the end, they will rule over humans, and this will save many lives. People will stop being so cruel and arrogant. The man lost his head. He said he is helping the demon with a great purpose, and until it is accomplished, he doesn't care what happens to him. The girl may hate him, try to kill him, but he will not give up his way. Raziel didn't know what to say to this. How dare he rebel against God? He's just crazy. They are God's children, and he betrays his father. What he wants will only lead to chaos. War with the demons will be inevitable. It will destroy many thousands more lives. He'll just destroy the world. But those words didn't seem to reach him. She had long lost God's blessing, and wasn't it her fault that the demon had strengthened its grip on humans? Now it has a human form, and it does whatever it wants. So how's that working out for her? Isn't that her problem? He's too volatile for a man to offer what he can. The girl glared at him as she continued to clench her teeth in anger. Tell him to shut his fucking mouth. She wasn't going to listen to him. She just needed to kill this creep who dared to go against the divine will. Right now, that was all she needed. Gabriel just stood there and waited for events to unfold. Does she want to keep fighting him? There was mockery in those words. The man realized that this little upstart couldn't compete with him. She certainly didn't have enough strength. The man knew he could sizzle her with one look. Judging from her reaction, she doesn't understand anything, so what will she do now? So let her tell him. The girl clenched her fist with impotence. She herself was well aware that she was no match for this archangel. But she couldn't bear the thought of being betrayed. Betrayed everything she believed in. Her voice slowly began to break into a wail. She'd honored this man, trusted him, and now what? One more second and the girl was ready to cry on the spot. Indeed, hot tears flowed down her cheeks. The girl bit her lip with resentment, but she couldn't understand why he had done that. He simply could not have done it. With the last strength, she tried to change her mind. She had only a huge pain inside. How could this man do such a thing? A look of doubt seemed to flash across Gabriel's face all by itself. The man lowered his eyes and fell silent. He looked at the girl with regret. He himself did not want to do what needed to be done. He did not want to kill his ward. The girl's hands lowered, but lightning still swirled around them. She realized she shouldn't fight him. All she would get out of it was that he would kill her without blinking an eye. Raziel stood in the middle of the hall, confused. The energy was still raging around her, but the girl had completely resigned herself to it. She couldn't believe it, but she had no desire to fight any further. After what she had heard, everything she thought was right at that moment was shattered. She lost faith not only in herself, but in her loved ones. She turned around and walked towards the exit of the hall. No, she would not stoop so low. Fate would not be the same if it was 300 years ago. The man continued to stare after her. He wouldn't kill her or catch up with her. She continued. She would report back when the battle was over. The archangel turned around and in parting said that he advised her to think about what he had just said. The girl didn't know what to think. Even if a man like Gabriel could betray God, what should she think now? The man said he hoped she would think hard about their purpose. After all, what were they for? The girl didn't listen to him and walked towards the exit of the hall. The man once again looked away. That was the end of their conversation. Now, in everyone's heart, there was an indelible imprint of what had happened. The man was still watching the girl from the side. She still had a long way to go, and a sparkling smile appeared on his face. The protagonist was sitting on the roof of a house, with a demon hovering next to him. The guy looked at him with a sidelong glance. It looked like he was once again plotting another one of his devious plans. He didn't have much time left. There was still a lot to do. The demon flew around him and smiled, asking what the boy would do. The police are already onto him. They were beginning to guess who was responsible for these murders. The boy lowered his head and said he didn't really care if the police caught him, but let it happen when this is over. The demon still couldn't get over his happiness. He put his head in his hands and said he couldn't believe the boy had killed 3 in one blow. And how coincidental that he had met Galva. The demon laughed, for his body was getting worse and worse because of that mark. The boy didn't seem to be listening to him at all. He just looked down in front of him and seemed to be looking for something in the vastness of the city. He didn't really want to think about it now. He had to finish his business. Only then he could calm down. The demon laughed again. All right, he knows when to stop, so he would stay out of his business. He began to slump into the concrete floor again, and slowly disappear, leaving the protagonist with only his creepy smile for last. Before saying goodbye, he told the boy to hurry up because time was running out. He didn't have much strength left. The boy seemed to let this pass his ears, and continued to gaze out into the city. The boy seemed to let these words pass his ears. He continued to gaze into the city. Sure, his body was already at its limits, but his main opponent was still out there, and he would be sure to correct that oversight. For now, the police didn't really bother him much. The school looked the same. It was still lively. The students were sitting at their desks in class, of course. They didn't really want to return to this place after the events that had happened. There was silence in the classroom, cut only by the headmaster's voice. He was reading something with a book open. With a heavy sigh, he said that there should be a roll call among the students. He began to call out the names of the students one by one, and they reluctantly responded. There were not many students in the class. The girls in the front desks were whispering among themselves. The main character hadn't come yet. Should we go check on him at the hospital? The girl wondered. Her friend said, let her do as she wants, she'll have to sweat. There are a lot of girls who want this guy. The main character suddenly has a very big popularity in class. The teacher kept looking at the students with a lost look. He called out the protagonist by name, but he was gone again. Was he skipping school again? The teacher was already used to not seeing this man in his class. One of the students laughed and said he thought the guy would never come back. Everyone has seen his pictures, and after what happened to Yun-hee, he'd be an idiot to go back to school. The teacher gave him a stern look but didn't say anything. This kid had been gone for a week. The man sighed heavily. Idiots like that get on his nerves. He wants to get in trouble, the devil. Before he could finish his thought, he was twisted in half. The man couldn't stand on his feet, his face contorted in a grimace of pain. Suddenly his body was struck by lightning. The man shrank back and tried to stand on his feet, but he failed miserably. He twisted, and the students watched in horror as their teacher writhing in pain. No one could understand what was happening. Soon the man couldn't stay on his feet after all, and collapsed to the floor. Several students jumped up from their desks and ran towards him. Surprised and frightened cries began to erupt everywhere. What the hell? What happened? The teacher did not answer, but only wheezed as if his throat was being squeezed with great force. And they tried to shake him, but the teacher only continued to wheeze as if he was suffocating. Every student's face showed horror. What had happened to him? But all this was useless. The teacher continued to grunt with suffocation. His mouth began to burst out. His entire shirt was already stained. One more second, and the man would pass out. His eyes began to roll up, his consciousness slowly fading away. One of the students with a frightened look looked in the direction where there was a record player. It was an old cassette recorder from the 80s. Something about this device seemed strange to the boy. The turntable was standing and a red button was pressed on it. Interference began to come from it, although the device had been turned off before. Another student ran to the door and shouted that he would call the nurse. He had already grabbed the doorknob and pulled it toward him with force to open the door. However, he was no longer destined to do so. For some reason, a deep cut began to form on his neck in just a second. Blood began to come out of his neck. The boy didn't notice it, but when he did, it was too late. He had already grabbed his neck with his hand to stop the blood, but it was useless. The boy fell to the floor, splattering blood all over the classroom. What the fuck? Everyone jumped up from their seats and started shaking their heads in horror. The classroom was in turmoil. Everyone was running in different directions and screaming in fear. Some were crying, some were begging to do something. This guy just fell down bleeding. The guys in the back of the class screamed the loudest. They decided to get the hell out of here. But someone stopped them. Their classmate is bleeding to death. How can this be? Something had to be done, or they'd all suffer the same fate. No one understood what was going on in the classroom. The music player was still on the teacher's desk, and no one even thought to pay attention to it in the general turmoil. Suddenly, a click was heard, one of its buttons baiting itself. Suddenly, from that old microphone that hadn't been turned on in years by itself, a familiar voice began to come out. The voice coughed and asked in a cocky voice, "Can you hear him okay? He thinks they should calm down and listen. He'll kill anyone who walks out of the classroom." Everyone instantly fell silent and stared at this strange machine. What is this nonsense? Will they all die if they leave? The voice continued. And it would kill them if they didn't listen to it. And if they try to escape, someone else will pay for it. The men froze in their seats, unable to even move. They were afraid to even breathe, lest they anger this strange stranger. However, the voice seemed vaguely familiar to them. One of the boys couldn't stand it and ran up and grabbed the tape recorder. He raised it above his head and tried to smash it, shouting that it was someone making fun of them. The boy couldn't stand the suspense and wanted to stop the madness. However, no sooner had he taken a few steps than blood gushed from his mouth. The boy began to cough and immediately froze in place. He was definitely dead, but he was still holding the tape recorder above his head with shaking hands. Soon he slowly fell to the floor, after which the classroom began to shake with frightened screams. No one wanted to die. Who is doing this? The children were terrified. The worst part was that they didn't understand anything. They didn't see the killer, but people were dying on their own. Soon the teacher stood up. He rubbed his bruised head. It was still ringing, but somehow he managed to come to his senses. The man didn't understand anything, and began to look around uncomprehendingly. The voice kept talking as if oblivious to the panic going on around him. He said that he hated them all, but that he could give them a chance. One of the students asked fearfully, "What kind of chance is that?" A familiar fatty hiding in the crowd of panicked students began frantically typing on his phone. What was he talking about? Someone hissed and said he didn't need to give him an excuse to kill them all. Suddenly, the sound of a teacher came from the tape recorder. And why couldn't that bitch die quieter? But she was cute, gorgeous body for a girl of 17, even pitiful a little. It was the teacher's voice, no doubt about it, but no one could believe he was saying it. The teacher opened his mouth in surprise. As the man tried to come to his senses, the voice continued to speak. "Yeah, and that stooge in his class is just a real pain in the ass. He has no father and he's needy. You don't know how many times I busted my ass to get that kid because of that kid." Then the tirade ended. A newly familiar voice rang out, saying that if they killed the teacher, he would let them survive. The man twitched and tried to run away. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. But who could hear him talking on the phone then? Soon he reached the unfortunate tape recorder, and knocking it to the floor, he stepped on it with all his might. There was a crunch, and the device shattered into many small pieces. The man hoped that at least after that the nightmare would stop. The teacher was breathing heavily and ordered the wounded to be taken to the nurse's office. The rest of the let them stay where they are. His voices sounded very frightened, no wonder, for several students had died before his eyes. Besides, he himself had almost thrown off his skates. However, no one moved to do what the teacher ordered. The man shouted, "Are you deaf? Don't let him listen to this nonsense." The man still looked scared, his voice trembling with fear. The students looked at him with an absent gaze like zombies. It seemed to him that their eyes were glowing in the darkness. In front of him stood more than a dozen students who were certainly stronger than the fat teacher. They seemed to be looking at him as if he was the victim they had managed to corner after all. Some of them were looking at each other, their faces obviously filled with doubt, thinking, what should they do at this moment? Each of the students wanted to live naturally. And now they were faced with a question. All they need to do is kill the teacher, and then they would all be safe and sound. The students continued to look at their teacher with eyes full of hatred. Those eyes gave the teacher goosebumps. He even began to be a little afraid of these children. Naturally, he knew that everything the loudspeaker said was true, but now his life was in danger for another reason. For a second, there was an awkward pause in the classroom. The students looked at the teacher, and the teacher didn't know what to do. He was in a classroom full of people, more than a dozen of them. Naturally, he would not be able to fight them back. Did these kids really believe the nonsense that came out of that tape recorder? Goosebumps ran down the teacher's back. His face was covered with cold sweat, and there was sweat on his forehead. He realized that if the students still dared to attack him, there was nothing he could do. At this point, his life would be over. The teacher tried his best to keep his cool, but fear slowly took over his mind. Why are they looking at him like that? Let them sit in their seats. There was fear in his trembling voice, and naturally the students picked up on it like predators smelling the weakness of their prey. One of the students came closer to him and asked, "Teacher, did he really say that?" The man looked at him with a frightened look. How could he say that about Yun-hee? The boy looked at him with a surprised and frightened look. This question. He averted his eyes and said that he would explain all this later, but for now, let them sit back down. The man realized that he was in a lot of trouble right now, but he needed to stay calm, lest he be torn to shreds here. He was about to go to his seat, when suddenly this student grabbed his arm tightly, not letting him move. His grip was very strong, so strong that the teacher even felt pain in his hand. The boy looked at him and said, "Man will never go," as he asked the question. His voice was metallic, and there was so much hatred in it that the man had goosebumps running down his back. They continued to stand and stare at each other. The space between them seemed to begin to fill with energy. The boy's face suddenly changed. He bared his teeth and asked what the hell was going on with him. You could see on his face that he was filled with anger at what he had heard. Suddenly there was a slap. The teacher slapped him hard and the boy's nose bled. He had to defend himself, and the teacher did not seem to realize the desperate situation he was in. The man struggled to clean himself up. He turned his back to the boy and asked him how dare he talk to the teacher like that. Who taught him manners? However, his voice was still shaking. And he calls himself class president. Let him not forget who gave him that position. The man tried his best to create a sense of order. He was about to head towards the exit of the classroom to call for help. However, several students blocked his way by covering the door with their bodies. Naturally, the man would not be able to break through them. Now his way was blocked, and there was a distinct odor of iron in the air due to the bleeding trumpets lying there. The man asked in a trembling voice, "What are they doing?" "Quickly, let them move aside." His voice continued to shake, and he looked far from threatening. The class president approached him from the back and in a furious voice asked him how dare he call himself a teacher. His voice slowly began to change to a shout. The boy was furious. This teacher now only made him hate him. Running up to the man, he grabbed him by the scruff of his shirt and screamed in his face. He couldn't believe the man said that. Get him to run and explain everything. The man stood in front of him, trying to control himself. All the other students started yelling too. Let the teacher explain. Did he really get caught peeping? The crowd slowly began to boil over with anger. The girl couldn't believe that this pervert could afford such a thing. Everyone was absolutely shocked. The guys had cheered up the class president and were now demanding that he beat the fat freak up. It's all his fault. One of the guys shouted that he hated the freak. He just needed to kill him. He didn't have time to finish his words, as suddenly a stream of blood rushed from his mouth. The boy started coughing and soon his voice turned into some kind of gurgling. The boys seemed completely oblivious to the fact that their lives were still in danger. The boy bleeding fell to the floor and began to wheeze in a death cry. The class president looked away, and immediately a grimace of horror was reflected on his face. He had no choice. Gotta deal with this once and for all. Two emotions were now fighting in his heart. Anger to teach the teacher, and fear that he might die himself. The class president pulled a small construction knife out of his pocket and began to stick its blade forward. He handed the man this knife and told the teacher to do it himself. Let him sacrifice himself if he was a man. Goosebumps ran down his back. The teacher leaned back. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. In a trembling voice, he said that children make a mistake. There were tears in his eyes. More than anything, he didn't want to part with his life. His voice began to tremble even more. The class president didn't think of backing down. His voice became even firmer. Look, the teacher's school life is coming to an end. There's no point in clinging to it. Does he really think they think he's a teacher? He should have gotten out of here when he had the chance. The teacher was trembling with fear. His legs were shaking, and he was ready to collapse and burst into tears right now. His eyes were pure, genuine fear, and he realized that he had nowhere to go. His students would find him and kill him. The man fell to his knees and silently apologized. It was his fault, he pleaded, forgive him, but the disciples clustered over him and would not let him come out. The man, still in the last hope of being forgiven, looked at the knife. He imagined its sharp blade cutting through his body. The man realized that there was no way out of this trap. He had driven himself here. The class president looked down at him and said that apologizing wouldn't change anything. He had already done everything. Everyone's life was very precious, but it was better for him to die than for the whole class to die, especially since the teacher was just a disgusting freak. The man bowed his head, ready to cry. He had already resigned himself to his fate. The class president continued to speak, his voice sounding smooth and measured. Suddenly his face changed. A fierce smile appeared now. This freak will die. The boy didn't hesitate and looked at the man with a waiting look. He was waiting for this to be over. All the other students just watched in horror. There was silence in the air. No one dared to take any action. There was fear in everyone's heart. They realized that their lives were in danger now. But besides that, this freak of a teacher had to die. Suddenly, a girl standing in the middle of the others timidly began to say one phrase, "Die." Everyone turned around in surprise at her. The girl kept repeating this phrase no matter what. The rest of the students also picked up her slogan and started shouting for the teacher to finally die. The man stared at the ground with a frightened look. This was a real nightmare. He was ready to go crazy. He wanted to wake up, to feel it all just some nightmare dream. The students continued to scream. The shouting grew stronger and stronger, and soon it turned into an unbearable rumble that cut the hearing. But it didn't seem to bother anyone. The students kept shouting only one phrase. They sincerely longed for their teacher to finally die. They were like those people sitting in the Colosseum, waiting for the gladiators to fight to the death. That's what happens to those who lose all humanity. The people continued to scream, and the poor teacher who stood in the middle and looked at the knife that was to be his murder weapon still did not dare to do what he had started. Suddenly, a girl in the middle of the class started screaming, "Are they crazy? What are they doing? They're all going to be murderers." They were all laughing and spreading rumors about Yun-hee, but someone told her to shut up if she didn't want to die right here. The girl cried and could hardly hold back her tears. Her friend grabbed her shoulder and tried to calm her down, though tears were already glistening in her eyes. The head of the class looked at the teacher with a hateful look. What is he waiting for? Let him take the knife and finish what he started. The students continued to chant only one phrase. The teacher continued to stare ahead of him at the knife. Now his whole attention was narrowed to that metal object. He no longer knew what to do, his whole body shaking with indescribable fear. With trembling hands, he touched the cold blade of the knife. It seemed incredibly cold to him at that moment, for it was the last thing he would ever feel in his life. The teacher, with slow movements, began to bring the knife to his throat. Finally, the man could not cope with his tension, and with all his will in his fist, he grabbed the knife and brought it to his throat. The man screamed, and his death cry was filled with terror. Someone in the crowd began to film the whole thing. The fat man's face began to stretch into a smile, and his big glasses seemed to light up with happiness. But suddenly they were interrupted. An investigator appeared from somewhere and with a sharp kick of his foot knocked the knife out of the teacher's hands. The fat man watched in horror. Did it really stop? He had only just begun to observe such a beautiful sight. A detective appeared from somewhere. He shouted that the police had arrived. Everyone was out of place. The same girl was also there, who shouted that they hoped for their cooperation. The head of the class looked at all this with astonishment. What are they doing? Do they want everyone here to die? The man bent down in front of them and began to look at the corpses of the students lying there. He finally got tired of listening to these lamentations. and looked at the head of the class, then told him to finally shut his mouth and get the hell out of here. A sigh of relief rang through the crowd. Thank God it's the police. Are they saved? How did they even know about all this? The students began to sigh in relief. Finally it was over, and only Fatty alone was looking around fearfully. What to do? His friend's plans had been ruined. He was on the phone, trying hard not to give himself away. He had headphones in his ears, and in them was the voice of the protagonist. No, it's just the way he planned it. They're moving on to Plan B. The boy's voice sounded calm and measured. It was as if he was in anticipation of something more. The fat man asked in surprise, "Do they have a Plan B pardonable sign?" The boy told him to listen carefully. The boy began to explain. All he got for peeping was a slap, just a slap. The boy's voice began to boil with rage. He blamed and dishonored a good teacher who liked the job. It was just not allowed to be rude on his part. Point why? Because he didn't want to show his true nature. Insulted an honest teacher and made her life a living hell. Consequently, naturally, she was hounded in that school. Doesn't this look familiar to him? Doesn't it remind him of anything? Someone who enjoys other people's misery. It was so obvious. The protagonist said that the teacher turns out to be no different from Galva. Suddenly, the fat man began to realize the full meaning of what he had said. At this time, the policeman started looking around. He asked in a surprised voice, "What is going on here? And also, why is the teacher holding a knife?" Everyone started to tell him. The killer said he would kill them all if their teacher didn't die. The man got annoyed. He pushed the head of the class out of the way and walked forward to inspect the crime scene. A picture spread out in front of him. The teacher was still on his knees, still shaking with fear, and a little farther away from him lay the bloody corpse of a dead student. He turned around and began to look around at everyone with an inquisitive gaze, trying to find any clue considering that the killer was still at large. Perhaps the two cases were somehow connected. He turned around and looked at the corpse of the murdered student. The smell of blood in the air was even stronger. The investigator began to speculate. Same kind of murders. He gets rid of people without leaving a trace. But he's got to be at the crime scene. Besides, he was caught on camera last time. It's just a guess, but it seems he can't kill without seeing the victim's face. Fatty at this moment continued to listen to his friend's words while listening to the investigator's words. Teacher and Galwa, those bastards humiliated them. Therefore, they should be punished. The protagonist's voice sounded firm and confident. He said, giving the fat man a chance to save himself. He doesn't want to die here, does he? The boy held the phone with shaky hands, so he starts shaking his head in different directions to find this elusive killer. He's got to be somewhere in this classroom, or at least in this school. How's he killing? Where is he? Suddenly, his gaze locked onto the very fat man who was standing in the crowd and frantically holding his cell phone. Perhaps this is a clue. The man started to walk fast and pace towards the boy. The fat man noticed it too late and would not be able to do anything. When the investigator approached at a sufficient distance, he snatched the phone from the hands of the fat man with a sharp movement. He did not even resist, but just shuddered from fear and surprise. Lee Jae-yoon was the number 2 in the group. He was 18 years old. He looked at his 2 friends and said that enough of this showing off. Now there would be a real fight. Shin Hyun looked at him and calmly said, "Let him go up to him and see if he is reading or not. It will be very simple." The guy immediately took off from his seat, and with the speed of a bullet flew straight at his opponent. Number 2 stood there, and he didn't move. He didn't seem to care at all. Shin Hyun swings his leg out to once again hit a haikiku to the head, but number 2 came back and tripped him up and kicked him in the stomach. The boy had time to cover himself with his hands, but still, the blow was too strong. Lee flew off to the side and flopped to the ground. He certainly hadn't expected this guy to be able to dodge his blow so easily. His whole body began to ache a little. The boy came closer to him. He said the man was terribly mistaken if he thought that was enough to overpower him. The guy smiled and said he'd better be on his guard. All his life he had practiced taekwondo. Consequently, he was very good with his legs. Shing Hong wiped his face and looked up at his opponent from below. His lip was smashed, but he didn't seem to pay any attention to it. The boy immediately rushed forward to deal with the insolent man. He ran as fast as his body would let him, but number 2, for some reason, was much faster than him. He dodged the guy's punch and tripped him. He kicked his foot at the legs of the protagonist and he staggered. There was a cracking sound. The blow was so hard that the guy's leg was pierced with pain. It looked like his leg had just been broken. Lee couldn't hold on and started to fall to the ground. His whole body ached. The first time in his life he had felt such intense pain. He couldn't keep his balance one more second and he'd be on the floor. No 2 was already preparing his next punch. He brought his foot up to hit the guy right in the neck. Lee was falling to the ground and number 2's foot was already flying straight toward him. There was a ringing sound of a blow. The guy was lying a long distance away, coughing up blood. He didn't expect such a blow. His whole body felt paralyzed. His strength was gone in an instant. Number 2 smiled and said he was just full of hot air. He can't even dodge that. We're all ready. Let him show some real effort. He barely has time to warm up. Lee climbed to his feet. A small line of blood flowing from his mouth. His breathing hitched and his heart suddenly started beating more frequently. To hell with it. His attacks were too fast and this wasn't going to be easy. But still gotta try. Kim laughed with joy. His number 2 had been a taekwondo star in the past. He had to quit due to a knee injury, but his skills are still incredible. Victory is in their pocket. Number 2 looked at his boss with a happy smile. Our protagonist stood a little behind him at this time and looked at him. Oops, I think he blabbed too much. Kim shut up immediately and he felt like he was going to be sick. Number 2 yelled to his boss, "Why did he say that? Didn't he just reveal his secret?" Kim closed his mouth and timidly said it was his fault. Now our hero knew his rival's weak spot. The boy said his boss was quite talkative. Well, now that would play to his advantage. The guy turned to his opponent and said he'd better get ready for a real beating. No. 2 sighed heavily and said he could do what he wanted. He was just showing off. Lee runs right into his forehead. Let's see how fast he can dodge. How long can he keep talking like that? Number 2 looked at him with contempt. Is this another frontal attack? He could easily dodge it, but he didn't have time to finish. When suddenly his opponent's fist was only a few centimeters away from his face. He was closing in fast, and he had to do something, or his jaw would be broken. Fortunately, he reacted at the last moment and was able to dodge after all. But still, why did he make such a quick begging sign? For a second, fear settled in his soul. He was used to the fact that no one could hit him, but now this little brat was doing something incomprehensible. Lee realized that he had better stay close to him or he would get him with his feet. We need to make sure he can't use his feet. The fellow struck one blow after another, but number 2 deftly dodged each one, though sometimes with great difficulty. He realized himself that the freak was deliberately approaching him so he couldn't use his legs. It's annoying. He needs space. Number 2 gracefully blocked our hero's punch. No matter how strong he is, he'll still get tired if he keeps punching like this. He dodged another attack, and the fist passed within a few centimeters of his stomach. It shattered the air, but no, I, too, literally physically felt the recoil. Now he caught the moment and swung his foot to deliver another powerful blow. Lee was just waiting for this. He prepared to strike and clenched his fist with force. His hand made contact with number 2's leg, and there was a tremendous thump. That was it. Lee missed, and number 2 bounced to the side, ready to deliver the final blow. He flew straight at the protagonist, putting his foot forward. His soles were incredibly hard, and if he hit his face with them, he would break something. As it happened, his foot came close to the protagonist and there was a loud crunch. Shards of teeth flew in different directions. No. 2 was already celebrating the victory. He was firmly convinced that after such a blow, his opponent would have no chance. Right in the face. Does he feel this question mark victory for him? But suddenly something unforeseen happened. He had no time to react and he physically felt that he was about to be struck. Lee smiled and calmly said that he thought his opponent was jumping to conclusions too quickly. The guy caught a good moment and dodged, socked a hard kick right into his opponent's knee. That was his weak spot, so it was time to exploit it. No. 2 felt an unbearable pain in his leg, something crunching again. He fell to his feet and grasped his wounded leg. Lee held onto his head. It was quite painful. He thought he was going to faint. The guy gave credit to his opponent. He is stronger than him. But does he know one thing? It's not just strength that matters in a fight. There are other variables at play. The guy was holding his bloody forehead, and whoever can calculate these variables will ultimately be the winner. No. 2 was on his knees and holding onto his injured leg. Lee said that he should thank his boss. He told him about his opponent's weakness. It was an invaluable contribution. The guy swung again and said he was getting tired. Now we have to call it a day. He swung around to deliver the final blow to his opponent, but suddenly someone stopped him. The boss intervened, jumped on him, and kicked him right in the face. Kim praised his number 2 and said it was his turn to fight. The boy stood behind him holding his wounded leg. The man shouted that he wouldn't let anyone hurt his dearest friend. The guy wondered what? Why the hell would the boss say that? He would have won if no one interfered in their fight. When will he stop talking? Kim turned to him and yelled at him to finally shut the fuck up. He'll take care of everything himself, okay? Number 2 mumbled something to himself. Xing Hong standing a little distance away. He asked irritably, "What the fuck are they muttering about? Just let them go and fight alongside him." And no sooner had he gotten dizzy, it was as if all the blood had come off at once. The guy fell to the ground. Z walked up to him and asked, did he really think he was going to be okay after getting punched like that? There was an obvious sneer in his voice. The guy came closer and said he'd clean up the place. His friend just quietly apologized. The guy called him an idiot and told him to just back off, get some rest. Kim looked at him like he was prey. Whoa, here comes that damn MO. Now he's gonna have some fun. He doesn't look well, is he sure he's okay? The man laughed a thunderous laugh. Z looked at him silently. His clothes were covered in blood. His hair was disheveled and his gaze was absent. All he could see in front of him was a target. The boy jumped up high and prepared to hit him in the face with his knee. Kim was standing right in front of him and obviously didn't expect such a blow. The foot was already almost a few millimeters away from his face. The guy sighed heavily. Wow, amazing speed. At the last moment, he did a back somersault and bounced a decent distance. This guy seems to have been a gymnast in a previous life. His movements were so smooth and soft, it was like he wasn't jumping and flying. The man is surprised. Does this guy still have any energy left after dealing with his kids? The man certainly didn't expect this. Jagrubo told him to stop yapping and showed him what he could do. At the end, he called him an asshole. He has enough power to kick his ass. Kim adjusted his shiny glasses. He laughed and said it was time to stop screwing around. He'd gotten that far, the damn emo. Now the man would take him seriously. A beastly fury glittered in his eyes. He couldn't let some upstart treat his men like this. Now he would avenge his team. Jay even didn't listen to him. He just sent him away and swung his foot to inflict the strongest haikiku. At the last minute, the black man dodged and did a backflip. He stood on his 2 hands and, pushing them off the ground with all his might, kicked his opponent straight in the stomach. The sound of the impact was scathing. Stone shards flew in different directions. He flew backwards with such force but still managed to stay on his feet. Lee watched it with amazement. What was this? He had never seen such a technique before. How could such a big guy be so flexible and agile? Our hero stood stopped a few meters away from such a powerful blow. Kim stood as if nothing had happened. He sighed heavily. Was he surprised? Was it blown away by the wind? Now he would show him how to do it. The black man smiled and asked, hadn't he ever heard of capoeira? It's just the perfect combination of rhythm and fighting. A sparkling smile appeared on his face. His teeth were startlingly white. The guy started talking. He said he had lived in Brazil all his life. He fell in love with it. It was like fate, and he now practiced every day to reach a level of skill beyond any man's imagination. Now it's time to show this asshole the beauty of real Brazilian martial arts. He got into a fighting stance and threw his arm forward. In one deft move, he threw off his shirt and it flew off to the side. All right, now we have to have some fun. Now he stood naked to the waist. Well, let him who seeks victory come to him. The boy spread his arms apart and stood as if he were some ancient deity. Now he's going all out. The guy hopes that his opponent will not disappoint him and will show a decent skill. Z would not listen to his sermon and rushed at him with his fists at the first second. Fuck him. Who does this guy think he is? As if Kim saw it coming, he dodged and did a backflip. He prepared his leg to strike again. His leg flew into the air and with a whoosh began to descend directly on our hero. He saw it all and put his arm out to protect himself. The blow came straight to his arm. The guy shivered at the force. No wonder this man had practiced this kind of martial art his whole life. His whole body shuddered and he moved aside. Kim. As if just warming up, he shouted to his opponent to keep his guard up. If he missed again, the guy would show him the way to heaven. He winked at his opponent. Come on. Time to have some fun. This isn't fun at all. Z hatefully stared at him. His pupils had narrowed to such a size that they were almost invisible against his large eyes. Guy lunges straight at his opponent, hopefully hitting him from the bottom up. Kim looked at him in surprise. Wow, that's pretty good. A fleeting smile appeared on his face. Finally, they could have some fun, so he decided to go low attack because the mid and upper body didn't work. He's a quick thinker and knows strategies. The guy was impressed. However, such movements were simply useless against his martial art. He began to move at an unspeakable speed. M and his opponent dodged it. Wow, he's got more to show him than that. Deftly dodging, he did another backflip and with all his might kicked our hero right in the jaws. There was a crunch. After that, he pushed off with his hands like last time, hoping to hit his opponent directly in the stomach. But he dodged. The devil. He can't anticipate a single move of this type. At this rate, he won't have any strength left. He's already used up almost all of it fighting those assholes. Kimbuto didn't fight, he danced. It was a real entertainment for him. He rode on his hands like a circus acrobat. Dodging again, he unleashed the full force of his punch straight at his opponent's head. The sound of the blow. Z bounced to the side and could barely stay on his feet. The blow was incredibly powerful. The fact that he couldn't anticipate his opponent's punches added to the difficulty. At this time, the black-clothed man was just dancing on his hands. He was admiring his martial art the entire time. It gave him incredible pleasure that he could control his body so easily. The man stood on one arm and shouted that his martial art was just fine. Galwa wiped his face with his hand and swore hard. Holy shit, this isn't working. Kim smiled and looked at him with some pity. He said it was rather frustrating to see that none of his attacks were going away. Right? How about we put a stop to it? But the boy didn't seem to be listening to him at all. He just stared at him with eyes full of hatred and animal instincts. Their gazes crossed. Kim looked at him and in that moment realized that any entreaties with this man were simply futile. Okay, never mind. He laughed out loud. Okay, if this dude wants to fight on, then so be it. He's like a cockroach that wriggles in pain no matter how much he gets trampled. His face changed. His good-natured smile disappeared. Yes, let him keep wriggling. He's trying so desperately he'll get an even better taste of despair. The man laughed again. He spread his arms and ran at his opponent again. He was still full of strength. The fight was just heating up. They came within striking distance of each other again. Our hero dodged and hit him with a straight punch right in the face, but his opponent immediately blocked it. This was immediately followed by another blow, but they were all parried. Finally, the black man kicked him squarely in the chest. The man jerked back and staggered. Blood spurted from his mouth. Kim looked at him with horror. What a devil. None of his goes down like that. Why the hell is he so strong? The guy didn't know what to do. His friend was in danger. He saw Z getting weaker right before his eyes. But at this time, the man had no intention of giving up. His honor was at stake. Even though his body was already almost completely exhausted, he had no right to retreat. He swung his fist again to make a direct attack. The Brazilian looked at him, this direct attack again. A triumphant smile constantly appeared on his face. At this rate, victory is just around the corner. This guy is like a one-trick pony. Doesn't he know anything else? The man's word dodged. Our hero missed, his fist whistling past. Kim fell to the ground. He needed a break. He'd told him such tricks didn't work on him. But he didn't get a chance to finish his sentence. Galwa still was so easy for me. He fell in with his opponent and told him to shut up. He'd had enough of him. The guy dodged and his fist went down after his opponent. The Brazilian watched in horror as the weighty fist of his opponent approached him with inexorable speed. What the fuck is going on here? How did he do that? The protagonist's fist approached his opponent and a crushing blow rang out. The Brazilian sighed heavily. It turned out that with that blow, his soul came out of him. He struggled to get up. Gritting his teeth, he fought against the overwhelming pain. What a bastard. He realized his movement and stopped him. Unbelievable. We have to do something. No, it's impossible. Galwa was already swinging to deliver another devastating blow. Kim immediately jumped up and ducked to the side. The main character's fist slammed straight into the ground. It seemed like there were cracks in the ground after such a blow. He stood some distance away and looked at his opponent. No, he was just lucky. No such thing. His martial art of perfect. The man rested on his foot and prepared for another throw. Z stood in a fighting stance and waited for the moment when his opponent finally approached him at a sufficient distance. From this angle, he looked like a wounded beast, covered in blood and scratches, but he was unbroken. His spirit was much stronger than his body. Kim threw himself at him with a furious expression on his face. He was impossible to defeat. And now he would prove it. They were approaching each other at an unspeakable speed. Now, one of them would surely drop dead. The protagonist's fist reached its target after all. The Brazilian received a powerful hook right in the jaw. Blood spurted from his mouth, and after such a blow, the consciousness flew out of his head. The man could barely stay on his feet and staggered backward. His head was ringing. He had to come to his senses as soon as possible, or he was finished. He looked at his opponent with an angry look and clenched his teeth. Spitting up blood, he prepared for another blow. With a swing of his foot, he kicked the protagonist right in the stomach with all his might. He didn't even dodge, but flew off a decent distance. They stood opposite each other again. Now their dance would continue. There could be only one winner here. He looked at his opponent like a beast. He was breathing heavily, his eyes already completely white. He looked like a reanimated dead man now. So much blood was on him. The Brazilian had a bloody mouth now, too. He grinned and looked at him like a hunted dog. He felt less powerful now. They rushed at each other in a new burst of fighting. Now they had a different kind of speed, one that no one could have predicted. After the blows, the protagonist seemed to have a second wind. His movements became more precise. He even approached the Brazilian's speed. Soon their fists made contact, each of them receiving a powerful blow to jaws. The protagonist flew aside but still managed to stay on his feet. He sprang up and swung his foot to deliver a final crushing blow to the head. The Brazilian was still on his feet. He was trying to keep his rhythm, prepare for his counterattack. But it seems at that moment something was stopping him. There was fear in his heart. His eyes were bloodshot. What a devil. As he sat on a twine in the air, he swung both legs at once. It was a simply awesome twirl. His opponent's eyes, you bastard. A left jab followed immediately by a right jab, and... Did he think I knew what he was doing in those few seconds? That's just crazy. The man couldn't believe it. At the last moment, he was able to dodge, and the blow was tangential. But it still hit him pretty hard. Z screamed with all his might. His mouth was overflowing with blood, and he was missing a few teeth, but he still didn't give up. The man ran straight at him again. He put his fist forward, preparing to strike again. No. Two just watched in horror as another beating was about to take place. The Brazilian was just sitting on the ground, breathing heavily. Blood was oozing out of his mouth. He was trying to regain his breath all the while. The guy didn't understand what had happened. He examined his hands and breathed heavily. Unable to believe that he had been hit, the boy lost all his fighting spirit. Jay walked right up to him. He looked down at him and said he didn't care about his capoeira. It looked like he had used up all his strength. So, time to end this circus. The Brazilian lowered his head. He realized everything in that moment. The dude was right. Capoeira is about rhythm. But once the rhythm is broken, you can't attack anymore. He lifted his head up and looked at the ceiling in doom. Was this really the end? Would this be the end of his art? But suddenly his eyes caught on something. The boy took a closer look and opened his eyes wide. He saw sharp rebar lying on the shelves. If he can't beat him, he'll play dirty. The Brazilian continued to sit on the ground laughing. The protagonist didn't understand anything. Why is he giving up? What's so funny? Z said that he was already hungry. He was terribly hungry and was planning to eat with his friend. The Brazilian couldn't stop laughing. Suddenly he said they weren't done yet. He ducked and kicked the closet next to him as hard as he could. There was a clang and something began to shake and fall straight down. Several sharp spears began to fall right on our hero, and a second more and the spear point would pierce him through. He had already closed his eyes and prepared for his death, but nothing happened. He stayed alive. Drops of someone else's blood began to fall on his face. He looked up startled, and seeing her made his heart skip a beat. LM stood in front of him. One of those sharp things pierced through him. Out of his last strength, he wheezed that his friend should be more careful. Those were his last words. After saying that, the guy dropped dead. His body didn't move, and a pool of blood spilled beneath him. The man looked at his friend. It was the first time in his life when he felt fear. Real, genuine fear, not for his own life, but for the life of another person. The Brazilian rose to his feet and began to approach him slowly. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he shouted that on business to him. Now is he feared? The Brazilian came closer and closer to him. He said that from where he came from, people dropped dead like flies. It was time for him to join his friend. A predatory smile appeared on his face. The man looked down at his dead comrade, who was lying in a pool of his own blood. He was no longer breathing. His eyes were closed, a small trickle of blood forming a large puddle beneath him.